First question I asked him, यार दीपेंद्र ये आइडिया कहाँ से आया?
Well, welcome back to NDTV on what should be an incredible day for our democracy. Election results in 4 states, a semi-final. Some would suggest the massive general elections next year. It will be huge today. Now, you did hear me correctly, by the way, 4 state results. That's because the results of Mizoram will be announced not today, but will be announced tomorrow. But today, the fate of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Telangana, Rajasthan. We'll have that up. And in fact, the first lead should be out any time now.
Well, till we get that, Vishnu, the data that we do have is the exit polls. It comes with a lot of health warnings and, the exit polls which were out on Friday in a certain sense were all over the place. In Rajasthan, 7 out of 10 agencies predicted a BJP win in keeping with the parampara of Rajasthan politics, the revolving door for the last 30 years. In Madhya Pradesh, interestingly, it's going to be too close to call. It's 5 each. Saying that it's going to be either the BJP or the Congress wafer-thin majorities last time around as well. Election, so like I said, too close to call. A Congress win has been predicted with a certain sense of unanimity in Telangana among 7 agencies. They're predicting a big upset for the BRS, but that's essentially all in the past now. That's just data that we had on Friday. Today, of course, we're going to continue to bring you the quickest leads, the most credible election results here on NDTV. We won't get ahead of ourselves. We'll just bring you the results, the numbers as they come in. And of course, we'll be joined by India's best analysts as the day emerges with the best newsmakers from around different parts of the country as well.
So, counting has started. It started a short time after 7 a.m. So the process of getting the results is well underway in various election centers in these 4 states. The results will come in eventually. Leads often get translated into results very, almost inevitably. So what you will first start seeing are leads. Postal ballots will come in. Postal ballots may indicate a certain trend, but do not go by that trend, because the number of postal ballots just a fraction of what the overall election ballots are. So counting, the leads will be coming in any time. By noon, it's going to be fairly interesting because Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, no one really knows where it's going to go. Rishika?
Well, absolutely. And, while we are joined by a panel of experts, we have Manisha Priyam and Sandeep Shastri with us in the studios. We're also joined by Bhaskar Ghosh, leader of the BJP. Joining us from Ground Zero, Arvind Gunasekar. He's live with us from the Delhi BJP office. Suma Sudhir joining us from Telangana and Vedant joining us from Jaipur. But I want to first go across to Arvind. Arvind, you're at the wrong office because we got shots of laddus coming in from the Congress office in Delhi this morning.
Yeah, Rishika, BJP is also equally upbeat, and also they are also confident about winning all the 3 major states or big states, Hindi heartland, let it be Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. Though they are also confident that they would be increasing their tally compared to last time in the southern state of Telangana also. But as the usual practice of BJP, the celebrations will begin only post 4 p.m. Though Congress will always start with the celebration, but at the end of the day, it will be BJP. That has been the usual trend that we have seen in the recent past, and that goes with the way. And that's why today also, though every arrangement is being put in place in the BJP headquarters also, if predictions go and also the results come in favor of BJP, we can expect a huge celebration, grand celebration in the BJP headquarters in the national capital, with Prime Minister along with BJP National President JP Nadda and senior leaders like Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh to come to a BJP office for celebrations. But BJP is very confident in winning all the 3 states, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Telangana, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. In Telangana, they are also hopeful that they would be increasing their tally. Rishika?
All right, I just wanted to go across to Bhaskar Ghosh. Bhaskar, now, you are bound to say that the BJP is going to win in all of the states. That I understand that. That is your compulsion. Will you at least admit that it's going to be close in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan? Or do you not agree?
See, of course, it is my compulsion to let through your channels to everyone that what is need to happen and what is going to happen.
Okay.
There's 2 things what need to happen. If you talk about Madhya Pradesh,
All right, Bhaskar Da, 1 second. The first lead is out. I'll come to you in just a moment. The first lead is out. We're going to be bringing you, yeah, that's right. In Rajasthan, it is in favor of the BJP. Whether this is auspicious for the BJP, we've got a big thumbs up from Bhaskar Da just now.
Morning shows the day.
We didn't
Morning
cut
shows
to
the
him.
day.
Right, but the first lead, but carry on with your answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what is need to happen, what is going to happen? Need to happen, obviously, in Madhya Pradesh, we have given the Sushashan Raj and we have given the Bimaru state to a most developed state. So it's need of the hour, need of the day, need of the year that BJP should come forward with double engine of government and we give more and more developments. We should keep the MP in the path of development, not in the path of corruption as the Congress has done it before. And if you talk about other states like Chhattisgarh, 15 years we have ruled in Chhattisgarh and 5 years we have seen how the corruption has ruled over there.
Right.
So there is also need that people should make their conscious use of their political power, their democratic and constitutional power to again allow us to come into the power and give them associations. Now, we are going to a small state like Telangana. Telangana, we are already declared that if there is an CM, then we'll be giving importance to the OBC. So, Telangana also need an OBC CM, and if the OBC CM, then we are the alternatives over there.
Okay.
So, this is the need, and the first morning shows the day that we have taken the first results come out on today.
So in
and
fact,
I think
these
this
are
will continue.
postal leads, Bhaskar Da.
Yes.
We've got a couple of, Rishika, you want to go through this? We've got Chhattisgarh also in terms of leads coming in.
So one lead coming in from Chhattisgarh at the moment, which is in favor of the Congress. Two coming in, Vishnu, from Madhya Pradesh, both in favor of the BJP. And of course, that first lead coming in from Rajasthan. Postal ballots, lots of health warnings with these leads. But those are the numbers. They'll, of course, rapidly keep changing and we'll keep updating you. But, you know, very quickly, let's bring in our reporters, Uma Sudhir and Vedant Agarwal, both joining us. Before I go across to Vedant, Uma, to you, so far it's, you know, nothing, no lead so far coming in from Telangana, but it's going to be very interesting because the exit polls in a certain sense have almost unanimously predicted a huge upset for the BRS. Uma?
Yes, indeed, but the BRS and KCR not wanting to appear not confident. In fact, the official residence of the Chief Minister, which is called Pragati Bhavan, even got a fresh coat of paint as though they are preparing for a new term in office. And that was an indication perhaps to the people. He called in people and told them that we are confident, don't worry. But that is also, I would think, an appearance of confidence and something that they want to convey to their cadre, because this is a very delicate situation. You have the Congress already appointing observers for the process of forming the government. You have D.K. Shivkumar here, you have Deepa Das Munshi, Ajay Kumar, Muralidharan and K.J. George, who are supposed to oversee the formation of government here in Telangana. So what happens is the MLAs have all been asked to come to Hyderabad, and we are already hearing about a 5-star hotel in which they are going to be kept, so that they are kept safe from any kind of poaching that is possible if the numbers are not good enough. But as you mentioned, first, the story of the postal ballots, and yesterday a policeman was telling me, you will know in the first half hour how we are voting, and that the mood of the, the government employees also is important in Telangana, because one of the things that was spoken about was the fact that the BRS government was delaying salaries hugely, and they were getting paid on 20th and 21st, and for many of them the EMIs was a big issue. So that also does show the mood of government employees, and therefore I would think the postal ballots indication in Telangana also would be important. So there are about 1.8 lakh postal ballots that need to be counted, after which of course at 8:30 the other process will start of the EVMs itself. So the rounds that Vishnu was asking about earlier, 14 rounds is what most of the time, most of the constituencies it is, but about 6 of them it goes up to 28 rounds, and each round we expect will not take more than 15 minutes or so.
Okay. So we don't have the numbers yet for Telangana. Nothing's changed there. But what Uma is saying, that hotel bookings have already started. 5-star hotel bookings have already started. So Uma, you have a long day ahead of you, that's for sure. But very quickly, Vishnu, the numbers, like I said, changing very quickly. There are 3 leads for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, 2 for the Congress, and 2 each in Rajasthan. And Telangana also, we finally have the first lead, which is coming in favor of the BJP. Amritanshi is also joining us from Bhopal. But quickly, let's go across to Vedant first. So Vedant, if you look at what the numbers look like at the moment. Initial leads, of course, just coming in. It's 3 for BJP, 2 for Congress. But interestingly, the others are 0. But according to what you and Harsha have been telling us, this others number is going to be very crucial, isn't it? They're going to be very, very important as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Absolutely, Rishka. And before I come to that, let me quickly show you the mahal, as they say here in the BJP headquarters, where a big screen has been put up. It's all adorned with BJP flags, very different from how it was last night when I was here, when they had the Prabandhan meeting here. And it seems that the BJP is set to celebrate. So here, of course, supporters also coming in. It is still pretty early morning, but the BJP headquarters all set for celebrations. As you were talking about the others numbers, so I was mentioning the rebels, but apart from the rebels, the smaller players, including the RLP or the Azad Samaj Party or the BAP, these are parties that will also play a crucial role because remember, both the Congress or the BJP, none of them have actually formed a pre-poll alliance. Of course, the Congress has left one seat for the RLD, but these other players will of course play a crucial role as well. RLP, Hanuman Beniwal, Jat strongman, will be crucial when it comes to the caste equation. It's also, the Jat-SC combination is something that both parties will be eyeing for, because as we've been reporting, it could be a cliffhanger here in Rajasthan. So whether it's the RLP or the Azad Samaj Party, which has much of the, the backward castes, these parties will play a crucial role.
Digvijay Singh is speaking. Let's quickly listen in.
चार में लिप्त हैं, उनके खिलाफ तो कार्रवाई होना ही चाहिए।
सर पोस्टर्स लगाए गए हैं शुभकामनाओं के कमलनाथ जी,
पहले ही जीत से पहले ही पोस्टर लगा दिए गए हैं सर पूरे।
लगाने वालों से पूछो
सर 2018 में आप जो है पीसीसी में बैठे थे, आपने पूरी मॉनिटरिंग की थी, इस बार भी आप
जी हाँ
सर एक मिनट का
ये आपने सर इनको मैंने क्या
रुक जा यार, हट जाना इनका हो जाए।
हमारे साथ खास तौर पर आज काउंटिंग के दिन दिग्विजय सिंह साहब है, क्या उम्मीद है?
Okay, so I'm unclear on what Digvijay Singh has said there, but I'm sure our experts here in the studio have a lot to say about his body language. But before we go into that, quickly, it's over to Vishnu. Vishnu, bring us up to speed with the leads. It's 8-12. What do we have?
Rishika, Digvijay Singh was fairly nonchalant, wasn't he, when asked about the posters of who they believe to be the next chief minister, or Congress chief minister, already up over there. So he says, oh, so what? I mean, it's stating the obvious. Be that as it may, what we now bring you are leads. These leads usually translate into results. That will be a few hours later on. The fact that they are digital, though there are times when recounts take place, they are usually very accurate, our electronic voting machines. Remember, Madhya Pradesh, the majority mark is 116. It's 5-4 in Madhya Pradesh at the moment. The Congress down 2, the BJP up 3. The BSP down 1 at this stage. We'll update the BSP number at this stage. But it's the Congress down. Now again, what we are looking at, possibly postal ballots. These are very early days. These might indicate some sort of trend, but these aren't firm trends. That would become much more actual by about 10 o'clock in the morning. So these are interesting developments. We've been waiting, and we're all very excited about this, which is why we're just going to reflect these numbers without making any assertions about where it's going. So the Rajasthan now, they're looking to get to a majority mark of 100. The BJP is up 1. The Congress is down 1. So nothing for the other parties as well. Others is going to be a big factor. As my colleague Vedant was mentioning, both the BJP and the Congress reaching out to others. So that's what the situation is at the moment. BJP up at 8, that's up 1. The Congress at 6, down 1. Let's take a quick look at Chhattisgarh. The Chhattisgarh numbers are quite interesting over here. They need to get to a majority mark of 46. So the Congress, no change over here. They're at 6, no change for the BJP. They haven't got any so far. So it's early days in the state of Chhattisgarh. So let's, in fact, it's now 7 in favor of the Congress party. Again, no change from last time around. Telangana, you're looking at the majority mark of 60 at this stage. The BJP up 3. That is interesting, even if it is a very preliminary trend. The BRS at 2 and the Congress at 1. That's down 1 for the Congress last time around. The BRS down 2. So up 3 for the BJP. It is an early trend in Telangana, but I can tell you that Bhaskurda is, despite the fact that he's going to say that he's not surprised, I would suggest even with this very early trend, he might be. But I wanted to go across to Dr. Shastri for a quick sort of understanding or analysis of what we've actually seen so far. So go ahead.
Vishnu, I think the important point we need to make is this plus and minus which we are showing down is about last time who won that seat and this time where is the trend moving towards. And I think the caution you exercised in the start that initially these are all postal ballots and in the past postal ballots have not been an indicator of how the trend finally shapes up. So we would need to wait for another half an hour to 45 minutes to
just
be
half
able
an
to
hour
get
to
some
45
firm
minutes
trends
to get
coming in.
a firm. So Telangana at the moment, the BJP up 3 from last time around at 3. The BRS at 3 down 2. The Congress down 1 from last time. But again, very, very early in the moment. Rishika.
Yes, Manisha ji, you also wanted to come in.
Saying the BJP in the postal ballots doing well tells us something about the nature of citizenry that votes through electoral ballots and the BJP doing well there, even in the state of Telangana, where certainly the BJP is not poised to be anywhere in the victory race. Even there, the early leads in the postal ballots are showing that there's something about the BJP and the postal ballot that one needs to understand.
Okay. Rajat Sethi is also with us. Thanks for being in the studios. Amritanshi is with us from Bhopal. But I want to very quickly go across to Shweta Shalini, BJP spokesperson, who's joining us at the moment. Thanks very much, Shweta, for being with us. Quick first reaction from you on what we're initially seeing. As far as Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh is concerned, it's no surprise that even the leads as far as postal ballots are coming in are quite neck and neck.
Yes, I think we are all set for celebrations in any case. We are saying this, that the total number of seats that we are going to get today, the total number of people winning is going to be the maximum with BJP. Also, the maximum number of states are going to be with BJP. So we are in the mood to celebrations, and that is exactly what we are seeing right now. I think I just heard Manisha ji talking about postal ballots. See, the mood of the nation is to choose politics of performance over politics of parivar. The mood of the nation is primarily to not split the country into castes, but actually vote for development. And that's exactly what we are seeing. Yes, it's too early to comment. You win some, you lose some, but I think the mood of the nation is very clear, very early on, and I feel that that is what is going to determine the future course from here on.
All right. I would have expected that you'd have a lot more to say on Telangana, Rajat Sethi. The leads as far as Telangana are concerned at this stage, very, very interesting.
She doesn't give a damn to all of this.
Rajat Sethi?
Yeah,
very interesting, the leads that we're seeing in Telangana right now.
Well, Telangana might spring a few surprises towards because of the last leg of BJP's campaign. In fact, Prime Minister Modi, he himself singularly led BJP's last-minute blitzkrieg, which we saw that, infused some level of confidence in the Karyakartas. I know it was too little too late, but nonetheless, PM does the job of at least ensuring that wherever there is an election, win or lose is secondary, he's out there to boost the morale of his cadre. I do see that Telangana is a very interesting case. Uma was mentioning, by the way, a lot of Congress people who were contesting the elections were busy lobbying in Delhi for ministerial berths right when the election wasn't even concluded. That was the confidence that Congress rank and file had vis-a-vis Telangana. So it's very surprising that that's the kind of groundswell support that Congress was witnessing. There was a wave of tremendous scale blowing in Telangana, wave for change. So I think it should reflect, and the BRS, all the seats that we are looking at, it's sad news for BRS net.
Right. I can tell you that Rajat is a touch disappointed today because more than any of us, he tracks the Northeast very closely. He'd come all prepared to talk about Mizoram, but he's going to be back tomorrow to talk about that. In case you've just joined us, Sunday is an important day in Mizoram. Lots of people out in church. So the Election Commission said that no, not today, one day later for the Mizoram results. But I just wanted to go across to Manisha for a quick understanding of postal ballots. What constitutes a postal ballot, just for the benefit of our viewers, and what is the number of postal ballots, obviously different for every state, but as a percentage, by and large, of every single state, of all the ballots, what would it be?
Vishnu, the postal ballot is definitely an important extension of the franchise in India. Those serving the India's armed forces out on difficult postings, they would have been disenfranchised had it not been for this extension mechanism. It's sent out to them, and they are able to register their vote. Remember, they are a citizenry of India too. So mostly from those serving on frontier posts, they are given this opportunity. This time around, I believe also the senior citizenry have been included in here. So I would say the numbers have swelled somewhat with this inclusion. I don't have an exact count of the percentages where Dr. Sandeep Shastri may have something to say. But one statutory warning that I do have to give out, that in the past, many elections have been called based on these early trends. The electoral ballot, because of the fact that it's not a mixed type of voter population, and especially where rural votes are large in numbers, it just simply doesn't represent that.
Sure.
So nothing coming out of those
Just half a second, Manisha. Just want to quickly go across to Sunil Prabhu, who's with the Congress leader, Pawan Khera. Sunil, across to you.
Thanks, Vishnu. Here at the Congress office, the bands have started, and I'm joined by somebody who's not only worried about the Congress party, but his own wife who's contesting from Telangana. So any news from your wife about how she's done?
Well, I haven't yet watched the results because I've been talking to the media here. But I'm absolutely confident that all the 4 states are coming to the Congress party.
So what does this election mean for the Congress party? Because, things haven't been really good for the Congress for many, many years. Do you think you all are in a fighting chance? Because going by whatever, poll predictions, by various surveys, where does the Congress stand?
Well, things have been improving for the Congress party. You saw what happened in Karnataka and Himachal, so you can't say things haven't been good. But yes, things will only improve from hereafter. All these 4 states, I'm absolutely confident, are coming to the Congress party, especially because the kind of issues we've raised are the issues that affect the lives of common man and woman.
The fact that, Mr. Kharge has worked overnight, doing video conferencing, speaking to various leaders across these states to, be on guard. You'll have sent observers. Do you fear that, some of your MLAs can be bought at this stage? Because, especially where you've seen in Telangana, the reach out by the BRS to some of the Congress.
Well, we have to be cautious so that the mandate given to us by the people does not get compromised. That's our responsibility as a democratic party. But we are absolutely confident that these forces with loads of money won't succeed because the mandate will be with us.
If this victory for the Congress does take place, do you give credit to Mr. Kharge or do you give it to Rahul Gandhi?
Well, all of us, all of them, each one of our workers. Mr. Kharge has relentlessly worked in the last 1 year of his tenure as the party president. Mr. Rahul Gandhi walked 4,000 kilometers, for God's sake. Ms. Priyanka Gandhi has been campaigning and her campaigns are really drawing large crowds. So obviously the credit goes to all of them and each and every worker of the Congress party.
And the greater reliance for Sunil Kulugul now, especially in Telangana, we've seen him calling the shots.
How even in Karnataka he did very well. So of course he is one of our assets.
So here you have it, Vishnu. This is initial time, but the Congress being extremely cautious, as Mr. Pawan Khera says, and really sending a team of observers all over to ensure that its MLAs are intact and there is no delay in holding a CLP meeting and staking claim, given the fact that they don't want to take chances as they have seen in the earlier times.
Sunil, just don't eat too many gulab jamuns or laddus. I mean, there's a long election left. Just a quick warning, a rider over there, Sunil.
All right. From the Congress office in Delhi, let's take you right across to the BJP office in Bhopal. My colleague Amritanshi is there. Amritanshi, it was very interesting because earlier, our colleague Himanshu was at the Congress headquarters in Bhopal, where there were these huge posters congratulating Kamal Nath on becoming the chief minister. What is the sense at the BJP office? Any such large life-size proclamations up on posters?
Congress is very confident about their winning in Madhya Pradesh, but in the BJP office there are many people who are like sitting here and also monitoring about the results in Madhya Pradesh, because the stage is all set for the nail-biting showdown in Madhya Pradesh, and the exit polls have sent the mixed signals, with many placing BJP ahead in this crucial background especially. The electoral drama has kicked on, and the postal ballots are now in the counting on all the 52 districts headquarters, and we have the leads the opening leads in which in about 54 seats the BJP is leading in 54 seats, and Congress is leading in 69 seats, and other political parties have like 6 seats on which they are leading right now. We have some initial numbers. Also, the people who are specially sitting here are stuck to the TV right now and continuously monitoring. This is the war room of BJP, the control room of BJP. In some, the central minister Ashwini Vaishnav.
Very interesting, Vishnu, because what Amritanshi is actually telling us from the BJP war room is that their leads, of course, are much, much faster. But that's the whole thing, isn't it? We're getting you the most credible, solid leads here. So, Vishnu, over to you. What's the latest?
So I think it would be interesting at this stage to actually look at what we are, very, very early. So let's focus on Rajasthan. Parties would be looking to get to a majority mark of 100. The BJP at this stage is up 7 from last time at 20. The Congress and its allies down 3 from last time. Others down 3. But I think the key statistic or the number would be this. At this, at 20 to 18, it is very, very close. But I just wanted to go across to Dr. Shastri, who makes the point that these are likely postal ballots. And if so, they represent what percentage of the overall number?
0.4% of
so not
the
even half a
total
percentage.
Votes. If you look at the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, there were 23 lakh postal ballots, which is 0.4% of the total votes. So this is a small chunk, though, of course. I'm not undermining the importance
it's all
of
important,
the postal
but
ballot.
it doesn't give you any idea.
It does represent a cross-section.
Sure.
But then it's a very small group.
Not even half, not even 0.5%.
I want to mention one thing. The composition of the electoral ballots are the special voters, service voters, then the electoral duty voters, and the electorals which are subject to preventive detention. That means the well composition is there. So if the trend is that maybe 0.4%, as Dr. Shastri tells, but that shows the trend as a whole, that the very balanced composition segment, people from all segments are representing it.
Right.
That could be, you can extrapolate it to the further.
Let's see. I mean, the armed forces, the police forces are a very strong constituency for all political parties.
Here also see the arrow's direction. BJP is always up and Congress is a down arrow, right?
All right. Let's just quickly move, Bhaskar, to the other states before I go back to Rishika. We've got the Congress spokesperson Lavanya Balal also joining us in a moment, but let's just go through the other states as well beyond Rajasthan. So let's take a look quickly at Chhattisgarh, and at this stage, this is interesting. The BJP up 12, the Congress down 11 again, early days. They're looking to hit 46. Let's take a look at Telangana or Madhya Pradesh. What do we have up next? We'll have the next graphic up as well. This is Madhya Pradesh. The BJP up 8, the Congress down 7. Again, postal ballots, need to keep saying that. Very, very early days indeed. And finally, Telangana. And Telangana is interesting because it does seem to reflect what we've been saying all along, that it's the Congress which is doing well, the BRS is doing badly. And the BJP at this stage is doing better than last time around. But again, very, very early days. This is largely viewer interest. Not even 0.5% of the overall ballots are being shown over here in terms of leads. Rishika.
Well, it was an interesting point, that Bhaskar actually made about the composition of postal ballots. Manisha Priyam, would you agree? Is it really that balanced? Can these actually, does this actually really tell us anything at all?
Okay, ask him the question, how many women voters in the electoral postal ballots? That will give you an answer. How many rural voters, how many scheduled castes, how many scheduled tribe? So India's diversity is its strength and it's the character of its democracy. The postal ballot is a very important statement of the fact that the franchise extends to one and all. And I think it rests there. Any mood to extrapolate or generalize, let it come with a caution, cannot be done. So not. And thank God it's not a Friday, it's a Sunday. We are with the voters today. We are waiting for their mood and not celebrating a Friday as we did with the exit polls.
All right. Lavanya Balal of the Congress Party is also with us. Lavanya, your first reaction to the numbers that we're seeing up on our screens doesn't tell us much right now. But I can say that, if you just look at the initial trends as of 8:30 a.m., it is neck and neck across the states.
Good morning, Vishnu and Ridhima both. Yes, this is a very exciting day. Of course, the postal ballots do scare us a little bit right now in a couple of states. But we are very, very sure about the way this 5-state election results will go. And we are quite confident of forming the government in multiple states.
Would you, Lavanya, be... you say that, but at the same time, the information that we are getting, certainly in the state of Rajasthan, is that both the Congress and the BJP have already made feelers to rebels. We do know in Telangana, there is, but this is, of course, in the case of the BRS, that they have apparently booked a 5-star hotel. So the point is rebels, smaller parties, others. Do you believe by the end of this day, a couple of hours from now, all political parties, including the Congress, could be making a beeline for them?
Congress is not planning an Operation Hasta, as it is called. Operation Kamala is the trademark of the BJP. In Telangana, of course, we do not need anyone else. We know independently we are going to form the government there. In other states, if people from other parties or independent candidates want to come and join Congress, they are always welcome. And we won't say no to them. But are we going to poach MLAs from other parties? Absolutely not. That is not how the Congress party functions.
Lavanya, another quick question. In Madhya Pradesh, there's already this huge cutout, which we actually briefly saw of Kamal Nath in your office saying that, look, he's going to be the chief minister. The Congress party, aren't you getting ahead of yourselves?
Absolutely not. I think the cadre, if you look at the last 5 or 6 months, the way the cadre has been very aggressively working and not, usually we are accused of being very laid back and not hungry for success. But that has changed quite a lot among the cadre. And I think this is the cadre's feeling. The cadre is very excited that we are on our toes when we are facing elections. And I think it's their emotions that they're expressing. We are not getting ahead of us. No.
Okay. Well, let's quickly shift our attention for a quick reaction from K. Kavita. Let's just take a look at what the situation in Telangana is.
तेलंगाना के लोगों के आशीर्वाद से हमें बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस है हम वापस अच्छे से जीत के आएंगे अभी तो 1-2 घंटे का ही समय है लेकिन कॉन्फिडेंस तो भरपूर है होपफुली लोगों के ब्लेसिंग के साथ अच्छे से सरकार में वापस आएंगे लगभग आपको कितने सीट नहीं अभी तो देखेंगे 1-2 घंटे में बट अच्छा मिलना चाहिए क्योंकि हमने अच्छे काम किए हैं लग रहा है कि बहुत अच्छे से नंबर मिलने वाले हैं
All right, well, very quickly, I'm going to get in, reactions from all of our studio guests on the numbers that we're seeing right now and how each of them are looking at these numbers. But before that, I want to quickly get in a reaction from Manish Kumar joining us from Raipur at the moment. Manish, if we look at the numbers at the moment, as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, it's 21 leads for the Congress, 20 for the BJP. So very neck and neck. Manish. All right, we'll try and go.
Obviously, the postal ballot trends are not showing, such a clean sweep for Congress. I have with me Congress Party spokesperson Shashi Bhushan Shukla. सर ये जो अभी तक के पोस्टल बैलेट के रुझान जो आ रहे हैं उससे तो लग नहीं रहा है कि काफ़ी नेक टू नेक लग रहा है
देखिए पोस्टल बैलेट के भी पूरे रुझान नहीं आए हैं उसके साथ अभी ईवीएम में नहीं खुला है अब पोस्टल बैलेट के रुझान में भी हम 44 सीटों पे आगे चल रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी मात्र 20 सीट में आगे चल रही है। जैसे जैसे ईवीएम खुलेगा, आप देखिएगा, हमने जो लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया था कि अब की बार 75 पार, हम उस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करेंगे। हम
लेकिन जो एग्जिट पोल के भी जो रुझान थे, उसके अनुसार जो नतीजे आए थे, उसके अनुसार पिछले बार के 2018 और 2023 में काफ़ी बीजेपी का परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी इम्प्रूव किया है।
देखिए, किसी भी एग्जिट पोल ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार नहीं बनाया था। एग्जिट पोल के नतीजे आने चालू हो गए हैं। सारे एग्जिट पोल ने भी कांग्रेस की सरकार बनाया था। एग्जिट पोल में भी हमारी सरकार बनेगी और हमारी सरकार उस मैजिक नंबर के साथ बनेगी जिस नंबर को लेकर हमने चुनाव अभियान चलाया था, 75।
So, Risika, Congress Party chief spokesman in Raipur is still confident that they will be able to repeat the 2018, performance. But obviously, as far as postal ballot trends are concerned, it is showing, like a neck-to-neck fight in Chhattisgarh as of now. But they are very confident, they are very hopeful that once the real EVM counting is on, they will be able to establish a clear-cut lead over their nearest rival, BJP. Risika.
Very interesting. I just want to very quickly tell our viewers that while we're looking at the leads in terms of numbers, as far as the heavyweights are concerned in Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Chauhan, Kamal Nath, Jayavardhan Singh, Prahlad Singh Patel, Narendra Singh Tomar, all leading at the moment. And that appears to be the case with all of the heavyweights, Ashok Gehlot, Sachin Pilot, Diya Kumari, Vasundhara Raje, Balaknath, all leading, but very interesting. I just want to point out here, Bhupesh Baghel in Chhattisgarh is actually trailing from Patan. Vijay Baghel is leading. We'll continue to get you all of those, big heavyweights and how they are faring as far as the postal ballot leads are concerned. But Pratibha is joining us at the moment, and I think she has a guest with her. Pratibha?
Yes, 2 minutes.
Yes, Pratibha.
Yes, I have with me Karnataka Minister K.H. Muniappa, who has come all the way down to Telangana. Sir, the leads pointing to Congress's victory, and how sure are you?
Yes, we are getting the majority. We will form the government. I have been there from the last 10 days. The people are in favor of the Congress party. The KCR rule has totally destroyed the Telangana progress. People realize now they are themselves as ready to vote for the Congress party. They voted, and we will definitely form the government, Congress party, our ideology, our programs. Whatever we have given in Karnataka, the same, more than that, we have assured, and those guarantees is going to be implemented.
But sir, there are also talks of Karnataka ministers flying all the way down to Telangana to protect the candidates of the Congress. Is there any kind of poaching that you expect?
No. Our people are well-matured people and dedicated people. They are loyal to the Congress party. There is no question is not arising. They are very sincere people. That will not arise in Telangana. Telangana, Congress leaders are united and MLAs also going to be united. There is no point of changes there.
So in case the numbers fall short, 60 being the magic number, what is the plan B of the Congress?
That point does not arise. We are going above 70, 75. That will not arise. Thank you.
So that was Mr. K.H. Muniappa talking to us, saying that they are absolutely sure of the majority for the Congress here. But then there is also speculation that Karnataka ministers have been flown down to Telangana, mainly to ensure that their candidates are protected here in Telangana.
All right, thanks very much. What we're going to do now is just take a look at where some of the heavyweights in this contest, we'll go from state to state, where exactly they're placed. Let's start off with Telangana. Again, quick reminder, these are very early days. These are ballots, postal ballots, which are coming in at this stage. But if you look at leads at this stage in Telangana, Itala Rajendra, the former finance minister of the BJP, is leading at this stage. Let's just take a look at some of the other ones. And this is really interesting. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, the sitting chief minister, presently trailing at a time when the BRS is expected to lose quite a significant number of seats. Akbaruddin Owaisi, the younger brother of Asaduddin Owaisi, the MIM, an important factor in the elections in Telangana, is leading at this stage from Chandragutta, and Raja Singh, a sitting MLA of the BJP, is leading from Gosha Mahal at this stage. Harish Rao, the nephew of K. Chandrasekhar Rao, also a cabinet minister, the important Siddipet is where he's running from and is leading over there. And KTR is leading. So KCR trailing KTR, the son of K. Chandrasekhar Rao, is leading from Sirsila. Again, this could quickly turn around in the case of all of the leaders. So KCR trailing at this stage may not mean very much. An important key leader of the Congress, the state Congress president Revant Reddy, leading from Kodangal.
Right. I just want to very quickly also, look at what's happening in Chhattisgarh, which is very interesting because Bhupesh Baghel, the sitting chief minister of Chhattisgarh, is actually trailing at the moment. Very interesting again. KCR trailing there in Telangana and Bhupesh Baghel trailing. But again, all of these come with a lot of health warnings. Raman Singh, former chief minister, yes, leading. He is, no one's projected faces as far as BJP is concerned, but is the former chief minister. T.S. Deo is also leading at the moment, the deputy chief minister, sitting deputy chief minister. Also, many people have asked whether he's in running for Bhupesh Baghel's job this time around. Amit Jogi is trailing, very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see how this actually, plays out in Chhattisgarh. As far as and again, we have one more lead that's coming in. Charan Das Mahant is also leading from the Congress. As far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, no surprises, Vishnu. All of the the political heavyweights seem to be in comfortable positions.
Yeah, let's just quickly go through these. Narendra Singh Tomar, the Union Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, a heavyweight certainly of the BJP, is leading right now. If you take a look at Narottam Mishra, another strong BJP leader from Datia, the Home Minister and six-time MLA in Madhya Pradesh, is leading as well. Shivraj Singh Chauhan hasn't been projected as the Chief Minister yet, but he is a huge factor as far as the BJP is concerned, leading again in Madhya Pradesh. Kamal Nath is leading. So there are no surprises so far in the state of Madhya Pradesh at this stage. We can turn our attention to Kailash Vijaywargiya, the last the BJP General Secretary, also in the lead right now. So let's turn our attention to the next state. Rajasthan, I believe, is what we can actually share details with. CP Joshi in Rajasthan. The Assembly Speaker is leading. Rishika?
Yes. If we just look at the overall numbers and quickly, I just want to get in reactions from everyone. Manisha Priyam, to you first. BJP leading narrowly, though, in Madhya Pradesh. Congress leading, at least at this moment, appears to be quite a significant lead as far as Rajasthan is concerned. Even in Telangana at the moment, the Congress lead significant. Chhattisgarh also, well, one can't really say significant, but the Congress leading. How are you looking initially, at around 840, how are you looking at these leads?
So I will just say that in the postal ballots, it appears there's a neck-and-neck fight. The BJP leads narrowly in the postal ballots ahead of the Congress in Madhya Pradesh. In Telangana, you have the Congress clearly leading in the postal ballots. And second, however, is the BRS and the BJP at a third position. More or less in terms of what the exit polls have predicted, the outcomes for Telangana will be like. But once again, these are just postal ballots. In Chhattisgarh, you have the Congress leading, but with a slender lead ahead of the BJP, and once again in alignment with what the exit polls have had to say. But most of this comes with the absolute statutory warning that this means nothing in terms of what the day ahead could look like. Let's still wait for what the verdict of the people is like. I would say that we also look for some sensational news from whatever news is coming in. From whatever news is coming in, it seems the one tall political leader, Bhupesh Singh Baghel, who was known to be the Chhattisgarh, he's trailing.
Yes.
And I think all the other important leaders who were supposed to even be in tight fights like Narendra Singh Tomar, but all the other chief ministerial contenders, all of them leading from whatever we can see. A Baghel leader from the Bharatiya Janata Party seems to be the person, Vijay Baghel, who seems to have given an early counter to Mr. Bhupesh Baghel. Once again, let's wait for what the day ahead has to tell us.
Rajat, you had a point to make. I'll just come to you in half a second. Yeah.
In Chhattisgarh, I think whomsoever, all reporters who met Amit Shah ji, he said that you're going to be up for a big surprise in Chhattisgarh. In fact, he was like all out betting in support for a massive upset in Chhattisgarh. Looks like if CM is trailing, there are certain signals or signs on the ground that not everything is cool with something which became almost like a fait accompli election. Chhattisgarh BJP wasn't even projected to have a chief ministerial phase. They had a weak organization for 4 or 5 years. But look at the results. BJP just stuck on to its promises and ensured that the anti-incumbency vote keeps getting aggregated around its own candidates. Plain, simple, vanilla election campaigning, and you see the results. Chhattisgarh BJP is doing significantly better than what anybody would have imagined.
In fact, with the others in the BSP not being factors earlier on, if this in a couple of hours from now is a trend which continues, then it's quite clear that the gains of the BJP are coming at the loss of the Congress party.
I think
Dr. Shastri,
adding our standard caveat that it is still postal ballots,
Yes.
I think 3 trends are visible. I think Madhya Pradesh is proving to be much closer than what was expected.
Which is
and
what
now
you'd
the
expected.
Congress has more leads in the postal ballot. In Rajasthan, clearly the BJP is ahead of the Congress. Chhattisgarh also, initially the BJP was ahead, but now the Congress is pulling forward. And Telangana also very clearly the trend shows the Congress is ahead. So what the exit polls seem to have projected,
By
at
and
least the
large.
postal ballots are showing that that is the trend.
Yeah, that's true.
Prima facie.
All right, let's go quickly across to NDTV's Aarti, who's not in the war room, but she's in another war room, which is our newsroom, even the bigger war room, as it were, with a lot of details on what you can actually pick up on ndtv.com. We are tracking every last aspect of this election. Aarti, go ahead.
That's right, Vishnu. Now let me take our viewers through what exactly they're going to see on ndtv.com. Firstly, on the very top, we have all the latest trends of the counting that's happening of late. Now, later you'll see, of course, the breakup, then the alliance, the leads in 2018, what the change, again, when it comes to each state. This is, of course, a graphical representation here that you'll see. Now, when you scroll further, you'll see the top stories, of course, election related from each state, and you'll also see the latest updates from every minute. So, of course, the latest, we're seeing how the heavyweights are doing, KCR is trailing, Raja Singh leading, KT Ramarao leading, that sort of thing. And this is, of course, a timeline of events that you're going to see. Now, this is another interesting aspect. On ndtv.com, you're going to see a heat map that will explain the change of seats from 2018 to 2023 here. You can just simply swipe and then you'll be able to see the change there on this map. Of course, each state we're tracking on the website. Here you're going to see heavyweights that you'll have to look out for in the elections. You're also going to see seat change. Of course, another graphical representation of the seat change there per state. Now in Rajasthan, again, you're going to see the heat map, the heavyweights, the seat change in Chhattisgarh as well. You're going to see how, in fact, you'll be able to get a better picture here in the heat maps as the time goes on today, as the counting continues. But of course, you'll be able to track it every minute on the website and in Telangana as well. All the interesting players that are contending, and you're going to see that for each state. You're going to also see a heat map and the timeline.
All right, Aarti, I'm just going to jump in quickly because we've got something important coming up. Rishika.
Yes, Kamal Nath is in fact speaking with the press. Let's just quickly listen in.
मैं कोई उलझन मैंने देखे नहीं। मुझे मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर पूरा विश्वास है कि वे अपना भविष्य सुरक्षित रखेंगे। ये सब 10:30 11 बजे
सर कितनी सीटों से इस बार लग रहा है?
ये सब सीट पीट तो आप मत गिनिए, पर हम बड़े आराम से।
सर बीजेपी के बड़े लीडर्स मध्य प्रदेश आ गए हैं।
वो आ गए हैं, बड़े लीडर्स का तो वोट चलता नहीं भाई, वोट तो पब्लिक का चलता है।
सर सरकार बन रही है,
आप लोग क्या करिएगा?
Can't help but notice at this point, you know, the difference in body language as far as Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh is concerned. Sandeep Shastri, would you agree? I mean, it was also awfully quiet where Digvijay Singh was. But
I think there is a sense of buoyancy and a sense of reluctance. You have the person who sees himself as the prospective Congress candidate, very confident, at least trying to show the supporters that we are on the way. Whereas Digvijay Singh being a little more reserved because I think not being a contender himself, he would prefer to play a more low-key role in this.
Let's get a reaction from Anila Singh of the BJP spokesperson. She's joining us. Anila Singh, we also have Lavanya Balal and I'll get her in as well. We saw early this morning, congratulations, Kamal Nath posters come up at the Congress office in Bhopal. Congratulations on becoming Chief Minister, a life-size poster that we were reporting from early this morning. What do you make of that? I mean, if you look at the early trends, it's still too early to call, but there are leads in favor of the Congress in Madhya Pradesh.
My Ram Ram to all, and definitely if we talk about any of the political parties, say per se Congress or Bharatiya Janata Party or any of the political party, the workers, they are always so excited and they want their party to win and form the government and their leader to be the chief minister of the state. So this is what Congress party workers are doing. So I do not have to comment on them because it is the excitement and all the party workers do that. But definitely the reality is that Bharatiya Janata Party is going to form government in Madhya Pradesh.
Okay.
So if they want to put the posters, they can do that. If they want to have momentary happiness, they can enjoy that. But long-term happiness is going to stay with Bharatiya.
Long-term happiness for the BJP. I wanted to go across to Lavanya for a quick reaction. I know it's early days, but even if it is early days, are you a bit surprised at Bhupesh Baghel trailing at this stage from Patan?
Vishnu, yes, it is a little surprising that he's trailing right now, but it is quite early in the day to decide which way this is going to go. So we will wait and watch. I think around 11 it should be very clear what's the result going to be for the state and the party. So it's quite okay. It is a little surprising. Yes, it is.
Right. Uma is also with us. Uma, very interesting if you look at, the heavyweights as far as Telangana is concerned. KCR continuing to trail as far as postal ballots are concerned. He's not going to be very happy.
See, KCR is contesting from both Gajwel and Kamareddy, and in Kamareddy, it's actually a very tough fight. It's a triangular fight actually between KCR, Revant Reddy, both of them chief ministerial candidates, should I say, chief minister and chief ministerial candidate. And the third one is Venkatram Reddy, who is in fact a very strong candidate of the BJP. And they had mounted a very strong campaign saying that both these people are outsiders, whether it is Revant Reddy or KCR, and also that you would require a bypoll again because both of them have their own primary constituencies and they are most likely going to give this up, and there is going to be a bypoll again. I'm the one who is a local and I'm going to stay with you, and therefore I should be the one who should be voted in. Also, there is a lot of goodwill among the youth and among the locals there because Venkatram Reddy is someone who has worked there for several years and known locally and known to be involving himself in a lot of social work and activities as well. So Kamareddy doesn't come as a surprise. I should say the overall trend of Congress actually looking much better than the BRS seems to be following what we have been saying, what the exit polls have been saying. Most of the exit polls have been predicting this kind of trend, and that's what is reflecting. And one other point that, among the government employees as well, many of who are casting this postal ballot, there was this anger about KCR not giving the pay revision commission promises that he had made, and many of them who I had spoken to were telling me that it was only during the Congress regime that we actually got the benefits. KCR made several promises but did not pay up. And the second part was that they also spoke about the fact that salaries were getting routinely delayed. Every month the salary would land up only after the 15th or 20th, and many of them had EMIs to pay and they were quite unhappy. So the trend does seem to reflect that kind of a mood, at least anger for the chief minister.
Yeah.
Okay, right. I believe Harsha is in fact speaking with CP Joshi at the moment. Let's listen in.
दिखाई दे रही है, और ईवीएम मशीन जब उसकी काउंटिंग शुरू होगी तो उसमें भी सबसे आगे भाजपा दिखाई देगी।
सीपी सर, जो मुख्य मुद्दे रहे हैं इस चुनाव में, उसके बारे में आप
दोबारा अगर विश्लेषण करें तो आपको क्या लगता है कि क्योंकि अब तो वोटिंग भी हो चुकी है, लोगों से भी आपने बात की है, क्या ऐसा मुद्दा रहा है जो वोटर को टच कर गया है?
देखिए, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है भाजपा और हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व आदरणीय मोदी जी के प्रति जनता का अटूट विश्वास। चाहे युवा हो, किसान हो, महिला हो, दलित हो, आदिवासी हो, गरीब हो, हर वर्ग का उनके प्रति जिस प्रकार से श्रद्धा है, अटूट विश्वास है, वो मैंने अपने जीवन में कभी किसी नेता के प्रति नहीं देखी। और यही अटूट विश्वास का परिणाम है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी यहाँ एक प्रचंड बहुमत की ओर अग्रसर हो रही है। और कांग्रेस ने जो 5 साल पहले चुन के आए, 5 साल कुछ नहीं किया, जो कहा जिस बात के आधार पर चुन के आए वो भूल गए और 5 वर्ष तक सिर्फ और सिर्फ भ्रष्टाचार और कुर्सी बचाने के अलावा कोई काम नहीं किया। और अंतिम 5 महीनों में कुछ योजनाएं, होर्डिंग और इसके माध्यम से अपना प्रचार प्रसार शुरू किया और उसके पीछे भी मेन मंतव्य यह था कि भ्रष्टाचार कैसे हो। मोबाइल खरीदने में भ्रष्टाचार, अन्नपूर्णा योजना में भ्रष्टाचार, तो जनता ने इनका असली चेहरा देख लिया।
सीपी जी, मैं एक चीज पूछना चाहूंगी, जैसे जो मोबाइल वाली योजना थी, अगर आप प्रॉमिस करते हैं कि इतने मोबाइल देंगे और कम देते हैं, तो कहीं कहीं आपको लगता है कि रिवर्स रिजेंटमेंट भी वोटर में पैदा हो जाता है कि नहीं मिला जो
कह कर नहीं देना। हाँ। और फिर का हम गारंटी कार्ड, आप 15 अगस्त 2023 को देखिए उनका बयान कि हम बाकी जो माताएं बहनें बची है उनको गारंटी कार्ड देंगे। कोई कोर्ट में गए, सरकार से पूछा आप क्या करने वाले हैं, 2 पेशी भी नहीं गए, तीसरी पेशी भी कहा आप कैसे करेंगे, आपका क्या फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट है, तो कोर्ट में सरकार लिख के देती है कि हमारा गारंटी कार्ड देने का कोई प्लान नहीं है। तो ये इनका असली चेहरा है कि आप चुनावी फायदों के लिए घोषणा करते हो, उसका आपके जनता के प्रति संवेदना नहीं है, उनका भला करना आपका लक्ष्य नहीं है। आपका लक्ष्य कैसे सत्ता में आ जाए और सत्ता का लाभ लें।
सीपी जी, एक और चीज है कि बागी, दोनों तरफ बागी हैं, आपके भी बागी हैं, उधर भी हैं। कल आपने रात को मीटिंग भी की थी, तो क्या बागियों से कुछ बातचीत हुई है?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मैं सोच रहा हूँ स्पष्ट बहुमत आ रहा है और 135 प्लस जो एक अनुमान है, जिस प्रकार का एक जनादेश पूरे प्रदेश में जाने को मिला, जो जनता का रुख दिखा और जो कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत थी और उनका फीडबैक था, उस आधार पर मैं कह सकता हूं कि स्पष्ट बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आ रहा है।
अगर स्पष्ट बहुमत आता है तो वाजिब है सवाल कि आपकी पार्टी से मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा?
ये पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड तय करेगा और वो जो भी तय करेगा और निश्चित रूप से प्रदेश के हित में होगा।
क्या आप भी हैं, क्योंकि आपने एक्चुअली कैंपेन को आप लोग ने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से, एक तरह से पिरो के रखा था, बहुत अच्छे से बुना है कैंपेन।
देखिए, हमने हमेशा हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व जो हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता थे प्रदेश के, उन सब का मार्गदर्शन लेते हुए, उनके मार्गदर्शन में सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने, पदाधिकारियों ने, जनप्रतिनिधियों ने एक टीम राजस्थान के रूप में काम किया। हमने कभी अपने आप को पीछे रखकर सारी हमारी लीडरशिप को आगे रख के काम किया और जो मेहनत की हमारे पार्टी के नेताओं ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने, जनप्रतिनिधियों ने, वो कल्पना से परे है। आज सुबह में 4:30 बजे लोगों को, हमारी मॉनिटरिंग टीम और लीगल सेल को फ़ोन करना शुरू किया, तो मुझे आश्चर्य हुआ कि सब लोग आगे अपनी नीचे की टीम को फ़ोन कर रहे थे। किसी को यह नहीं लगा कि उठाना पड़ा, वो स्वयं अपने काम में लगे हुए थे। तो ये डेडिकेशन, ये जज्बा, ये दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति, ये संकल्प भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं में दिखाई पड़ता है।
वसुंधरा जी आरएसएस निम्बाराम जी से मिलने भी गई थी।
हाँ, वो पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय उपाध्यक्ष हैं, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से हमारा एक वैचारिक संगठन।
The senior BJP leader CP Joshi over there speaking to my colleague Harsha Kumari Singh. It's all getting extremely interesting at this stage. These are postal ballots. Remember, those account for less than 0.5% of the total number of ballots. However, it is now about to be 9 a.m. In another hour or so, we'll start picking up trends, which we'll be looking at very closely because these will be more fixed trends. They'll be representing a larger number of votes, and therefore, a couple of hours after that, about 12 in the afternoon, we'll know where these elections are headed. For now, this short break.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time, or will the Modi magic
ट्रंप, गहलोत का जादू।
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel banks on welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress, which
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for being with us. It's going to be absolutely fascinating going forward. It already is fascinating. We've looked in the past, Maria, at all the exit polls, and the question is whether those exit polls are going to reflect what's going to take place. But 3 broad trends before, I hand over to you for a bit. Madhya Pradesh, what we are looking at now in terms of leads, these are postal ballots, very early. That caveat having been said, it's going to be close. Rajasthan, it appears to be favouring the BJP. Chhattisgarh, the Congress party appears to be ahead. In Telangana, the Congress party appears to be ahead. So in that sense, the postal ballots reflecting what a large number of exit polls had said.
Yes, so 1 hour and counting. Of course, it's postal ballot right now. But if you look at the broad trend, Telangana, the Congress is heading for a landslide. Clearly, 60 so far, BRS 25, BJP 9. A lot of concern for the BJP coming from the state of Telangana. The ruling BRS, could it really lose the state? The role that they played in creation of the state, youngest state of India, as we keep saying. Congress at 59, a huge jump for the Congress. A lead of 43, BRS 26, down by 44. But yes, Telangana, as we have been discussing, if the Congress were to win the state, it would mean that it would have the second state in southern India after Karnataka. Now, let's look at the big picture coming from Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Kamal Nath has already reached the Bhopal office of the Congress party. He sounded pretty optimistic, saying, Janadesh logo ka hota hai, not of politicians. So, 18 years of Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, what does it mean for the state? Kamal Nath himself is leading from Chhindwara, a constituency that he has represented, Vishnu, 9 terms in the Lok Sabha. And right now it is his son who is representing that constituency. Not much of a surprise that Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the incumbent chief minister, is leading from Budni. Again, a constituency that he has represented almost 7 to 8 terms, besides being an MP for a good 5 terms.
By and large, Maria, all the big BJP leaders, in fact, all the heavyweights in Madhya Pradesh are leading in their seats. The only surprise so far, and it was a surprise till even 2 or 3 minutes back, was Bhupesh Baghel in the state of Chhattisgarh, where he was actually not leading. He was not in the lead at that stage. But I wanted to go across to Zulfikar Ali at the Raipur Counting Centre, where he's reporting from. Give us an idea of what's happening over there. And Zulfi, have you been able to ask when will we move from postal ballots to rail ballots from a large number of people? How much more time?
I think it will take around 1, 2 and 1.5 hours, and it will be pictures will be clear. Now, first round has been completed, and in most of the seats in Raipur district, 7 seats are there in Raipur, 6 seats. So Raipur South, North, and Raipur West, and Raipur Rural. In only Raipur Rural, Congress party is leading, and 3 Raipur South, Raipur West, and these 3 seats are heading by BJP. we have to wait for more than 1.5 hours. Then the picture will be clear, because the first round counting is being done and second round counting in most of the counting center is being started. So that's why we can say we have to wait for some time. Now the picture is in a doubt, and but in all most of the counting centers the news is coming. So we can say that Congress is most of the leading in a place and BJP is in a back. So now we have to wait for some time. Then we can say who is heading in a Chhattisgarh. Yes.
That was Zulfikar Ali giving a quick update of what's happening in Raipur counting center. But if we were to look at the numbers coming from Chhattisgarh at the moment, let's be clear, it's just 1 hour into counting, Vishnu. So not really the complete picture.
No. Just very little. Less than zero. You know, Dr. Shastri was telling me less than 0.5% of the total number of ballots are the postal ballots which are being looked at right now.
In most of these constituencies, there would be around 13 to 14 rounds of counting.
Yeah, 13 to 14 rounds of counting. But, you know, trends end up being results because of electronic voting machines.
Yes.
I think, would that, Amitabh, be, you know, a factor, something to look at?
Postal ballots, you're saying?
No, two questions. Firstly, postal ballots are just a tiny proportion. What proportion are they? And number two, when do trends get translated into results? Because these are electronic voting machines, errors are minimal, right?
Yeah. So see, in Rajasthan, 4.66 lakh votes this time are postal ballot votes. But in a close contest in Rajasthan last time, the difference between Congress and BJP was only 1.78 lakhs. So it can play an important role.
Anurag, particularly if in the postal ballots, when OPS was a factor, then if the BJP and the Congress are at the same level, if you look at it, that's what the indication is, then which way is the wind blowing?
No, which way is the wind blowing is very difficult to say.
I saw all your tweets, Amitabh. You're saying that what, 2% here or there in all the states is going, including Chhattisgarh.
And in MP, 47,000 was the lead of BJP. The postal ballots were 3 lakh. On 10 seats, postal ballots decided which party is
so you haven't believed any exit poll. Essentially, you're saying it's going to be close across all 4 states.
All
and
the three,
tomorrow, Mizoram
all the
as
three
well.
in football analogy will go for extra time, and some may even go for a penalty shootout.
Please note, he has moved away from cricket analogy. He's right. He's now moved to football analogy. Because there's no point in cricket analogy. It hasn't worked for us.
And Vishnu, last time around in 2018, both Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, the counting went on till, it was a cliffhanger. So it went on till almost like 11 p.m., 10:30, 11 p.m. the final.
Madhya Pradesh, next day 5:30 a.m. when I was taking a flight to Bhopal.
Yes, I remember. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Your initial thoughts when you look at the screen, the NDTV screen, which is talking about all the states, which is the surprise band according to you?
None, actually. I think that we've been expecting that both Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh will be very close. And the postal ballots seem to be reflecting that, although postal ballots should not really be. I mean, I know that in the past, we have gone very wrong when we have made past judgment based on postal ballots. So I think we should refrain from passing judgment. But I do expect both Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan to be very, very close. Telangana, I think we're going to see a Congress sweep. And that, to my mind, is the most exciting election because, you know, out of nowhere, you're seeing a revival of the Congress.
Sure.
I mean, the Congress was virtually dead in the, Telangana, and suddenly you find that it's reviving. So
okay,
that
Aarti,
to me
half
is
a
a
sec.
big
Just
surprise.
wanted to quickly go across to Anurag Dwari, who joins us now with a very special guest. Anurag, go ahead.
Yes, Vishnu, we are inside the war room of the BJP, and if my camera person can show you with the captain of the BJP, that is V.D. Sharma, state BJP president, and as well as all the key players of MP BJP here. They are watching the news channels, they are getting the updates, and we will soon join by the president of state BJP, V.D. Sharma, because I mean, we all can understand all the media is here only and they want to talk to the the state BJP chief. So he will join us in just a few moments. And you can see the war room of the BJP. As I said, they are closely monitoring the TV screens as well as the reports coming in from the different districts. So we'll try and talk to V.D. Sharma, who is just talking to other media persons, and he is also getting updates from all other districts, because as of now the BJP is leading, and if this trend will continue, why this can bring cheers to the BJP headquarters, because this is the trend from the postal ballots. And if the government servants and if the seniors, we have with us V.D. Sharma ji. सर बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद और बहुत बहुत स्वागत है NDTV।
धन्यवाद, आपका भी मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत स्वागत है।
तो वीडी भाई, जो अभी ट्रेंड चल रहे हैं, आपको लगता है कि ये कंटिन्यू करेगा
और हम और ऐतिहासिक बहुमत के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर विकास और गरीब कल्याण, केंद्र राज्य सरकार की योजना, डबल इंजन की सरकार ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री के नेतृत्व में जो काम हुआ, और हर गरीब के जीवन को बदलने का अभियान, सबका साथ सबका विकास सबके विश्वास के मंत्र को मध्य प्रदेश ने प्रभावी तौर पर जो भूमिका निभाई, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आपने देखा होगा कि 64 लाख प्रधानमंत्री आवास, 3 करोड़ 62 लाख आयुष्मान कार्ड, 5 लाख रुपए के प्रधानमंत्री जी को घर गरीब को इलाज कराने का अधिकार दिया मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर। तो लाडली बहना योजना जो 1 करोड़ 31 लाख बहनें,
तो आप भी मानते हैं कि लाडली बहनें गेम
एक नहीं, केंद्र राज्य सरकार की योजनाओं का इंपैक्ट, गरीबों के जीवन को बदलने का अभियान। अगर 1 करोड़ 36 लाख लोग गरीबी रेखा से ऊपर मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर आते हैं, तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की योजना के साथ और हमारी मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार ने जो काम किया उसके साथ,
पर बहुत सारे
सभी योजनाओं का इफेक्ट।
पर बहुत सारे एग्जिट पोल अलग अलग रुझान दिखा रहे थे, कुछ कह रहे थे कांग्रेस सत्ता में आएगी, कुछ बीजेपी को सत्ता में बता रहे हैं
कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऐतिहासिक बहुमत के साथ आगे बढ़ रही है।
तो आप भी मान रहे हैं कि अगर पोस्टल बैलेट में आप आगे हैं तो फिर आगे ईवीएम?
अरे 100% आगे बढ़ेंगे और ऐतिहासिक बहुमत से सरकार बनाएंगे।
पर आपको भी लगता है कि जो गोंडवाना गणतंत्र बसपा वगैरह ने भी सेंध लगाई होगी कांग्रेस में, या आपको लगता है सिर्फ आपकी योजनाओं
का? भारतीय जनता पार्टी में तो हम देख रहे थे कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की रैलियां जब चल रही थी, तो जनता का जो जनसैलाब था और जनता का आशीर्वाद जिस प्रकार से दिखाई देता था। माननीय अमित शाह जी मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर एक रणनीतिक हिस्से के साथ दौरे कर रहे थे, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि मुझे विश्वास है कि संगठन की ताकत के बल पर हम इस बार मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर ऐतिहासिक बहुमत की सरकार बनाएंगे और उस दिशा में हम आगे
अब आपका अनुमान बता दीजिए।
अभी तक की सर्वाधिक सीटें जीतेंगे अमित शाह जी ने, जो मैं कहा था कि 150 से ऊपर हम जाएंगे, मुझे लगता है कि हम उस लक्ष्य से भी ऊपर जाएंगे।
Okay, so the BJP state president is quite confident that they will get more than 160 seats here in Madhya Pradesh. Vishnu?
V.D. Sharma, in that organization reshuffle which happened in Madhya Pradesh and overall in the BJP, was sent to the state not very long back. Anurag, really appreciate your time for getting us those visuals from inside the BJP war room in Bhopal. BJP in initial numbers has reasons to cheer. Before Vishnu takes the big graphics on the wall, Shankar Iyer is joining us live. We also have Harish Khurana in the studio, is Geeta Bhatt as well. But before I get the guests, Vishnu, over to you.
All right, thanks, Maria. Thanks very much. Let's just take a look on our big screen on some of the key developments over here. Once again, Ryder, that what you are going to see just represents a fraction of the counting of the ballots, as it were. But it is all fairly interesting stuff, and then we're going to sort of project this onto the stage. Where are some of these leads actually coming across from? So let's start with Madhya Pradesh, and you saw the state president of the BJP over there being extremely confident based on what the BJP is actually doing. But if you look at some of the regions, this is the Bundelkhand region that we're looking at. The BJP up 5 to 20, the Congress down 3. So in this region, in postal ballots which are coming in, it appears that the BJP is doing quite well. Let's take a look at the Chambal region next in Madhya Pradesh. That's to the north of Madhya Pradesh. The BJP again doing well, and it's coming at the expense of the Congress. Perhaps we haven't got the others with us, but it is essentially these two parties. The Congress down 6 at this stage. Mahakoshal, if we take a look at the Mahakoshal region to the southeast of Madhya Pradesh, again, it's the BJP which is doing well. The Congress would be worried by this. They may actually say that, look, these are postal ballots and they don't really have any bearing, and that argument may well prove to be correct. But as far as the BJP is concerned, this is going to actually translate into something substantial, because they say, why are you discounting postal ballots, they do reflect a mood or a sense of what is happening in the state. So we've got leads now in 66 of 88 seats in Madhya Pradesh. Let's take a look at the Malwa region. This is the huge region in the west of Madhya Pradesh. It is going to, in terms of the number of seats, the largest number of seats, it is going to have a definitive say as far as these elections are concerned. The BJP and the Congress. Now, this is interesting. Again, don't want to get ahead of ourselves. The Congress ahead of where it was last time, the BJP down one. So even Stevens over here, common belief would have been that it is in this region where the Congress would need to do extremely well to overcome the BJP, or either party for that matter would need to do well. It's equal over there, not so elsewhere. The western Madhya Pradesh, the only region, the Malwa region, where it's equal. Everywhere else, as we see in these numbers, by and large, the BJP ahead, not so much here. I should correct myself. In this particular area, Vindhya Pradesh, the Congress ahead of the BJP. All right, we're going to turn our attention now to Rajasthan, 56 of 64, Eastern Rajasthan. Many believe that Eastern Rajasthan and what finally happens here will have a decisive outcome as far as the elections in Rajasthan are concerned. It is relatively close, but the BJP has gained substantially in this area, up 90 in postal ballots at this stage. Let's just go through some of the other areas over here. Leads are now in for 41 of 48 seats at this particular juncture in the Marwar region, where the BJP is up 8, the Congress down 6. The gap over here is substantial between the two. And the others down 2. Others are important. An hour back, we were bringing you news about how both the Congress and the BJP were reaching out to potential rebels or rebels. We also told you in the context of Telangana, our colleague Uma Sudhir, saying that the BRS has actually booked out a 5-star hotel. So we'll come to that in a while. A look now at the north of Rajasthan, 39 seats here, 35 of 39 is where the leads are coming in from. No change for the Congress party over here. The BJP up 2. So let's just turn our attention after this. Let's just go straight across now to NDTV's Harsha Kubari Singh, who joins us now. Harsha, as far as postal ballots, Harsha, are concerned, it really depends on who you ask. So for the BJP, which is doing well in many of the areas in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan, they'll say, no, postal ballots are it. It reflects a mood. The Congress would argue that, no, that's not the case. Very early days. Where you're standing right now, what are you sensing?
Well, I am at CP Joshi's residence, Vishnu, and you're talking about postal ballots. Remember, OPS was supposed to be a game changer for the Congress. So if you're talking about postal ballots and government employees, then definitely, if there is the OPS, if it's helped them, that should actually reflect in the postal ballots. But I'm here at CP Joshi's residence. They've already given us laddus to eat, and they've also given us, there's breakfast on offer for everybody, all the media crews who are here. And CP Joshi had met us a little while ago. Just quickly, आज सुबह गोविंद देव जी से लड्डू आए हैं.
गोविंद देव जी को लड्डू चढ़ाए गए थे और सभी हमारे जो कार्यालय के साथी थे उनका मन था तो मोती डूंगरी गणेश जी और भगवान के जो सबसे पहले भोग धराया और उसी को सबको प्रसाद के रूप में दिया जा रहा है.
So I've been given a big fat laddu this morning, Vishnu. I hope it keeps me going through the day. But yes, the mood is definitely upbeat here at CP Joshi's residence. Remember, CP Joshi and Gajendra Singh Shekhawat are the backroom boys. They're not fighting this election, but they are the ones who actually strung a very difficult election together, brought all those, different leaders on board and got them to cohesively fight this election. Of course, the High Command plays its role, but on the ground, to get your different leaders with, who are, sort of satraps in their own right, to get them to fight this election cohesively together was a big challenge. And somewhere CP Joshi's mild manners, his mild personality, and Gajendra Singh Shekhawat's organizational skills definitely helped. So the mood is definitely upbeat here at the BJP headquarters. I've tried to meet some of the Congress leaders, but as of now, they're not surfacing. Doors are closed, and let's see, we will definitely speak to them as the day progresses.
And Harsha, NDTV is the go-to channel there. I can see the screen right behind you. So elections mean NDTV, and that's the reason why, because the numbers are very, very carefully being put out on the screen just for our viewers. Vishnu, it's important to specify that, and people are turning to NDTV because, you know, Harsha, you can see that also behind Harsha. Harsha, but a quick word on Baba Balaknath, an important constituency. He's seen as Yogi Adityanath of Rajasthan, but is he leading or is he trailing? In fact,
well, you know, that was one seat that everybody as looking out for, because, you know, remember in the opinion polls, his name definitely showed up as a CM likely, as the likelihood or you know, CM success for what people feel about him. So definitely, I mean, Baba Balaknath had, you know, record polling also. It went well above 80. Now, he has a challenge from an independent there, but we are given to understand that he is leading and he's likely to pull it through also. So Baba Balaknath definitely face to watch out for, and you know, in this entire caste arithmetic, perhaps Baba Balaknath could well be you know, the answer to what the BJP is looking at to beat the pulls and tensions of you know, caste politics in Rajasthan.
All right, Harsha, thanks very much for being with us. We'll come back to you in a little while. I wanted to turn our attention to Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, but I also wanted to, before we go across to these graphics, I just wanted to quickly go across to Aarti and look at one of the important issues. The ST vote, in just a little while, the ST vote is obviously going to be a key factor in these elections. And just before this all happened, in the state of Jharkhand, the Prime Minister on the 15th of November announced a 24,000 crore scheme, the particularly vulnerable tribal groups mission. Now, in terms of what happened last time around, there was this huge push which took place in Madhya Pradesh. In ST seats, the BJP lost 15 seats, the Congress gained 15. So how is this BJP scheme a key attempt at trying to reverse that or fix that?
So, you know, you're absolutely right about the ST vote, particularly in the Bastar area of, you know, sorry, in the Bastar area of Chhattisgarh and in Madhya Pradesh, both these states. You know, the BJP has been making a fairly concerted push over the last couple of years in both these states to woo the tribals. The Congress, on the other hand, whatever they had gained 5 years ago amongst the tribals, somehow the Congress has not been able to really consolidate and build on that. And, you know, what the reports we were getting from the ground was that the BJP is actually gaining in the tribal areas of both these states. And, you know, that could be one of the reasons why exit polls have put the BJP ahead, you know, particularly in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh, to give the Congress a good fight.
Right.
You know, it was, I mean, Chhattisgarh was supposed to be a walkover for the Congress, but suddenly you found that the BJP is actually, you know, challenging the Congress
it's quite
and putting up a good
in terms
fight.
of what we've seen so far also, that, you know, there is you know, I mean, the BJP is not doing all that badly at all in that region. I just wanted to introduce two of our guests, Adil Singh Boparai with us at this stage. And we'll just come across to you, Adil, in just a moment from now. But I wanted to go across and take a look at what the overall sense, what Aarti was talking about in Chhattisgarh was. So the Congress is down 13 in Chhattisgarh at this region. The BJP is up 20. Again, early days, all of that. But it is interesting because for those who felt that at no stage would Chhattisgarh be a fight as far as the BJP was concerned, no, it is very much a fight, at least in this segment of voters. 39 of 42 in central seats. These are trends, of course, in central. This is north right now. BJP at 16, the Congress at 16. But the significant number over here is the BJP up 11, the Congress down 8. And finally, let's take a look at southern Chhattisgarh. The BJP up 5, the Congress at 10. Difference between the two. Remember, the Congress had done very well in the last elections, but it is down 5 at this stage. Let me just quickly go across to Adil Singh Boparai for a quick comment on what we are seeing in Chhattisgarh. Are you disappointed? Number one. Number two, Bhupesh Baghel, Adil, was actually not doing well. He was trailing some time back. So how exactly is the Congress party seeing what are very clearly early stages?
Well, Vishnu, our indications are that the Congress is leading on 53 seats and the BJP is leading on 33 seats when it comes to Chhattisgarh. So perhaps there may be a discrepancy in the updation of your data. Having said this, the BJP's machinations have failed. Let's not forget that the BJP sent their frontal asset, the ED, days before the elections, and the results are to the contrary. So therefore, we are very, very hopeful and confident. Let me underline this expression. We are confident of returning to power with over 60 seats in Chhattisgarh. Point number one. Point number two, even in Telangana, you see a complete collapse of the corrupt BRS government. In fact, the incumbent chief minister is trailing from his own seat. So therefore, even Telangana, I think the initial indications, the trends are very, very comprehensive. Now, returning to Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, I do feel that it's a neck-to-neck fight as of now, as per the data which is coming out. But we'll get a clearer picture by about 11:30 because it's literally it's the same number of leads in both these states for each of the parties.
Harish Khurana of the BJP, thanks for your patience, Harish. My question certainly would be on the numbers that are coming from Madhya Pradesh, really, really promising for the BJP, but also even Rajasthan looks pretty good in terms of the two cow belt or Hindi belt areas, if these numbers actually hold and they stabilize.
See, if you see the numbers, we are pretty confident about Chhattisgarh also. If you see it's 1 hour time, you will see a reversal in Chhattisgarh also, and we believe the mood of BJP Karyakartas are upbeat, and we are pretty confident that we are going to win all 3 states. Apart from Telangana, we will be doing very well, and you will see in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh, BJP is going to form the government, which indicates Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan in your data, in your things. BJP and in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh are coming in, but yes, as far as BJP is concerned, we are confident about Chhattisgarh also.
In Madhya Pradesh in particular, it's a gap of 26 seats between the Congress and the BJP. So it's certainly not that swing of just, vote share gap of just 1 to 2%. It could be bigger than that.
See, if you see in Madhya Pradesh, everybody was saying that BJP is coming into power, and we also believe that because we have done a lot of work. And believe me, Madhya Pradesh will be a new Gujarat now, that the Congress will not be able to make inroads in Madhya Pradesh. That is, we are pretty sure about that. Trust me, Madhya Pradesh will be a new Gujarat.
Okay, Badri Narayan, please take that question. A gap of now 24 seats between the two sides.
Yeah, I think, Maria, this gap which we are seeing now maybe become lesser or maybe become closer also. It is very clear that that BJP is leading, but it is still, I think we should wait for the EVS counting, and if this happen, if this kind of result comes, and BJP goes or makes the government in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, it means they have still very strong influence in Hindi mind of the Hindi party. Hindi is not right word, Hindi party. Because the largest state among these 5, largest population contains by these 2 states. On the other hand, Congress is going to take Chhattisgarh and the Telangana, which may be the symbolic representation of the South, and also a small part of the Hindi heartland. So I think it's still the same narrative that BJP is still influential in the Hindi party, and that may change the map of the elections in the.
Okay, Badri Narayan ji, we'll come back to you a little later on this program. I just wanted to quickly go across to my colleague Manish Kumar, who's been tracking developments in Chhattisgarh. Manish, give us an idea of what's happening around you. The BJP is clearly giving a fight. Yes, early days. Is that unexpected for the Congress?
No, it was much, it's on the expected line, Vishnu, but I would like to show you some footage here, some live shots from here. There are some RJD workers who have come from all the way from Bihar, who are distributing sweets, and there are some local Chhattisgarh Congress workers also. They are, hopeful that even though they won't be able to retain the last time number of seats, they have got even fish also, which is considered very auspicious. And but they will be able to form the government eventually. Once again, I would like to give a disclaimer that it's too early. The trends by 10:30, 11 will stabilize, and by that time you will be able to conclude that which way the wind is blowing. But as of now, based on the postal ballot and the early trends from not almost all the consensus, Congress is hoping that they will be able to retain the government, if not all the seats which they won last time. Vishnu.
Manish, thanks very much. We're going to quickly go across to Sunil Prabhu. He's at the Congress headquarters. Sunil, early days at this moment, but what exactly are some of the Congress leaders saying? Go ahead.
Well, it's initial days, but the bands have started here. The celebrations continue. This is really Rahul Gandhi's as well as Priyanka Gandhi's, they call themselves the Sena, somebody who's been spearheading it. अभी तक तो मध्य प्रदेश नहीं आ रहा है।
देखिए, एग्जिट पोल और रुझान ये सरकार की देन है और परिणाम राहुल गांधी के फेवर में आएगा। थोड़ा समय का इंतजार करना पड़ेगा। 5 राज्य है, किसान जीतेगा, जवान जीतेगा, महिला जीतेगी, ऑटो वाला ड्राइवर जीतेगा, ट्रक का ड्राइवर जीतेगा, कुली जीतेगा, हिंदुस्तान जीतेगा, क्योंकि राहुल गांधी पर भरोसा कर रहे हैं। जनता के बीच में राहुल गांधी हैं, राम के प्यारे राहुल गांधी हैं, हनुमान के दुलारे राहुल गांधी हैं, सच्चाई के साथ राहुल गांधी है। मैं समझ सकता हूँ आज लंका दहन होगा और 2024 में रावण दहन कर दशहरा और दिवाली मनाई जाएगी।
खड़गे साहब भी काम किया खाली राहुल गांधी ने
नहीं, खड़गे तो हमारे नेता हैं, पर राहुल गांधी भी हमारे लीडर हैं। राहुल गांधी जो मेहनत करें, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा, खड़गे भी साथ थे, प्रियंका जी भी साथ थी, हम भी साथ थे, हम सब इकट्ठे हैं, पर नेता हमारा देश का प्रधानमंत्री राहुल गांधी होगा।
कुछ लोग कहेगा कि आपने बैंक शुरू कर दिया, अभी तक तो मध्य प्रदेश नहीं आया, खाली ये इनिशियल ट्रेंड है, खाली तेलंगाना और ये।
मैं कह तो रहा हूँ, विद्यार्थी हैं, परिणाम पेपर अच्छे दिए, परिणाम भी अच्छे आएंगे, IAS बनेंगे, IPS बनेंगे, दानिश नहीं बनेंगे। कांग्रेस का परचम लहराएगा 5 राज्य में, जब परिणाम आएंगे तो राहुल का झंडा फहराएगा।
So here you have it, Vishnu. The celebrations have started here. I don't know whether this is overconfidence, but as you are well aware, these are initial phases, and we'll have to wait and watch and see how things play out. But definitely the mood being extremely upbeat here at the Congress headquarters.
Rare visuals coming in from the Congress, but we have seen that more and more.
Did you see the fish in Raipur? Was it with Manish? Some JDU workers landed up over there with RJD workers with fish.
Yeah. Fish is good news, Geeta, but fish
right
is क्या बोलते हैं, शुभ होता है।
जी, yes, definitely.
That was
especially
one big
not
fish.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
Very cool the way that poor big fish was, put into a narrow bucket.
I just want to quickly go across to Shankar Iyer as well, and then go across to Geeta ji in a moment. Shankar Iyer, I mean, if you take a look at Madhya Pradesh, and this is a statistic from last time around, which is interesting. In 2018, 33 seats were won by a wafer-thin majority, right? Less than 2%. If you consider that majorities up to 5% are close, are marginal, then almost a third of victories in 2018 were in that category. Therefore, the question is, how would seats with small majorities or wafer-thin margins actually potentially define these elections in MP?
Well, the campaign has been pretty intense. On both sides.
I think you're just unmute yourself, Shankar. I think we want to hear you. We don't want you to be silent. Go ahead, Shankar Iyer. We'll come to we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I was saying is that the campaign has been very intensive. You would have seen that on the ground, those who reported on it. For both the parties, it's a kind of existential thing. The BJP wants a succession plan to be in place there. The Congress is fighting for revival. So it's natural for the trends to be close. The way I look at this election, the interesting facet could be in Madhya Pradesh. One should look at what is happening in the Sindhya belt. How many of the seats that he had won last time are coming back? How many of the seats that are being influenced by the contest of national BJP leaders? In Rajasthan, I'm looking at what is happening in the eastern belt and the 3Ms, basically Marwar and in Telangana, what is happening in the northern side, and in all the states, the interesting thing would be to look at how the Dalit and tribal votes are moving, particularly the tribal.
Yes, that shift that you're talking about, the tribal votes, if we were to look at Bundelkhand in particular, what had happened in 2018, Shankar and Geeta, but also Wayne on this particularly, we had seen a vote percentage gap between the BJP and the Congress roughly around 5%, Vishnu. And the seat conversion was the BJP managed to win 20 and the Congress had won 10. Right now, Bundelkhand appears to be going the BJP way. Similarly, in Chambal, it's 41.3. That is what the Congress had got last time around. A huge gap of almost like 7 to 6% between the Congress and the BJP. They had won 24 seats in 2018. But now, that again, that region of Chambal is not bringing good news for the Congress party. So, you know, Geeta, if we were to look at that influence, we have been talking about the Scindia factor in Gwalior-Chambal belt. If this number actually holds, like Chambal, there's a gain of good 9 seats for the BJP now, and the Congress down by 8, that means Scindia is a factor.
Well, yes, definitely, Mr. Scindia, you know, he in this area, he had his political presence earlier also when he was with Congress, and once he moved to BJP, we saw that a large number, you know, of the MLAs who moved with him, they again recontested, and most of them, they again won the seat.
Yes, in the by-polls, yes.
So, in the by-polls. Yes. Now, if we look at the overall picture, which Vishnuji was also mentioning in terms of, especially if we look at Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh together.
And we were talking about Jyotiraditya Scindia. In fact, he's speaking. Let's listen in, and I'll come back to you, Geeta Bhatt.
शाबाशी की बैनर्स पोस्टर्स लगवा रहे थे और मैंने सदैव कहा था कि नतीजे का इंतज़ार करो। तो मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जनता का आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगा और समूचे मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को मैं नमन करता हूं और अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, अंतिम नतीजे तक हम लोग इंतज़ार करें, पर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बहुमत नहीं लेकिन पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ बनी। अब मैंने आपको सदैव कहा मैं ज्योतिष नहीं हूँ, तो मैंने कहा है बहुमत नहीं संपूर्ण बहुमत के साथ सरकार।
क्या कारण मानते हैं जनता का इतना समर्थन मिला है, क्या वजह है?
मैंने यही कहा कि हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार, प्रधानमंत्री जी का नेतृत्व, प्रदेश में हमारी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाएं, इन सभी के आधार पर हमारा जनता के साथ एक व्यक्तिगत और हृदय का संबंध, सुशासन की सरकार, यही कारण है। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि
दिग्विजय सिंह 2 दिन से आपको अटैक कर रहे हैं। कल भी उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे पास सिंधिया जैसे नहीं है, हमारी कांग्रेस नहीं टूटेगी, हॉस्टेडिंग नहीं होगी।
उनके हर एक बद्दुआ का मैं स्वागत करता हूं और दिग्विजय सिंह जी को मैं अपने तरफ से, अपने दिल की गहराइयों से मैं उनको शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं।
ठीक है, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
9:36, and the trend that is coming in, particularly from Madhya Pradesh, as you heard from the Civil Aviation Minister, and an important figure, particularly in that Chambal Gwalior belt. He's saying that he's not a Jyotish, but he's Jyotir, as is his name, so he'll wait for the results. But Congress at 100, initial trends, of course, this is after the first round. Let's be clear, there's 12 more rounds to go. BJP at 124. Geeta Bhatt, please continue with your point.
While listening to Mr. Scindia, I was reminded of, since he was talking about how the Congress leaders, they have been making some nasty comments on him, how Priyanka Vadra had, just at the time before the campaigning was closing, how she had made some very bitter remarks on him and personal remarks on him, and how it has played with the people of that area, of the Chambal area, that we will see once the results are announced. I was talking about the comparison between Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, considering that, anti-incumbency is something by default that plays its role. And in Madhya Pradesh, it is almost, 1.5 decades of rule of BJP. And in comparison, vis-a-vis, if we look at Chhattisgarh, under Mr. Bhupesh Baghel for the last 5 years. But if you look at the comparison between the trends, in Chhattisgarh, we can see that BJP is doing
pretty well for, in comparison to how when the campaign had started and how the Bharatiya Janata Party was projected as that they won't be able to gain much strength over there. And vis-a-vis, if we look at Madhya Pradesh, there, even after 1.5 decades of rule, at present it is still showing that there is a fight. Congress is giving a fight, but it is not that they have been able to gain any kind of an edge. So definitely that shows that the large number of welfare policies in Madhya Pradesh, especially women related, they have had a very positive impact, and also that a large number of leaders in Madhya Pradesh who are member of parliamentary union, cabinet ministers, they are contesting. So that also, that ripple effect when leaders like these are being contested, being fielded in MLA seats, that also has a ripple effect over the seat that has been allotted in the nearby areas also.
All right, I just wanted to, Geeta ji, go across to Amitabh for a quick moment. We were looking at various parts of Madhya Pradesh. We looked at Bundelkhand and Chambal. I just wanted to bring up that graphic on the Malwa region, and just let's take a look at what that situation presently is. The Malwa region is absolutely critical because the large number of seats are from this area, 88 seats in the Malwa region. Last time around in 2018, the vote share between the BJP and the Congress was less than 1%. The Congress had 45, the BJP 40. At this stage, it's 49-37. Again, lots of riders, we keep saying that. So, Amitabh, if you look at these numbers, how would you actually analyze this? Malwa defines usually who wins Madhya Pradesh.
Yeah, so whoever wins Malwa wins MP. So Malwa Nimad, this is Malwa Nimad. Nimad 28 seats, ST belt. So which means that the Congress had won 20 out of 28 seats. Which means that the tribal outreach you were speaking,
which we were referring to, may potentially have had an impact.
And the free ration distribution increase of 5 years again, and the Ladli Behna scheme seem to be working in the Nimad region. Now the Malwa is hotbed of agriculture crisis. Last time the Mandsaur firing incident happened in this place, which also means that the PM Kisan Nidhi and the promises of the farm loan waiver of Congress party amongst the voters may not be working, because in Malwa BJP seems to be gaining. And in Mahakoshal it is losing. It's Kamal Nath's area. Congress party is trailing in Mahakoshal.
Are they?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And that's right.
And
no, they're up at the moment. This is the latest.
Yeah,
thing.
but they are.
But they're down 3.
They are down 3. It is his
BJP
area.
Up 4.
His area, and Chambal, because of the Scindia factor, Congress party is gaining, and sorry, the BJP is gaining.
Yes, but talking specifically about Malwa, but because that's a substantive ST and ST vote there, the tribal and the Dalit vote. Come in on this, Badri Narayan. Let's talk about it. What is it that the BJP may have done right if they were to win this Malwa region?
I think not only Maria region, entire this Chambal and the Bhind, the SC votes are very important, and in Malwa ST specifically. So why this shift is happening? No, BSP had a strong vote in this region, and BSP is declining. It's nowhere, I think, in this election. Result which has yet come. So I think the two things is very important. One is this Garib Kalyan Yojana played very important role in attracting Dalits towards BJP. Secondly, recently the announcement and the founding pillar stone of the Ravidas temple in Sagar, led by the Prime Minister Modi, that attracted a lot to Dalit voters. And they are seeing that something is going on for their identity. So the identity and development at the both level, BJP is trying to move Dalit voters, SC voters, and because of
that, Narayan, in the context of Labhartis,
we see
that would be fair to say that it's largely the Labhartis that we are looking at.
Labharti and the identity of making the statue of the Ravidas temple in Sagar. That matters for Dalit and marginal communities.
I actually wanted to focus a little bit, sir, and I'm going to go up to the screen now on the ST sort of situation, because this is very, very important in the context of Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. Why is it important? Because we've been discussing this, and it's worth discussing once again. The Prime Minister on the 15th of November announced a massive 24,000 crore scheme. He announced it in Jharkhand, but the impact quite clearly meant for both Chhattisgarh and for Madhya Pradesh, where the tribal vote is so very important. This is for the particularly vulnerable tribal groups mission. That is what it is called. And so if we look at ST seats in Madhya Pradesh so far, there are leads in for 45 or 47. The BJP is up at 2. The Congress is down to, again, fairly narrow at this stage. But I think the question I wanted to ask RP Singh at this stage is that what the BJP has really been targeting in Chhattisgarh and in Madhya Pradesh? That for you to make inroads in both states, you have to get the arithmetic right as far as reaching out to the ST category. Is that what you believe may be happening?
Well, it's not only arithmetic, it's chemistry also. Both put together works. Sure. And wrapped with our cultural ideology also, which works together. Fact is that the schemes of the Prime Minister, which is the Garib Kalyan scheme, which has worked tremendously in all 3 states. Even in Chhattisgarh, although we are trailing as per you, but we are somewhere around 36, 37 seats, which is almost more than double the last time number. So just wait for another 2 hours. I'm very hopeful that we'll cross the midway mark in Chhattisgarh also.
You know, Vishnu,
but yes,
you made that point, and it's very interesting, and I'll take that question also to RP Singh about Prime Minister campaigning in Jharkhand, but the impact being felt there.
Being felt in 2 states. Absolutely. Potentially. Huge.
Right? Similarly, he was in some other place and the impact is being felt in Rajasthan also.
In fact, we should pull up the Chhattisgarh. If we can pull up the Chhattisgarh graphic on STs, but carry on, Maria, with your point.
So the point again about Rajasthan, we saw that Prime Minister was in Mathura. And the impact is being felt in Rajasthan. What exactly is happening? So ये जो कहीं पे इशारे, कहीं पे निशाने जो चल रहे हैं, RP Singh, it's not without a reason that the Prime Minister visits a place on the last day or on the day of the campaigning. On the day the campaigning ends and a day before the polling.
Maria, अगर किन्हीं पुण्य आत्माओं की पुण्यतिथि की तारीख हो तो उसको तो बदल नहीं सकते. And these are much programs which are pre-decided much in advance. Even before the Election Commission decides the date of their polling and detailing of the Election Commission.
Sure.
But fact is that yes, Prime Minister went to Mathura and then for Mirabai and in Jharkhand also. Obviously, his message there has some effect on the states also.
Okay, RP Singh, hold that thought. I just wanted to go across to Aarti for a moment. Aarti, we were looking at the ST seats. Let's bring up the ST seats in Chhattisgarh as well. We were talking about how the scheme of the center of the BJP, which was announced in Jharkhand, might have an impact. Maria making the point that let's see what happens in Chhattisgarh. Look at the impact it is potentially having in Chhattisgarh. The Congress down 10 in a state where the number of reserve seats for Chhattisgarh for ST is extremely high in Chhattisgarh. In the ST category, down 10 is the Congress at 15 and the BJP is up 11. How would you look at this?
And Vishnu, just to add to the point that you're making, because the gain that is coming from the BJP is coming from the area close to Jharkhand.
Right, it is. But I suspect it would be all across the state with something as large as this.
North and South.
Aarti, go ahead.
No, so I don't think it's just the announcement that the PM made. I'm sure the PM's announcement did have an impact, but it's not just that. There has been sustained outreach by the BJP and RSS amongst tribals over the last 5 years, especially after what happened in 2018, and they saw the tribal vote shift so decisively towards the Congress. There has been sustained outreach. It's been silent, quiet, but they have been working. And the Congress, on the other hand, somehow, it doesn't seem to have that ability for micromanagement of groups.
What was their core voter base in Chhattisgarh?
Yes, absolutely.
The ST community, huge in terms of numbers, in terms of seats in that state.
But they don't seem to have that capacity for work on the ground that the BJP and RSS display. And which is why this election has turned out to be so fascinating, because it was supposed to be, you know, a walkover in Chhattisgarh for the Congress, a walkover for the Congress.
And it's anything but that. There is no
but it's anything but that. What the final results will be, I don't know. But it is turning into a contest. And I, you know, really would say that it is a huge commentary on the BJP's you know, network, organizational skills,
and election
management,
winning machine, they are called.
And election,
you know, because the last mile push that we have seen.
But the Congress somehow doesn't
No, but
seem
you
to
know,
have
Maria,
that,
the point
you know?
that Aarti mentions, I think, is really interesting. She says it's not just the scheme announced in Jharkhand, which could be resulting in the ST vote changing. It is because the Congress has perhaps taken for granted that
that they will be coming back.
And the BJP has worked at it. You had a point to make.
Yes, Congress had swept 25 out of 29 last time.
That's right.
Religious conversion is a big issue. Religious conversion is a big issue in these districts, which the BJP has been raising for the past 5 years. Pretty effective.
Could we just also
that
take a look at
polarization,
ST
which,
seats
you know,
in Madhya Pradesh
has been
as well?
quite deep in the tribal areas.
What we're going to
between
do
the,
is
you
we're
know,
just
the-
going to take a look at ST seats in Madhya Pradesh, just to get this point out of the way before we move on, and then compare it with Chhattisgarh. So let's take a look at Madhya Pradesh and whether this is something which we can call a trend at this stage. It is 11:15, so I suspect that at, you know, sometime now, 9:45, and I suspect, you know, in a short while from now we can start looking at a few things which might be becoming trends. So the BJP gaining in ST areas, the Congress losing in ST areas. However, the gap between the two is still significant. The Congress ahead in Madhya Pradesh in this particular category, though they're down from last time. But if you take a look at Chhattisgarh, and this is what would be worrying the Congress a great deal, the gap in ST seats, and as Maria made the point, in both the north and the south of the states, very significant in favor of the BJP.
Yes, and to add to what you're saying, Vishnu, you know, this is the party which emphasizes on its organization.
Yes.
You know,
Very
they
much
have...
so. That's at the heart of the BJP
that is
and
the heart of the new BJP that we keep talking about. The Modi-Shah BJP from 2014 onwards has been emphasizing on organizational strength. Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, in all these three elections, BJP did not go with a face. They went with, you know, the combined leadership or collective leadership we keep talking about. But the face was the overarching image of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The messaging was that when it is about Birsa Munda, the larger image, the tribal icon in the state of Jharkhand, he understands that the tribals also of other states relate to him, see him as an icon, and if he appeals to Birsa Munda, makes that announcement on the day of Birsa Munda, you know, birth anniversary, it will have an impact. So, you know, when we look at this planning, yes, it's not without a reason that he traveled to Mathura. Yes, it's not without a reason that he chose a particular day to travel to Ranchi. But it is also about that party which is thinking ahead of time, and that's what is reflecting.
Okay, well, we're going to actually go across from our Aarti in the studio to the Aarti, NDTV's Aarti, though Aarti Jairath is pretty much NDTV at this stage as well. The other Aarti in the NDTV newsroom, in the NDTV war room. We've got a newsroom and a war room. The war room is where all the data crunching is taking place. We've got numbers coming in all the time. I think, Aarti, what our viewers would actually like to know is, how are we getting this data and how are we getting it so fast?
Absolutely, Vishnu. Let's take our viewers through the war room that NDTV has set up. Now, all the information is coming here, and we're taking our viewers through how the data is collected. In fact, Parmindu will be the best person to actually take us through how the data is collected and what happened. So, what's happened so far, sir? And also take us through how the data is collected. How do you ensure that there's no margin of error?
Yeah, we have our own reporters network, and we have partnered with the agency who is which is providing to a live data. So almost we have got the trains on every seats. You can see that right now. It means in Madhya Pradesh we have leads on 227 seats. So we are getting trains and we are getting live analysis. Means you can analyze the region wise which party is leading and what is the swing. Means what the change they have over to previous elections. Like in Bundelkhand, the BJP is leading on 26 seats, and they are from last elections they are gaining 7 seats. So one crucial reason was, like, if we analyze the Chambal was a crucial election, and Congress did very well in Chambal region. Congress got more than 25 seats last time, but right now Congress is getting 15 seats, so Congress is in loss of 9 seats. So these are the regions you can analyze. So we have live trends on all seats, and we have developed our analytical tools, which we can you can see the data analysis live on the screen.
Right, absolutely. So that's how the data is collected, it's analyzed, and they ensure that they double check and triple check before we get the data then that is being displayed on our screens, Vishnu.
All right, thanks very much. Well, in all our excitement about the tribal vote in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh, the Malwa region of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, we've forgotten about another fascinating state. Some would suggest perhaps the most fascinating and controversial. But let's take a look at Telangana for now.
It's the most fascinating.
But we've got Veera in the studio with us. Let's firstly take a look at the overall situation. And Veera, would you like to go through what you're seeing now, again with the caveat, very early days,
That's right. More than this data, Vishnu, that we see on your screen, obviously it's an up for the Congress. It's very clear that the Congress is coming down to the 65 mark. You heard Congress leaders talking about 74, 78 there in Telangana. 65 is a number I think the Congress will take, plus 46, but leave that as it may. I'll tell you a couple of things which are fascinating. Huzurabad seat, where Itala Rajender, who was the first finance minister of Telangana, BRS shifts to the BJP. He is like a big, strong contender there. He is taking on KCR at Gajwel, which is KCR's traditional constituency. There, if you see, it's the Congress that's leading. So I think at the end of the day, as it emerges, and these are areas where the BRS has been traditionally very, very strong. Huzurabad in Karimnagar district has been very, very strong.
And Kamareddy,
Kamareddy, if you take is a Revant Reddy versus KCR battle, and I think, remember the Congress moved AP Shabir Ali, who's an old-timer of Kamareddy, who lost by 3,000 votes last time, from Kamareddy to Nizamabad. And they took that seat. Revant Reddy wanted to send the optics that there is a challenger to KCR. But this is important. The reason why I was pointing out the Huzurabad seat is that the BJP's gains, Congress through this...
Look at Kamareddy right now. It's Revant Reddy leading. I mean, if this was, this is the real battle between the Chief Minister and a potential CM.
But remember, there is a third candidate there, Venkatramana Reddy, who's the homegrown BJP candidate. And he told me when I met him at Kamareddy...
He was leading about an hour back.
So I'll tell you what, Vishnu, when I met him, he said, sir, you all bother only about KCR and Revant Reddy. I am the home turf person. I will show you what... So I think if you eventually look at it, and I don't know, it's still very early stage, the BJP's gains is hurting the BRS more than it's hurting the Congress in North Telangana. Just very quickly, there is North, which is the traditional communist stronghold, then it becomes the TDP stronghold, and then it becomes the BRS stronghold. At its peak in 2009, the Congress won only 50 of the 119 seats in the Telangana region. This is in the unified state, right? The South, the Khammam, Mehboob Nagar, Nalgonda, that's the Congress bastion. That's where your Revant Reddy is from. And the fact that the BJP's rise has been in the BRS's stronghold areas, maybe a lesson to take. We'll have to wait for...
Can we have a look at the personalities? And again, let's go beyond this to some of the other names. Revant Reddy leading.
So he's contesting from 2 seats. KCR also contesting.
KCR trailing. This is
but this is the Kamareddy seat, but the Gajwel seat is where KCR is leading.
He is leading.
So Gajwel is his traditional seat where he is the incumbent. Kamareddy is where KCR decides to contest, and Revant Reddy comes across and says,
1 out of 2 over there.
I don't want the other Congress candidate, I want to be the opposition.
But talking about the urban pocket, the GHMC.
There you see the story is AIMIM losing 4 seats, and the BJP...
I think that's the big story, because that means if you start losing the GHMC, which is good 27, 21 seats, and if you lose the urban pockets, which means BRS was seen as an urban phenomena.
Okay, guys, hold that thought, both of you, for half a second. We need to take this urgent break from our sponsors. Top of the hour, as some of these very early trends become trends we can talk about with a definitive look towards where this is all headed. Do stay tuned. Lots of information coming in. Fast and furious. Stay tuned to NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years, with some breaks in the middle, but not a break currently, simply because we are seeing good opportunities, we are seeing good companies, good founders, good ideas, there are good new emerging technologies, and we believe over a 7, 8, 10 year perspective, this is actually a good time to get in, because we believe entry price, entry valuation matters a lot. So we invested in Zomato in 2010. Right in the middle of the global financial crisis. We invested in Policy Bazaar in 2008, just before Lehman collapse. And those have turned out thus far to be our two best investments. ICICI Venture invested in Info Edge, our first round, in April 2000, just when the dot-com bubble burst. And we built Naukri through the crisis profitably after a couple of years. And ICICI Venture got a 28.5x return in 6 years. So I think some of the best and most profitable investments are made when the market is down.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Well, it is an incredible battle for state results. In case you were asking what happened to the 5th Mizoram, those results are going to be coming up tomorrow. The Election Commission stating that there's going to be a delay by 1 day. We've got two Sanjays with us. Sanjay Pogalia, our editor-in-chief, with us. He follows elections as closely as anyone. And we've got Sanjay Singh as well joining us in the studio. I think at this stage what might be useful is taking a look at what the overall situation is in terms of leads. Now, we are still at that phase of the elections where the leads are very, very early. These are postal ballots gradually being transferred onto ballots. Remember, postal ballots account for just about 0.5% of all ballots. But as time goes on, it is now 10 o'clock, we will be seeing preliminary trends with a view to the larger election. In the state of Madhya Pradesh right now, the real story is that what was seen to be a very close election, if these are postal ballots and a few ballots coming in terms of leads, the Congress down 15 over here in a state where they were expected to do quite well. The BJP up 19. Remember, the magic mark, 116, the BJP already at 128. Let's quickly keep going through the states and these early patterns, early trends, as it were. In Rajasthan, the BJP again crossing the 100 mark. The majority mark is 100 exactly in Rajasthan. They're at 109, and just look at this, up 36. The Congress down 24. For those who felt that this would really tell a story of where the Hindi heartland, or what the Hindi heartland is thinking ahead of 2024, some initial patterns might be visible over here. The Congress down 24 at 76. Even if these are postal ballots, all of them, the Congress would be disappointed with this. What's happening over here in Chhattisgarh, somewhat more along expected lines for the Congress. They are above the majority mark of 46. But again, early days, early votes. They are down 11, however, and that is the key factor over here. The BJP up 18. As we've been trying to establish over the last period of time, it is the huge outreach to the ST group, which could be a factor, not necessarily just the scheme, 24,000 crores announced on the 15th of November by the BJP in Jharkhand. It could be the effort of the BJP in these areas over a sustained period of time. Was the Congress getting complacent? Finally, one of the most interesting, I would say the most interesting, but that's a bit controversial, I take that back. One of the most interesting states, Telangana, and yes, it is the BRS which is down 48 at this stage, the Congress up 47. And what is really interesting over here, if this pattern actually continues to emerge, is that 20% gap which actually existed between the BRS and the Congress seems to be on course to actually ensuring that they come out on tops. Let me go across to Sanjay as well. Go ahead, Maria.
Yes, a quick word also on this. In 2018, the last time, because KCR had preponed the elections by 6 months, the BJP had won.
That's
and if you speak to any of the BJP leaders, they were saying that they would be somewhere between 5 and 10. So if it actually consolidates, they do not have completely, bleak picture even coming from this state. But coming to Sanjay sir, who is here in the studio. Sir, among all the states, 4 states that we have on our television screens, which is the number that you're watching very, very closely?
Rajasthan first, and then Madhya Pradesh. Very simple. If you zoom back, then the learning is politics of accommodation and assertiveness by BJP has won. And these 2 words we will examine for Congress in a different context. What has happened in Rajasthan? हम लोग ये कहते रहे मारिया कि वसुंधरा वाला इशू है, क्या करेंगे, कैसे करेंगे, लेकिन वहाँ टिकट जब बांटी तो सब लोगों को इन्होंने अकोमोडेट किया। कांग्रेस हाईकमान ने क्या किया कि हम कुछ टिकटों को बदल देंगे। अब देखिए 40% के वोट शेयर के आसपास हैं दोनों पार्टियां, और वहां पर आप ये देख रहे हैं कि सीट का डिफरेंस कितना है। क्यों है? क्योंकि आप लेट से टिकट बांटेंगे, आप अनिश्चित रहेंगे, आप ये बताना चाहेंगे कि हाईकमान की चलती है, तो गहलोत के रिकमेंडेशन को नहीं मानेंगे, और उसकी वजह से ये जो नंबर है आपके सामने है। यानी कांग्रेस जीती हुई लड़ाई को कैसे हारे, ये राजस्थान एक बार फिर से एग्जिबिट बन के आपके सामने आया है। इसी तरीके से मध्य प्रदेश को देखिए, वहाँ पर मोदी फैक्टर को समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है। एकदम अचानक आपने देखा कि बड़े नेताओं को चुनाव में उतार दिया गया। वहाँ पर आपने तुरंत देखा कि कैंपेनिंग किस तरह से मोदी जी जो हमेशा करते हैं, फिर उन्होंने ज़्यादा की। शिवराज की जो लाडली बहना स्कीम थी वो इस तरह से चल गई कि लाडली मामा आपको सामने दिख रहा है 4th टाइम इनकम्बेंसी के माहौल में। तो बीजेपी का जो प्लेबुक है वो और बहुत ज़्यादा इम्प्रोवाइज हो गया है। कांग्रेस उस प्लेबुक को देर से कॉपी करने निकलती है, और गलतियां कैसे करती हैं कि कमलनाथ को थोड़ा सा एक फ्रीडम मिला, लेकिन उस फ्रीडम के बावजूद उनको लगा कि हिंदुत्व की कार्बन कॉपी से हमारा काम चल जाएगा। उनको लगा कि फ्रीबीज की स्कीम से, क्योंकि डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफ़र बीजेपी के लिए बहुत चलता है, उनके लिए चल जाएगा, ऐसा मानते हुए उन्होंने उसको कॉपी किया। तो कॉपी नहीं चलेगा, उनके पास कोई नया स्क्रिप्ट नहीं था, कोई नई रेसिपी नहीं थी। इसलिए दोनों जगह जहां कांग्रेस और बीजेपी मुकाबले में है, और ये कांग्रेस के लिए बड़ी लर्निंग है कि जहां ये दोनों पार्टियां आपस में डायरेक्ट फाइट में हैं, वहां ये क्यों हारती है, ये लर्निंग उनको देखने की ज़रूरत है। बीजेपी क्यों जीतती है, कीवर्ड assertiveness or accommodation.
Sanjay, I would suggest that the issue of... Sorry, go ahead.
30 seconds, just to take this forward. जब भाजपा ने 3 सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर, 4 MPs और 1 जनरल सेक्रेटरी को मध्य प्रदेश में उतारा कैलाश विजयवर्गीय के शक्ल में, और उसी तरह से 5 से 7 MPs उतारे राजस्थान में, तो ये बोला गया कि नर्वस थी भाजपा। उसके अलावा कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप की कोई चेहरे पे नहीं, मोदी जी एंड अदर लीडर्स पे गई। तो ऐसा क्या सब?
बीजेपी म्युनिसिपैलिटी चुनाव में भी इतना ही नर्वस रहती है। यही तो खास बात है बीजेपी की कि हर चुनाव को वो लोग बहुत सीरियसली लेते हैं। यही एंजाइटी और नर्वसनेस के कारण वो एकोमोडेट करते हैं, वो पूरी ताकत लगाते हैं। और जो बीजेपी के लिए मध्य प्रदेश का इलेक्शन कहते थे ना, थकान हो गई है, उस थकान को बदलने के लिए एक लोकल स्टेट असेंबली इलेक्शन को नेशनल लीडर्स को उतार करके नेशनल फ्लेवर क्रिएट करने की कोशिश की। उनके लिए ये सेमीफाइनल का रिहर्सल था जो बहुत अच्छे से कामयाब हो गया।
नेशनल फ्लेवर की अगेन जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप एक तरफ थी, हमेशा बोला जाता है चेहरे पर चुनाव होता है, स्टेट इलेक्शन में वोकल फॉर लोकल होता है, कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप था, फिर वोकल फॉर लोकल किधर गया?
वोकल फॉर लोकल में मुझे लगता है कि वो एक ज़रूरी है बात कहना, क्योंकि आपको लगता है कि ये ना लगे लोगों को कि सीएम का कैंडिडेट इनके पास नहीं है, उसको प्रोजेक्ट नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन नेशनल फैक्टर इस तरह का है, जो नंबर भी हमको बताते हैं हमारे यहाँ, ओपिनियन पोल जब हमने पहले करवाया था, कि कई जगह अगर एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है भी तो मोदी फैक्टर के कारण वो कवर हो जाती है। तो वो लोकल वोकल का चक्कर है, ठीक है, लेकिन ओवर आर्चिंग थीम जो मोदी है उसका जो प्रीमियम है वो सब जगह इनको मिलता है। विष्णु कुछ पूछना चाहते?
I just wanted to ask you a key question on corruption. Now, corruption has been a huge issue as far as Rajasthan is concerned. The BJP has been consistently saying that this is an issue which the Congress has no answers for at all over there. The fact that you had a red diary which was flung around in the State Assembly, is this not an issue which is really potentially stuck in the minds of voters?
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned. Corruption, the way it has worked in Telangana, and we will talk about it later. What strikes out of Rajasthan is the emergence of Ashok Gehlot as a cult figure. Ashok Gehlot, who says, I don't want to become Congress president, I will stay as chief minister. Ashok Gehlot, who fights the revolt, the sabotage within the party. Ashok Gehlot, who, despite being loyalist, asserts himself, which is unimaginable. Corruption tag on Ashok Gehlot has actually not stuck. What has stuck? That he started late to copy Modi playbook of direct benefit transfer. Then his communication again faltered because you cannot match BJP's communication skills. And then you decided on tickets at a time when candidate did not get a good space to campaign. I would say, if at all Congress has got this damage, it is because of the confusion and the vacillation at the level of the Delhi leadership, number one. Number two, the communication at rural level. If we look at the data, and I don't have every number currently with me, I see that rural voters in Rajasthan has not supported Ashok Gehlot the way he would have planned and expected for.
Let's just quickly go across to Supriya Shrinate, who also joins us at this stage. Supriya, you can still argue that these are early stages, but time is going on. Madhya Pradesh, one would suggest that this is a state where the Congress expected to do very well. Are you disappointed at seeing some of the trends so far?
So let's start the day on a more positive note, and let's talk about what encourages us than disappointment first up. So thank you for having me on the show. And I think I would first want to explain how I read these numbers so far. I still think we should wait up until 12 noon for the leads to be clarified. These are early rounds. I think us wresting a state from a regional party like the BRS is huge news. So everybody, and remember, the regional parties and the emergence of regional parties is a function and was done at our cost. So I think winning Telangana the way we are winning it, hands down, I will still wait for the final leads from there by 12 noon is huge. And I think that's the big headline. I think Chhattisgarh, where the BJP employed every possible dirty trick, is big encouragement. The fact that we've already crossed the halfway mark there and we are in a comfortable position is very, very big. I think the pro-incumbency there is talking aloud. I will also speak about Rajasthan. Even though right now it looks like we are trailing, I will say the fact that this is perhaps one of the best elections that we fought for a second time in a row in Rajasthan. This is one of our best performances. People who were dissing us at 20 or 30 will be in for a surprise. And I do believe that the tide will completely turn in Rajasthan. I'm still very, very hopeful about that.
And what about Madhya Pradesh, where the gap is significant at this stage?
Vishnu, I have spoken about 3 states. I will come to the 4th. Be rest assured. Don't jump the gun. So I am very hopeful about Rajasthan. Yeah, so I'm very hopeful about Rajasthan turning, and I'm also very happy with the fact that our schemes have worked. This vote is for our schemes. This vote is for the governance that we put there. As far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, again, I say I will wait for the final tally. But yes, Madhya Pradesh is disappointing as far as these numbers are concerned, because it was ripe for change. It was ripe for, a big margin for us. That hasn't happened. It's almost 130 versus 100 for us right now. Let's also wait for the final tally there. But I think Madhya Pradesh is disappointing. However, there is one more thing that I would like to read into Madhya Pradesh, and I think that's a question more for the BJP than for the Congress. How happy is Mr. Modi going to be by winning Madhya Pradesh? Because that does put Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan in a very, very strong, commendable position.
I would suggest, Supriya, anybody who wins any state would be happy, but I'll take that question across to Pratyush Kant of the BJP, who's with us. Pratyush, how would you look at the overall situation right now? Let's talk about Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan first. The BJP appears to be doing quite well at this stage. Is this perhaps better at this stage than you had expected?
I think the numbers will go higher for us in both the states. Right now, what it's showing. But the biggest achievement for us have been that the magical wand which Gehlotji had has been demolished by us. You know, the corruption, those 14 paper leaks, every strata of society in Rajasthan was affected by the Gehlot government. And our workers, and we are, you know, a very organized party, structure-based party, we have managed to take it across to the villages, to the poorest of the poor, and establish that how corrupt he was. Eventually, when you see well past noon time, you will see that the numbers will be much more higher for us in Rajasthan. Farmers, women, 21% crime rate all over the country, only in Rajasthan. We were able to put across those figures very strongly to the people. And that is why you see we have managed to demolish. And development. People see that how development has gone to other states, BJP-ruled states, and then we come to Madhya Pradesh, 20 years on, we are still doing so well because, again, we are not a family-run party. We are a party-run organization. That's why you will see we are so deeply embedded, you know. It comes at the subaltern level for us there. And that is why we are doing so well in Madhya Pradesh. Development, the schemes that were launched, all those things are paying dividends to us right now.
More disappointment coming for the Congress party, particularly in the state of Madhya Pradesh. And if you look at the numbers, the gap between the Congress and the BJP is substantive now, almost 46. I'm coming to you again, Sanjay sir. When we look at these numbers, it's complete disappointment for the Congress now.
Absolutely. And the problem is Congress party has not lost vote share in Madhya Pradesh this time again. So is the story about Rajasthan. So the atmosphere is ripe. Anti-incumbency was there for Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Kamal Nath is the tallest leader. You ran a good campaign. You did a Bharat Jodo. You thought there is a great traction that your party is gaining, and still you lose. You do not lose because people are not willing to vote for you. You lose because the last mile run that you have to complete, you actually go breathless, and you are not able to complete that exercise where BJP beats you completely all the time consistently, which is getting your supporters to vote.
All right, what we're going to actually do now is take a look at some of the key. Look at this. In Chhindwara in Madhya Pradesh, we've got Kamal Nath presently trailing. In Budni, we've got Shivraj Singh Chauhan leading so far.
Since 1983.
So this is earlier on in the day, and this is interesting, Sanjay Singh, the Congress party had cutouts, or they still have cutouts of Kamal Nath in their office in Madhya Pradesh, basically saying, in Bhopal, essentially saying that, look, this is the Chief Minister, and it's been pre-decided. He is now trailing.
About an hour ago, Kamal Nath actually spoke to the reporters and he practically had declared his victory. The interesting thing here is, unlike this time around, Congress fought all these elections. Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh in presidential style. You have Kamal Nath trailing here. You have Baghel trailing in Chhattisgarh. And
8 of the ministers of Gehlot government are trailing in the state of Rajasthan.
And Digvijay Singh's son also trailing in Madhya Pradesh. So that is Digvijay Singh-Kamal Nath combo has not worked. In fact, that has been detrimental to the organizational and...
Just to be on the side of caution, is it a bit early to really depend on this trailing result, because it may change for Kamal Nath?
Yes, absolutely. It's 2 hours. And it's 14 more rounds in all, because, you know, in these assembly elections, there are 14 rounds.
What can we infer at this stage?
If these trends are going to stabilize, I think in next half an hour, these trends are going to stabilize, unless there is some magical change. Because now this is holding consistent since morning. If this was to change dramatically, this should have happened by now. But if this holds for another half an hour, then perhaps this trend is going to continue.
So basically,
Congress won. When does this start becoming a trend?
See, post-noon. See, Congress won all the 3 states on combined leadership in 2018.
BJP
and it has moved to a presidential contest, while BJP has moved to a combined leadership.
So may I raise a question on this presidential style, you know, the BJP's Congress's decision to promote local leaders and so on, because this was a Karnataka template which worked very well for them. But if you look at the leadership in Madhya Pradesh, both Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh, they are of 1980 vintage. I mean, Kamal Nath first came on in 1977. You know, Digvijay Singh in 1980. You know, that's like 30, 40 years ago. You know, they are both 75
No, but
plus.
the question is,
so,
what
you know,
worked for Siddaramaiah in Karnataka is not working for Kamal Nath in the state of Madhya Pradesh.
Two faces. Siddaramaiah Kuruba leader, Ahinda leader, plus Vokkaliga vote from JDS.
That's right. And younger leadership, much more energy on the ground.
Yes.
Shiva Kumar's organizational skills.
And perhaps
you know, I'm sorry,
Karnataka acceptability of Siddaramaiah. In this place, you have Mr. Kamal Nath, who's largely acceptable in Chhindwara. So that is a matter of
thing is correct, then maybe not even in Chhindwara.
No, a quick FAQ question. In terms of if these results hold out, you're talking of Ashok Gehlot there, the old guard there. You've been struggling to change. There is an internal this one.
Absolutely.
Here in Madhya Pradesh, again, you're pointing out to the old guard.
Yes.
What if these results hold out? What is the end consequence?
But then in Rajasthan, Sachin Pilot was training. I don't know about current situation. Sometime 15, 20 minutes
The points you all are raising, actually that calls for another structured debate in this studio today. Congress problem is not a political problem. Congress problem is interpersonal HR management problem, and that continues for decades. And I think we need to really order some PhD and some research
I'll
on
tell
this.
you what has been ordered, the Laddus. These are shots from the BJP office in Jaipur, which are coming in now. As far as they are concerned, they're winning these elections.
And it's convincing victory. Just look at those numbers that are coming in from Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. 137 is huge for Madhya Pradesh. It's almost similar to what the BJP had won
These images
in
from Jaipur,
2013.
Maria. These images from Jaipur. Let's take a look quickly
Maria,
at
are
the
you
Rajasthan.
calling the elections already?
No, I'm not calling the elections. I'm saying it's 10, 15. It's very early. But if we were to look at the numbers.
Sorry. This rider is very important. That as of now, these trends may change. So what we are talking is that we are trying to analyze the result as they are currently on our screen. But to kind of bring a kind of conclusion to this conversation, can we have a quick opinion from everyone in the studio on Madhya Pradesh first? What has gone wrong for Congress?
See, Kamal Nath is the strength as well as the weakness, I've already said. Always said. 76 years of age. How will he attract youth voters towards the Congress party? That's number one. And Maria mentioned BJP accepted and realized very early that they are behind. That's why they decided on the candidates in August, local for vocal.
And everybody started thinking that BJP nervous hai. BJP nervous nahi hai. They were coming up with a new strategy for the state. Much before the model code of conduct, they had the numbers out.
Nervous thi, lekin accept kiya ki nervous hai. हार रहे हैं और किया उसने.
Veera, I think anti-incumbency cannot be a factor you can take for granted, A. And B, there is a change of guard at some level in terms of leadership that's required. You know, you can't expect the old formula to continue working. I think that's possibly the example, because I don't follow Madhya Pradesh very closely, but every Congress leader I've spoken to in Telangana told me 125 to aa jayega sir Madhya Pradesh mein. We will come to 125. Somewhere I think that thing that they could create in Telangana, the narrative. And I just make one point. There is a north-south divide here. Congress seems to have a better HR management in the south. Somehow in the north, it may be struggling at this stage.
Sanjay sir, I think the Congress leadership sitting in Delhi is not able to say no to the dyed-in-the-wool Congress leaders, be it Ashok Gehlot or Mr. Kamal Nath. There was a Jeetu Patwari factor. If they could have done something surprising, it may have worked. Sunil Konogulu, who almost managed the entire Congress war room in Telangana, was not given any free hand in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Kamal Nath was running the entire campaign on his own.
Same in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh.
Even Mr. Kharge was away, more invested in Telangana than you were in Madhya Pradesh.
I would suggest what has taken place in Madhya Pradesh is what the BJP has done in Gujarat. This is, in a sense, the machinery of the BJP, which has been mastered over elections in Gujarat, playing out in Madhya Pradesh, where at so many levels people felt that the Congress would do better. If you've got this machinery re-established in the state of Madhya Pradesh, it indicates that A, there is a leadership crisis of the Congress party, and B, at the grassroots level, the organization of the BJP is unmatched in the state. And I think Veera makes an important point. Where is the organization of the Congress in Madhya Pradesh? It was brilliant in Karnataka. It is nowhere to be seen over here.
Absolutely. what it does to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Aarti?
So this is, I think, the million-dollar question that will be asked once the results come in, and if the BJP, if these trends hold and the BJP actually touches that 140, 150 mark that some exit polls predicted. Will the victory be credited to Mamaji and his Ladli Behna scheme, or will the victory be credited to the central leadership's decision to go with a collective leadership, to not project a face, to, send some of their stalwarts from Delhi back to Madhya Pradesh, and, try to create, try to overcome anti-incumbency by, giving some freshness to their campaign.
Okay, we've got Shivraj Chauhan. Just hold on for half a second, Geeta ji and Aarti. We've got Shivraj Singh Chauhan. We're just speaking about him, speaking now.
याद आती है तो हम कांप उठते हैं MIC गैस के कारण, गैस के रिसाव के कारण हजारों भाई बहन जिनमें हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे शामिल थे, उन्होंने अपनी जिंदगी खो दी, असमय काल के गाल में समा गए। भोपाल का वो दृश्य भूलता नहीं है जब सड़कों पर अपनी जान बचाने अपने बच्चों को लेकर
We'll come back to that in a moment. He's speaking about the Bhopal gas tragedy. I believe the anniversary was yesterday. But sorry, yes.
Shivraj Singh Chauhan. But one point I want to add is that although, it's going to be a million-dollar question, personally, I feel that this is the end of the road for Shivraj Singh Chauhan. I think the central leadership will have to accommodate him in some way, but I do not think that they will make him the chief minister.
लाडला मामा फिर से मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।
देखिए संजय जी, ये कह सकते हैं कि जो उनके द्वारा जो भी पहले जो खास करके महिलाओं को लेकर जो कल्याणकारी योजनाएं लाई गई, उन्होंने एक अपनी बड़ी छाप छोड़ी है। And we must acknowledge that, women as a voting section,
Absolutely.
Above caste, creed, religion, has come up because of the welfare schemes that that have been implemented very well in Madhya Pradesh. So that credit goes to Shivraj Chauhan. And definitely, I think it's the central leadership will take a call on how, he is going to be positioned,
Sanjay
whether
ji,
in state
but
or...
with this kind of result and the current context, even though big leaders were sent and Modi ji campaigned and Shivraj Singh Chauhan has a certain standing, but this fourth time victory almost guarantees that he should be again the chief minister.
Guarantee, now that word is in coinage for various reasons. Everybody is talking in terms of guarantee. But इसमें मोदी की गारंटी क्या है वो हमें देखना होगा. So, but Shivraj Singh Chauhan, of course, has an advantage. Madhya Pradesh has emerged as second state after Gujarat for the BJP, where they are very strongly rooted on the ground and also kind of taking it higher and higher. The central leaders who had been sent from here to fight elections in Madhya Pradesh, unfortunately, two of them as of now are trailing, Narendra Singh Tomar and Phagan Singh Kulaste. Though in their area, their respective area, Phagan Singh Kulaste, it was said, had done some very good work, and he was mobilizing people at the same time. What it says about Modi ke man mein MP, MP ke man mein Modi, how that translates actually into the picture in days to come, when Modi ke man mein MP, to whether that will be Shivraj Singh Chauhan. But that is again a very interesting situation when you have a plethora of issues. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, of course, very popular across the state, particularly among women. Women, I have also noticed, they are not just a voting bloc on their own. They have an entirely different set of thinking than being guided by family members, male members in the family. Shivraj Singh Chauhan scores there. Also, when you go for collective leadership, people who were BJP supporters or voters, but at the same time were not very happy with Shivraj Singh Chauhan for various reasons. Some even said Shivraj Singh Chauhan backward ki politics काफी ज़्यादा करते हैं. Therefore, they were not happy. And therefore, when you open this leadership question that somebody else can become BJP leader or the chief minister, that voter does not go away to Congress. That sticks to you.
Vishnu, is Shankar Iyer still with us?
We've got Shankar Iyer with us. In fact, I wanted to go across to Shankar next. I think, Shankar, despite all of the polls, some of the polls suggesting that the Congress would actually do reasonably well in Madhya Pradesh, the fact of the matter is it is the BJP which appears to have pushed ahead decisively. Perhaps some of the polls or some of the analysts didn't take into account the fact that the BJP has maintained a 40% share over here for a long period of time. That jumped to 54% in the last Lok Sabha elections. Other than 2008, when Uma Bharti started her own party, they have a huge base here. Would you agree that this base of the BJP in Madhya Pradesh is taking them to a likely victory in the state?
Well, everybody sort of thinking that Gujarat is the original template of BJP politics. BJP established its presence in Madhya Pradesh first, Sundarlal Patwar's government. It's another matter that a playbook of Gujarat, for instance, about tribal vote, the Vanvasi work that RSS had started in Gujarat, in Banaskantha area and others, has now been taken across the Hindi belt. So those practices have paid off. The question about that how BJP has consolidated is really BJP's electoral machinery, everything that they throw into it. The difference between the Congress and the BJP is the Congress plays the match like a T20 match, and that too they think if they have done well in the power play, they will win the match. The BJP organization fears defeat, and therefore they will play till the last ball. And that's the crucial difference, that amount, the detailing that Maria and others mentioned about Birsa Munda, about the temple visit, about the announcement, the timing of the announcement, all of those matter. But what matters is the ground machinery. The Congress, I think, declared victory before the match.
Yes.
If taking Shankar's audio is giving some trouble, Shankar, sorry. Just to take this argument forward, Sanjay ji se bhi main jo baat kar raha tha, Amitabh, if I come to you, my question is, actually there was an anti-incumbency, there was a tiredness in Madhya Pradesh. It is only Modi's strategy, many would argue, that changed the game, and this is what you get.
So essentially, what BJP did is that it went for local for vocal, initial candidates, then did not project Shivraj as CM. So there was a buzz of Parivartan. But Parivartan किससे? मामा जी से या बीजेपी की सरकार से? दो बातें थी. बीजेपी का हार्डकोर वोटर भी कुछ लोग कह रहे थे कि मामा जी को नहीं बनाया जाए. Correct. And then the Modi factor added on layer. 7% people in Madhya Pradesh are voting for BJP because of Modi. And 7% perhaps is not even the vote share gap between BJP and Congress.
Right.
Congress is structurally weak here, just like Gujarat. 74 seats it has never won in MP in the last 3 elections, which means Congress needs to win 116 out of 160. That is why all opinion polls were saying that they could not cross 125. Any opinion poll, exit poll you see.
But Sanjay sir, look at the numbers. If these numbers hold, it's actually bigger than 2013. 140 is something even that the BJP has never got in the past.
And the outlier is going correct.
Yeah, the outliers
is going
are
correct.
actually proving it right. And coming to the question of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, I'll just give a quick update. You know, I was in Ujjain, and the sense that we did get was that we are going for the BJP. I voted for the BJP in 2013, 2018. There were a lot of young boys that I spoke to, first-time voters, and they said, then I said that, you know, why is this confusion? Why is Shivraj not the face? They actually made a virtue out of this confusion, saying, Pradhan Mantri ne to ye bola ki isme se koi bhi ho sakta hai. So I think that confusion may have actually been the counter to the fatigue.
No, so my own feeling why I feel that Shivraj will not be the next chief minister is that if the BJP actually hits what the outlier poll said, 150, 151, 157, this is not just because of Mamaji and the Ladli Behna. This is obviously you know, a measure of the kind of strategy that the central leadership put in place for Madhya Pradesh. So I think that large part of the credit has to go for
exactly,
that.
असल बात यही है कि जनमत एक चीज होती है, इलेक्शन लड़ने की मेहनत एक चीज होती है।
बिल्कुल।
चुनाव दर चुनाव बीजेपी लर्निंग दे रही है अपने प्लेबुक से, और अपोजिशन ऐसा है कि उसको कॉपी करना भी नहीं आता। तो इंडियन डेमोक्रेसी को अगर डेंजर है तो अपोजिशन से है।
So that is the BJP's, you know, sort of remarkable trait, that it is so agile. It changes its strategy from election to election, from state to state. It does not have one single. That's what I'm saying. It's agile. It's agile. It is thinking all the time. You know, it doesn't have one standard playbook.
And I think it's the
Congress took
organizational
Karnataka. Congress took Karnataka template and said we transfer it to Madhya Pradesh. नहीं होता है
गुजरात में उन्होंने क्या किया? पूरा का पूरा घर के सारे बदल डालो, and then भूपेंद्र नरेंद्र से ज्यादा भूपेंद्र को सीटें आएंगी।
Can I just ask?
In MP same thing. मोदी के मन में MP, MP के मन में मोदी. This part of this vote is.
Wanted to. We've got a graphic on our screen right now, and let's just talk about this. Whoever wins the Malwa region of Madhya Pradesh tends to win the state.
Yes.
And if you look at the Congress, they are down 10, and look at the BJP up 13 at 53 over here. It's
And
this part
particularly
of Madhya Pradesh which will prove definitive. If these trends actually end up becoming results, this is huge. Amitabh, why is Malwa so significant? It's what, 88 seats?
88, so it's like one third, more than 40% of this. And if you see last time, Congress was leading here, 45-40. And that was the gap which Congress enjoyed eventually in the final
was leading
time.
over here last time
5 seats. And that was the gap between Congress and BJP.
And that is flipped this time.
So Mansoor firing damaged the BJP last time in this region. And the ST belt, the work done by the BJP.
Okay, now the images we have on our screen now are of celebrations which are coming in from Telangana. We haven't spoken enough about Telangana right now.
Telangana.
Let's just, which party? Okay, these are Congress
These
celebrations.
are all Congress celebrations, and the ones you see on your screens there.
In
Vishnu,
Telangana. Go ahead.
One of it is Madhu Yashki Gaud. This is outside the Congress office. Obviously, it's a fascinating state. I think, you know, if these numbers hold, and I look, they're going up to 70. Most Congress leaders were talking about 74. Kharge told me when I met him in Hyderabad, we don't just want to win, we need to win comfortably. Because remember, last time, 18 Congress MLAs, 2 of them, in fact, Sudhir Reddy is a fascinating character at LB Nagar who fought against Madhu Yashki Gaud. You go into Sudhir Reddy's office, you see YSR Reddy's photo on one side and K. Chandrasekhar Rao's photo on the other. He's somebody who grew in the Congress through Padyatra with YSR Reddy and then shifted over to the BRS, and he says there was no leader in the Congress. And the interesting story that he told me is that we were the original party of Reddys. We needed to import a TDP Reddy to lead us. Revanth Reddy is originally from TDP. He moves in 2017. So it's a fascinating image there in Telangana Congress office. And remember, 10 years, in 2014, was the first election after the announcement but not formation of the state. In 2014, I think Umar, we can go across to
Umar really quickly. Umar, we've got these celebration shots behind you. The Congress, it appears, has declared victory almost. Is that the sense that you're also getting?
Yes, indeed, Vishnu. Much before these results start coming in or leads start coming in itself, the Congress extremely confident. In fact, many of those leaders were telling us that if we don't get 80, Komti Reddy, Venkat Reddy, in fact, said that to us, saying that if we don't get 80, I will resign my post, and therefore now he can probably, feel complacent about what he had said to us. But what I must also point out is very interesting that the Congress is doing very, very well. That is very obvious. But the fact also is that the BJP seems to be doing well in the old city areas, in the Nizamabad area, so that in those areas where you actually have a significant Muslim population. So if you're talking about the Hindutva card that the BJP may be using, it does seem to be working, because in several areas of the old city, the constituencies of the MIM, whether it is Bahadurpura or Charminar, and then you have Nizamabad urban, Nizamabad rural, Armoor, all those areas where there's a significant Muslim population there, the BJP seems to be in the lead as well. And if they are in the lead in double digits, they should be happy about the kind of performance that they have had in these elections. The other interesting aspect, of course, is the key candidate, the CM, in fact, trailing in Kama Reddy, where it was in fact a tri-cornered contest. It is a tri-cornered contest where Revanth Reddy is there, the CM is there, and also Venkatram Reddy, the BJP candidate. He has been someone who's been campaigning, saying that I am the local. Both these, if you vote either for Revanth Reddy or for KCR, you're going to have a by-election again, and they're not going to be locals, whereas I am someone who has worked here. So certainly a reality check for Chief Minister KCR, who was, has been saying till late last night or even this morning, saying that they are confident of a victory here. So things not looking good for the BRS at all. And I must also point out that districts like Nalgonda, which yes, we had expected a clean sweep for the Congress, and it does appear that they are having a clean sweep there. Only Khammam district, if I may point out, has been Congress strong. Only one seat that the BRS had won there. There it may be taking up a second seat. As of now, CPI, the only other party with which the Congress had an alliance in Kothagudem, CPI seems to be leading in Kothagudem in the Khammam district.
All right, Uma, we're going to move from celebration shots in Telangana to celebration shots in Jaipur right now. Let's just go across to NDTV's Vedant, who's also with us. And the celebration shots we can show you are from the BJP office. Vedant, go ahead. What's happening around you?
Well, Vishnu, I come to you from right outside Diya Kumari's office, and well, dhols are out, so are BJP flags here, celebration. But of course, when we were on the campaign trail with Diya Kumari, she was pretty confident that she will win her seat here in Jaipur. Of course, the princess that owns the city palace here in Jaipur, she has a decisive lead now, and let me say that she could be perhaps a possible front runner as far as the BJP CM choice is concerned. Of course, the BJP has a lot to balance in terms of the dance arithmetic, but here you can see there are a lot of celebration, colour, and this has just sort of begun because of the kind of lead that Diya Kumari is now gaining here. And very interestingly, there are Modi chants that you can hear here, and of course that was the BJP's key political flag, the double engine Sarkar flag, and that is something that is very visible here, Vishnu. Whether it's the welfare schemes, whether it's the fact that the Modi magic was sort of fielded against Gehlot ka Jadoo, that is something that is visible here. So a lot of celebration here in Jaipur outside Diya Kumari's office.
Where is Diya Kumari herself? Because she is seen as a potential CM. In that confusion in leadership that is there in Rajasthan, there could be another woman emerging from Rajasthan. Okay, so those are visuals coming in from Rajasthan, where there are celebrations that are happening outside Diya Kumari's residence. There are 9 Rajwadas in all, from where the elections are being fought. So, the battle of Rajwadas, I think it's fascinating to watch that, the way it has played out as well. But just look at these numbers. Rajasthan, we have the image also of Vasundhara Raje, prominently displayed. She is leading from Jhalara Patan. Diya Kumari also leading from Vidyadhar Nagar. Then overall, the party performance, if we were to look at it, yes, Vasundhara Raje prominently displayed in all the images along with Prime Minister Modi and BJP President. But here it is about the Congress which is going down in Rajasthan, like really going down. It is not a close contest in Rajasthan.
So, Maria, basically you are hinting that selecting Chief Minister for Rajasthan is going to be a bigger headache for BJP than Madhya Pradesh?
Possible, sir.
Same in Telangana for the Congress.
Yeah. Okay, on Telangana, can we come back to Telangana, or you have some other order to follow?
We can come back to Telangana, but I had a question to ask you, Sanjay. Would you say that the mood of the Hindi heartland, which is going to be decisive in 2024. I know that assembly, elections are, general elections are different, but be that as it may, the mood of the Hindi heartland is being decided, which will have some sort of an impact in 2024.
Yeah, absolutely important point to discuss, Vishnu. This election result very clearly tells that for Congress, there is only one game. for revival.
Yeah.
And for BJP, to challenge BJP, there is only one area, which is North India.
Yeah.
So in North India, if Congress doesn't have a script and a story and some degree of success, there is no story for Congress in 24. I know I'm making an extreme statement, but if you look at the result carefully, Congress can be revived, not based on Karnataka and Telangana. Okay, Karnataka, great victory, Telangana, great victory, give Kerala to them. How many seats?
Yeah.
If you want to extrapolate Telangana based on 17 Lok Sabha seats, then how do we react on Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh?
So this is in fact looking fairly disastrous for the Congress right now. If you look at the fact that in UP they remain very strong, if they're losing Madhya Pradesh now, if they're losing Rajasthan right now, it's a white.
So now the danger is Telangana, it is a positive news for Congress. Veera, I want to ask you, positive news for Congress, but I am guaranteeing they will learn all wrong lessons from Telangana.
Yes.
Why? Because there is a positive news for BJP. Negative news is for BRS and the regional party, and the real issue there was corruption. Counter my statements.
Well, I agree with you that you can't take one assembly victory and extrapolate it to the rest of the country. The formula doesn't work, and I think they ran a strong campaign. And I think one needs to give credit also to the fact that there were local leaders. Whether you take a Siddaramaiah, who's from the Janata movement, comes down here, Revanth Reddy, as I pointed out, from the TDP as well, they built and ran a campaign which was extremely cohesive there. I also have one very humble submission to make here, Sanjay. It's, I think, the old Congress strategy that the BJP is following of not projecting chief minister. We were at one time always accused the Congress of never projecting a chief ministerial candidate. Even in Karnataka, they never projected Siddaramaiah clearly as the chief ministerial candidate. They wanted to take all castes along. Where they've projected chief ministerial candidate, it doesn't work. So I think there is no hard playbook. It is an election by election phenomenon. Where you need to project someone, you need to project someone. Where you don't need to project someone, you don't need to project someone. I think that's possibly the lesson. Even in Telangana, they've not projected Revanth Reddy as the CM candidate. In fact, even the other day, he said, look, on the 9th of December, we will have swearing in, but as Adhyaksh, I will take care of whoever is being sworn in. That's the level that they're following out. So I think that's also a possible lesson. I don't know how this plays out.
BJP is up 8, Veera. They were what, 1 last time around?
Yes.
No.
They had one,
it's
but
not just
then
one.
they won 4 parliament seats in 2009.
It's not just one, Vishnu. I think it's psychologically, and to me, from South India's point of view, and I'll tell you this, 2014 when Telangana was created, and as I pointed out, Telangana area was an original TDP stronghold. It was never a Congress stronghold. 50 out of 119 in 2009. When Telangana was created, there was a sense within the Congress, we created Telangana, we are the ones who are going to take over it. Unfortunately for them, it just got pushed back on the ground. It was KCR who was the hero.
10 years late.
10 years down the line.
10 years late?
It's like, it's the state that led them to 2004. Without Andhra Pradesh, 2004 wasn't there for the UPA.
2009.
Supriya will respond to this. 10 years late, sure, but a convincing number there. Supriya, it's 10:45 and counting, but just look at the numbers of Telangana. You will certainly be looking at the brighter side of these 4 states.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I think Telangana, more than just the numbers, I think Telangana is going to be one of the first where we will perhaps be, trouncing regional parties, and I think that's a huge that's a huge phenomena, because and I say it at the cost of sounding far more objective than I should in my political role, but the emergence of regional parties, or the emergence of smaller regional parties, has been at the cost of the Congress. So the fact that we can trounce one in a state like Telangana, and with such a convincing majority, we read a lot into this verdict, and it says a lot. Yes, 10 years too late, but I think the fact that people, Telangana was formed with a vision, and that vision was never fulfilled, and the fact that we had a track record in neighboring Karnataka to prove that we will do what we promise. I will go back to Rajasthan, because I think that's an election that everybody is giving a lot of 2 cents gyan on. I will go back to it and say, I will still wait for the final numbers, but the fact that we are at the numbers where we are, this is one of the best shows that we've had in a state like Rajasthan, where we have fought for the second time for governance after being an incumbent.
But Supriya, let me ask you this question.
Yes.
Is there not a sense in the Congress party, if these trends end up being results, that there is a north-south split in this country? You've done very well in Telangana, you've done very well in Karnataka earlier on, but unless, as Sanjay Pogalia was mentioning, you have a proper script script out for North India in states such as UP, a bigger say in Madhya Pradesh, a bigger say in Rajasthan, come in 2024, you may not just have the numbers.
I disagree with Sanjay on a lot of things that he has said on this show, and very vehemently so. I'm not going to get into a point-by-point rebuttal, but as far as your larger question is concerned, that do we need a different script and is there a north-south divide, then what is Chhattisgarh all about?
Supriya, half a second. We've got some breaking news coming in. Shivraj Singh Chauhan speaking. Let's just quickly listen in.
ये प्रमुख कारण है डबल इंजन की सरकार। दिल्ली में प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में केंद्र सरकार ने जो काम किया उसको यहाँ ठीक से हमने इम्प्लीमेंट किया, और जो यहाँ योजनाएं बनी, लाडली लक्ष्मी से लेकर लाडली बहना तक का एक अद्भुत सफर जो मध्य प्रदेश ने तय किया, गरीबों के लिए, किसानों के लिए, भांजे भांजियों के लिए जो काम हुए वो भी जनता के दिल को छू गए और एक परिवार मध्य प्रदेश बन गया। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला, और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही, और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी, क्योंकि जनता का प्रेम हर कहीं दिखाई देता था।
सभी कांटे निकाल दिए, आप कह चुके थे पहले भी, अभी भी आप।
मैंने पहले भी कहा कि केवल लाडली बहना नहीं, लाडली लक्ष्मी, 50% रिजर्वेशन स्थानीय निकाय के चुनाव में, कन्या विवाह, प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो योजना थी प्रधानमंत्री मातृ वंदना योजना, उसका ढंग से क्रियान्वयन, उसका प्रभाव, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ जैसे अभियान, संपत्ति की खरीद में बहनों को रजिस्ट्री शुल्क में कमी, फिर 35% भर्तियां, ओवरऑल रिजर्वेशन दिया है बेटियों को, बहनों को, और फिर लाडली बहना ने जिंदगी बदली। तो बहनों के मन में एक असीम प्रेम, एक असीम विश्वास पैदा हुआ। अब हम विस्तार से, अभी तो प्रारंभिक रुझान है, लेकिन हमारा विश्वास है कि हम शानदार बहुमत प्राप्त करेंगे। बाकी चर्चा फिर विस्तार से बात करेंगे।
Shivraj Singh Chauhan, that's virtually an election victory speech, but it does appear that the BJP is doing quite well. I was speaking to Amitabh just a few moments back, and he said that no, Vishnu, don't get ahead of yourself. Wait till about 11:30 or 11:40. These could still be postal ballots. Be that as it may, Supriya Shrinate still with us. Sanjay Pugalia had a quick point. Go ahead.
नहीं, सुप्रिया, मैं आपसे ये कहना चाह रहा था कि आप जिन भी पॉइंट का जवाब देना चाहें आराम से दीजिए, लेकिन आपने चूंकि छत्तीसगढ़ का जिक्र किया, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है। छत्तीसगढ़ में कांग्रेस को बहुत अच्छी जीत मिल रही है, लेकिन ये क्रेडिट बघेल और बघेल की स्ट्रैटेजी को, उनको जो फ्री हैंड मिला उसको है। लेकिन ये भी ना भूलिए, क्योंकि अब देखिए 2024 की बात आएगी, उस संदर्भ में हम बात कर रहे हैं, और वो ये है कि बीजेपी ने वहाँ इम्प्रूव किया है, बावजूद उसके बघेल वहाँ लौट करके आ रहे हैं। तो ये ऑटोनॉमी की विक्ट्री है जिसको कांग्रेस को सल्यूट करना चाहिए।
सो आपकी बात को ही अगर मैं खंडन करते हुए एक बात बोलूं, और मुझे लगता है कि आपको बुरा नहीं मानना चाहिए क्योंकि हम बड़े फ्रैंकली बात कर रहे हैं संजय जी, आपके ही अकॉर्डिंग अगर मैं चलूं तो हर जीत का श्रेय भाजपा में मोदी को जाएगा, हार का श्रेय उनको नहीं जाएगा, हार का ठीकरा उनके सर नहीं पड़ा जाएगा। लेकिन कांग्रेस में अगर कोई जीतेगा तो वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ सिर्फ रीजनल लोगों की जीत होगी। तो फिर वैसे मध्य प्रदेश में हार का ठीकरा किसके सर फोड़ा जाएगा, या राजस्थान में अगर हम अभी ट्रेल कर रहे हैं किसके सर फोड़ा जाएगा? मुझे लगता है कि ये थोड़ा सा दोहरा मापदंड है। ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर हिपोक्रेसी का एक पुट है, पर आई थिंक मैं अभी भी आश्वस्त हूं कि राजस्थान के नंबर्स इससे ज्यादा इंप्रूव करेंगे। और जहां तक आपने कहा 2024 की पिक्चर बिल्कुल खुली हुई है, और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अगर कोई भी नंबर्स को एक्सट्रैपोलेट करके कुछ कहना चाहता है वो सर्वथा गलत है। अगर हम एक बहुत बड़ा ट्रेंड है, और मुझे लगता है कि आज से 24 घंटे बाद आप लोग फिर से एक डिस्कशन करेंगे, और द फैक्ट कि एक रीजनल पार्टी की हार हो रही है, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है एक नेशनल पार्टी के हाथों। चाहे वो हम होते या चाहे वो बीजेपी होता, रीजनल फिनोमेना यहां पर है और वो स्थायी दिख रहा था, और अब उनकी हार हो रही है, ये एक बड़ी बात है। छत्तीसगढ़ में हमारी वापसी प्रो इनकम्बेंसी है। राजस्थान में अभी भी जो नंबर्स आप दिखा रहे हैं वो मेरे लिए बहुत एनकरेजिंग है, क्योंकि पिछले कुछ दशकों में इस तरह के नंबर हम जब सेकेंड बार मत देखने जाते हैं तो नहीं मिले हैं हमें। मेरे लिए मध्य प्रदेश डिसअपॉइंटिंग है, एब्सोल्युटली डिसअपॉइंटिंग है, लेकिन मैं फिर भी कहूंगी कि मेरा मसला नहीं है, ये भाजपा का मसला है।
सुप्रिया,
लेकिन भाजपा में इससे खुशी है या दुख है ये मैं नहीं बता सकती।
छोड़िए
सुप्रिया,
इनफैक्ट ये बहुत बड़ी बात है, आप बिल्कुल सही कह रही हैं कि राजस्थान में जो ये रिवॉल्विंग डोर है उसके मुकाबिल पहली बार इस प्रकार की एंटी इनकम्बेंसी न्यूट्रलाइज हुई है कांग्रेस के लिए। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट नंबर है। वोट शेयर भी आपका ठीक है, लेकिन वही है कि जो मैकेनिक्स होते हैं नीचे के, और उसमें मैं आपसे इंफॉर्मेशन सीख करना चाहूँगा कि जो बाद में 20 टिकटें बदली गई उसमें स्ट्राइक रेट क्या रहा, ये इंफॉर्मेशन के तौर पर मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ।
मेरे पास अभी डेटा नहीं है, लेकिन जब इंफॉर्मेशन आएगी तो हम लोग जरूर इसको साझा करेंगे। मैं मध्य प्रदेश का तो नहीं कह रही हूं, बिकॉज वहां पर तो काफी ज्यादा लीड है। मुझे लगता है कि 12 बजे अगर हम दोबारा से बात करें तो राजस्थान के नंबर्स काफी रिवाइज होंगे।
ओके, एक चीज और, आपने जो कहा रीजनल पार्टी का खत्म होना और कांग्रेस का इमर्ज होना, ये इंडिया अलायंस के लिए भी एक नया चैलेंज पोज करेगा, जो अभी WIP है, वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस है।
बिल्कुल, हर चीज वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस है। राजनीति में कोई चीज जब तक लास्ट वोट काउंट ना हो जाए कास्ट नहीं होता है। मुझे लगता है इंडिया अलायंस के लिए भी ये जरूरी है, और मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया अलायंस में हमारी जो मीटिंग अगली होगी उसमें भी इस फिनोमिना का डिस्कशन जरूर होगा कि कैसे अगर कांग्रेस एक तेलंगाना जैसा राज्य जीत रही है, जो तेलंगाना हमने बनाया 10 साल तक हम वहां नहीं आ पाए, अब आएंगे। मुझे लगता है ये सारे डायनामिक्स एट प्ले होंगे, इसमें कोई संशय नहीं है।
All right, Supriya, thanks very much for sharing your thoughts.
Just a piece of breaking news that is coming in now, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be going to the BJP headquarters. They have reasons to celebrate. Now the BJP number is almost double, more than the double in Madhya Pradesh of the Congress party. In Rajasthan also the numbers consolidating in the upwards of 104. But the concern certainly would appear in Chhattisgarh, because if you have a BJP and Congress gap of just 4, then we really do not know which way it's heading. But the news coming in around 6:30 p.m. is when the celebrations are going to begin at the BJP headquarters in Delhi, and that has been a very, very lucky headquarters, Sanjay.
Yes, precisely. Or whenever this happens, whenever BJP wins or is to make a big statement, the Prime Minister goes there. Of course, that buoyancy would be there, and he would be most humble person.
On right till prime time.
And to the workers, he'll assign a new task.
Yes.
What is important here? 2 states. Madhya Pradesh victory is phenomenal in terms of numbers. Rajasthan very good. Chhattisgarh is closing. Chhattisgarh,
exactly. I just wanted to go across
as we
those
said,
numbers of
may
Chhattisgarh.
go down to wire.
Let's just pull out those numbers.
What Supriya Sinha said, can I just 30 seconds?
Yeah.
What Supriya Sinha said in last line of responding to Sanjay Pugalia ji, that this work in progress of India Alliance is open, and their buoyancy in Telangana may write a fresh script, may force a writing of fresh script for India Alliance. That is a very, very interesting scenario, and which is going to be talked about.
There is only one agency which has said BJP will win Chhattisgarh.
Because head to head
against the trend, BJP will win
Chhattisgarh is becoming very, very fascinating.
It's becoming closer.
Everyone, I wanted to go across for a quick reaction on Chhattisgarh to Supriya. Supriya, the Congress party, she's just left right now. Amitabh, let's just take a look at Chhattisgarh closely. They are at the simple majority mark as the Congress. These are not final by any means. But the BJP at this stage up 27 to 42 in a state where the Congress believed it had it wrapped up. This tells, even if the Congress were to win, right, the margin would be extremely slender.
Yeah, so Chhattisgarh has always been a very close election. Only 2018 was an outlier.
Yes.
So this shows that the state will revert to the mean of closer elections. And in the regional analysis you showed, BJP gaining in center, south, north, all the regions because of different factors.
Everybody just hold on for half a second. I need to interrupt this because I do need to take a short break at this stage. These are important. This is what keeps us going, and we're getting a bit hungry as well, so there's some chai pani coming in, so do bear with us. We'll be back in about 2 minutes from now. Do stay tuned.
Okay.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time? Or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel Banks on Welfare is keen to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
All right, it is looking very, very exciting indeed. The gap between the BJP and the Congress in Madhya Pradesh is now fairly startling. The gap is also building between the Congress and the BJP in Rajasthan. And indeed, Chhattisgarh, which many in the Congress would have suggested would be a walkover in their favor, it is quite close. Telangana, yes, the Congress has done incredibly well. Defeating or potentially defeating the BRS looks very much on the cards. But there's some important breaking news, Maria,
Yes.
which is coming in as well.
Yes,
Go ahead.
and you, as you heard from Supriya, she was talking about perhaps the Congress will have a better bargaining power within the India alliance, because if they have unseated a regional satrap in the state of Telangana, news coming in that Congress has called the India meeting on December 6th. They will have much to explain to all other partners, particularly as to what happened in a bipolar contest between the BJP and the Congress in the state of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and also Chhattisgarh. And I think that becomes important because, you know, we have been saying that if the Congress were to do well in one of the states where it's a bipolar contest, then they would have a better bargaining power. Yes, they may have trumped BRS, a regional strong force in the state of Telangana, but when it is about a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress, it almost appears to be a mismatch. BJP winning with almost the double and perhaps bettering its number ever in the state of Madhya Pradesh, a state that they have been in power for 20 years, a chief minister who has been in power for 18 years, and in Rajasthan, which is following the revolving door process. But look at Chhattisgarh number. Sanjay, the question here is 45-43. This is too close an election for the Congress party's comfort.
Chhattisgarh, not just Congress party, but many others kind of declared the election to have been won by the Congress for many months ago. Since then, there are not many people who actually were giving any chance to the BJP. These numbers, of course, these numbers are closing because morning when counting started, Congress was leading very comfortably in terms of the trends that were coming in. This is only election in terms of 3 other places where counting is going on, where we are seeing kind of a reversal of a trend. A total reversal has not happened, but that is the closing of gap is actually happening in Chhattisgarh. This is very, very interesting. These elections would go to the wire as the numbers start coming in and counting still in process. I think Mr. Baghel was trailing. I don't know whether he is still trailing or not. T.S. Sindhya also is trailing. That again becomes very interesting because both Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister trailing. In a situation where Mr. Baghel, on behalf of Congress Party, was actually touring every other state and was acting as Congress's troubleshooter, both in terms of with all kinds of resources.
Sure. But just Sanjay, one important development that's just come in. Bhupesh Baghel is now in the lead. So that's changed in the last little while.
I'd like to make a point.
Yes, please.
This election was widely being talked about as a battle of welfare schemes because, everybody was talking about welfare and schemes and Labharti and so on. If you look at the kind of trends we're seeing right now, BRS, which was so dependent on the welfare schemes that it had unfurled over the last 10 years, is losing the state.
Yes.
Ashok, Gehlot in Rajasthan,
with all his welfare schemes,
looks like he may be losing. And even Chhattisgarh.
So bravery doesn't amount to much.
No, even in Chhattisgarh, again, where Baghel had done so many welfare schemes, particularly in the field of agriculture, now it's turned out to be a really close contest. So obviously there is much more to elections than just trying to move voters with welfare schemes. There's organizations, the mechanics of it, running an election campaign.
Go across to NDTV's Pratibha, who's got a guest with her. Go ahead, Pratibha.
Well, I have with me AICC Secretary as well as Telangana State in charge, Mr. Mansoor Ali Khan. Sir, the way moving towards Congress, how happy are you at this time?
It's actually, it was expected, and we've been on the ground, and right from when Rahulji did the Bharat Jodo Yatra, the cadre were really enthusiastic, and then the contribution of Sonia ji for Telangana and the creation of Telangana, and Priyanka ji's campaign, Kharge saab's campaign, and then all the local leadership, and because we've been seeing from the last 3-4 months how the ground situation is and what was reported. There was a huge difference, and the people of Telangana were actually fed up of the BRS government and the failed promises.
In fact, we are stationed outside the party headquarters here in Telangana, and there's a lot of festive spirit right outside with a lot of firecrackers and drum beats that have been playing. But then we also hear of ministers from Karnataka who have been lodging themselves here in Telangana. Is there some sort of a fear or insecurity in terms of BRS approaching a lot of your candidates?
Absolutely not. Actually, this is all, I don't know, a creation. And as all party workers, the party members who are being deployed by the High Command in the electoral process of the party have been here. And absolutely, there is no fear about any of our MLAs or candidates being in trouble. And we are absolutely sure we will all be together and we will form a very healthy government.
So a sweeping majority is what you say?
Definitely. Because it's the reflection of the confidence of people of Telangana have in the Congress party, and definitely we will be sweeping into power.
So, and the bigger question is, if the Congress were to come to power, who will be the chief minister?
See, in Congress party, there is a process, and there will the MLAs and the High Command will finally take a call, and there is we have established process in the Congress party.
Right. So that was Mr. Mansoor Ali Khan talking about Congress heading in for a sweeping majority in Telangana. Well, a lot would depend on how the trends would really proceed from here onwards in Telangana.
All right, we've got Uma Sudhir with us as well, from who joins us from Hyderabad. But before that, let me go across to Veera Raghav. Veera Raghav, you had a point to make.
No, very quick point to make. Welfare schemes alone are not a guarantee of success, and also for an incumbent government, one of the sentiments, and I think Uma, maybe we can put that across to Uma, an incumbent government going around tom-tomming saying that, look, I gave you this, I gave you this, I gave you this, can have a backlash as well, though it's not had one in Madhya Pradesh. But I think in Telangana, Uma, there was a lot of reliance on this KCR image, and as we've been discussing and you've pointed out since the outset, it's a KCR versus KCR election. Was there too much reliance for the BRS on the KCR image, forgetting the fact that family rule is something that India has rejected with every regional party? Every regional party has fallen because of family rule.
Yes, indeed. The perception of arrogance of the family and power being centered only within 4 members of the family, that's something that certainly did not go well with the people of Telangana. While KCR's welfare policies were all something that people did acknowledge, Raitu Bandhu or pensions and so on. But during elections, it's not what you have already got, but what you're going to get next. That is what is a carrot that is dangled before people. And I would think the 2 segments that the Congress very specifically addressed, whether it is a youth segment or the women to who they've promised 2,500 rupees monthly honorarium. They also promised free bus travel, and they also promised the gas at 500 rupees. And the debate, even rural women actually were, I was surprised that they were able to point out that it was the Congress which did it first, and why didn't they do it earlier if they really thought that we needed cheap cylinders, because they also had heard that KCR had then announced that they would be getting gas cylinders for 400 rupees. So it's not what you've already got, but what you're going to get that perhaps has that attraction, has that kind of, yes, so these are the kind of vehicles you'll find where people are...
Sure. Uma, just a quick question. Is there a change in mood within the Congress party that you're actually detecting right now, or do they believe that it could actually be lower than what they had initially projected, or do you believe that the trends thus far are exactly where the Congress wants it to be?
The Congress is in a very upbeat mood, and they do not think that they are going to be just about the majority number. They in fact seem to be feeling that they are going to be in a very, very comfortable position here, and therefore all the talk about whether if you have only about 2 short or 3
Uma,
more,
we'll come back to you in just half a second. There are lots of color for the Congress party over there. I want to turn our attention to Chhattisgarh and stay on Chhattisgarh for just a few minutes, because it's getting really interesting now. In the last 1 hour or so, we've seen a drastic change. I'm going to walk across to the screen so that we can actually take a look at what the situation in Chhattisgarh is, and then let's take a look at the regional breakup in Chhattisgarh as well. This is extremely close at this stage, and let's just have it out for you. Remember, the magic mark is 46. You say the Congress has actually reached that magic mark. Not quite, but these are now becoming trends slowly. In the next 10 or 15 minutes, what you start seeing would likely become a result. But the fact is that the BJP at 43 up 28 means that this cannot be taken at all for granted. This going down by a few seats, this going up by a few seats is quite possible. Of course, it can happen the other way around as well. But this is not, and I think this is the key point, what the Congress had expected of Chhattisgarh at all. So, Mitra, would you like to sort of come in and take a look, or tell us a little bit about what you see developing in Chhattisgarh?
So, I think initially when we started with the election campaign, Vishnu, we saw that Congress was in lead. You know, nobody imagined that BJP would come back because Raman Singh ji himself was very dormant, silent. We were not hearing much. And I think the campaign also which BJP launched, especially the campaign for election and the Mahadev app controversy and all these things, it came in very late. But I think one of the important factors which is affecting all the north states, I mean all the 3 states in the north, is the anti-Hindu or the anti-Sanatan rant which has happened. It has consolidated the Hindu votes. That is what I feel is really bringing out these numbers.
Sure.
Because otherwise Chhattisgarh was a clear winning shot for the Congress. But now I think BJP might
may just be in the ascendancy. Let's just take a look at the region-wise split of Chhattisgarh. This is north. And the number is a whopping 12 up for the BJP at 17 at this stage out of 32 seats in this area. The BJP, the Congress, I should say, down by 9. If you take a look at South Chhattisgarh, there are 3 regions in the state. In South Chhattisgarh, 16 out of 16. The Congress down 7, the BJP up 6. So in all of these areas,
yes,
it's very much the BJP which is on the ascendancy. And finally, though it is narrowly in favor of the Congress in the center of central Chhattisgarh, just look at the BJP up 11. So it's neck and neck.
Yes, but look at the southern part. Let's bring in the
Let's go back to the
southern part. In 2018, Vishnu, the Congress had 48.8% vote share.
Yeah.
They had won 15 seats. And the BJP had won only one seat with 33%. Now look at the shift. 48, that means they had an upper advantage of 15% in 2018. Look at the north now. In north, there was an 8% gap between the BJP and the Congress in 2018. The Congress was at 40.6 with 24 seats. Now they are down by 9 seats. Similarly, in central, there was a gap of 10% between the BJP and the Congress, with the Congress having a vote share of 43 and the BJP at 33. The gap of seats, Vishnu, at that time was 29 for the Congress and 9 for the BJP.
It'll be interesting, and Rajat, come in on this. Why do you believe, or what are some of the key factors you believe, are resulting in the BJP being in the upswing over here?
Well, I think it's one of the most interesting campaign strategies that BJP adopted. BJP was very nimble right from the upfront because...
All right, half a second. Raman Singh speaking. Sorry about that, Rajat. Let's quickly listen in.
Yeah, उसका आशीर्वाद आज मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया।
नतीजा क्या निकलेगा? पर भूपेश जी का नतीजा दिख रहा है कि 2 राउंड में पीछे चल रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये है कि जनता ने उनके सारे मंत्रियों को नकारा है, पूरी सरकार को रिजेक्ट किया है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूरा का पूरा आशीर्वाद और समर्थन दिया है।
सर, शुरुआती बढ़त आखिर क्या माने कि बीजेपी को जनता क्यों चुन रही है?
मैंने पहले भी इसका जवाब दिया था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी मोदी जी के नाम से, मोदी जी के काम से, 9 साढ़े 9 साल की उपलब्धि को लेकर जिस प्रकार केंद्रीय नेतृत्व ने मेहनत किया, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने समय दिया, गृह मंत्री जी ने समय दिया, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने जो समय हमको दिया, और जनता को मोदी जी की गारंटी, जनता ने उस पर भरोसा किया, भूपेश की बातों पर भरोसा नहीं किया। ये प्रथम चरण के रुझान में स्पष्ट दिख रहा है और ये निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए और राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व का आशीर्वाद मिला और हम जीत की ओर बढ़ेंगे।
छत्तीसगढ़ में आपको सबसे ज्यादा भरोसा, आप सबसे मुखर होकर बोले कि हम जीत रहे हैं, भूपेश पे भरोसा लोगों का कम हो गया, और सबसे बड़ी बात गृह मंत्री ने आप पर भरोसा जताया था। आपको अंडर करंट पता था सर कि ऐसा हो रहा है?
अंडर करंट दिख रहा था और इतना बड़ा अंडर करंट होगा इसका एहसास सामान्यतः लोगों को नहीं हो पा रहा था, मगर मैं इस बात को लगातार रिपीट कर रहा था। मेरी बात को लोग भरोसा कितना करते हैं मैं नहीं जानता, मगर मैं मीडिया के माध्यम से रोज बोल रहा था, एक ही बात को रिपीट कर रहा था कि जबरदस्त अंडर करंट है और भूपेश को छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता रिजेक्ट कर चुकी है, उसके चेहरे को हराना चाहती है।
सर, आप बैकफुट पे थे एकदम से, क्योंकि आपको क्या लगता है क्या गेम चेंजर रहा जो आप अचानक से जो बिल्कुल बैकफुट पे थे अचानक से लीड करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं? तो ऐसी कौन सी गेम चेंजर पॉलिसीज थी, किस तरह से इसको मोबिलाइज किया आपने पूरे कैडर को?
नहीं, लीड डॉक्टर रमन ने नहीं किया, लीड पूरे सामूहिक नेतृत्व में हमने किया, मैं भी मेहनत किया, मेरी पूरी हम सब ने किया। और राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व ने इतना समय दिया, मगर जैसे ही हमारी घोषणा पत्र जारी किया हमने और वो घोषणा पत्र में मोदी जी की गारंटी उसमें लग गया, उसके बाद जनता को 100% भरोसा हो गया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो कहती है उसको करती है। और मोदी जी की बात पे, और 15 साल, फिर मैं रिपीट करूंगा, 15 साल जो डेवलपमेंट के काम हमने किया था विकास के, उस काम को भी मुहर लगाया।
क्या आपको लगता है कि जो करप्शन था, जो भूपेश बघेल ने जो किया था, लगातार एक के बाद एक करप्शन की जो चीजें सामने निकल करके आ रही थी, उसने भी बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया? बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा था भूपेश बघेल के करप्शन, और लगातार वो शराब की घोटाला हो, कोयला का घोटाला हो, महादेव ऐप का मामला हो, पीएससी में भर्ती में युवकों के साथ छल किया गया वो घोटाला हो, महिलाओं के साथ जो उस प्रकार से वादा खिलाफी किया गया वो बातें हैं। इन बातों को लेकर लोग भूपेश के चेहरा को बदलना चाहते थे। एक बात ये सामने आ रही थी सर, एक बात ये सामने आ रही थी कि बीजेपी जो है शहरों में अच्छा करेगी, लेकिन गांव में क्योंकि किसानों तक उनका पेनिट्रेशन इतना अच्छा नहीं है, तो क्या आपको लगता है कि आपकी जो योजनाएं हैं और जो आपकी बातें हैं वो ग्रामीण इलाकों तक भी पहुंच पाई हैं?
पूरी महिलाओं ने और युवकों ने जम के वोट दिया और किसानों ने भी समर्थन।
सर, आप 9 मंत्री पीछे हैं, अगर मौका मिलेगा मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे?
ये पार्टी का निर्णय है, पार्टी जिसको भी जवाबदारी देगी। हम लोग एक सामान्य कार्यकर्ता हैं, जब जैसी जो जवाबदारी दी गई उसका पालन किया, आगे जैसे पार्टी का निर्देश होगा और जिसको भी जवाबदारी दी जाएगी सब मिलके उसको छत्तीसगढ़ में एक बेहतर सरकार बनाने का काम
आप चौथी बार ये जिम्मेवारी संभालने के लिए तैयार हैं?
मैं कहता हूं ना, पार्टी मुझे हमेशा, मैंने कभी मांगा नहीं है। पार्टी जब जब जो जो जवाबदारी दी है उसका क्रियान्वयन मैं करता रहा हूं। आगे क्या जवाबदारी देगी पार्टी के नेता तय करेंगे।
ये 9 मंत्री पीछे चल रहे हैं अभी,
ये पूरी सरकार पीछे चल रही है। जब मुख्यमंत्री 2 राउंड में पीछे हो गया, इसका मतलब ये बता दिया कि जनमत उनके खिलाफ।
दावे कर रहे थे, कई तरह के दावे थे, 75 पार तो आपने अभी भी कहा है,
75 की बात कर रहे थे। और मैं कल भी आपको कहा था, मैंने आंकड़े भी बताए थे कि कांग्रेस कहां तक जाएगी और वो 40 भी क्रॉस नहीं कर पाती।
All right, so breaking news now coming in. If you look at the latest lead situation in Chhattisgarh, we've got it up 47 now. It's swapped, change between the BJP and the Congress. It's the BJP which is above the halfway mark now. The Congress has gone down a little bit. You saw Raman Singh speaking just a few moments back. It's changed again. It's 49. The BJP pushing towards that 50 mark. Remember, the majority mark is 46. Raman Singh, you heard speaking over there, appearing incredibly confident at this stage. And the key point over here, one among many, is that many or most of the exit polls got it all wrong as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned.
Vishnu, in the morning at 8 o'clock, I mentioned this point, that none other than it was only Amit Shah ji who was telling every reporter he was meeting over the past 10 days that you will see a massive upset. Place your bets on BJP in Chhattisgarh. He was the lone voice who was saying this repeatedly because he was sensing it from the ground. Understand the strategy of BJP. It became a fait accompli 3 months back that Congress is winning. There is no leadership, but BJP started a very, very micro campaign. They picked up very small but genuine issues. They picked up the PSC scam, the civil services scam in the state. They picked up the agrarian crisis issue. They picked up the huge unemployment crisis right now in Chhattisgarh.
And
all of these simmering was happening, and they used a plain vanilla campaigning. They did not go out to try extraordinary
and then there was
things.
the entire thing for the SGs. Which was announced by the Prime Minister in Jharkhand. Aarti, you had a point. You had a point to make on this.
Maninder Singh,
on what exactly is happening over here. Just quickly before we go to Mr.
No,
Sirsaiya.
on the ST issue, I just want to point out that the Prime Minister made that remark, that announcement on the 15th of November. But the Bastar region in Chhattisgarh
had already voted. So that may not have been a factor.
No, I would say it is the work on the ground that the BJP and RSS have done over the last few years, sustained work amongst tribals, and I think that there was a polarization between Christian Adivasis and non-Christian Adivasis, which has worked to the BJP's advantage very clearly.
Yes, I will. Just a quick word from Maninder Singh Sirsa, who's joining me from the BJP office. Maninder ji, आदाब. आपके चेहरे पे मुस्कुराहट लाजमी है क्योंकि अगर 11:30 बज गया है और ये नंबर्स दिख रहे हैं Give us what do you think is working for the BJP in Chhattisgarh? We are understanding what worked in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan as well. What do you think worked or perhaps is working if these numbers hold?
See, one thing is for sure that when we talk about Chhattisgarh, the big scam in Chhattisgarh was definitely a most important issue in Chhattisgarh. When you talk about Mahadev app, you talk about the corruption in Chhattisgarh, the loot in Chhattisgarh, and the Prime Minister also very clearly said that people are just looting and filling up their coffers. So I think the loot, the corruption was the biggest issue in Chhattisgarh, and that was the reason that people want to boot out this party out and this government out, and they have given the mandate to the BJP, to the Narendra Modi ji.
And nobody was giving Chhattisgarh to you. I remember I did speak to a lot of BJP leaders, and I agree with what Rajat here is saying, that Home Minister Amit Shah, who has been crisscrossing Chhattisgarh, has been telling everyone that be prepared for a surprise in Chhattisgarh. So perhaps they had sensed that. I want to understand from you, what do you think BJP did right, besides, of course, taking on the Congress party on the issue of corruption?
See, the one thing is corruption. The second most important thing is, see, people of Chhattisgarh, maybe Prime Minister's slogan, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Prayas, Sabka Vishwas. So Chhattisgarh people have seen that in spite of Congress government there, the schemes of center are reaching them. The government of India is doing their best to get them, reach them, the scheme should reach them. And at the same time, the Chhattisgarh CM is just looting them like anything. So Amit Shah ji was very clear from day one. He was categorically saying and again कि मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ. In our meetings also, उन्होंने कहा बार-बार ही said कि मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ छत्तीसगढ़ को लोग बहुत गलत आंक रहे हैं. छत्तीसगढ़ के अंदर बीजेपी का साथ है. लोग चाहते हैं बीजेपी को लाना और बदलाव आएगा. और छत्तीसगढ़ के आंकड़े आपको हैरान करने वाले होंगे. तो day one he was sensing this कि छत्तीसगढ़ will be a big change. And when he said about मध्य प्रदेश कि मध्य प्रदेश में हम 140-50 सीटें जीतेंगे, I think no media house was buying his argument.
Okay, Manindra ji, just half a second, because this is incredible, the turnaround that we are seeing in Chhattisgarh. Let me go straight across to NDTV's Sunil Prabhu, who joins us now from the Congress office here in Delhi. Sunil, give us an idea of what some of the reactions are. Is the mood one of despondency? Because, Telangana, I beg your pardon, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, things aren't really going well for the Congress.
Not going well, and in fact, just to give you a mood, the bands that were started have all stopped. It's completely now getting desolate. I think clearly the message is loud and clear for the Congress party that they have made a number of mistakes, and I think many of the general secretaries, many of their leaders did report to the Congress leadership during the campaign, be it in Chhattisgarh, be it in Madhya Pradesh, that things were not going well. They did tell them that in Madhya Pradesh there was a lackluster campaign. The fact that in Chhattisgarh, especially in urban areas, the situation hasn't been very, very good. And of course, this entire campaign of attacking on the corruption issue has definitely made a huge impact. So definitely for the Congress party as well as opposition parties, it's back to the drawing room stage. They understand now that ahead of that finals of 2024, it's a long road ahead, and definitely a lot of mistakes that have been committed, and really they are really what one leader conceded and said, extremely disappointed and upset with the way the votes have turned out to be.
Vishnu, similar to what we had seen in 2015 in Bihar. The BJP started distributing laddus around 8:30, 9:30, and that's what happened.
But I'll tell you where laddus are being distributed right now.
Is it?
In Jaipur.
Yes.
Our colleague Vedant at a BJP leader. Is this the BJP office? This is in fact, I think, the BJP office where you are, Vedant. What's happening over there? Laddu distribution started. The numbers seem very much in favor of the BJP at this stage.
Well, Vishnu, I'm very close to the city palace here in Jaipur, and here you can see there's celebration. The dhols are out, and BJP flags are out. In fact, a lot of women from the Raj Mahal, as it is called, are here as well. Let me try get in a word from them as well. आप बताइए, दिया कुमारी जी अब लगभग 20,000 वोटों से आगे चल रही हैं. क्या लड्डू बंटना शुरू हो गया ऑलरेडी?
बिल्कुल लड्डू बंटने शुरू हो गए. दिया कुमारी जी आनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हम तो ये चाह रहे हैं कि राजस्थान में मुख्यमंत्री दिया कुमारी जी बने, क्योंकि हमारी महिलाओं की जो पीड़ा है वो सिर्फ महिला ही समझ सकती है। और अभी हमें अगर युवाओं का उज्जवल भविष्य चाहिए, ये अपने ये जो वंशवाद, जातिवाद जो ये चल रहा है, तुष्टिकरण की नीति से मुक्ति पानी है, तो हमें दिया कुमारी जी जैसी इनके जैसे हमें जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर
ठीक है। चलिए आप बताइए अभी रुझान है, परिणाम नहीं आए, लेकिन अगर बीजेपी आती है पावर में तो ये किसकी जीत आप देखती हैं? ये मोदी की जीत है, दिया कुमारी जी की Here you can see the show, Modi chants of Jai Shri Ram as well. Let me try and get the word from some more people. आप बताइए सर, लड्डू पटना शुरू हो गया है, अभी आप आश्वस्त हैं कि बीजेपी यहाँ पर पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ आएगी?
मेरे हिसाब से बीजेपी राजस्थान में अभी 115 के आसपास जीत रही है।
हो गया?
ये जीत हमारी
आप हो गया?
From the people here, BJP supporters out in large numbers here outside BJP Karyalayas, and they've planned huge celebrations.
Vedant,
prominent faces like Diya Kumari.
Vedant, I want to understand from you who all are there at the BJP office. You know, the leader who arrives first may have got some indication from the central leadership.
Absolutely, Maria. In fact, sources within the party here tell us that two senior leaders are expected by today evening. Of course, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat has been here holding the fort, for the BJP. In fact, boosting the morale of BJP workers here. He came to the BJP office here as well, and we're expecting senior leadership from the BJP to come here by today evening as well. And initially, as we were reporting, the rebel factor, the independents, they could have become important because there was a cliffhanger that was predicted by the exit polls. But right now, the BJP is looking at a comfortable majority. And Maria, here you can see laddus are out as well in true BJP style. Okay, so Maria, a lot of celebrations have been planned, and of course, not just
we have seen that kind of celebrations in the BJP office, and all that will be translating into massive celebrations at the BJP headquarters in Delhi at the ITO.
It's not that we are stopping you. We know that you have a thing for laddus. Go right ahead, Vedant.
Okay, Sanjay, when we look at these images, yes, state after state, it's a convincing victory. Madhya Pradesh 72 plus another 15. That is what the Congress, BJP has. In the state of Rajasthan also, a massive victory, a convincing victory. And if these numbers hold, then Chhattisgarh could also be good news for the BJP. My question then is, sab jagah collective leadership thi, under the overarching image of Prime Minister Modi. So the Modi magic that we keep talking about is winning states for the BJP.
Precisely. Modi magic has held, and Maria, very honestly and frankly, nobody outside of Amit Shah's strategy group believed that they were going to win 3 out of 3 in the heartland. That is again very interesting. You mentioned about Amit Shah telling everybody, and I had a small chat with him when he said that people won't believe now, but Chhattisgarh we are going to win.
Sanjay sir, मैं एक चीज बस ऐड करूंगी. There is this party that we have seen in action since 2014. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, who started as the BJP president. In those 5 years that he was the BJP president, he has traveled to each and every state of India. He is the person responsible for ensuring that every district of India has a BJP office.
Yeah, every district now they are going district wise. The fact remains that Rajasthan people were talking too much about Gehlot, the welfare schemes initiated by Gehlot, and so on and so forth. In Madhya Pradesh, again, these numbers, nobody had believed these numbers. I think these numbers would be comparable to the numbers that BJP got in Gujarat. Again, head to head, coming to 2024, head to head, BJP vis-a-vis Congress, where they have been pitted straight one against each other in 2014 and 2019. BJP's strike rate is about 85%.
Yes.
So these numbers actually tell you a very larger story.
And talking about that aspect, when Karnataka elections were lost, Desh Ratan Nigam, and coming on this also.
Maria, 30 seconds.
Yes.
When you did that big fight, the last point where we concluded was Chhattisgarh.
Yes. that's an important point
Yes,
that we
that
did.
was-
Deshratan Nigam, when the Karnataka elections were lost, the point was that the BJP is not relying on local leadership. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is doing too much of heavyweight lifting. Just look at these results. All 3 states, but is it different because it's a it's a Hindi belt? Cow belt mein mahal isliye different ho sakta hai because the Labharti aspect, the Modi voter is very much there because of the Labhartis. The last mile delivery of the schemes of the government is being felt on the ground, and we have seen that on ground.
Yes, certainly, Maria. In fact, delivery of the scheme so far as BJP is concerned and digitalization of the entire scheme is one of the most common factors for BJP's delivery. And not to forget their grassroots level workers. Their grassroots level workers, Panna Pramukh, which take everything to the bottom. Right to the last mile connectivity is their Karyakartas. And then comes the Prime Minister. Let me put it this way. The Prime Minister is bonus to everything. The structure that they have, the grassroots workers that they have, the booth level workers that they have, and therefore, if you look at the entire state of Karnataka, they lost because of the loss of few leaders out there, and Andhra Karnataka, the bad loss that they had in Andhra Karnataka.
But there are a couple of important points. Half a second, Veera, which I wanted to make over here, and just go back to these numbers also in terms of state by state. The key point that you can actually see over here is that despite the India alliance actually gaining a little bit of steam, when it comes to numbers in the north of the country, they are nowhere to be considered. On the 6th of December, there's going to be an important meeting. They'll certainly be taking stock of what is proving to be a fairly disastrous run. We can also see, if you look at Telangana and the fact that the Congress is likely coming to power over there, we can see a clear north-south split over here. So the Karnataka win for the Congress earlier on extending into Telangana, but the key point being that if there isn't something substantial, the India alliance, and not least of all the Congress party, has in mind for the north of the country, come 2024, it'll be difficult for a mood change to actually be in effect. And without something substantial over there, they'd be in trouble. Let's just quickly go across to all of the states right now and see what the lead situation is. Chhattisgarh first. This has gone down from 49 to 47, but considering the fact that it was the Congress which was expected to win, it is a huge jump for the BJP, and it appears at this stage that the BJP is on its way to coming to power in Chhattisgarh. Raman Singh, a little while back, actually said quite clearly that, look, we are going to win. We knew it all along. Amit Shah had made the point for a while that it was the BJP coming to power. All the exit polls, by and large, got it wrong over here. I think there was one outlier. Let's move to Madhya Pradesh. And this, I think, as far as the BJP is concerned, is one of the biggest stories. Not because they are likely winning Madhya Pradesh at this stage, but the margin of the win is absolutely huge. Up 45, the Congress 41. Remember, there were a couple of exit polls which had said that, no, in fact, it's the Congress which is going to win. With a lead like this now, and we are well now past, or we are slowly getting past the stage of ballot polls, it is a huge, huge number over there as well.
It's a wave election in Madhya Pradesh.
Yeah, so this is going to be a resounding victory, one way or the other, for the BJP, it appears at this stage. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves until some of these trends become results. That will happen. Rajasthan, another huge story. Again, there were those exit polls which said that, no, in fact, it's going to be close. It might be in favor of the BJP. But let's take a look at where the BJP is now. Up 39, the Congress down 33. Let's go across now to NDTV's Manish Kumar, who joins us from Chhattisgarh, from Raipur. Manish, thanks very much for being with us. You know, there was a sense of optimism in the Congress in the morning. Baghel started trailing. He may be in the lead right now, but it seems that the BJP is clearly on the ascendancy in Chhattisgarh. Is that the sense in the Congress office?
Yes, of course, the hope is now giving way to despair. Although the Congress party managers, campaign managers, they are still claiming that it's too early because there are over 15 rounds still to count, and they are hopeful that they will be able to somewhere change the trend. But even that whatever trends are there till 11:30, it's it continues to hold in the remaining last round. But of course, Chhattisgarh has a history of, close contest, but we have to keep our fingers crossed. But as of now, it seems that BJP is going to, create a big upset because, this is one of those few states where almost all the exit polls gave, Congress party a comfortable majority. Of course, everyone was, aware of the fact that Congress will not be able to retain either the seats which they won last time or the seats, the vote percentage. But nobody expected this kind of, dismal performance by the, incumbent Congress government, Bhupesh Baghel government, because Bhupesh Baghel was the face of the campaign, and somewhere he gave the, optimism. He was quite confident that he will be able to pull it off. But we have to see, as of now, it seems that this Chhattisgarh is also slipping from the, hands of Congress, and BJP is on the way back in Raipur.
Let's just go across to Tuhin Sinha, the BJP spokesperson. Thanks, Mr. Sinha, very much for being with us. And Manish, thank you also for having joined us a few minutes back. Mr. Sinha, the key point over here, and let's just take a look at the larger picture. What is the larger message over here? It does appear that the BJP will be winning these three key states, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. If that is the case, then going into 2024, and I do know that assembly election results don't necessarily have a link with what's going to happen in general elections. However, would you say that the mood in the Hindi heartland has been established?
Well, Vishnu, I have been sticking my neck out on this for some time, and Maria is aware of it. I have been saying it for some time that it will be a 3-0 clean sweep for the BJP in the Hindi heartland. Now, there are two factors which are very evident. One is the pro-incumbency sentiment on the ground for Prime Minister Modi and for Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji. But on the other hand, what is equally important is the anger and the animosity people today have for the Congress party because of its duplicity on a range of issues. Number one, the way it presided over and facilitated the attacks, the orchestrated attacks against the Sanatan Dharma. Number two, the way it has unleashed financial anarchy in Himachal Pradesh and in Karnataka through its fake guarantees. And number three, through its all-out corruption, through its duplicity on the issue on important issues like caste census and its divisive nature. So I think, this paves the way for a very big win for the BJP in 2024. And look at it, even allies of the Congress party or supposed allies of the Congress party, Akhilesh Yadav has been calling out Congress's hypocrisy. Today,
Congress
people of the country...
Worry, Tuhin, I agree with you, post these results, because in a direct contest between regional satrap, they'll say that in context of Telangana, yes, we have done well. But Veera, you wanted to come in.
No, Maria, I was just going to go back to the point that you made about leadership and the Prime Minister being the star campaigner. And we were juxtaposing it with Karnataka. The lesson I think the BJP has learnt from Karnataka is that even if you want to move forward, don't give a public image of sidelining the leader. What happened with Yediyurappa is very different from what you saw in Madhya Pradesh, where Shivraj Singh Chauhan...
And what happened with Vasundhara Raje, in the last moment
you did not send the message that you have alienated them. Yes. You kept the regional satrap as well as you went out, and I think that's part of the strategy. But I think the bigger lesson as far as the Congress is concerned is what Vishnu was also pointing out, that there is definitely clearly seeming to be a north-south divide, at least from the way I see it down south, because several Congress leaders, Vishnu, who we met in Hyderabad, were supremely confident about Chhattisgarh. They were slightly nervous about Madhya Pradesh. Rajasthan, they weren't willing to talk too much, but Madhya Pradesh, they were nervous, and I remember them saying 125. So I think that would be a hit. And Chhattisgarh, I think a lot of Congress leaders were extremely confident that they were going to
I've just got a message from those close to Jyotiraditya Scindia coming in, and then I'll go across to Deshratan Nigam on how the Scindia factor, they say, has actually won. It's based on their analysis of the situation in the state, in the counting, on almost all seats where Jyotiraditya Scindia's loyalists were contesting or where he campaigned heavily, which would be in the Guna, Shivpuri, Gwalior area. It's 15-1, according to Scindia loyalists, on the BJP versus the Congress. They say it is an impressive lead for the BJP in these areas. Now, this is interesting because Deshratan Nigam, there were those who questioned what would actually take place with Jyotiraditya Scindia. Was he actually making the mark for the BJP in the state? If this is true, and I'm telling you off the top, this is coming from his supporters, but if it is true, then, you know, it just goes to show that he remains very strong in the state.
I'll just take that question forward with one more thing, that in this belt of Chambal and Gwalior, the point was that the workers of the BJP had done anti-Maharaja politics. That was the sense. But here is the Maharaja who jumps the ship, becomes part of the BJP, and still the workers were okay with ensuring that the party wins. So I think that is the interesting shift that is winning.
26-7 last time in Chambal.
But Deshrathanji has answered that question.
Please.
I mean, the Scindia factor.
See, absolutely right. See, Scindia has been able to establish himself in BJP now. And especially the kinds of trends that are showing. And there he's completely, you know, assimilated himself in the BJP. He is also transformed. It is not that the BJP is the only person who's adjusted with Scindia. Scindia is also very well adjusted, and he's a young dynamic leader, no doubt about it. He has a hold in that particular region, and combining it with BJP's, you know, workers, the strength of the workers which the BJP has, and the Prime Minister's charisma, I think all the three factors in that particular region has done wonders to BJP.
Right.
There's no doubt about it. So far as North-South divide is concerned, let me tell you, even in the last elections, the BJP had lost the Karnataka elections. But there was a sweep in the Lok Sabha elections. So you cannot have that North-South divide in the Lok Sabha elections. Please remember that.
It could be the other way around as well. Who knows?
Yes.
No, but last time in 2018, just a quick point, sir. 2018, BJP was the single largest party in Karnataka.
Yeah.
In 2019, they swept the parliamentary election. This time, of course, you have an alliance with
Okay, I know.
Karnataka
I
is
know
not the
everybody
story
wants to come in. I'm just going to have to wait for a moment. Again, the sponsors, Veera Raghav, important. We need to keep the business running.
Laddus.
We need to take a short break at this stage.
what
We'll
about
come
some
back with the
laddus
very
for us?
latest. And Aarti has a couple of key points to make. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
Get comfy this Christmas with Pillow Pad Fold Away from JML. The multi-angle viewing stand that makes any device easy to see, comfortable and hands-free. The plush microfiber ledge holds any device securely at the perfect viewing angle. And it comes with a handy storage compartment. It's a great gift for sofa surfers. Whether you're sitting, lounging or lying down, get the perfect view with Pillow Pad Fold Away. Only $19.99 from Asda, Argos, Boots, Tesco and JMLDirect.com.
More broadband switchers? Choose us. And this Black Friday, EE Broadband is free.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today, what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs, breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales? Right? Are customers paying real money for this? And is that real money higher than the cost? So that's the first thing. Then we look at the quality of the team and the founders. Right? And then maybe 100 other things. But these two are absolutely important. Very important also is there some IP that is being created?
Always look epic. And it's on the UK's best network for 10 years. So shop our unreal Samsung deals in the EE Black Friday sale. But only until the 7th of December. Because, more Samsung owners choose EE.
So you want the confidence to hit that high note. Here's how. Get the Harry's trial set.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV.
I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December. Come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time? Or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral
to call Madhya Pradesh in favor of the BJP with a 157 to 70. We are well into the counting at this stage, and the Congress down 44 at this stage. The BJP well above the majority mark of 116. If you take a look at Rajasthan, again, some had suggested it would be close, but this isn't close at all. The BJP well ahead of the Congress. It appears that the internal differences of the Congress party, what they tried to do in terms of SOPs has not worked out as well, and that some of what the BJP was trying to talk about in terms of corruption certainly being one of the key things against the Gehlot government, the problems within the Congress, the lack of cohesiveness over there has worked in favor of the BJP. One of the most remarkable elections this time around, and we are getting to a stage when we should be able to call Telangana as well, is the Congress's remarkable performance in the state of Telangana, where at 71 and up 52, they are directly have gained at the cost of the BRS. The BJP, which was just last time around, is up to 8 seats if these trends become results. But the Congress will come to par, it appears at this stage, at Telangana. Mizoram results will be declared tomorrow. Question, is this a clear north-south divide we are seeing? Remember, a couple of months back, Karnataka, the Congress had done well.
That's coming
In Telangana, the Congress doing well as well. But the other states, BJP all the way.
Yeah. Those visuals that are coming in now, Narendra Tomar, Agriculture Minister, Civil Aviation Minister in Jyotiraditya Scindia, and the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Well, it's very clear that Shivraj Singh Chauhan could, very well be the man that the central leadership could choose. And rule that out at the moment. But yes, those visuals are interesting because the party wanted to send that message that 3 union ministers, 4 MPs and a general secretary in Kailash Vijayvargiya, all of them have to be on ground. All of them must contest. In fact, Jyotiraditya Scindia may have also contested, but he had in fact ensured that all his loyalists jumped the ship and joined the BJP. They were fielded this time around. But what a fascinating picture that's coming in, Sanjay Singh.
Collective leadership on display.
Collective leadership.
Yeah.
It is a show of strength without a doubt. It's early days, but they're clear. And I think it is interesting. It does appear that Shivraj Singh Chauhan, there's no real reason why the BJP would necessarily replace him at this stage as Chief Minister. But the top leaders of the BJP out there, talking amongst themselves, extremely calm. Maria, you wanted to go across and take a look at the regions in Madhya Pradesh, yes, which I think would be really interesting as we analyze this performance and also some of the key leads. Go ahead.
Yes, so Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the man of the moment in many ways. You may say that this election was about brand Narendra Modi, but if there are women of the state and women of Madhya Pradesh, they may have emerged for Shivraj Singh Chauhan. And the fact that he said that he will be only adding to the schemes, not announcing fresh guarantees. So what he did was to ensure and send that message that yes, when it is about a chief minister of 18 years, it is also about showing a report card. It's not about making promises alone. Let's look at the region-wise, because I think it becomes important to look at various regions of Madhya Pradesh and how they voted last time around and how the picture has completely shifted this time around. We are starting with Bundelkhand. Look at this. Bundelkhand right now, BJP up 7, Congress down 5. What had happened in Bundelkhand in 2018 becomes important because there was a 5% gap between the BJP and the Congress. The BJP even then had done very well. It had won 10 more seats than the Congress in Bundelkhand. So it's only bettering its performance. It's becoming better than what it had last time around. Let's look at another region now in Madhya Pradesh, and this is the very important Chambal belt. the vote share gap between the BJP and the Congress was good 7% last time around, with the Congress having a 7% advantage at 41%, the BJP at 34%. The seat conversion was that the BJP had just 7 and the Congress had 1, twice that number, almost 24. Just look at what is the picture right now. The Congress is going down. The BJP has really come up in this Chambal belt. This is where the Scindia factor is at play. Now looking at Mahakaushal, 42.8% is what the Congress had won. They had won 28 seats in 2018. The BJP had won 40% vote share. It had won 18 seats. If we look at these numbers, the BJP going up by 5, the Congress down by 6. This is where the BSP factor, though very minuscule, comes at play. But Mahakaushal should be a matter of concern here. Ma'am, and please weigh in on this. This is where Chhindwara is.
Right. So, and I think Kamal Nath is also losing his seat, or he's trailing behind what I heard. So that is real cause of concern. Even though I would say that Kamal Nath played it very safe. When the anti-Sanatan rant was happening, he never commented. Rather, he was also seen with Bageshwar Dham and other people, you know, other sadhus.
And he said that he built the biggest Hanuman temple in Chhindwara.
Yeah, but I think the OBC factor is going to play a very important role in all these elections. And when even the women's bill was passed, the Congress tried to show off that, you know, that the OBCs are not in favor of this bill because the women are not getting representation. But I think that OBC politics is very clearly shown here, that they stand with the BJP in all the 3 states.
And particularly it becomes important because this is the belt which is closer to Maharashtra.
Yes.
And a victory for the BJP would also mean consolidation in Maharashtra as well. So it's only good news as far as this belt is concerned, and certainly very, very worrying for the Congress party if they were to lose this important belt of Mahakaushal. Shifting focus now to Malwa. As they say, Malwa is bellwether for the state of Madhya Pradesh. In Malwa, the BJP had won 40 seats, the Congress had won 45. Just look at the numbers here. BJP up 25 seats at 65. These numbers are only going up. The Congress down 23. And Malwa Nimar is where, coming on this, Rajat, was in 2018, you had that entire farmers' unrest.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now that farmer unrest is a history. If you were not able to do well in 2018, then you would not do well even this time around.
No, I agree. I mean, look at right from the Neemuch belt all the way till Indore belt. The entire base was the clear Hindutva belt for the BJP. We have seen that repeatedly. This has been the bastion of the BJP. Even within Madhya Pradesh, this is something which is stuck behind BJP. And this has showered its blessings yet again on the BJP. Clearly, it was here where Rahul Gandhi went in and started, you know, calling out names to the Prime Minister. That did not work. Any kind of personal attacks that Congress kept doing, none of that worked, and we saw huge consolidation.
And BJP in charge of these elections there, Ashwini Vaishnav on our television screens, where he is present at the war room there. But interesting development there. Would you say, Sanjay Singh, a quick word on Ashwini Vaishnav, an IS officer who we met also at the BJP office recently, and he said we are winning Madhya Pradesh, we are winning all the states.
That again is very interesting story. Somebody who was not a politician,
yes,
an IS officer, then turned
from the state of Odisha.
Turned technocrat, coming back into politics, becoming an minister, and he interested with charge of some state as important as Madhya Pradesh. Of course, there were other leaders, but he was one key player. So therefore, you make a strategy, you involve all kinds of players, people who are good with strategy, people who are good with technology, people who can foresee something else which others cannot see. So therefore, it was a great combination. Prime Minister Modi's charisma coming into the play. And one important point which was mentioned just now, when you do gali to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, just the reverse happens. And these elections in these 3 states have proved that.
So basically, any attack, a direct attack or personal attack against the Prime Minister doesn't work. Election after election, it has come in. Here is Ashwini Vaishnav giving laddus now, distributing laddus. They have reasons to cheer. A technocrat, as we have been saying. We are leaving you with these visuals. We are coming back. It's a day of celebrations for the BJP. 2 states having won convincingly. They are heading for
saffron this thing also. So double celebration for BJP and their sympathizers.
Okay, bye bye everyone.
मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत शानदार जीत है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की। तो मध्य प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने काम किया है। डबल इंजन की सरकार के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, और जिस तरह से शिवराज जी की परफॉर्मेंस रही, काम हुआ है, उसके आज परिणाम सबके सामने है। संगठन ने जो काम किया उसके परिणाम सबके सामने है। बहुत अच्छी जीत है। मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को सबको बधाई।
सर, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी लीड मिल रही है सब उसको लेकर।
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that. And it worked like a miracle because only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, what is this? What have you done? This is fantastic, right? Now, that's how smart programming, AI, ML can help you.
And proprietary.
And proprietary.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop?
Well, the only bit of good news today for the Congress is coming from South India in Telangana, where the party, as you see on your screen, leading in 70 seats. The BRS, a mighty blow for the mighty K. Chandrasekhar Rao. Until 6 months ago, Maria, I don't think anyone even thought that BRS and KCR were in shaky ground. And until 2 weeks ago, the BRS did not believe that they were in shaky ground, but anti-incumbency, 10 years of anti-incumbency, family rule, doing in that regional satrap.
And just look at Chhattisgarh now, Veera.
Yeah.
In 2 minutes break that we took, BJP is 51. They have crossed the 50 itch. Congress at 37. So if these numbers hold and the momentum building for the BJP in Chhattisgarh, then it appears certainly that they'll have much to celebrate in the next 1.5 hours, because nobody got Chhattisgarh right.
That's right.
Professor Sandeep Shastri, a quick word on Chhattisgarh, and also Sanjay Kumar. Just look at that Chhattisgarh number.
Chhattisgarh was always seen as a tough fight, and given the Congress history of the last 10 years of not being able to hold on to a seat that they were in power in, I think Chhattisgarh only reconfirms that trend. And I think it also is indicative of the fact that a large chunk of the tribal vote in Chhattisgarh has actually moved to the BJP.
Yes.
If this trend were to hold, I think these factors will be important to keep in mind.
So Birsa Munda celebrations that happened in Jharkhand, timed with
They
the
always
messaging
have their
going
impact
in a neighboring state.
Chhattisgarh, Maria, because Chhattisgarh, Bastar election took place before the Birsa Munda.
Yes, so but the substantive chunk, because that was 20 seats before that.
That was
and
all
the 70
those were the tribal areas
Yes.
largely. I think the Birsa Munda function may have had an impact in Madhya Pradesh, amongst the tribals.
Okay,
Yes.
Sanjay sir?
No, it is a surprise for, I think, most of the analysts, including me. But I thought it is important for us to let the viewers know that in most of these constituency, they would be counting for 19 and 20 round. And except for one constituency where it has been completed for 6 and 7 round, counting is in progress only in the second and the third round. So there is a lot to come. I'm not saying this lot is going to change the fortunes of Congress party in Chhattisgarh, but I think we need to wait. Out of 18, 19, 20 rounds, only 3 or 4 rounds have been completed. So not even 1/10 of the counting has been completed. Let's not jump to the conclusion that BJP is heading for a very big victory in Chhattisgarh. Maybe things will go in favor of BJP, but I think it is going to be it is going to be much closer compared to what it looks like at this moment.
Okay, let's look at Chhattisgarh numbers more region-wise, and I will ask the PCR director and producer to put those images on these television screens. Those are visuals coming in of celebrations from all the BJP headquarters, from Jaipur to Bhopal to now Raipur as well. Raman Singh, the former chief minister, has spoken just few minutes back, but just look at these numbers. We are starting with central Chhattisgarh. This is where the Congress had won 29 seats last time around with a vote share of 43%. They are, and the vote share gap between the BJP and the Congress was good 10%, the BJP at 33. Just look at the shift which is visible now. BJP up 14, Congress down 10. Moving to North Chhattisgarh now. And North becomes important because, you know, we say that perhaps this is the belt which had the impact, correct me, Professor Shastri, of what is, you know, the pitch of Birsa Munda in Jharkhand. Okay, so we are looking at North. You have seen the picture of North. Okay, so we are going straight to Diya Kumari because Vedant is in conversation with her.
And poised to win your Vidyadhar Nagar seat. क्या आप आश्वस्त है पूरी तरीके से कि बीजेपी पूर्ण बहुमत से वापस आएगी?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार राजस्थान में बन रही है, छत्तीसगढ़ में बन रही है और मध्य प्रदेश में बन रही है. इतना एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था, लेकिन एक्सपेक्टेशन से ज्यादा बड़ी जीत होने वाली है. बहुत खुशी है, सब में कार्यकर्ताओं में खुशी की लहर है और जनता में भी है. जनता अपने उखाड़ फेंक दी है इस कांग्रेस की भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार को, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ऐसी अच्छी सरकार, स्थिर सरकार जो जनता के लिए काम करे, जनता के हित के लिए काम करे, महिलाओं को सुरक्षा दे, युवाओं को रोजगार दे, किसानों को न्याय दिलाए, ऐसी सरकार के लिए जनता ने वोट किया है, राजस्थान की जनता ने.
क्या फैक्टर रहा, सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर क्या रहा? अभी परिणाम पूरी तरीके से नहीं आए, लेकिन बीजेपी के ये जो नतीजे सामने दिख रहे हैं, क्या सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर रहा? महिलाओं की तादाद बहुत बड़ी है यहाँ पर, आपके तमाम समर्थक यहाँ पर आए. आपके हिसाब से सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर क्या रहा? क्या ये मोदी फैक्टर है, वसुंधरा फैक्टर है, दिया कुमारी फैक्टर है, महिला फैक्टर है, क्या फैक्टर है?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत है और पूरी तरह से मोदी सरकार पर विश्वास है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी पे विश्वास जताया है जनता ने, राजस्थान की, मध्य प्रदेश की और छत्तीसगढ़ की. बहुत ही खुशी की लहर है पूरे राजस्थान में, पूरे भारत में, और इसमें लोकसभा में तो पता नहीं कितनी सीटें आएंगी इस बार, तो बहुत ही खुशी की बात.
और एक बार ये बताइए, यहाँ पर आपके तमाम समर्थक ये कह रहे हैं कि आपको मुख्यमंत्री बनना चाहिए. क्या आप क्या आप राजस्थान की अगली मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगी?
ऐसा ये तो बहुत ही सवाल का कोई मतलब नहीं है, क्योंकि देखिए पार्लियामेंट्री बॉडी डिसाइड करेगा जो भी मुख्यमंत्री।
तो आपने ये डिसीजन आला कमान पे छोड़ा हुआ है?
मैंने क्या सबने छोड़ रखा, इसमें हमें तो रिस्पॉन्ड करने का भी कोई मतलब नहीं।
All right, so that was Diya Kumari speaking exclusively to NDTV, saying that she has left the decision to the High Command.
Maria, what's going to happen now? Let's look forward. We will look at Telangana a little later in terms of who's going to become Chief Minister. In Rajasthan, is it a done deal? What do you think is going to play out?
But interesting that Diya Kumari is the first leader who has spoken out to journalists in Rajasthan, and interesting again because she is in Jaipur. But let me bring in Harsha, who's joining us as well. Diya Kumari, Princess of Jaipur, royal family. Harsha, and someone who stepped into Rajasthan's political arena only 10 years ago, but played an important and interesting role in the last 10 years, and particularly in these elections. Is she the new woman factor in the state?
Well, I think definitely, you know, she's definitely been promoted by the central leadership, and it's definitely to offset royal versus royal, woman versus woman. So if they were looking for someone who had Vasundhara Raje's charisma and perhaps would not be as, you know, uncomfortably strong, then they may have just found it in Diya Kumari. Just look at the fact that she got Vidyadhar Nagar. It was an absolutely safe seat. There was talk in the BJP circles that lots of people were trying for Vidyadhar Nagar, but apparently it had been, you know, sort of kept for her. So safe seat from Rajsamand, Vidyadhar Nagar, definitely a rising star on the political horizon of the BJP. And here, of course, the BJP moved very, very upbeat here. You can see behind me, those garlands are being put up here at the BJP office. So they're getting ready now because the results are more or less in. And let me also tell you that there's an important meeting that's going on here. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat and other senior BJP leaders are here at the BJP office, you know, in a meeting, while of course the Karyakartas and the workers are celebrating outside.
Yes, so Dol Nagada at the BJP office in Jaipur, and you had heard from Jaipur ki beti, that's what Diya Kumari is often called, and she is among the 7 MPs that the BJP had fielded this time around. And as Harsha was saying, that Vidyadhar Nagar is a safe constituency, but you know, the larger message is she the one? We really do not know
who the one is.
Who is the one now, because the story of Jaipur and particularly of Rajasthan will move ahead.
I believe we can go across to Arvind as well, who's there at the BJP headquarters here in New Delhi. Arvind, what are you picking up? Any word on who is going to take the top job there in Rajasthan that you can hint us with?
Veera, when it comes to BJP, no one can speculate or no one can report the name unless until it's officially announced by the BJP leadership. So let's not take the risk of second guessing when it comes to a party like BJP. So let's leave it for the party to officially announce the name. So keeping that aside, so preparations are underway for grand celebrations here at BJP headquarters in the national capital. So post 6 p.m. we can expect all the senior leaders of BJP arriving at the party headquarters from BJP National President JP Nadda, followed by Home Minister, and somewhere close to 7 p.m. we can expect Prime Minister also to arrive here at BJP headquarters, where the party will celebrate the victory in all the 3 states. Party is very hopeful that they'll be winning all the 3 states, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and also Telangana. So close to 7 p.m. we can expect Prime Minister to be here, and then Prime Minister will be addressing the gathering also. That will be somewhere around 8 p.m. So as usual, though Congress started the day with crackers and with celebrations, as the tradition or as how things were has always been in the last 7-8 years. Again, at the end of the day, it will be BJP which will be celebrating in a grand manner, bagging almost 3 out of 4 seats or 4 states, something that's a huge victory for BJP. So we can expect the celebrations to kickstart here post 6 p.m. But as expected, that BJP was confident throughout that they will be winning all the 3 states, but Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh making it clear that the party will be winning handsome. But when it comes to Chhattisgarh, things are quite, we did go through the Election Commission data, almost 15 to 16 seats, where the margin is somewhere around 1,000 between.
Yes, Arvind. So Arvind there was saying that around 15 to 20 seats is where the margin between the BJP and the Congress is less than 1,000. But just look at the numbers of Chhattisgarh, because, you know, nobody gave BJP a chance in Chhattisgarh. And if we were to look at the gap, it's only consolidating for the BJP going ahead. Aarti is joining us from our election war room. Aarti, let's look at the Chhattisgarh big numbers. What are the big data center of NDTV? Give us a sense of how many seats between the BJP and the Congress are in the gap of less than 500, and how many rounds are over in Chhattisgarh, how many more rounds to go?
Absolutely. Now, this is the data center that NDTV has set up, where, of course, the numbers are now stabilizing. And Parmedu will be able to tell us exactly how these numbers have worked in Chhattisgarh. A big turnaround for BJP in Chhattisgarh, sir. Could you explain to us how that's happened over the course of time, and in the following rounds of counting, what we are yet to see?
Yes, in Chhattisgarh, everybody was expecting that the Bhupesh Baghel will form another government. He will repeat as a CM, but the things got changed. And if you look the tally into the region-wise, it is the Congress who got set back in the southern region, which includes the Bastar and Sarguja region. So Congress did very well in last time, almost they clean sweep. So this time, out of 16 seats, Congress is getting only 6 seats. So loss of 9 seats in the southern region. Congress is doing well, means in comparison to 3 of the region, they are doing well in the central region. Out of 42, Congress is getting 19, even though they have loss of 10 seats in comparison to 2018. But in north and south, they are doing really poor. BJP is leading on 21 seats out of 32 seats, which comes in northern Chhattisgarh. So, and the Congress CM Bhupesh Baghel, he himself is trailing in the Patan seats. And the BJP, they gave ticket to their 4 MPs, and the 4 of them now leading. Even the Mr. Baghel's nephew, Vijay Baghel, who is a sitting MP in Durg, he is leading in that seat of the Patan. So things got changed, and the last time BJP means the BJP's main face was Prime Minister Modi. This time they decided that they should not go with any state face. They went to the campaign in the collective face. Means the face was PM Modi, and on the Mahadev scam, they targeted Congress. They raised the issue of corruption. I think that worked well in that region. And the tribal seats where Congress did very well in those areas, this time they focused on.
Okay, we are going straight to Anurag Dwari, who is where Shivraj Singh Chauhan is. Many would say he's the man of the moment, but we really do not know whether he'll have another chance. Over to you, Anurag. How many laddus did you have?
Yes, Maria. And while we cover Shivraj, I'll tell you the story of a young rapper who composed "Apna Mama Aayega" और "Apna Mama Aa Gaya." आप चलते अपना नाम बता दीजिए और गाना सुना दीजिए.
My name is औशनिक दुबे और मैंने एक गाना लिखा था जो कि मुझे बुला के परफॉर्म करवाया. गाना कुछ ऐसा जाता है: अपना मामा आएगा जो करता सबकी बात है और रखता सबका साथ है, विकास को करवाने की कामयाबी अब उठाएगा आएगा. अपना मामा आएगा, इनके जैसा काम ये विपक्ष न कर पाएगा. ये स्वच्छता का आना सारी थैलियां हटाएगा. जितना उनने लूटा है तू उतना ही अब पाएगा. ऐसा इनका ख्वाब है जो दल को भी अड़ाएगा. जिंदा इनका ख्वाब अब आगे बढ़ते जाएगा.
आपके मामा वहां आ गए हैं और अपने मैं कैमरा सहयोगी से कहूंगा कि वो आपको सीधी तस्वीरें दिखाएं मुख्यमंत्री निवास में. We are just inside the CM's official residence here in Bhopal, and you can see Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan. If my camera person can just show you those visuals where he's wearing a pagdi, and hundreds of BJP workers here in Bhopal, and just they're trying to get a glimpse of Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan. As CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan has said that the BJP will bounce back with a huge majority, and also many of the exit polls, they predicted the same. And now we can see, Congress workers, I beg your pardon, BJP workers trying to get, take a picture or interview with Shivraj Singh Chauhan and his, saying, we will try and talk to the Chief Minister.
I just want to, As Anurag tries to get us those pictures and as we wait for potentially words from Shivraj Singh Chauhan there, I want to put this across. There you see the NDTV mic right next to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. It's competing with the laddus and the garlands, getting to Shivraj.
To ignore him. What you're saying
Yeah, but I just wanted to ask you guys, sorry, I wanted to ask you, Maria, as well as the panel in general, this question.
After a few minutes, and he has gone inside the official of Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Bhopal, but he promised us that he will give the interview, and I can see
those are fascinating visuals. Reminds me of what we have seen inside one Anne Marg in Patna. Because as a Bihari journalist, I keep talking about it every now and then, Professor Shastri. You have here Chief Minister, you cannot ignore him. Because the Ladli Behna could very well have been the deciding factor here.
Though in earlier debates today we have been saying that if BJP has a sweep in Madhya Pradesh like what it seems to be, maybe the central leadership of the BJP would have an opportunity to take a call. But I'm not too sure now, given the increasing.
First interaction that he had with media, the first thing he mentioned was about the Bhopal gas tragedy. He went on for good 5 minutes talking about that tragedy. Today is the day in the early morning hours when there were so many people who were found dead. He kept addressing to the people that emotional bond that he has supersedes all politics, and this is why he on one side stands one of the tall. He's the greatest of all times.
So we may need to
longest-serving Chief Minister of India.
So you need to understand. Was a time I remember this is not because of politics, freebies. All of that is secondary. It's the emotional connect. He knows how to read people's hearts and minds like no other.
We will just have to go across to Renuka Chaudhary of the Congress as well as Shazia Ilmi of the BJP who are joining us. Renuka Chaudhary, first to you. You're from Khammam. It has been your constituency. What a win it's been for the Congress as far as Telangana is concerned. But now the only question that remains, who's going to become Chief Minister in Telangana? Is there going to be a tug of war there? Or do you see this settled very amicably?
It will be settled very amicably, let me tell you, because all our observers are here and MLAs will give their opinion. And I'm very, very sure that it's going to be a unanimous choice. It's been pretty much like that.
Would you bet and say today at the moment that Revanth Reddy stands the most important choice of becoming Chief Minister? And also, who would you credit this victory to? The state leadership or the central leadership of the Congress?
Look, we have to be realistic. It was Sonia Gandhi ji who had decided, and single-handedly she battled in Parliament and bestowed the statehood for Telangana. The youth face of Priyanka and Rahul and the Bharat Jodo Yatra was a flashpoint which had the ripple effect which came into the states. And then subsequently in the state leadership has got their act together. You can't afford to ignore Revanth Reddy. The fact of the matter is that he was the visible face. He is the visible face who put up a huge fight against the KCR and the BRS. And single-handedly, he even went and contested against the Chief Minister, against the sitting Chief Minister.
And Reddy is actually
leading there.
I do believe that you can't afford to ignore him. And of course, we are lucky that we have so much talent in the Congress party. We have many aspirants for this post.
But the talent is restricted to the south, ma'am, and the north. In Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, there seems to be trouble.
Rajasthan, even Chhattisgarh, seen as a popular Chief Minister. I mean, as far as the popularity quotient is concerned, you did not have an unpopular Chief Minister in Bhupesh Baghel.
Yes. That came as a nasty surprise. Let me tell you, because Bhupesh Baghel has been very steady and he has delivered on many fronts, and so that has come as a very rude shock if indeed, I don't know how many rounds are left because I've been on TV all the while, but that is a nasty surprise, and we'll have to quickly introspect and get back on the ground.
20 seats gap between the BJP and the Congress in the state of Chhattisgarh, Shazia, and now the Congress below 70 in Madhya Pradesh. You may say, I told you so. If these numbers hold, then BJP has much to cheer. Nobody was giving Chhattisgarh to you. It is not a cliffhanger. It's a convincing victory if these numbers hold. As we are saying, it's 12-20 now. Trend is clear. Madhya Pradesh is a sweep bigger than any victory that the party has seen. Rajasthan again, it's a huge success.
Absolutely, Maria. I'll come to that very soon because I know I want to talk about, and I know you're interested in talking about women leaders and women voters. But before that, I would like to comment on what Renuka ji just said. It is so unfortunate. And while I want to congratulate her and her party on the victory in Telangana, it is very sad for me to hear that again the credit is being given to not the leaders, not the state leadership, not to the carters, not to the workers, but same old family. So Sonia ji, Rahul ji and Priyanka ji. Now this spells a difference. This is the difference between BJP and Congress. Thankfully, Renuka ji spelt it out for all of us to see. It is there for, the writing is on the wall.
Who would you
Look
credit the victories in MP and Rajasthan possibly?
Let me finish. Let me finish. Maria, look at this. Now one more thing. Rajasthan, I mean, forget about Nari Samman, there was Nari Apman. And the law and order situation. I will not even go into paper leak. I will not even go into red diary. I want to singularly talk about that. In Madhya Pradesh, and I have seen it with my own eyes, women have not just voted happily in huge numbers. They have blessed Shivraj ji. It's like हम वोट दे रहे हैं, दुआ के साथ वोट दे रहे हैं. आप हमारे अपने हो. आपका अपना कौन है? What is that अपनापन? What is that sense of relatability and belonging? And that is the credibility I'm talking about. And this is exactly what happened in Chhattisgarh too. Yes, we can talk about the Cowdung scam, Mahadev scam, and all the sattebazi that went on, and also the rice scam. But essentially, it is the women voters who have in huge throngs supported and believed in and trusted the leadership of our Prime Minister and all who are part of that vision and that mission to make India great, to do better, to have
Shazia, just
poverty
adding to the
alleviation.
point that you're making,
very fact,
everybody thought that when a special session of the Parliament was called to ensure the passage of the Women's Reservation Bill, that this is an issue which will resonate in urban pockets, Veera. But just look at it. I mean, whatever said and done,
it has,
let's be clear, all the factors are at play for the BJP here. If these numbers hold, they have got a comprehensive picture. It's a full plate thali, which has the meetha and the dal and the chawal and everything.
It's a fascinating story as far as Madhya Pradesh, as far as Rajasthan, and as far as Telangana is concerned for the Congress. I want to just get Mr. Pullarao involved in this. Are we seeing now a distinctive north-south divide? Here you swept Karnataka, which was a direct head-on battle with the BJP. You've decimated, the Congress has been able to run such a concerted campaign, decimate possibly the most powerful regional satrap in the south along with Jagan Reddy and MK Stalin. But for the last 10 years, an undisputed challenger. Whereas when it comes to the north, you see them struggling to fight in MP and Rajasthan. Is that an indication to come for times ahead?
I don't think so. I don't think so at all, because it so happened this vast anti-incumbency against KCR. It was expected. And to be very fair, 2014, 2018, the Gandhis canvassed and said, we gave you Telangana, we gave you. But Revat Reddy deserves the credit as a catalyst, as an energizer, and he used his 20 years of political skills in different parties. He deserves the skill. He mobilized it. If he was not there, I don't imagine the same result will be there.
What's your prognosis for K. Chandrasekhar Rao and the BRS?
Chandrasekhar Rao, if he has a vote percentage, he has to fight now. He is sandwiched between two national parties, and that's a very uncomfortable place for a regional party.
Quickly, do you see Telangana becoming a BJP versus Congress battle? A bipolar state, like we are observing that in Karnataka. JDS has formed an alliance with the BJP. There is a large sense that the Kumaraswamy will have to merge or enter the BJP at some point of time. It's becoming a bipolar battle there. Do you see Telangana also becoming a bipolar battle? Is that the takeaway this time?
The decline will take quite some time. The decline will not be precipitous in the sense that KCR vanishes from the scene. It will be there. He will be there.
Can I say one small comment? See, I think one thing is very clear that's coming out of these trends so far is that Narendra Modi has established his dominance in North India. I think that is really, really clear. And we may go on speculating, will Shivraj Singh Chauhan be the Prime Minister, will be the next Chief Minister or not? The decision will be taken in Delhi by Narendra Modi because he ran the campaign. He was the face of the campaign. He led it. He has never done as many rallies as, in any state election as he did in Madhya Pradesh, But that may not be true of South India, and this is where your point about the North-South divide, because he was a face in Karnataka, but he was not able to.
No, absolutely right. What Aarti is saying, that even if Shivraj Singh Chauhan met the Chief Minister, but the campaign was led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the studies which we have been doing, the post-poll study, we get a sense that out of every 1/4 of the BJP's vote is coming only and only because of Narendra Modi. Absolutely. So he is a catalyst for BJP voters. People have voted, a sizable number of people have voted for BJP
because I believe the Karnataka Congress Vokkaliga strongman DK Shivkumar, who is in charge of Hyderabad, they had kept him there, hoping that if it's around 60-62, they needed his support to hold the MLAs. He's speaking there.
They should have sent him to some other state. Maybe.
Telangana have answered them.
So I'll tell you this, Maria. Across the Telangana campaign, and I think I must just point this out, there was a sense of this Karnataka factor that was playing out. If we can go across
including putting out the advertisements.
No,
more than that, it became the ATM for Telangana. I mean, this is the talks in Karnataka is that Telangana will just swipe out all the money from all contractors in Karnataka and funnel it into Telangana and do the campaign. No, this is the narrative, because so much was bled. All the work, all contract work in Karnataka came to a standstill.
Be that as it may, I think there is a larger factor.
BRS pulled out a lot of money also.
I believe we can go across to an exclusive conversation with Ashwini Vaishnav. Please go ahead.
This is not the only reason, but without
जीत का मध्य प्रदेश में डबल इंजन की सरकार पर जन जन का विश्वास है। मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन का विश्वास है।
एक ही राज्य नहीं, कई राज्यों में इस बार बीजेपी ने जो दावे किए थे वो पूरे होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, पूरे भारत में आज मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन को विश्वास है।
सर, आपने एमपी को बेहद ही करीब से देखा है, क्या वजह रही जो इतने सीट लेकर आ रही है बीजेपी?
मैंने आपको कहा, देश में मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन का भरोसा है।
देखिए, अश्विनी वैष्णव हमारे साथ मौजूद थे और उन्होंने यहाँ पर जो है गारंटी की बात की है। गारंटी पर मोदी की भरोसा है एमपी को, और यही उन्होंने जो है दावा किया है। जिस तरीके का माहौल आप देख रहे हैं पीछे बीजेपी कार्यालय में, जाहिर सी बात है अश्विनी वैष्णव ने पहले ही दावा कर दिया था कि 150 के ऊपर लेकर आएंगे, तो शायद जो रुझान है वो भी वही दिखाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। कैमरा पर्सन अभिषेक सिंह के साथ अमृतांशी जोशी, NDTV।
Ashwini Vaishnav there, who was in charge of the state of Madhya Pradesh. Interesting journey of the politician who came as a surprise factor as the rail mantri in 2000, midway during the reshuffle, and given an important portfolio also as the IT minister, then given a political role in the state of Madhya Pradesh. So this is what the new BJP is. They believe in having all hands on deck. Yeah. Party leaders, MPs, ministers, chief ministers of various states, all of them are brought in to ensure that they play their role. You had a Himanta Biswa Sarma campaigning extensively in these poll-bound states. Many would say, what role does an Assam chief minister have to play? What role will an Assam chief minister play in these elections? Deshratan Nigam. So, this is also called micro picture that we keep
not even
about.
that. They caught Shinde also.
Shinde?
From Maharashtra. He's from a different party. He was coming in campaigning for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. So that's how they kept the
Increasingly, when I hear your conversations, I feel like there is the South-North divide becomes even more, because exactly the same thing happened for the Congress in the South. You had DK Shivkumar, you had Siddaramaiah. The day Revant Reddy went to file his nomination, Siddaramaiah went along with him. They wanted to send out an image of the OBC push, in that sense. So it's quite fascinating how it's coming out. But I just wanted to bring focus, since you were mentioning Madhya Pradesh, Maria, and to you, sir, is, how much has the Scindia factor really affected? Because Chambal was a region where the Congress swept last time, 26. This is Jyotiraditya Scindia's region of influence. How much, Maria, has that mattered? Is that a factor, A? And B, in Rajasthan, when you come down to Rajasthan, what has been the one that's tipped the sides?
Yes, I will take that question particularly of the Chambal region. If I'll ask the producer to put that on our television screens, that's there.
That's on it.
So Congress in 2018 had 141.3% vote, and it had translated into 24 seats. The BJP had just 7. Look at the numbers now. The Congress is up to 16, which means they have gained 9 seats. It was being talked about as to what is the factor of Jyotiraditya Scindia. He sounded visibly confident. He says that, he has played a role. How should that be read?
I think a lot would depend upon which are the 9 seats that the BJP has gained. Has it been seats which came to them when Scindia moved over to the party? That I think would decide. But I think in larger Madhya Pradesh, if I could put it in 3 words, there are 3 M's which have decided this verdict. Modi, Mamaji and Mahila. It is these 3 factors across the state which has won them the verdict in Madhya Pradesh.
I think you'll have to add T also, tribals.
Tribals as well. MMP, MMMT.
Triple MT.
And when we talk about the Mahila voter, and I would ask, ma'am, please pitch in on this, because the Mahila voter is actually coming out with fascinating trend. They are going with an incumbent here, but they are not going with an incumbent in Rajasthan. I think the BJP as a trust factor has a bigger trust issue. The women voters, they trust BJP more than they trust the Congress. So, ek taraf to guarantee thi that you're making some promises. Here it was Mamaji talking about the report card. This is what I've done. This is more I will do. And the fact was that the Ladli Lakshmi, the last disbursal happened 3 days before the polling.
So, see, if you look at the 9 years which Modi ji has delivered, I think the focus has been completely on women. And look at the number of gas connections, look at the number of toilets that he has built. If you look at the number of other facilities, women's safety and other things, I think they have done tremendous work in keeping the women in focus. And that is what has, benefited them. And like you said, that Shivraj ji is called as Mama ji, and Mama ji is supposed to take care of the girl child basically. So that sentiment has been, that emotional connect has been built, and I think that has added a lot to this particular thing. One more thing I would like to say in Rajasthan. In Rajasthan, what has happened is there has been lack of employment opportunities, and the male members of Rajasthan have been missing from Rajasthan. So if you look at the age group from 16 to 70, they have left Rajasthan and gone to other states.
That's a good
point. Because of that, the women have been left alone and they have to fetch on their own. So I think they have not got the benefits.
Factors that work out in an election. We'll go across to Shama Mohammed of the Congress as well. Shama comes from my part of the country, which is the south of India. Are you smiling or are you sad, Shama? You got Telangana, that's the only reason to smile. The other 3 have gone kaput for the Congress.
No, I'm happy, very happy with Telangana. I had predicted 70 and I think we will be there. So I'm very happy. But of course, as a congresswoman, I'm upset about the 3 North Indian states, that is Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. More so with Rajasthan, as we all know, it's 5 years, like Himachal Pradesh. But I think Chhattisgarh is which I must say I'm shocked. Because that was a winning state. Exit polls also said that we are winning Chhattisgarh. So real introspection needs to know what happened there. Maybe, I believe, overconfidence. But in unlike the other states, I can just talk for Telangana, where I was there was micromanagement of the elections. I can tell you that about Telangana. Every aspect was looked in. Media was done very well. Everything, we took it up. Whether it's an EC, we had to complain to the EC, or any issues, we did zone-wise press conferences by candidates in every assembly, and also the observers, everything. We saw to it that the 6 guarantees reached every home. That
Agreed,
was
it was an extremely concerted campaign, but I'm just going to look forward. I asked a question to Renuka Chaudhary a short while back. Do you believe Revanth Reddy will be now the Chief Minister of Telangana? I know there is a process, let's not be diplomatic, but ultimately, do you believe that he is the most important factor as far as Telangana was concerned? A young energy, a campaign, image of Revanth Anna, all that at the grassroots, something to solidify the anti-incumbency and the family rule allegations against KCR. Do you believe he's going to become CM?
Yeah, your audio is breaking, but I could understand whether you asked me a question on Revanth Reddy.
I asked you whether Revanth Reddy is going to become Chief Minister of Telangana.
Okay, so I can't say that. We all have a process in our party. It's a very democratic party. The MLAs will get together. There will be a CLP meeting. They will decide on the candidate who will be the Chief Minister. It comes to Delhi and the decision will be made. But I can tell you that being there, Revanth Reddy ran a fantastic campaign. I saw his rallies myself. lot of people, lot of vibrance. It was very good.
Right.
I must say that he led the campaign from the front, and no denying it. A lot of life and
Revant Reddy, just
he
to
did a
add to
good
what
job.
Shama
No
was
denying
saying,
it. There were other
He has
leaders
beaten
also.
K.
There was-
Chandrasekhar Rao in Kama Reddy constituency, where the third candidate is Venkatramana Reddy. I believe our colleague Uma
and he's
Sudhir.
also leading in Kodangal.
You know, Kodangal is his traditional seat. The fact that he went to Kama Reddy, where Shabir Ali, who was the candidate, was asked to shift to Nizamabad, and Kama Reddy, Revant Reddy contested to take on KCR, to send out an image of optics of challenger to KCR. I believe we can go across to Uma Sudhir as well. Uma, what are you picking up in terms of what we expect in the next few hours in Telangana? Do we expect all the legislatures? Obviously, they'll have to collect their certificates, the winning legislatures. Do we know when a CLP meeting will be held? Revant Reddy had said that December 9th, wasn't it, that the swearing-in will be there?
What is so special about December 9th?
His swearing-in, he said.
He didn't say his swearing-in. He said swearing-in will be there, whoever.
What I understand from other contenders is that they are, like you mentioned, many of them are going to be going to their constituencies to get their certificates. I have spoken to a couple of them who are being mentioned as the chief ministerial candidates, and one of them wanted to put his, put his candidature forward by arguing that he is going to be the person who is winning with the largest margin. In fact, he's spoken about the fact that in Nalgonda, Komat Reddy, Venkat Reddy is one of the most senior-most leaders of the Congress, and he is also talking about the fact that he is someone who is going to be winning with a margin of almost 60,000, he says. And besides, he's also pointing out that he is someone who has delivered all the assembly constituencies in his district, Nalgonda district itself, 12, and he believes that he is the one responsible for being able to deliver. And as a comparison, if we were to look at Revant Reddy, he's talking about Malkajgiri Lok Sabha constituency, from where Revant Reddy is the MP, Komat Reddy is the MP from Bongir, and he's saying that Revant Reddy has not been able to deliver the same number of seats from his constituency.
So, you know, you've already started seeing that. Maria just asked me a question, Uma, on why 9th of December? 9th of December, because that's Mrs. Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi's birthday. So he said the swearing-in will be...
Also, when contesting in Kodangal, he asked the question in the rally. Just as Rajshekar Reddy's constituency became famous when he became chief minister, just as Chandrababu Naidu's constituency became famous when he became chief minister, don't you want your constituency to be famous? He asked this question in the rally at Kodangal.
Oh, the games will begin. I think the games will begin in the BJP for Rajasthan. Madhya Pradesh seems very clear, if I may dare say so.
No, I think...
Chhattisgarh is still game out open.
No, I think if you look at the numbers, Chhattisgarh, if it is at 54 at 1240, I think it's more or less consolidated.
It's done and dusted. I think it's also time we need to start calling an election. But let's just listen to DK Shivkumar, Maria. I believe we have a soundbite from DK Shivkumar. We'll play that out for you and then we'll carry on this conversation.
For Telangana as well, do you call this a personal win for yourself? Please keep the mics down, please.
I don't want to tell this is a personal win. This is a win of the people of Telangana. People of Telangana has paid their gratitude to Sonia Gandhi for giving them the Telangana. They have seen the last 10 years rule. They are fed up with the rule. They have decided that there should be a change, and change for a progress, change for a development, change for a gratitude. This is what I could say. I thank the voters of Telangana for having shown the confidence on us. We will restore the confidence.
But you think that Mr. Revant Reddy should be credited for the victory?
I think the one question everyone's asking is, will Revant Reddy be the chief minister?
There are contenders. There are very, very serious contenders in Telangana. Sitting in Delhi, we don't come to know. But anybody who's been looking at Telangana would be betting equally on Bhatti as well.
No, I followed Telangana very closely.
No, not you. I'm just talking about general perception.
No, but I'm just saying this. I'm just saying this, the difference between a Siddaramaiah versus a DK Shivkumar or a Bhatti versus a Revant Reddy is that Revant Reddy is not the old world congressman who's come here. I think it will be very difficult for the Congress to deny somebody like that.
If I could just make a small point. Given the nature of the Congress High Command power today, I think it will be very difficult for the Congress High Command to negate the chances of Revant Reddy to become
this
the
I
chief
agree.
minister.
Had
And
they
given
won,
his,
had they
given
won
his
any more
approach
heartland state,
in the campaign,
heartland state,
I think
no, I don't.
there is
I
little
think
choice
more
away than
leeway.
Irrespective of where it is, what the heartland states are, there are caste dynamics. I think there will be deputy chief ministers. It will not be a categorical thing. But at 70, you see the difference in Karnataka and Telangana
but
here,
then,
right?
you know, then this falls under directly into the trap of Congress's
And now
own
the
thing,
BJP,
own
let's
doing.
not forget,
See,
I mean,
they
in
kept
Telangana
saying that
also now they are in double digit.
And that's a fascinating story to discuss.
That's a fascinating story.
I believe Shivraj Singh Chauhan is
Yes, at the cost of the MI.
I believe Shivraj Singh Chauhan is speaking to the press. Let's shift focus to
अमित
Madhya
भाई ने
Pradesh.
जो रणनीति बनाई ये उसका परिणाम है। नड्डा जी का हमें मार्गदर्शन मिला। मैं केंद्र को प्रणाम करता हूं। फिर हमने पूरे चुनाव को पूरी ताकत से सामूहिक नेतृत्व में लड़ा। हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वीडी शर्मा जी और संगठन के बाकी सारे कार्यकर्ता भी काम में लगे। और सबसे बड़ी एक बात और है कि डबल इंजन की सरकार, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद सदैव मध्य प्रदेश को मिला, तो केंद्र सरकार की योजनाओं का भी आदर्श क्रियान्वयन हमने मध्य प्रदेश में किया। और मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने इतने वर्षों में चाहे सड़क हो, बिजली हो, पानी हो, शिक्षा हो, स्वास्थ्य हो, सिंचाई हो, कोई भी क्षेत्र ऐसा नहीं छोड़ा जिसमें बेहतर काम ना किया हो। ये एक दिन में परिणाम नहीं आता, लगातार बेहतर काम करने के कारण परिणाम आता है। और महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए लाडली बहना योजना एक कड़ी थी, अगली कड़ी लाडली लक्ष्मी, कन्या विवाह, रिजर्वेशन महिलाओं को, बहनों को, ऐसी श्रृंखला थी। उसकी एक अगली कड़ी थी लाडली बहना, और अब होगी लखपति बहना। तो उनका भरपूर आशीर्वाद मिला, लेकिन समाज के हर वर्ग का आशीर्वाद मिला। मैं तो सौभाग्यशाली मानता हूं कि जनता का स्नेह, प्रेम और विश्वास हम सबको भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला।
We know travel can be confusing. That's why I use travelup.com. Once booked, you can change, cancel.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy. Right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest. Right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean. Right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses which is, you know, chasing growth at the cost?
Madhya Pradesh, the big focus now, the BJP above 161. This is a bigger number than any pollster had given, the Congress below 66. Does it actually mean that it will be their worst performance ever? Deshratan Nigam, weigh in on this. Madhya Pradesh numbers, BJP doing surprisingly well.
Yes, certainly. The united stand that was given, and with the addition of Scindia, I think, and the tribal votes in favor of the BJP out there is something which is in fact going in BJP's favor, and this tremendous result which is there is an outcome of that. Obviously, when the Prime Minister goes and gives the kind of fillip and the boost to the campaign, which I have not seen with any of the leaders in the given times.
Okay, sorry sir, I believe we can go back to Telangana with some celebration shots coming out of Revanth Reddy's residence. I presume this is from Hyderabad. Those shots coming in there. Full on, obviously you can see a lot of mics there trying to reach Revanth Reddy. As somebody said, Hyderabadi biryani, Bagara Bangan and Gandhipet ka pani. We'll make sure that nobody leaves Hyderabad when you come in there. So we will, those shots of course coming in there. Obviously you were talking, I believe we can go across to Shehzad Poonawala as well. Shehzad.
What a day for the BJP, Shehzad. The Prime Minister expected to arrive at 6:30 for the big celebrations. Nobody, you know, while Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan was deeply contested, nobody gave you Chhattisgarh. Look at the numbers that are coming in from Chhattisgarh now. BJP consolidating at 53, above 50 definitely.
Maria, thank you very much for having me on your panel. Veera Raghav, after a very long time, it's good to see you back into the drill. We were always confident of these three states, Maria, and the reason behind this is that today is an endorsement of Modi's magic of delivery and performance. Modi's guarantee people's lives becoming better, whether it's on the economic front, whether it's on the social welfare front, whether it's on the women empowerment front, and therefore, even after 18 years, today we have a new terminology in political vocabulary, pro-incumbency. Maria, when was the last time you heard governments will be voted back in power in such succession, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Gujarat, because of something called pro-incumbency? This is the Modi magic. And whereas the Congress in Rajasthan and Congress in Chhattisgarh perform so badly, they make fake guarantees and fake promises that the anti-incumbency catches up with them. And therefore, there are two contrasting models. One is a model where the BJP promises vision and mission for the country. On the other hand, the Congress tried to play the division card. They tried to divide us on the caste lines. On the one hand, you have the performance and delivery of the BJP-led governments under Prime Minister Modi.
Shehzad, will also be that all the Congress contenders and the chief ministers of Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan were making the pitch. In fact, let's listen in to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the man of the moment in Madhya Pradesh. He's in conversation with Anurag Dwari.
पक्ष में जो काम थे उसकी भी लहर थी।
एक आखिरी सवाल आज बहुत व्यस्त है कि आगे का मार्ग क्या होगा, क्योंकि 4 दफे आप मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं, अब आगे मध्य प्रदेश का रोड मैप क्या है?
में से कोई अपने बारे में कोई फैसला नहीं करता। एक बड़े मिशन के हिस्सा हैं हम, कार्यकर्ता हैं। हमारे बारे में जो भी काम हमारी पार्टी तय करती है वो काम हम लोग करते हैं।
विपक्ष ने आपको एक्टर कहा, अभिनेता कहा, क्या उसको ये जवाब है? आप ये कहते हैं
ये जनता ने जवाब दे दिया, इसलिए मैं क्यों जवाब दूं?
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान साफ तौर पर कह रहे हैं कि ये पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व और लाडली बहनाओं की जीत है। भोपाल से अपने कैमरा सहयोगी राजू बाथम के साथ अनुराग द्वारी, NDTV इंडिया।
That's an interesting statement coming in from Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Professor Shastri.
He talks of the people giving a mandate, and I think that's a very interesting interpretation as to who, in his opinion, should be the next chief minister.
He stands tall. I mean, among all the leadership in Madhya Pradesh, it is at least one state where he stands way above everybody else. So I think even if the centre tries to, reach out to the elected MLAs, it will be very hard to come out with any other choice which can match that stature.
About him, his leadership.
There was a time when people used to say Mr. Modi was 3-time Chief Minister of Gujarat.
Here is a 4-time Chief Minister.
Draw a parallel to Shivraj Singh Chauhan saying we have another 3-time Chief Minister, at those times I'm talking about. So obviously someone who's been from the old guard and still hold strong in terms of his...
Yes, let me add one thing.
In the entire process which was being followed by the party during the ticket distribution, there was something very endearing about Shivraj Singh Chauhan. He was not seen as taking on the leadership head-on. Neither was he asserting that my people in my coterie should be given tickets. He was essentially looking at, there was something very right in the way he maneuvered his pace at a time that a chief minister of 4 terms was not being projected as the chief minister. Still, he was someone who kept on saying that this is about Modi and all of us. In the posters, he was behind Prime Minister Modi. But he accepted it.
The fact is, he's a people's man, as rightly pointed out, And once you're a people's man, you read the pulse of the people. And then you take one step backward, one step forward, and that is what a good politician is supposed to be. And that he knows. And the difference between Mr. Modi being a 3-time chief minister there and him being there, that Mr. Modi has been helping him out here in becoming the chief minister and
just
adding the votes.
Jyotiraditya Scindia is now speaking to my colleague Anurag Dwari. Let's
सुनाया था अब मैं क्या कहूं कि अगर मेरी इतनी बेसुरी आवाज हो तो मैं क्या करूं
तो सर आज की इस जीत पर क्या कहेंगे ऐसी जीत की उम्मीद थी
अनुराग मैंने आपको कहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत होगी और आपने भी उस दिन मुझे कहा था कि मुझे भी लग रहा है कि यही होगा आपकी सोच और हमारी सोच पूर्ण रूप से सत्य निकली इस जीत पर अगर मैं किसी को प्रथम मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूं तो हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के एक मतदाता को मैं देना चाहता हूं जिन्होंने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ ये सरकार बनाई है मैं उनके सामने मैं प्रणाम करता हूं नतमस्तक हूं और उनके पैर छूता हूं और उसी के साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व जो एक पूर्ण रूप से लक्ष्य के साथ उन्होंने कार्य किया है मध्य प्रदेश के विकास के लिए देश के विकास के लिए गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी उनका मार्गदर्शन हमारी जो हौसला अफजाई हुई और प्रदेश के अंदर अगर किसी को श्रेय जाता है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक कार्यकर्ता जिसने खून पसीना एक करके इस पार्टी को इस स्थान पे लाया है और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी जिनकी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं ने ये परिवर्तन लाया है और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष बीडी शर्मा जी
और मेरे जैसे सेफोलॉजिस्ट का भी आपने शुक्रिया
बिल्कुल आपको भी मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूं
लेकिन आपको बहुत गालियां दी गई प्रियंका गांधी जी ने मंच से कहा कुछ और कांग्रेस के और नेताओं ने कहा क्या आपको लगता है ये जवाब ग्वालियर चंबल की जनता के साथ पूरे प्रदेश ने दिया है
मुझे 3 साल जो गालियां दी गई बददुआ दी गई मैंने सबको अपने छाती पे लिया मैंने एक शब्द जवाब में नहीं दिया
नहीं तो मेरी छाती में
मैं आपको अपना भाई समझता हूँ अच्छा तो मेरे भाई होने के नाते आपकी छाती तो ठोकी मैंने और मैंने एक जवाब नहीं दिया क्योंकि मैंने कहा कि 2020 के उपचुनाव में जनता ने जवाब दे दिया मैं कोई बात नहीं करूंगा 2023 के चुनाव में जनता जवाब देगी और खास करके एक नेता जिन्होंने मेरे कद की बात की उनको अपना कद ग्वालियर चंबल संभाग ने और मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिखा दिया है
और ये छत्तीसगढ़ में क्या हो गया आप तो वहाँ भी
प्रधानमंत्री जी का देश की जनता के दिल में जो जादू है राजस्थान हो छत्तीसगढ़ हो मध्य प्रदेश हो एक इतिहास प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के अंदर जो कायम किया है उसी का एक रिफ्लेक्शन है कि एक राज्य में जनता उनके साथ जुड़ी
आज बहादुरा के लड्डू चलेंगे आसपास ग्वालियर से
मैंने तो सोचा कि आप मुझे खिलाएंगे आज
बस एक आखिरी सवाल मुख्यमंत्री चेहरे को लेकर बहुत सवाल हो रहे हैं
मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता था आज हूं और जिंदगी भर रहूंगा उसी सोच और विचारधारा के साथ उसी श्रेणी में मैं कार्य कर रहा हूँ
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया तो साफ तौर पर केंद्रीय मंत्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया अपनी जीत से पार्टी की जीत से उत्साहित हैं और कह रहे हैं वो पार्टी के सिर्फ कार्यकर्ता थे मुख्यमंत्री की रेस में नहीं हैं भोपाल से अपने कैमरे सहयोगी राजू बाथम के साथ अनुराग द्वारी NDTV इंडिया
Okay, time for all the chest thumping there in Madhya Pradesh. Maria, I believe Shehzad's still with us. We will in a short while play that exclusive interview of Anurag's with Shivraj Singh Chauhan as well, bringing us the first newsmakers here as soon as, I mean, I gather that all of them are there together. Shehzad, is there clarity within the party about who is going to be chief minister in Rajasthan because the numbers suggest clear win? And in Madhya Pradesh as well, do we now safely assume that it will be another term for Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan?
Veera, we were very clear this time that in all the 5 states, we have gone with the collective leadership principle, and therefore this decision will be ultimately taken by the elected members of the Legislative Assembly. They will get together, there's a party process, the party will initiate that process, and the elected legislators will be entirely free to decide whom they want should lead their respective state governments. So I think that's a decision. I do not want to intervene into their discretionary power in that regard. But having said that, Veera, we must focus on also the kind of narrative that the Congress was trying to dish out in this country, whether it is the divisive cards that they played, whether it is trying to create a culture of saying that our guarantees will work. But the people have rejected both these cards of the Congress party, and they have comprehensively rejected it. In Telangana, perhaps they have not tried out the Congress, and therefore they have given them an opportunity in place of BRS. But even there, the BJP has now, I can see, as per your figures, we are in double digits. We've doubled our vote share.
Quickly,
but we must analyze.
Sorry, Shehzad, sorry to interrupt you. Quickly, I just want to know what works in the north which doesn't work in the south?
No, I don't think there is anything that is not working in the south. Of course, you know, the BJP is in its expansion mode. So there are new areas that we are now charting course with. We were only 1 seat 5 years ago. We were 6.5% vote 5 years ago. We have doubled that. So I don't think that kind of growth we've seen in any other place in the north. So we are growing at a faster rate in the south. But having said that, the common factor is that when Modi ji says that he is going to do something, he does it. Whether it's infrastructure growth, whether it's economy, whether it's taking the middle class forward, whether it's removing 13 crore people from poverty, whether it's building houses for the poor, giving them tap water connections. Modi means fulfilling promises, and whether it's south or north, east or west, Hindu or Muslim, whatever caste, people believe that guarantee of Modi. That has been comprehensively
I would
established.
second that, you know, it's about that factor of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And, you know, Professor Shastri and Wayne on this, all the panelists here, when we look at these numbers, it's not without a reason that the BJP went in collective leadership, realizing fully well that in this part of the world, there is that Labharti element, there is that Modi voter, which believes in brand Narendra Modi. There is a huge trust factor which is associated.
In fact, Maria, if you look at the last 2 Lok Sabha elections, our studies show that last time nearly 1/3 of the BJP vote came thanks to the Prime Minister. People said it's because of the Prime Minister that we voted for the party.
Just check.
So in a Lok Sabha election, the role that the Prime Minister plays in getting the party to win is very strong. In state assemblies, it's a mixed picture. In some states, it's been a very effective factor in getting them to power. In some, it has not. And where it has not, it has always been because the rival to the BJP has a very powerful state-based leader and the party does not. And there is a challenge that the party faces.
There's an important point that I want to add to what Shastriji has been mentioning is India Alliance meeting has been announced now on the December 6th. But look at the pretext and go 5 years back in 2018. You will see that, you know, whenever Congress grew confident, it tries to trample upon all its allies. You know, look at what Kamal Nath said. Kamal Nath said, Akhilesh kaun hota hai? I mean, he's a, you know, powerful leader.
But at the same time, I think the Congress...
See, this is the overconfidence. This is the overconfidence on which Congress steps into any election and then takes 2 steps back and tries to readjust his allies. The only good takeaway from the India Alliance point of view is that Congress would be a diminished force and it would allow more accommodation or elbow room for the other allies partners to come in and say that, boss, you are not the only, you know, karta dharta of this alliance. We also will have space and say, and that is going to become resoundingly clear.
Yes, there may be considerations on whether that Samajwadi Party alliance should have been worked out in Madhya Pradesh, how
it's
they
more
need
about
to go, but we'll have to wait and see.
How the respect that you carry. Forget about numbers. Everybody has their own regional basis, but the respect you expect from Kamal Nath to a former Chief Minister of UP.
We'll take a very short break. When we come back, what we'll do is we'll go state by state, Maria, because we need to put all the states in perspective. Let's go state by state, go to our analysts and as well as get the newspapers, but a short break right now.
Health isn't someday in the future, it's now. Without GP referrals, cancer testing, scans.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time, or will the Modi magic trump
गहलोत का जादू।
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel Banks on Welfare is keen to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will drum home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow 8-fold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
Conversation with Anurag Dwari.
मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। सर, बहुत मुबारकबाद। पहले तो आप इस ऐतिहासिक जीत पर क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, धन्यवाद। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जन जन के मन में हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता के मन में है। उनके प्रति अगाध प्रेम और विश्वास। डबल इंजन की सरकार ने जो काम किए, चाहे वो केंद्र की योजनाओं का आदर्श क्रियान्वयन हो या मध्य प्रदेश में हमने बनाई लाडली बहना जैसी योजना हो, समाज के हर वर्ग का कल्याण किया और विकास किया, तो जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला। अमित जी की अचूक रणनीति, नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, कार्यकर्ताओं का परिश्रम, हम सब लोगों ने मिलकर काम किया, उसी का ये परिणाम।
लेकिन इतनी बम्पर जीत की उम्मीद थी लाडली बहनों?
मुझे तो शुरू से थी। मैं हमेशा कहता था कि हम शानदार सफलता प्राप्त करेंगे, क्योंकि जनता में स्पष्ट दिखाई देता था एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं थी, या प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी। कुछ लोगों ने हुआ खड़ा करने की कोशिश की थी कांग्रेस के, लेकिन सच तो यह है कि ये सरकार के पक्ष में जो काम थे उसकी भी लहर थी।
एक आखिरी सवाल, आज आप बहुत व्यस्त हैं कि आगे का मार्ग क्या होगा, क्योंकि 4 दफे आप मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं, अब आगे मध्य प्रदेश का रोड मैप क्या है?
में से कोई अपने बारे में कोई फैसला नहीं करता। एक बड़े मिशन के हिस्सा हैं हम, कार्यकर्ता हैं। हमारे बारे में जो भी काम हमारी पार्टी तय करती है वो काम हम लोग करते हैं।
विपक्ष ने आपको एक्टर कहा, अभिनेता कहा, क्या उसको ये जवाब है? आप ये कहते हैं
ये जनता ने जवाब दे दिया, इसलिए मैं क्यों जवाब दूं?
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान साफ तौर पर कह रहे हैं कि ये पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व और लाडली बहनाओं की जीत है।
Right, interesting comments there. We'll keep a close track of how things are going to evolve now. Now you see the political tug of war happens, this discreet politicking for chief ministership happens everywhere. But for the moment, Maria will take us through state by state on how the results are panning out at the moment.
But Veera, quick word on Shivraj Singh Chauhan. He has conducted himself with immense grace throughout these elections. Undoubtedly the leader for whom the women of the state would have certainly voted. So if there is a women constituency which has undoubtedly emerged in these elections, it is for Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Mama Ji, as he is fondly called. So these are the numbers we are looking at now. Total number of seats 230, the majority or the halfway mark is 116. The BJP up 52, just look at these numbers, 161. Congress down 48, just at 86. It's one of their worst performances ever. BJP's phenomenal gain in Madhya Pradesh is because of collective leadership, many would say, and of course, that faith in brand Narendra Modi. The state of Madhya Pradesh is the first state that the BJP had won. Historically, a young party which was formed in 1980, and just look at the growth of the party. A state that they have been winning convincingly for 4 terms is a state where they are returning with a pro-incumbency vote. And just look at these numbers again. I'm emphasizing because I think the Madhya Pradesh elections and the victory of the BJP is sending a message of what pro-incumbency means, a new lexicon in Indian politics and Indian political history. Looking at the state of Rajasthan, another fascinating story. One would say that it's a state which follows the revolving door process. It has been the case since 3 decades, so 30 years. And here is the BJP, which is returning to power, but up 40 seats from what it had last time around. Congress down 29, but this number is of course not as bad as several had thought, because this is the number that Ashok Gehlot, the outgoing chief minister, managed on his own. Perhaps their numbers would have been far worse than this, but the BJP victory of 113 again would be seen as part of their strategy in which they went with MPs being fielded on the ground, and at the same time sending a message that when it is about promises, people believe in their promises more than the report card of the previous chief minister. Looking at Chhattisgarh now, look, it's already 1 p.m. and these numbers are only consolidating for the BJP. BJP up 38, 53, the halfway mark in the state of 90 seats. It's a small assembly of just 90 seats, is 46. BJP at 53. Congress down by 33 seats. So Bhupesh Baghel factor hasn't worked. It is brand Narendra Modi which has worked again in the state. Remember, if we were to look at this number, it is the scheduled tribes, the ST factor, which has worked for the BJP. The OBCs have voted for the BJP. And just look at this number. This is showcasing that just about every caste and community may have voted for the BJP. So it is very much going the revolving door process. Looking at another state, this is the state that Veera loves to talk the most about, and rightly so, I would say, the state of Telangana. 119-member assembly, the halfway mark is 60. Congress at 65, above 46. But the real story is also that the man who played the role of creating the state in 2014, he is out. He is out with his party now gone below 41. I mean, just look at this number. It's going to be a humiliating defeat, certainly for K. Chandrasekhar Rao. Nobody would have thought about that.
But Maria, I think you need to those images. I think that's Revanth Reddy there,
the man
on
of the
his
moment.
chariot, on his chariot there in Hyderabad. The
and what
Reddy
is this chariot?
It's you call it a chariot. Today, anything is a chariot. Anything you move on for Revanth Reddy is a chariot. It's his it's his car. He's stepping out of his sunroof in the car. Now, you see, this is a fascinating story on Telangana, but I must put a red herring here. At the moment, the number that you put up, 65, yes, it's comfortable, but 70 would be something where you breathe easy. And as far as BJP is concerned, getting up those 9 seats is also an interesting aspect there. Those pictures coming from Telangana, Congress in Telangana has not seen images like this. The last images in the Congress party of Telangana, Sandeep Shastri, was in 2014 during formation time. And I remember during the 2014 parliamentary elections, the Congress really believed that it was going to win Telangana because it believed that we've created the state at the cost of Andhra Pradesh, which is the remaining part of Andhra Pradesh, which is 175 assembly seats, is the 21 parliamentary seats. That was the more, that was the 22 parliamentary seats.
The dividend has come 9 years later.
The dividend has come 9 years later, but it's come in the form
But it's not come in the form of the Telangana emotion, but much more in the form of a very strong anti-BRS.
I just want to take a little bit about Revanth Reddy. Now, and I want to put this in perspective, right, to those who don't follow Telangana so closely, which gets clobbered in the midst of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh elections. He decides to contest from Kamareddy only because KCR decides to contest from Kamareddy, because they wanted to send out an image that, look, there is an opponent in place there. There is a challenger in place to K. Chandrasekhar Rao. And until 6 months ago, there was absolutely no sense of question over KCR's might. KCR playing the big role of trying to go and talk to other alliance partners, possible third front. There was so much around K. Chandrasekhar Rao, but I think there was a sense of hubris in the family that set in, saying that, look, our work is good and we will work through. In fact, this was said. And I just want to add one point before I cut across to you, Sandeep Shastri, is that, when people were questioning and when people asked what would be a crucial factor in these elections, it was the Hyderabad versus rural factor that was very important. Urban versus rural. And you look at the results today, in LB Nagar, in Hyderabad, where Sudhir Reddy is contesting, Huda chairman is contesting, and Madhu Yashki Gaud. Madhu is trailing at the moment, the campaign committee chairman of the Congress. He is trailing at the moment. I don't know how the results will come. So Hyderabad, the men who built Hyderabad often lose the state, as we learnt with Chandrababu Naidu in 2004.
Very true. I think the voter in India is a great leveler of egos and beliefs that people have. Now, I'm going back to Kamareddy, where Revant Reddy decided to challenge KCR. I think it was important for him to do it for two reasons. One, having been made the state party president, he had to lead from the front. And secondly, having been somebody who came to the Congress from other parties, it was important that he assert his presence in the party. And therefore, the best way to do it was to challenge the sitting chief.
Just pointing out.
And the second point you made, I think we are also seeing a divide between rural Telangana and Hyderabad. Hyderabad, Secunderabad clearly sees the BRS having some presence and also the BJP making its presence felt.
Okay, just telling you that Huzurabad, where Itala Rajender, remember Itala Rajender is the first finance minister of Telangana, a man who has been with K. Chandrasekhar Rao since 2003, since the formation of the party. These are people who broke from the TDP, went with KCR, part of the movement. Itala Rajender shifts to the BJP. He is trailing in his constituency, which he won last time, which is Huzurabad. Itala Rajender is trailing again in Gajwel, KCR trailing in Kamareddy. Rest of it, pretty much online, because, you are Harish Rao, KCR is winning Gajwel, Harish Rao is winning his Siddipet, KT Rama Rao, who, incidentally, just to point out to you that, KCR names his son Rama Rao because he's inspired by NT Rama Rao. And that's the history of it.
That's an interesting anecdote.
So it's all fascinating. And this is a region, remember, which was once an erstwhile TDP stronghold, which moves to the BRS. The Congress now, perhaps for the first time, has won as many seats in history. I mean, I'm talking from 2004-9 onwards, as many seats as it's won this time in Telangana, 119. So it's at 65 there. You see it on your screen. So we'll keep talking. You let me be and I'll keep talking only Telangana.
You can actually talk about that victory because undoubtedly it is fascinating. But just look at the numbers of Madhya Pradesh and the neighboring Chhattisgarh. It's a landslide. Madhya Pradesh is a landslide.
Well, there is no question that if you look at Madhya Pradesh, it is a massive drubbing.
Yes.
It is not just a defeat, it's a massive drubbing, which looks even worse for the Congress because the Congress hyped up Madhya Pradesh as miraculously somehow they have managed to reinvent themselves in Madhya Pradesh. Now, mind you, this is something which I always felt strange because after Jyotirāditta Scindia walked out, there is no question that the Congress looked in tatters in Madhya Pradesh. Okay. And suddenly, about 5 months ago, there was suddenly this buzz that the Congress is making a comeback. And then it was so much so that there were all these reports that the BJP will lose. Now, Rajasthan is something which is also something which the Congress...
But just look at these numbers. I think the Congress has done better in Rajasthan in comparison to Madhya Pradesh.
True.
And that's even more shocking because here is another state which follows the revolving door. But in the first one, in Madhya Pradesh, the Congress had presented a picture that they had, Mr. Kamal Nath has been on ground zero for the last few years. He had almost recreated that machinery. He had, Zameen se party ko khada kiye is the buzz that was going on. But Meeta,
which is the bigger shocker for you amongst the three? I mean, for some of us who followed the Congress closely know that there was enormous sense of confidence about Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. There was a nervous confidence yet. Rajasthan, of course, it was a mixed bag. Which was the biggest shocker for you this, at what, 110? Meeta.
Hello.
Meeta, which was the biggest shocker for you? What are you messaging? Who are you messaging?
Namaskar, and yes, I was waiting for my turn. The biggest disappointment was definitely Madhya Pradesh, because if I have to go by the trends that are being presented right now, and though it has not been finally translated to the final numbers and the results, then obviously...
I'm really sorry, Meeta. I'll have to cut across to a Congress strongman, DK Shivkumar, who's in exclusive conversation there in Hyderabad with our reporters there. Let's cut to it now.
Yes, that's a bigger question.
The party high command, it has a process of selecting leaders. We have gone to the election on a collective leadership. The party high command will take its call.
Massive crowds there that you see at Revanth Reddy's residence there. I'm sorry, Meeta, I cut you short. Please go ahead. You can speak over pictures that we are showing on the screens right now of the massive celebrations outside Revanth Reddy's house. But please tell us about which the bigger shocker for you is.
The bigger shocker has to be Madhya Pradesh, because if we go with the internal survey reports that we had within the Congress party, as well as the surveys done by different agencies, different neutral external agencies, they all predicted that Congress had a clear edge in the state of Madhya Pradesh. And the results obviously do not match our expectation, and we will have to have a very closer look at the victory margins and at the data analytics, and we will do that. And we'll have to do a proper analysis of the results. In Chhattisgarh, I was just having a look at the results, and even now, though these are trends, these are not consolidated as final results, but there are many constituencies where the victory margin is less than 1,000 votes. In certain places, even less than 500 votes. So it's a very closely fought contest, number one. In Rajasthan, yes, Rajasthan had this revolving door custom. Every 5 years, we have seen change in government in Rajasthan. Given that, the fact that Congress as of now is leading on 73 seats, the majority mark remains around 100, shows that Ashok Gehlot ji had been a popular chief minister in the past 5 years. And there had been no clear, massive anti-incumbency against the Congress government in Rajasthan. So I wouldn't say Rajasthan's results completely disappointing. But yes, we definitely expected to do better in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh. And obviously, we are very elated with our performance in Telangana. Bear in mind that even 6 months back or 1 year back, we were kind of written off. We were not even considered as the principal opposition party in the state of Telangana. From there, the way the regional leadership under the PCC, under the leadership of Revanth Reddy ji and the combined leadership of ACC, the way we have rebuilt the party and the way we have posed a challenge to a very powerful regional
Meeta,
party
as
in
you're
Telangana,
speaking of Telangana, may I just ask you this question? I see the numbers on the screen. They were about 70 earlier. It's now at 65. I don't know where they will solidify at. Possibly there are some very close contests. What's a number the Congress will feel comfortable in Telangana? And I'm not talking today or tomorrow, I'm talking for the next 5 years, because several Congress leaders suggested to me that, look, we're not just looking at a majority, we need a comfortable majority given the history of party breaking that happens across all states of India, but especially in the southern states.
Okay, the majority mark is 60 in Telangana, and we have crossed it. And we hope to get a higher number in Telangana. I think we are in a comfortable position as of now. Bear in mind, BJP had fought this election against the BRS government. Their entire narrative, the entire campaign that they put in Telangana was anti-BRS. And the fact that BRS is only in 40-something, I think in 41, I think they are far away from the 60 mark. Even if you include the others into that. Even then, it is far away from the majority mark.
In Telangana numbers, but these elections will add to the headache of the Congress party. You are not a challenger when it is about a direct contest. and Modi factor works in states as well, particularly in the northern India and the central India. We are going straight to Harsha Kumari, who's joining us live from Jaipur. Harsha, who are the leaders who are arriving in Jaipur? It's a day of big celebrations for the BJP.
Well, yes, it's a day of big celebrations, and in fact, all the leaders are closeted at this BJP office right on top. They are having a meeting here. As you can see here in the office at the BJP Karyalaya, all the garlands are have been put out. Balloons are out in nice numbers, all orange and bright. So who all are here? Well, definitely all the big leaders of the BJP are here, and they are in the party Karyalaya having a meeting because now they have to move ahead perhaps with a press conference. Vasundhara Raje has not come to the party Karyalaya yet. She is at her residence. CP Joshi is also at his residence, the BJP president, and we believe that even senior party leaders could be coming in tomorrow here, looking ahead at government formation. So what really... So BJP women workers breaking into a spontaneous dance right here behind me. Yes. A lot of enthusiasm here. It's quite difficult to do an OB, but yeah, what were the reasons for the
dancing
BJP
as well?
split? I think 3-4 things very clearly.
Harsha, you should start dancing as well.
So
you stuck your neck out. You predicted this,
well,
right?
Absolutely. Now, I'm going to come and ask all my friends what are the number I said, and I think we are quite close to that. Thank you for saying that, Veera. Thanks so much for that. But yeah, what were the reasons? You know, I think more than anti-incumbency, there is a sense in Rajasthan that they just need to change the government. They want a fresh face, and I definitely get that feeling that let's have someone new. And somewhere or the other, perhaps when last time when the Congress also won, there was a certain attraction to Sachin Pilot as a fresh face. That was definitely there. Of course, the social welfare schemes were there. But if you look at somebody like Ravindra Bhati, he's an independent from the BJP, left the BJP. He's one from a small constituency called Shiv. And he's been a sensation on social media, on Instagram, and also on the ground. So I think sometimes what political parties should also realize is about how they need to just freshen up a little bit and maybe come across with new faces, because that, I think, somewhere is what the voter also wants.
That's an important question. Harsha, I just want to point out you're wearing a pink jacket which would work for the BRS in Telangana. Of course, no pink there in Telangana today. In terms of the Congress's internal power dynamics, I know a few leaders had suggested at that time, and I mean off the record obviously, that if the Congress loses in Rajasthan, it may make the move simpler for a change of guard there to transition into a newer leadership. Do you see that happening, or do you think it's a body blow to everyone?
No, I think, this was actually flagged to the Congress High Command very early last year. And the Congress High Command, to give them credit, did try and do that actually. They realized that, the work that has been done by Ashok Gehlot is a foundation they can build on, but they need a fresh face to go ahead with it. And that was the reason they probably wanted him to be Congress president. So I think somewhere that mantra was given to them. They understood that. Sources have told us that many senior Congress leaders also pitched for that. They said, if you change the CM face, then perhaps we can, win Rajasthan again, because it is not just about 5 years, but about looking at 10 years. And I think, somewhere when the BJP decides its CM phase, they're going to look at 10 years. They're not again going to give the leadership here for 5 years and then expect to be voted out by Rajasthan's revolving door. So when the BJP decides and announces their CM phase, I think that's a factor we all should look out for.
Yes, so who will be the Mukhyamantri of Rajasthan will be the big question now, because if the BJP has managed to get 110 seats in the state of Rajasthan, it's a big message that is coming for all the state leaders, even as the party will be saying that they came up with a new formula, Harsha, of fielding 7 MPs also in the state of Rajasthan. How are the MPs doing as candidates, Harsha?
Well, most of the MPs are doing quite well. Rajavardhan in the middle had his bit hiccups, but we are told that he will catch up because, you know, it's the biggest constituency. He also has the largest number of candidates. Diya Kumari has, of course, done absolutely marvelously. Baba Balaknath has also done very, very well. So he's doing well. I'm just going to check on Devji Patel. Remember, he was the other person from Jalore who had a lot of opposition, faced a lot of opposition. So by and large, this formula of, you know, setting in the MPs to fight the election, to go faceless, not go with the, you know, go on the party symbol. I was talking to some young people here, and in fact, wherever I traveled in Rajasthan, the youth vote actually has swung towards the BJP, especially over the paper leak issue. You know, the exam paper leak has actually been a very defining narrative for the youth and for the BJP in this election, and the BJP had their pulse on it, and they used it to the maximum and too politically to hilt.
Okay. Harsha, we'll keep coming back to you, but Avinash Kalla is here in the studio. Avinash, you and I have been discussing the elections very closely for the last few weeks. What do you think worked for the BJP, or has the state just followed the tradition or rivaj of voting out the incumbent?
I think we followed the rivaj by and large, and what worked for the BJP best was their gains in the eastern Rajasthan. You look, 27 seats they have gained. So it's more of a loss for the Congress than the gain for the BJP. Because the caste combinations worked very well for them and they look comfortable as of now. So more than anything. And secondly, the whole idea of law and order that the BJP was raking up for the women voters worked in favor of them. So freebies didn't work that well. And as we have been talking, Maria, that people look at it, that we have gained out of this government, whatever the next run will give will be a new add-on.
ये बताइए मुख्यमंत्री कौन है? यही सवाल है.
देखिए मैं अभी भी कह रहा हूं जब तक ये आंकड़ा 120 पार नहीं करता it's a good chance for Vasundhara Raje as long as it is under 120.
Okay, so let's start with the person sitting next to you. Sir, what is your take? Who's becoming the Chief Minister in Rajasthan?
Again, as we have started this entire election procedures, election campaign, that Kamal ki Phool, this is the targets of BJP, and now rightly, the next gentleman next to me has told that until we cross a very safe figure of 120 plus, we are not going to decide that who is going to be the Chief Minister of there. Then the Parliamentary Board will take a consolidated decision regarding 3 or 4 states, three states at least, and then they will be accepted.
Having covered the BJP for several years now, and particularly the Modi-Shah BJP post-2014, the Parliamentary Board decides what the party leadership decides.
No, I think if you have covered BJP...
look at the processes, but you know, the
I tell you, apart from a media person, I am also a Sangathan person. I tell you, I also involved in the Sangathan. We are regimented. As you rightly told, it is Mananiya Narendra Modi ji whose face is the most, assuring face for our party. But when it take a decision, it is a cumulative decision, collective decision, and it is, okay, maybe guided by Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah, but this is never taken on a single...
What's the big takeaway in terms of, sorry, Mr. Ghosh, I just want to focus on that one question, that you say that it's a collective decision. What's the big takeaway for the BJP here? Because you had an experiment in Karnataka where they wanted to change Yediyurappa, move forward, the elections backfired, but they've now brought that back. Sort of reverse that decision. Here in MP and Rajasthan, there was a sense of wanting to move forward from the old guard, but along with, you know, sort of a collective move forward. What's the big lesson for the BJP from these as it goes forward to 2020?
There's 2 messages. Number one, if you talk comparing between the southern India and northern India sentiments and their organizational pattern and organizational structure is different. Secondly, in northern India, there's a lot of other factors apart from the who will be the face. A lot of other very critical factor is there. And this time the factor has multiplied. So the lesson that we have got that there should be a combination of the youth and the old, number one. Number two, this was never done so, I think, so forcefully that even the central leaderships or the cabinet ministers has been... So that is a unique part of BJP, that if necessary the cabinet minister can leave their position, and as a good karyakarta they come down at the state level and fight and win it. Not a single party in this country can show the second example. So that is the strength of BJP. That is the strength of us, that we are like a fighters. We are like a fighters, and we are ready to fight any challenges which has been given, whether it is cabinet minister, whether it is a state minister, whether it is any position, we are fighting for the cause.
Okay. If you look at it, when the prime minister will be arriving at the BJP headquarters and will be addressing the Karyakartas of the party, he will say, I am also a Karyakarta. So I think that,
Can I make a point?
He behaves like that also.
Yeah.
He behaves like that.
Yeah. So I just would make a brief point. I think what he said is something very significant, that if on the chief ministership in Rajasthan, that if they reach a safe figure of 120, that's when they'll take the decision. Because remember, Vasundhara Raje has a lot of very loyal supporters. And they don't want to get to, and this is, I think, the hard, pragmatic, strategic sense of the BJP. It's not just Mr. Modi's dominance.
No, but it's a very important
it's an important point.
That look, we will test a decision. If it doesn't work, we are happy to take it back.
And the same thing in Madhya Pradesh.
I will disagree with this. A figure of 109 in an assembly of 199 with the halfway mark of 101 is a convincing victory of a party. And if you look at it, the challenger or the Congress party in this bipolar contest is 73. So they are good 35 seats ahead. So even if the rebels or any other leader is not a factor here, the BJP will take a call. The leadership at the center will decide.
I think, Maria, I agree with you
yes.
here.
You know, it's a big number.
Reason being, as somebody said it, they are looking for 10 years ahead.
Yes.
And they'll have to plan it now.
Okay.
Let's cut across to Piyush Goyal.
Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is speaking. Let's listen in.
लेकिन जिस प्रकार की शानदार विजय भाजपा की हुई है और जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के अलग अलग सभाओं में स्पष्ट देखने को मिलता था, तेलंगाना में भी आप देखिए जिस प्रकार से बढ़त भाजपा की हुई है। पिछली बार तो हम एक सीट पे थे, एक सीट से डबल डिजिट पे जाना ये स्पष्ट करता है कि देश भर में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति लोगों का विश्वास दिनों दिन बढ़ते जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं, ये बात लोगों के जहन में आ गई है। और मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, ये आज देश का हर युवा, देश की हर महिला, देश का हर गरीब इस बात से सहमत हो चुके हैं।
जी सर, हमेशा की तरह कांग्रेस फिर से ईवीएम को लेकर हो रही है।
बड़ा दुर्भाग्य है, कांग्रेस पार्टी इतना विषयहीन हो गई है और जिसको बैड लूजर्स कहते हैं उसका परिचय फिर एक बार दे रही है। पूरी दुनिया में आज भारत के ऊपर, भारत के राजनीतिक प्रणालियों पर, भारत के चुनावी प्रणालियों पर पूरे दुनिया में भारत की वाहवाही होती है। ऐसे में कांग्रेस शायद चाहती नहीं है कि भारत का गुणगान हो, भारत के नाम आगे बढ़े। ये दुर्भाग्य तो है ही, पर मुझे लगता है कि जनता में ये हंसी मजाक का विषय है, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं।
जी सर, थैंक यू।
The BJP office will begin shortly when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive in few hours from now. He has ensured that the party wins and wins big in the states. And Desh Ratna Nigam, let's make it clear that a number of 111 and a good gap of 40 seats between the Congress and the BJP is a convincing victory. This will not be seen as any kind of confusion among the voters.
Yes, certainly. And you have to keep an eye on who are the 17 others as well.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at the gap, now there is 113 as I see in some channels, 113 to the BJP and 69 to the Congress. That gap is very material to decide who is going to come into power. And BJP is not looking for a short-term gain. Immediate prospect is for 2024 elections, general elections, and then the planning for next 10 years, so that this revolving door policy goes for 6. Because BJP should certainly be considering to bring out some kind of a new face out there who builds BJP for future in Rajasthan. Yes, and I'm sure 2024 elections, the number of seats that the BJP is going to get in Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh will be humongous, almost sweep will be there. There is no doubt about it, despite, in fact, if you look at the previous elections, the loss of BJP but sweeping the elections in the general election. So this will be probably the same kind of results, is probably 1 or 2 seats added more out there in the general election.
I believe we can go across to an exclusive interview with Raman Singh there, potential Chief Minister aspirant for in Chhattisgarh. Let's listen into that before we come back into this conversation.
छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है और जितने रुझान आ रहे हैं उसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूर्ण बहुमत है। हमारे साथ पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर रमन सिंह हैं। आप पहले भी बोल रहे थे कि 52 से 55 के बीच में अब वो आंकड़ा पहुंच रहा है।
बिल्कुल लगता था और पूरे छत्तीसगढ़ को घूमने के बाद एहसास हो गया था कि भूपेश सरकार के भय और आतंक से जनता ऊब चुकी है, भ्रष्टाचार से ऊब चुकी है और बदलाव होगा।
अब आगे का क्या होगा, क्योंकि अब पूर्ण बहुमत आ गया भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। अब जो चर्चाएं हो रही हैं कि मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा, तो क्या माना जाए कि अब डॉक्टर रमन सिंह ही मुख्यमंत्री होंगे?
नहीं, कोई डॉक्टर रमन के चेहरे को सामने रखकर चुनाव नहीं लड़ा गया। विधायक दल की बैठक होगी, पर्यवेक्षक आएंगे, विधायकों से राय लिया जाएगा और दल का नेता चुना जाएगा। हर बार यही होता है, 2003 में भी हुआ, 8 में भी हुआ, 13 में भी हुआ, तो वो प्रक्रिया समानता है और विधायकों के बैठक के बाद तय हो जाएगा।
आपसे जब भी मेरी बात हुई तो आप यही बोल रहे थे कि 52 से 55 सीटें में पूर्ण बहुमत के सिर्फ। बाकी अगर देखें एग्जिट पोल देखें, तमाम जो लोग हैं वो ये आकलन नहीं, तो आप इसको किस तरीके से आकलन कर पा रहे थे?
पूरे छत्तीसगढ़ को घूमने के बाद एक नक्शा बना हुआ था और ये मालूम था कि भूपेश के घमंड को, भूपेश के भ्रष्टाचार को छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता भूपेश के चेहरे को रिजेक्ट करने जा रही है और ये दिख रहा है पूरे चुनाव में।
अच्छा, क्या मोदी जी की गारंटी काम की और घोषणा पत्र ने पूरा ये लैंडस्लाइड किया?
निश्चित रूप से जो नतीजा दिख रहा है, मोदी जी की गारंटी सबसे प्रमुख रूप से, उस गारंटी पे छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता ने विश्वास किया है और डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाने के लिए छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताया है।
सरकार बनने के बाद फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी, पहला काम क्या होगा?
पहले ही कहा हुआ है कि 18 लाख आवास की बात और जो घोषणा पत्र हमने कहा है उसके क्रियान्वयन की बात, महिलाओं को 12,000 रुपया देने से लेकर अन्य घोषणा है उसका क्रियान्वयन।
Well, now it's all time for who's going to become CM where, whether it's Congress or BJP, everything shifts to Delhi right now. The decisions are taken in Delhi, then spread across, right?
Yes, because, you make that point, who will become the chief minister. I think from the Congress side, it's more or less decided, because there's only one state. On the BJP side, because it was collective
leadership. There is only one state, Maria, but there are many aspirants in every state. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, we'll try and focus with our expert panel on what's next in the next 8 to 10 hours. That will be the politicking that we'll discuss when we come back from this very short break.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time? Or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel Banks on Welfare is keen to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years, with some breaks in the middle, but not a break currently, simply because we are seeing good opportunities, we are seeing good companies, good founders, good ideas, there are good new emerging technologies. And we believe over a 7, 8, 10 year perspective, this is actually a good time to get in, because we believe entry price, entry valuation matters a lot. So we invested in Zomato in 2010, right in the middle of the global financial crisis. We invested in Policy Bazaar in 2008, just before Lehman collapse. And those have turned out thus far to be our 2 best investments. ICICI Venture invested in Info Edge, our first round, in April 2000, just when the dot-com bubble burst. And we built Naukri through the crisis profitably after a couple of years.
Back all the action right here on NDTV. Now Maria is going to take us through state by state, of course, from the emphatic win in Madhya Pradesh.
Yes, 20 minutes to 2, and these trends are only consolidating. We can say clearly and safely that the BJP is forming the government in the state of Madhya Pradesh, despite having an anti-incumbency of 4 terms. The Chief Minister is returning to power. The BJP is returning to power. Whether it will be Shivraj Singh Chauhan or not, that remains to be seen. But BJP is returning to power. Just look at the gain that they have had of 161 seats in all in an assembly which has the halfway mark of 116. Congress winning 66, down by 48 seats. But I think this number of 161, it becomes important. And Sajjan Kumar, let's discuss this 161, particularly that this is the biggest victory ever.
Yeah.
Bigger than 2013, when it was like, we had seen Mr. Modi arrive on the political scene. But at that time, it was around 150. This is a landslide victory.
Yeah, and this landslide victory is something which is being attributed momentarily to the overwhelming participation of the women because of the, Ladli Lakshmi, Ladli Behna Yojana. But mind it, one factor cannot account for such a big margin of around 9 to 10% between Congress and the BJP. One has to understand that there is something about Madhya Pradesh. When you talk about 2 months back, there was real anti-incumbency, there were real anger, there were real issues which was facing BJP in a negative way. From there until now, this landslide which you win, it means 2 things. One, Congress is incapable on encashing on anti-incumbency across India barring few states. Karnataka was just one exception. This is one. 2, the top leadership of the Congress is a baggage, So even when state leadership is somewhat holding the ground, they do not get the kind of support. And in the case of BJP, you have all the assets, the organizational might, you have the central leadership, and then the leader was being projected as someone who people were fatigued with, suddenly turned out to be an asset from 8 o'clock until 12, 1, 2 a.m. in the night. The way Shivraj Singh campaigned invoked the emotional card, and the way BJP organizational might reduced the election, not only from a binary between Kamal Nath and Shivraj, but in every region it was Kamal Nath versus Narendra Singh Tomar in Chambal Gwalior region, Kamal Nath versus Kailash Vijayvargiya in Malwa region, Prahlad Singh Patel in Mahakaushal. So that we see the creative campaigning, creative strategy, organizational might, making it multifaceted and not rejecting, sidelining Shivraj Singh Chauhan completely.
That was a lesson perhaps learned from Karnataka.
That was a classical textbook model of how to fight an election, wherein you see all the variables in a synchronized, positive way. And that is why, as was mentioned, in Rajasthan also it's a clear and emphatic win. But could it have been up to 130 or 140 had you seen all the variables of face, organization and creativity also in Rajasthan?
So it's about a complete thali that we keep talking about.
Exactly, it is going to be a classical case study how to win an election even when you face adversarial.
So for till 2 months back, it was being seen as anti-incumbency, but today we are discussing pro-incumbency, ma'am.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I think 2-3 factors. I completely agree with the co-panelist. And one more factor which I have been stressing again and again is the consolidation of the Sanatan votes which has happened in this region, especially the northern belt. I think this is something which we cannot ignore. The Sanatan Dharma was constantly being targeted by India Alliance, and there was no clear, visible, side taking by the Congress guys. So basically, Kamal Nath, even though he tried to stay neutral and tried to project that as if he is pro-Sanatan, but there were no clear opposition from his side when there were certain statements made. In Rajasthan, if you remember, there was the beheading of Mr. Kishan Lal, very small-time worker, Kanhaiya Lal, I'm sorry. So that also caused a lot of consolidation of these votes. And while BJP planned meticulously, they also implemented many schemes. They reached out to people, but at the same time, this is a very important factor which we cannot ignore after all.
Absolutely.
And the
On our
women
television
voter share.
screens, we'll talk about the women factor because that's the most fascinating part of Indian politics that I have been almost following as a trend for election after election, from assembly elections to central elections, the Lok Sabha elections. But one thing is becoming clear, ladies and gentlemen, that what plays as a Modi voter or a Labharti works not only in the Lok Sabha, but also works in the state elections. These are the numbers coming in. It's only consolidating of 160 plus for the BJP. Let's listen in to Jyotiraditya Scindia, someone who was responsible for toppling the government of Mr. Kamal Nath, but he also became a factor in the Chambal-Gwalior region, where his chosen men have registered victory.
सर, आज की इस जीत पर क्या कहेंगे? ऐसी जीत की उम्मीद थी क्या?
अनुराग, मैंने आपको कहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत होगी, और आपने भी उस दिन मुझे कहा था कि मुझे भी लग रहा है कि यही होगा। आपकी सोच और हमारी सोच पूर्ण रूप से सत्य निकली। इस जीत पर अगर मैं किसी को प्रथम मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूं, तो हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के एक एक मतदाता को मैं देना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ ये सरकार बनाई है। मैं उनके सामने मैं प्रणाम करता हूं, नतमस्तक हूं और उनके पैर छूता हूं। और उसी के साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, जो एक पूर्ण रूप से लक्ष्य के साथ उन्होंने कार्य किया है मध्य प्रदेश के विकास के लिए, देश के विकास के लिए। गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष JP नड्डा जी, उनका मार्गदर्शन, हमारी जो हौसला अफजाई हुई, और प्रदेश के अंदर अगर किसी को श्रेय जाता है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता, जिसने खून पसीना एक करके इस पार्टी को इस स्थान पे लाया है, और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी, जिनकी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं ने ये परिवर्तन लाया है, और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष BD शर्मा जी।
और ये छत्तीसगढ़ में क्या हो गया? आप तो वहाँ भी
प्रधानमंत्री जी का देश की जनता के दिल में जो जादू है, राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, एक इतिहास प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के अंदर जो कायम किया है, उसी का एक रिफ्लेक्शन है कि एक एक राज्य में जनता उनके साथ जुड़ी है।
बस एक आखिरी सवाल, मुख्यमंत्री चेहरे को लेकर बहुत सवाल हो रहे हैं।
मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता था, आज हूं और जिंदगी भर रहूंगा। उसी सोच और विचारधारा के साथ, उसी श्रेणी में मैं कार्य कर रहा हूं।
मध्य प्रदेश में डबल इंजन की सरकार पर जन जन का विश्वास है। मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन का विश्वास है।
एक ही राज्य नहीं, कई राज्यों में इस बार बीजेपी ने जो दावे किए थे वो पूरे होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, पूरे भारत में आज मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन को विश्वास है।
सर, आपने MP को बेहद ही करीब से देखा है, क्या वजह रही जो इतने सीट लेकर आ रही है बीजेपी?
मैंने आपको कहा, देश में मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन का भरोसा है।
Is now all in celebration mode, and rightly so. Their performance in Madhya Pradesh is perhaps the best among all the states, but the Congress performance among all the states is worst in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Clearly, best and worst, you can clearly sense that. Ajoy, coming to you, is this now the end of road for Mr. Kamal Nath, 78-year-old leader? What will happen to him and his politics after this?
I really think so, because I think Kamal Nath doesn't bring anything to the party. He's not a mass leader. And I think one of the problems is that all this talk of Kamal Nath helping the Congress make a comeback, I think was really deluding themselves, the Congress. Because Congress, Kamalnath is very good at managing things from behind the scenes. But as a face to the public, he's really nobody. Digvijay Singh is no doubt was a massive leader, was a great mass leader at one point. But now he's finished. He is now very old. Again, yesterday's leaders. So they do not have somebody really which is strong. They had Scindia, but he's left the party. So I think that's a big problem.
So my question to Maria as well as to you, in hindsight, for instance, you have a Sachin Pilot in Rajasthan. Who is going to be the next guard? Scindia was potentially that. Now, parties need to transition well in time. And what's the bigger lesson as far as regional satraps is concerned? You have a Siddaramaiah, you have a DK Shivkumar which work up, you have a Revanth Reddy which works out in Telangana, but you don't have these old regional satraps working out in MP and Rajasthan.
Can I make a point on that? I think to look at what forward for Kamalnath, we need to go backward. The fact that he had only 1.5 years as chief minister was linked to the fact that he was not able to take other segments of the party with him. You had the unrest leading to Scindia leaving the party. I think the time has come where the Congress has to look at younger leadership. They should have given a chance in this election itself, but now I think given the type of results we have in Madhya Pradesh, younger leadership for the party is something it needs to look at even as it prepares for the next Lok Sabha election.
Yeah, so this is a drubbing for the Congress. They have to really go back to the drawing board and start understanding as to what went wrong, because this is their, it's essentially that the party doesn't have any structure on ground if these numbers actually hold.
Maria, can I make a
yes,
small
please,
point?
go ahead.
I want to make a small.
These elections, and if they lose Chhattisgarh also decisively, is really bad for the Congress. But I would like to be provocative and say that this is actually good for the India alliance. Because my fear has always been, and knowing the Congress for over 50 years, if they had won and done very well, they would have completely gone besides themselves and said, who needs this?
No,
this is a very important
point. That in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, it's Congress versus the BJP.
Yeah.
There is no regional player here.
No, what I'm trying to
say,
say,
may not have any bargaining power, say, in Uttar Pradesh or in Bihar.
Right.
But then they needed that. They had to be strong here.
Maybe for the Congress. But what I'm trying to say is that if they did very well, they would have been very pig-headed, like they were in Madhya Pradesh.
I think the point Ajoy is making is that regional players will feel confident with the Congress coming in and being able to deal with them. But unfortunately, Ajoy, these areas, the Congress, if it had been a 2-1 in these areas, it may have been okay. But a 3-0 here would be a jolt even to regional players who were trusting the fact that, look, they will be able to hold their own either in MP or in Chhattisgarh or in Rajasthan. One of them. So that's a huge ball. Let's just listen in to Smriti Irani, who's spoken to our reporters before we come back to this conversation.
नरेंद्र मोदी की गारंटी है विकास की। मोदी की गारंटी पर जनता ने जो भरोसा दिखाया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते हम जनता के प्रति कृतज्ञता का भाव रखते हैं। बार बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने डंके की चोट पर कहा कि मोदी मैजिक रंग लाएगा। आज के परिणाम उसी का प्रतीक है।
जिस तरह से मोदी जी पे कटाक्ष भी कर रही थी विपक्ष, उसको लेकर
मैं इतना ही कहूंगी, जिस प्रकार की अभद्र टिप्पणियां गांधी खानदान ने विशेष नरेंद्र मोदी के ऊपर की, जिस प्रकार का कटाक्ष विपक्ष के नेताओं ने नरेंद्र मोदी पर किया, वो कटाक्ष विपक्ष को, गांधी खानदान को महंगा पड़ा है। जनता जानती है कि विकास के मुद्दों पर सिर्फ नरेंद्र मोदी का नेतृत्व, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ही खरी उतरी है और जनता ने उसी पर भरोसा कर पुनः मोदी मैजिक के माध्यम से आज ये परिणाम हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत किए हैं।
तेलंगाना में अनुरूप नहीं आए नतीजे।
मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूंगी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी के मार्गदर्शन में हम पार्टी को हर प्रदेश में सशक्त करेंगे। आज के परिणाम हम सबके लिए सुखद हैं, लेकिन साथ ही 2024 में जीत का संकेत है।
Smriti Irani there, Union Minister, who also campaigned extensively across these poll-bound states. And the women factor, let's discuss that with our panelists. We have just about 5 minutes left on this bulletin. So, Sajjan Kumar and ma'am, please weigh in on the women voters. Are they the ones that have tilted the balance of power completely this time around?
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
You can go ahead.
See, if you see the variables that we employ to understand the election while we try to understand it before polling. So in Madhya Pradesh and in other states also, you see there was a consistent kind of a factor that BJP is trying more to encash upon the women voters, and Congress was trying to focus more on the youths on account of unemployment and the farmers on account of the inflation. That was, so women, youth and farmer were the three variables that we were accounting. Now see how, I mean, there is a further contradiction, subtlety. When Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Ladli Behna Yojana started giving benefit to women across from 21-year-old up to 59, half of the female youths were already won over by the BJP. So this binary of youth, Ladli versus Ladla versus farmers, these are kind of things that doesn't work. So overwhelmingly in poorer state, you find that more women are voting even for the kind of welfare schemes which may not be very much intense. We are also witnessing, if you see Telangana and compare Madhya Pradesh, what you find that in Telangana, the ruling party BRS was not being backed. There were policies in rural areas, there were infrastructural developments, power sector was good, irrigation was good. There are also schemes, there may be criticism about their kind of efficiency. But what does the loss of BRS and the victory of BJP also signify that we are having two set of states in India. One are highly aspirational, wherein a ruling party may do pretty good, and yet the aspiration will lead to its defeat, as happened in Telangana. Because in IT sector, you see Hyderabad is on the cusp of outshining Bangalore and Pune. His son KTR is very popular. But if you see a state like Madhya Pradesh, which is aspirationally slightly at a lower index, even slight benefit, a monthly sort of income of 1250 and promise of 3000 galvanized half of the female youth voters in favor of the Congress, BJP.
I cannot not discuss the women voter without the woman on the panel, the only one. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, so Maria, I think first of all, if you look at the vote percentage share, I think there is a 4% vote share which tilts towards the BJP. If you look at the women vote share I am talking about, and this is a very high share, and this is because of all the facilities or the benefits which is reaching directly to the woman. For 60 years, women did not have toilets, they did not have water in their taps at home, and these are some basic things which are needed, and nobody actually bothered about these things. And this is the emotional connect which Prime Minister Modi first addressed: the toilets, the water in the tap, the health and medical facilities, the Jan Dhan and the DBT. The women directly are getting the money in their accounts. This is a very big thing. This is a financial independence for them, and sometimes they have to protect this money from their husbands who may be abusers as well. So these are some very small things which have a direct impact. Now, if you talk about the triple talaq, if you talk about women reservation bill, these are things which even the urban mindset is getting appealed. You have women participating in army, navy, air force. You see how they are getting empowered, women winning in the sports event, and how they are being encouraged.
Particularly in the state of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, the percentage of women voters is higher than men. Women may have very well shown the way in these elections.
Correct.
And they are now a constituency for Narendra Modi. News and updates will continue on the other side. Its picture is clear. Picture ab saaf ho chuki hai. Out of the 4 states whose results have come out today, the BJP has won 3, and Telangana has been won by the Congress party. In fact, one of our reporters is joining us. Okay, in fact, we are going straight to the BJP office where Ravi Shankar Prasad, the senior BJP leader, is joining me live. Mr. Prasad, you can say, Maria, maine tumko bola tha, and I have to believe that and I have to take that as well. Yes, you had said that all the states will be won by the BJP.
And I remember you were conveying a sense of disbelief as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, and Rajasthan also. Remember? I said Chhattisgarh bhi jeetenge. Kaha tha na?
जी.
आज हम जीत गए. तो Well, Maria, let me put things in perspective as I see it. Today's result, 2/3 majority in Madhya Pradesh, a super comfortable majority in Rajasthan, a very decent majority in Chhattisgarh. It indicates what? It shows, in my very considered view, a tectonic shift in the polity of India. People of India trust a leader who has got not only the promise, but the ability. My very considered view, a tectonic shift in the polity of India. People of India trust a leader.
Okay. We'll try and connect with Mr. Prasad in just a bit. So the BJP leaders have all started arriving at the national headquarters. Yes, sir, please continue. We lost your audio for a brief while.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi has been rebuffed on the issue of caste census. Good governance. Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir, loud and clear. Our viewers as well.
Good governance, delivery on the ground. And let me give you an example. Apart from working in Chhattisgarh, I also traveled in Madhya Pradesh. I remember I was in Rath Yatra in Guna with Shivraj ji, with the state president in the area of Khajuraho, remote area. There, Maria, I wanted to believe in a very remote rural market, a lot of women were standing. When I was speaking, they were trying to capture me on their smartphone. I said, आप लोग को कोरोना का टीका लगा? तो कहा लगा. कहा पैसा लगा? कहा नहीं लगा. कहा कैसे आया? खबर? कहा हमारे मोबाइल में बताया कि पहला डोज कहाँ लगेगा. This gives you a sense of satisfaction and fulfillment that what is promised is there on the ground. Apart from Ladli Behna and others, there's the trust factor of Modi ji.
So when you talk about the trust factor, Mr. Prasad, will you say that there is a Labharti voter, a woman voter and a Modi voter, or all of them combined now?
All of them combined. And what is the foundation of this, Maria? Good governance, delivery, probity and propriety is coming to the forefront of India's polity. ज़्यादा भाषण मत दो, ईमानदारी से, और बाकी तो बड़े-बड़े वादे तो बहुत कर देते हैं, बट वादों को जमीन पर कौन उतार रहा है और कौन उतार सकता है, that is becoming the crucial element. Therefore, you see in Chhattisgarh, what a narrative he has seek to build. And therefore, and you know, on the lighter vein, Maria, and this is a very interesting reply to the great institution of exit polls too, psephologists. I respect that institution, okay? We all like it. But exit poll के आगे भी एक बड़ी दुनिया है, जो हिंदुस्तान की दुनिया है,
लेकिन
जो आम वोटर्स की दुनिया है.
रविशंकर जी, मेरा सवाल ये होगा कि जो प्रधानमंत्री ने जो बड़ा बिरसा मुंडा का इवेंट किया था, रांची में वो हुआ था, उसका असर आपको कितना लगता है कि छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश और राजस्थान के ट्राइबल वोट्स पे पड़ा है?
देखिए, you are trying to see it in isolation, Maria, please. That is certainly there. Making Draupadi Murmu ji a respected, dignified leader as the President of India also had its impact. Ramnath Kovind, a distinguished Dalit leader from UP, being the President, has also its impact. All the delivery on the ground, including tribal village, the way tribal sportsmen have been encouraged, तीरंदाजी से लेके बाकी सब, the way Modi ji हॉकी खेलने वाली बेटियों को गले लगाते हैं, उनको encourage करते हैं. Don't you think it goes to the ground? At how much this Prime Minister motivates her? The way Indian women are coming in the armed forces, the way Indian women are taking a lead in Chandrayaan mission, the way Indian army women are becoming army officers and fighting, all has a cumulative effect that this leader has a great dedication for the cause of women empowerment and women development.
And Mr. Prasad, since you come from the state of Bihar, you are also a member of parliament from Bihar. My question is that soon after Nitish Kumar announced and released the caste census survey, other states, other Congress leaders, be it in Madhya Pradesh or in Rajasthan or in Chhattisgarh, they tried to make caste census a talking point. But if we were to look at this number, it's essentially a rejection of that politics as well.
Two things. BJP stands committed for the empowerment of the backwards, extremely backwards. But we hate the politics on that. इसकी संख्या कम करो, उसकी संख्या बढ़ा के बताओ. You know, that's the point number one. The second point, what is important is, you rightly said, the negation of this idea, Rahul Gandhi or others, is to be seen in two contexts. हम पर तो बोलते हो कि जिसकी जितनी संख्या भारी, और वहाँ तो लालू का परिवार ही आगे बढ़ता है, मुलायम का परिवार ही आगे बढ़ता है, राहुल गांधी आप ही आगे बढ़ते हो, तो ये वहाँ भी चर्चा होती है. And the second, which is very important, Indian politics has travelled beyond this, Maria. You come to your own state, our state, Bihar, and see how there is sense of empowerment, entrepreneurship, aspiration, cutting across caste divide. And there they hope Narendra Modi is the answer. इसलिए आप बिहार के चुनाव का इंतजार करिए, वहाँ तो बहुत चलते रहते हैं चीजें.
तो आपका कहना है कि इसका असर बिहार में भी होगा?
क्या?
इसका असर बिहार में भी होगा 2025 में?
क्यों नहीं होगा? नीतीश कुमार जी जो नई नई बातें कहते हैं, तो मैं एक बात तो कह ही सकता हूँ आज आपके चैनल पर, हम दोनों बिहारी बात कर रहे हैं. अगर सब कुछ यही है तो 18 साल नीतीश बाबू कर क्या रहे थे आप? क्या किया आपने? बात समझ गई मेरी बात?
रविशंकर जी,
जनता सवाल
मेरा सवाल ये है कि आपने इस बार चुनाव में पार्टी सेंट्रल लीडरशिप had fielded union ministers, MPs in all the states, you know, particularly Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. The message was that all hands on deck, everybody is needed on ground. They were fielded as candidates. You know, you have been with the party since Jan Sangh days. I want to understand from you, what does it mean for the BJP Karyakartas such as you, being an MP but going ahead and contesting as an MLA? You know, for the MLA seat.
I have lost you.
Can you hear me, sir? Sir, can you hear me now?
Maria, I have lost you.
Can you hear me now? Sir, we'll try and connect with Mr. Prasad in just a bit. We'll try and connect with Ravi Shankar Prasad in just a bit. But we have seen how BJP leaders campaigned extensively across various states, all the poll-bound states. The message was that each and every pocket of these states are important. Shivraj Singh Chauhan there addressing the Karyakartas and his wife, Sadhana, standing next to her husband. This is a victory for the family certainly as well. Shivraj Singh Chauhan with the women of Madhya Pradesh distributing and, you know, throwing flower petals as well. This is an interesting, visual that's coming in from Madhya Pradesh.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the emotional connect is very much seen here. Mama ji is clearly visible in the pictures, I think. And that is how BJP has won this election. The woman voter was targeted, or I would say benefited from whatever schemes the BJP has outlaid for them, and they have seen that these schemes are reaching to the last mile. There has been a dashboard, how many LEDs have been delivered, how many gas connections have been delivered, and certain things like, when the price of the gas connection cylinders were higher, the subsidy was introduced at the right time, I believe. We have understood the nerve of the women voters, and that is something which has, benefited immensely for Madhya Pradesh, I believe.
Thank you so much for your time, Sumitra Goenka, and all the panelists here in the studio. This remains our top focus. The BJP has won 3 of the 4 states, the results of which that have been announced today. It's a clear, decisive victory in the state of Madhya Pradesh, a clear victory in the state of Rajasthan, and of course a surprise victory in the state of Chhattisgarh. Lots more news and updates, lots more newsmakers lined up for you here on NDTV.
There once was a tree, lovingly made to look real.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time? Or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel banks on welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will drum home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of it. But you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings. But I'm wondering today, what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs, breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales? Right? Are customers paying real money for this? And is that real money higher than the cost? So that's the first thing. Then we look at the quality of the team and the founders. Right? And then maybe 100 other things. But these two are absolutely important. Very important also is there some IP that is being created or potentially can be created?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That matters. Because IP is what I think gives superior margins.
बहुत मुबारकबाद। पहले तो आप इस ऐतिहासिक जीत पर क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, धन्यवाद। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जन जन के मन में है, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता के मन में है। उनके प्रति अगाध प्रेम और विश्वास। डबल इंजन की सरकार ने जो काम किए, चाहे वो केंद्र की योजनाओं का आदर्श क्रियान्वयन हो या मध्य प्रदेश में हमने बनाई लाडली बहना जैसी योजना हो, समाज के हर वर्ग का कल्याण किया और विकास किया, तो जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला। अमित जी की अचूक रणनीति, नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, कार्यकर्ताओं का परिश्रम, हम सब लोगों ने मिलकर काम किया, उसी का ये परिणाम।
लेकिन इतनी बम्पर जीत की उम्मीद थी लाडली बहनों? मुझे
तो शुरू से थी। मैं हमेशा कहता था कि हम शानदार सफलता प्राप्त करेंगे, क्योंकि जनता में स्पष्ट दिखाई देता था एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं थी, यहाँ प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी। कुछ लोगों ने हुआ खड़ा करने की कोशिश की थी कांग्रेस के, लेकिन सच तो यह है कि सरकार के पक्ष में जो काम थे उसकी भी लहर थी।
एक आखिरी सवाल, आज बहुत व्यस्त हैं कि आगे का मार्ग क्या होगा, क्योंकि 4 दफे आप मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं, अब आगे मध्य प्रदेश का रोड मैप क्या है?
में से कोई अपने बारे में कोई फैसला नहीं करता। एक बड़े मिशन के हिस्सा हैं हम, कार्यकर्ता हैं। हमारे बारे में जो भी काम हमारी पार्टी तय करती है वो काम हम लोग करते हैं।
विपक्ष ने आपको एक्टर कहा, अभिनेता कहा, क्या उसको ये जवाब है? आप ये कहते हैं
ये जनता ने जवाब दे दिया, इसलिए मैं क्यों जवाब दूं?
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान साफ तौर पर कह रहे हैं कि ये पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व और लाडली बहनाओं की जीत।
All the action right here on NDTV. The results are out. The trends are extremely clear. The final results will be out later in the evening, but it's very clear that it seems to be a 3-1 in favor of the BJP. What are the big takeaways that we find from these results? The Modi magic works in the Hindi heartland. The Congress is struggling to find a narrative in the north of India, in that Hindi heartland. The road to 2024, some say, these elections puts the Prime Minister in pole position. Congress has no counter to that. Voters' clear statement, it's Narendra Modi all the way. Modi ki guarantee works for voters in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and in Chhattisgarh. Only southern solace for Congress. KCR's national ambitions fall flat with that loss. Decimation in Telangana. Verdict 2023, the BJP on track for the 2024 polls. India bloc. What will be the impact of these results on the India bloc? The big question mark over the leadership of the INDIA grouping as well. So several questions raised there. I believe we can go across to our colleagues, Himanshu, who's there at the Congress office in Bhopal, as well as Uma Sudhir, who's joining us from Hyderabad. Himanshu, for the moment, what's happening? Have people all congregated to congratulate Shivraj Singh Chauhan? What do you see happening over the next 8 hours? A decision on the Chief Minister, is that a clear choice, or do you believe some?
Can you repeat your question, please?
Sorry, Himanshu, go ahead, tell us what's happening.
Yeah, I'm actually in Congress office, Congress headquarters in Bhopal, where the mood is very grim and the leaders here are shocked at the outcome of the results so far. And I have actually interviewed a senior Madhya Pradesh Congress leader, Vivek Tankha, and he said, and he admitted that we are actually disappointed. We expected much better result. We saw very good response during the election campaign, but on the ground, the result that are now coming are very, very surprising. They don't match the reactions, the assurances, the support that Congress leaders, Congress MLA candidates have actually got from people during the election campaign.
Have
so
you
we
got
will
any
definitely
reactions from
analyze
Kamal Nath
why
at the moment,
and what.
Himanshu?
Well, both Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh, we have been waiting to meet them for last 3 hours, but they have closeted themselves in a room in Kamal Nath's office here in the Congress headquarters, and we have been told that in next few moments they're expected to come out. But as I was saying, the first action that we have got from Madhya Pradesh Congress, Vivek Tankha, the Rajya Sabha MP, a close confidant of Kamal Nath, after meeting Kamal Nath, he has told NDTV that these results are very, very disappointing for the Congress party, and the kind of reaction and support that Congress leaders, Congress MLA candidates had got from people during the campaign and the result that is now coming out, they don't match. And Congress has now admitted defeat almost, and they are very, very shocked at the outcome of this result. They expected much better results, but they have said that we will definitely reflect on what went wrong, whether it is the issues and policies and the promises that we made to the people that didn't connect with the voters. So there are lots of questions, but at the moment Congress is in reflection mode, and both Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh are avoiding to make any comment so far on a very clear lead that BJP has. That's right.
Right, it's a big setback for the Congress as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned. Perhaps I may argue a bigger setback was in Chhattisgarh, because when you spoke to Congress leaders on the campaign trail, they were nervous about Madhya Pradesh, they were supremely confident about Chhattisgarh. Obviously, much of the responsibility completely on Digvijay Singh and Kamal Nath there in Madhya Pradesh. It was virtually a campaign that was completely outsourced to the two of them. Himanshu.
Yes, of course. See, in Chhattisgarh, of course, they expected, because it is a tribal-dominated state, and traditionally for last several decades, our Congress party has had very good support in elections from the tribal community. And this time also, the primary focus of the election campaign was on tribal welfare, and we saw series of welfare schemes being launched by the Baghel government. And Priyanka Gandhi led the campaign. She extensively campaigned in Chhattisgarh. But the results, of course, are again very, very disappointing for the Congress party in Chhattisgarh as well. And that is the mood here. I can show you, I'm in the Congress office now, and as you can see, these are all deserted places. There's Digvijay Singh's vehicle you can see on the screen for the last 3 to 4 hours. We are again and again trying to speak to Digvijay Singh and Kamal Nath, but they haven't come. So a very grim mood here, and Congress, of course, are very deeply shocked by the results.
That's the story of politics. A win brings everyone, a loss leaves everyone away. You're deserted and left alone. Though the Congress is not left alone there in the south, where Uma Sudhir is joining us from. Perhaps those two images on your screen, the one behind Uma and the one behind Himanshu, tells the story of a win and loss in politics. Uma, of course, we were just talking about Madhya Pradesh Congress office deserted. Here, all jubilation around Revanth Reddy's residence there. Tell us what's happening in Hyderabad.
Veera, I'm here at the Gandhi Bhavan, which is the headquarters of the Congress party in Telangana. Revanth Reddy is here. I met him a very short while ago. He doesn't want to talk on camera as of now because he knows that it's a decision. Everyone's being saying that he is going to be CM. The DGP and the additional DGP were among the first people to go and formally wish him even before the results were out. Kamareddy, he seems to be leading. There are still a few rounds left, but he believes that that's what he called it as a lifetime humiliation for KCR is what Revanth Reddy said was the result out of Kamareddy. What he is hoping for is that they should take about 67 plus, but I must say that the scorecard in the city itself, in the city of Hyderabad, is not looking good for the Congress at all. Wherever the Congress was hoping to be in contention, I just met with a candidate who in fact got defeated from the Hyderabad area, and he was saying that the gains have been made by the BJP in the city area of Hyderabad. Even otherwise, for the BJP, from going from their the gains that they have made in an Adilabad, the kind of numbers that they have shown challenging the MIM in areas like Bahadurpura, Goshamel, of course, was already Raja Singh of the BJP, and also Nampally. Nampally is one of the seats that was in fact with the MIM, but this time the Congress won in Nampally, and that's something that the MIM will now start having to look out and watch out for, because their own stronghold, which we have always spoken about as the stronghold, the 7 seats in the area of Hyderabad, that seems to be under threat. Another interesting development that's happened in these particular elections is that not just the Reddy community, but also the Kamma community seems to have voted for the Congress here. And very interestingly, you can see the Telugu Desam flags there, Veera. If you just, I think Nagraj is already panning. If I can ask you to pan the Telugu Desam flags there, along with the Congress flags there. Look at those Telugu Desam flags that are being fluttered by people who are wearing, in fact, yellow clothes that belong to the Telugu Desam. As we know, Revanth Reddy is someone who is considered close to Chandrababu Naidu. He was someone who, in fact, went to jail in the note for vote cash scam. And this was on behalf of Chandrababu Naidu is what we understand in that particular case as well. But now those equations, it looks, have played out well for Revanth Reddy, because the Kamma vote in Andhra Pradesh, the Kamma vote in Telangana, seems to have come to the Congress party, the consolidation of those two leading castes, which are otherwise considered as politically dominant castes here. The third big story, of course, is the kind of showing that the BRS has done with hardly about 40 seats that they are managing to as of now. The fact that more than half of the ministers of the BRS, in fact, have lost the election. More than half of them have lost the election. Only KCR in Gajwel, KTR in Sirsila. There's a Prashant Reddy who's a minister, and you have Siddipet, you have Harish Rao. Those seem to be the only ministers who have managed to win. So the gamble of KCR to repeat the MLAs and to go with those very candidates against who anti-incumbency had perhaps built up in the last two terms of office, that seems to have really failed for KCR in that sense. And also the fact that, everywhere we went, that was the talk, isn't it? Vote for change. And that vote for change, the gainer has been the Congress, because they were able to, in a sense, capitalize on that sentiment among the people, even though we now realize that the anti-incumbency vote did get split up between the BJP and the Congress in many places, the places where the BJP has done very well. We have seen that the anti-incumbency vote was also responsible, other than the fact that in those constituencies,
you're the only one
where you have
wearing
a
pink in
considerable
Hyderabad
Muslim vote,
today,
there has been the
or a color
polarization.
close to pink in Hyderabad today, Uma. You know, and as you point out, behind you, you're seeing the Congress flag and the TDP flag. As someone who's covered Hyderabad for the last 2 decades, over the last 2 decades, starting from the United Andhra days, to see the Congress and the TDP flag wave together is another moment. I mean, you know, it could only happen after the division of the state. You saw them come into an alliance last time. Let's not forget, as you point out, Revanth Reddy shifts over from the TDP. The TDP holding itself back is also, it's also some fascinating things. Just hold on to your thoughts, Uma. I believe Narendra Singh Tomar's bite, we can play on your screens right now.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लोकप्रियता की जीत है, उनकी योजनाओं के समर्थन की जीत है। मध्य प्रदेश सरकार शिवराज सिंह जी और उनकी योजनाएं जैसे लाडली बहना ने चुनाव का चित्र ही बदल दिया। मैं इस सीट पर कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई देता हूं और जनता का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूं।
Right, there's reactions coming in thick and fast all around. As far as North India is concerned, Uma, it's the BJP that's speaking. We don't have too many reactions coming in from the Congress. But you tell us about what you're picking up there, Hyderabad, for a moment before we go back to focus on MP, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. Is there some clarity? What do you know of when there could be a CLP meeting? Do we expect a final decision to be taken by the 9th of December, which is Mrs. Sonia Gandhi's birthday, as was promised? And also, what we seem to have lost our line with Uma Sudhir there, who's joining us, who was there from outside the Congress office in Hyderabad, very close to the BJP office as well, there in Hyderabad, there, all jubilation and celebrations there, as she was pointing out, not just from the Congress, but remember the TDP abstaining from these elections, staying away from these elections, and those, so, you know, all those pictures coming into you from all around the country. I believe we can go across to Mohan Kumaramangalam of the Congress party. Mohan, thanks very much for joining us. In our part of the world, which is South India, you seem to have reason to smile, but up north in the heartland, it's a decimation. I mean, which one was the biggest shocker for you, MP, Chhattisgarh or Rajasthan?
You know, Rajasthan actually, given that there's still this tradition over the last 30 years of them unseating the incumbent government, it's not much of a shock. In fact, I'd say if you look at 2013 versus this government, we only won 20 or 24 seats in that election when, you know, Mr. Gehlot demitted government last time. And this time we're close to 70 plus. So if you look at it that way, he's actually improved. So I wouldn't say I'm very upset with Rajasthan. Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh are real shockers, without a doubt. I think the tribal vote moving away from the Congress in Madhya Pradesh and in...
Sorry, as you mentioned that, Mohan, I must tell you that on our screens, we're playing BJP visuals of Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Jyotiraditya Scindia. They are celebrating. You are an old-time hand at politics. What do you think? Ultimately, Jyotiraditya Scindia leaving the party seems to have cost it in Chambal. Mohan?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you there for a second.
Mohan, I was just saying that we're playing pictures from Madhya Pradesh of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia, all celebrations there in Madhya Pradesh. I just wanted to ask you, in hindsight, Jyotiraditya Scindia leaving the party and, you know, a reiteration of the Kamal Nath influence over Madhya Pradesh, Kamal Nath, Digvijay Singh combo over Madhya Pradesh. Has that what cost the party the inability to grasp on the anti-incumbency on the ground there in that state?
I think, you know, Mr. Scindia's influence is limited to his borough, and I wouldn't even know how much that influence works on an independent basis. I think he needed the BJP to cement his hold there, which is why he left the Congress party. So I wouldn't give him too much credit, if you will. Of course, we'll have to look at the details of where, what has happened in which seat before I can truly comment on how much of a difference his presence has made in the BJP. I will say that, it's interesting to note that wherever the Congress party didn't declare a chief ministerial face, where we didn't have, one particular person and we relied on collective leadership instead, we seem to have done well, which is Telangana. But where we've gone in with one single chief ministerial face, we haven't been able to convert. Like I said, the untold story, and I don't know if you've been talking about it, is the tribal vote in places like Sarguja and Chhattisgarh, Bastar, which we swept last time in the elections, actually leaving us in this round. That also was truly shocking for me because we've managed to get the tribal vote in the south, but in Chhattisgarh, where we had cornered it last time, we've completely lost our hold over it. So I think as a party, we need to introspect as to why we let that happen.
This is
that, I think
sorry, this is not often part of conversation up here in the north of India, but what is it that defines a potential ability to, create a sweep in Karnataka, Telangana? What is it that's, from your point of view, different about the south, and where is it that the Congress lacks up north? I mean, would you agree that...
That's a good question. It's a good question. It's actually something I've been thinking about since this afternoon, frankly. When I was watching, I was in another channel on one of the debates, and they showed a picture of the BJP workers celebrating in Madhya Pradesh, and they weren't saying Bharat Mata Ki Jai or something more regional specific. They were saying Jai Shri Ram. And Jai Shri Ram was the chant that they were using, a religious chant to celebrate their victory. I think maybe the one big difference is Hindutva does not have a foothold in the south and has tried in different shapes and forms to try and get a foothold, but has failed. Maybe some pockets like Mangalore in Karnataka or Coimbatore in Tamil Nadu, if you will, but very, very micro pockets. Overall, the ideology has just not been able to establish itself in southern India. Right. And with Telangana going as well, I think we are well and true on our way to have a BJP-mukt South India. Of course, I'm not saying that we should look at India as two separate countries, and please don't quote me on saying that we don't need North India. The Congress party very much needs North India as well. It's just that I think we need to find a strategy to counter Hindutva effectively in North India, which is not a problem.
You need to find that strategy very fast. Just stay with us, Mohan, because I want to ask you a couple of other questions as well regarding to how this would potentially impact the INDIA alliance. But I believe we are also joined by BJP leader Bhaskar Ghosh. Sir, the biggest takeaway, as I may ask you that, in terms of from these elections, A, and B, when do you expect to have clarity on who's going to help the top jobs in the states that the BJP has bagged? We seem to have lost.
I can't hear it clearly. Can you repeat this question if you don't mind, please?
Sorry, the more substantial question is, when do you expect us to have clarity on who's going to helm the top job in the states of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, or should we already assume that the incumbent in Madhya Pradesh will continue?
I think the situation today needs to be totally finalized. The real figure has to be come up, and according to our laws and our practices, though we have fought the entire battle, keeping Mr. Narendra Modi as the chieftain, as a most stalwart leader whose guarantee is an assurance for rest of India, 140 crore people. But as far as the question of selection is concerned, as you know that we have got an parliamentary board, they will decide that whether, which state, who is going to be, and before that they will talk to almost all winning MLAs as well as the Sangathan over there. Then we will take a collective decision on this issue, and then we will be coming with a press conference and announce it.
All right, it will be a collective decision, you say, on all these issues. And as you point out, I think the takeaway I'm taking away, Bhaskar, from what you say is this, that the numbers will decide the road ahead. At a 170, it's a different choice. At 105, it's a different choice, like it is for the Congress as well in several places. Would you agree?
Sorry, I can't get the last part of it. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm asking you, do I take the substantial portion of what you've said as the numbers, the extent and the magnitude of the numbers that you get will decide how the party works around the local?
No, normally what happens, if you get the entire number, then you have the entire gamut of people who have been selected. And then it is easier for the parliamentary board members to communicate with them, to interact with them, to take their views. Right. And as I said, it's a very collective decision. So after talking to them at length, the top leadership will decide that whom to select and whom to give the responsibility of coming 5 years. And actually, you know, we are looking beyond 5 years. As you know, Honorable Prime Minister has given a blueprint for next 2047. 2035, then step by step. So we are making our leadership accordingly. So until we get the total numbers, the total number of selected MLAs to take their full views and how we can take a holistic democratic decisions.
Okay, important.
That was my point. That was my point.
No, it's an interesting point that you make there. I'm just nudging because we are television journalists. We want to know before everybody else. Obviously, you'll all take your time out. You have much more at stake. So, you know, we're trying to keep the television news rolling and we want to get that bit. But Mohan, coming back to you, what do you think the impact of today's result will be on the INDIA alliance? I believe, Mohan, we can't go across to Mohan Kumar Mangalam. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, we'll try and address that question of what this means for the Congress as well as for the BJP in the road ahead to 2024.
So you want the
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time? Or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel banks on welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM.
The victory there you can see it on your screens. You have Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, you have Jyotiraditya Scindia on the other side. Several key factors there in Madhya Pradesh, but the magnitude of victory, 162 to 66 for the Congress, is a huge blow for the Congress. As I was mentioning earlier, there was nervous anticipation about Madhya Pradesh, but I don't think the Congress or its leadership really factored into how difficult things could be in Madhya Pradesh. There you have those numbers that are playing out on your screens. 162 for the BJP, 66 for the Congress, and 1 for others, and I think 1 for BSP. I believe Vasundhara Raje Scindia is also about to speak in Jaipur. Let's dip into that. We can hear that as well. Potential Chief Minister contender, perhaps front runner there in Rajasthan.
सरकार गई ना on that. हाँ, that has changed. So expectation is.
During my Jhalawar visit, I was just trying to find out a single poster of Congress candidate. Not able.
मैं आपने ये मेरे को कहा नहीं. I also didn't look. I must say. I'm trying to remember. नहीं. Okay, we'll start. Let's get over this, and then we can sit and chat for a little while. So सबसे पहले राजस्थान की ये जो शानदार जीत है, ये माननीय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनका मंत्र था ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, ये उसकी जीत है, उनकी दी हुई गारंटी की जीत है। ये जीत हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह जी की रणनीति की जीत है और ये जीत हमारे माननीय अध्यक्ष श्री नड्डा जी के कुशल नेतृत्व की जीत है। और फिर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट ये भी है, ये जीत हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं की, जिनके अथक प्रयास परिश्रम की जीत है। उन्होंने दिन और रात हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो सपने को साकार करने की पूरी कोशिश करते हुए उस दिशा में मेहनत करके ये परिणाम दिलाने का काम किया है। और सबसे बड़ी बात तो ये है कि ये जीत हमारे जनता जनार्दन की है, जिसने कांग्रेस के कुराज को नकारते हुए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुराज को अपनाने का काम किया है। और ये जीत 2024 में मोदी जी को फिर से देशवासियों की सेवा का अवसर देने की जीत, ये जीत है। सो दैट्स ऑल आई वांटेड टू से। मेरी तरफ से तो इतना ही है। और फिर आप बंद कर दो तो फिर अपन सवाल नहीं, नो सवाल,
आपने क्या दे दिया कि
सवाल नहीं सर, नो सवाल। अब इसके बाद आप स्विच कर दो ऑफ एंड देन अपन बात करेंगे। ये नहीं करेंगे, चाय पिलाओ इनको।
Right there you had Vasundhara Raje there speaking there. Now in Bhopal you have Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the Chief Minister, speaking. Let's cut in live to that.
उनकी रणनीति जगत विकास नड्डा जी का हमें प्राप्त मार्गदर्शन, प्रकाश जी, आदरणीय भूपेंद्र जी, आदरणीय जी और हमारे विष्णुदत्त शर्मा जी सहित सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने और हम सब नेताओं ने मिलकर कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ काम किया। फिर से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को शानदार जीत मिली है। ये मध्य प्रदेश की प्रगति और विकास जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया है, विकास को जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद मिला है। हमने समाज के हर वर्ग के कल्याण के लिए जो योजनाएं बनाई, चाहे वो लाडली बहना योजना हो, मुख्यमंत्री सीखो कमाओ योजना हो या केंद्र की योजनाओं का जो योग्य क्रियान्वयन किया, डबल इंजन की सरकार के काम को जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है। मध्य प्रदेश में कोई एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं थी। कांग्रेस के लोग कहते थे एंटी इनकम्बेंसी, और यहाँ तो जनता के प्यार की प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी और भरपूर प्यार आज मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने लुटाया है। मैं मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को दोनों हाथ जोड़ के प्रणाम करता हूं और हम सब ये विश्वास दिलाते हैं कि एक एक वचन जो जनता ने दिया है वो हम पूरा करेंगे। मेरे देवतुल्य कार्यकर्ता बहनों और भाइयों, आपके परिश्रम को प्रणाम, संगठन की मेहनत को प्रणाम। और कई ऐसे लोग थे जो सामने नहीं दिख रहे थे लेकिन पीछे रह के काम कर रहे थे, ऐसे सारे साथियों को मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और जनता को पूरा यह विश्वास कि मध्य प्रदेश प्रगति और विकास के पथ पर चलेगा और जनता के कल्याण की हर बातें को गारंटी को हम पूरा करेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
That's Shivraj Singh Chauhan, but perhaps a major factor in Madhya Pradesh was also in the Chambal region, which the Congress swept in the last election. This is the region of influence of Jyotiraditya Scindia, who shifted over to the Bharatiya Janata Party. And earlier, my colleague Anurag Dwari spoke with Jyotiraditya Scindia in Bhopal. Let's listen in.
सर, आज की इस जीत पर क्या कहेंगे? ऐसी जीत की उम्मीद थी?
अनुराग, मैंने आपको कहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत होगी और आपने भी उस दिन मुझे कहा था कि मुझे भी लग रहा है कि यही होगा। आपकी सोच और हमारी सोच पूर्ण रूप से सत्य निकली। इस जीत पर अगर मैं किसी को प्रथम मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूं तो हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के एक एक मतदाता को मैं देना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ ये सरकार बनाई है। मैं उनके सामने मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ, नतमस्तक हूँ और उनके पैर छूता हूँ। और उसी के साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, जो एक पूर्ण रूप से लक्ष्य के साथ उन्होंने कार्य किया है मध्य प्रदेश के विकास के लिए, देश के विकास के लिए। गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी, उनका मार्गदर्शन, हमारी जो हौसला अफजाई हुई। और प्रदेश के अंदर अगर किसी को श्रेय जाता है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता, जिसने खून पसीना एक करके इस पार्टी को इस स्थान पे लाया है, और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी, जिनकी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं ने ये परिवर्तन लाया है, और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष बीडी शर्मा जी।
और ये छत्तीसगढ़ में क्या हो गया? आप तो वहाँ भी
प्रधानमंत्री जी का देश की जनता के दिल में जो जादू है, राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, एक इतिहास प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के अंदर जो कायम किया है, उसी का एक रिफ्लेक्शन है कि एक एक राज्य में जनता उनके साथ जुड़ी है।
बस एक आखिरी सवाल, मुख्यमंत्री चेहरे को लेकर बहुत सवाल हो रहे हैं।
मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता था, आज हूं और जिंदगी भर रहूंगा। उसी सोच और विचारधारा के साथ, उसी श्रेणी में मैं कार्य कर रहा हूं।
Well, let's also go across to the other state, and perhaps the biggest shocker for the Congress came from Chhattisgarh, where the Congress was really expecting to hold on to its incumbent government there in that state, but a confident former Chief Minister Raman Singh spoke to NDTV a short while ago. Let's just play that for you.
छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है और जितने रुझान आ रहे हैं उसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूर्ण बहुमत है। हमारे साथ पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर रमन सिंह हैं। आप पहले भी बोल रहे थे कि 52 से 55 के बीच में, अब वो आंकड़ा पहुंच रहा है।
बिल्कुल लगता था, और पूरे छत्तीसगढ़ को घूमने के बाद एहसास हो गया था कि भूपेश सरकार के भय और आतंक से जनता ऊब चुकी है, भ्रष्टाचार से ऊब चुकी है, और बदलाव होगा।
अब आगे का क्या होगा, क्योंकि अब पूर्ण बहुमत आ गया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। अब जो चर्चाएं हो रही हैं कि मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा, तो क्या माना जाए कि अब डॉक्टर रमन सिंह ही मुख्यमंत्री होंगे?
नहीं, कोई डॉक्टर रमन के चेहरे को सामने रखकर चुनाव नहीं लड़ा गया। विधायक दल की बैठक होगी, पर्यवेक्षक आएंगे, विधायकों से राय लिया जाएगा और दल का नेता चुना जाएगा। हर बार यही होता है, 2003 में भी हुआ, 8 में भी हुआ, 13 में भी हुआ, तो वो प्रक्रिया समानता है और विधायकों के बैठक के बाद तय हो जाएगा।
आपसे जब भी मेरी बात हुई तो आप यही बोल रहे थे कि 52 से 55 सीटें पूर्ण बहुमत के सिर्फ, बाकी अगर देखें एग्जिट पोल देखें, तमाम जो लोग हैं वो ये आकलन नहीं, तो आप इसको किस तरीके से आकलन कर पा रहे थे?
पूरे छत्तीसगढ़ को घूमने के बाद एक नक्शा बना हुआ था और ये मालूम था कि भूपेश के घमंड को, भूपेश के भ्रष्टाचार को छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता भूपेश के चेहरे को रिजेक्ट करने जा रही है, और ये दिख रहा है पूरे चुनाव में।
अच्छा, क्या मोदी जी की गारंटी काम की कि और घोषणा पत्र ने पूरा ये लैंडस्लाइड किया?
निश्चित रूप से जो नतीजा दिख रहा है, मोदी जी की गारंटी सबसे प्रमुख रूप से, उस गारंटी पे छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता ने विश्वास किया है, और डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाने के लिए छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताया है।
सरकार बनने के बाद फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी, पहला काम क्या होगा?
पहले ही कहा हुआ है कि 18 लाख आवास की बात और जो घोषणा पत्र हमने कहा है उसके क्रियान्वयन की बात, महिलाओं को 12,000 रुपया देने से लेकर अन्य घोषणाएं, उसका क्रियान्वयन।
पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर रमन सिंह का कहना है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूर्ण बहुमत मिल रहा है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने के बाद जो घोषणा पत्र में वादे किए गए हैं उन वादों को पूरा किया जाएगा। कैमरा पर्सन प्रवीण साहू के साथ जुल्फिकार अली, NDTV।
Right, from Bhopal to Raipur, now to Jaipur, where again BJP leaders out celebrating. My colleague Vedant spoke with Diya Kumari, who has won her seat, and or at least leading in that seat, and could be potential Chief Minister aspirant as well. Let's listen in.
क्या आप आश्वस्त है पूरी तरीके से कि बीजेपी पूर्ण बहुमत से वापस आएगी?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार राजस्थान में बन रही है, छत्तीसगढ़ में बन रही है और मध्य प्रदेश में बन रही है। इतना एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था, लेकिन एक्सपेक्टेशन से ज्यादा बड़ी जीत होने वाली है। बहुत खुशी है, सब में कार्यकर्ताओं में खुशी की लहर है और जनता में भी है। जनता अपने उखाड़ फेंक दी है इस कांग्रेस की भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार को, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ऐसी अच्छी सरकार, स्थिर सरकार जो जनता के लिए काम करे, जनता के हित के लिए काम करे, महिलाओं को सुरक्षा दे, युवाओं को रोजगार दे, किसानों को न्याय दिलाए, ऐसी सरकार के लिए जनता ने वोट किया है, राजस्थान की जनता ने।
Well, yes, let's just to bring the overall picture into viewers who are possibly just tuning in now. Let's go state by state in terms of picture that's emerged all day. In terms of leads, Madhya Pradesh is the biggest shocker for the Congress. Obviously, those leads, several of them will turn into results shortly. BJP at 161, there you have on the screens, 67 for the Congress, 1 for the BSP, 1 for others. This was a state where the Congress was expecting a close fight, perhaps even a win. Some were saying around 125 in terms of Congress strategists, and this was a blow as far as the Congress is concerned, which had outsourced the campaign completely to Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh in that state. Kamal Nath, of course, the champion of Chhindwara, couldn't pull his weight through in these elections, and it was Shivraj Singh Chauhan from the Budni with all his welfare schemes who has ruled the roost there in Madhya Pradesh. Of course, several central ministers, MPs contesting from Madhya Pradesh, strategic decisions by the Bharatiya Janata Party, which seems to have paid off there. The Prime Minister also heavily invested in campaigning there. So that's one of the biggest victories for the BJP today. Rajasthan, well, it's always been a revolving door. So several skeptics said the Congress need not be confident, but yet the Congress was confident there. Congress at least hoped for something there, but no, it's been undone by the Bharatiya Janata Party. 115 is an emphatic victory there. 199 of the 200 seats went to polls, and 115 is an emphatic victory there. The question, though, there in Rajasthan will be who will become chief minister of that state as far as the BJP is concerned. And as far as the Congress is concerned, what's the road ahead? Is it going to be a change from the old guard of Ashok Gehlot to the new guard? Remember, that old battle between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot had played itself out in Rajasthan for the last few years. Chhattisgarh, and this is really the shocker for the Congress. This was a government the Congress hoped to retain. In fact, ministers in the government were very confident there. 45, the halfway mark, 46 is a majority, 54 for the BJP and 33 for the Congress. Even at the start of today, the leads were suggesting a flip-flop, and some portions, sometimes the Congress ahead. And this is going to be a huge, huge shocker as far as the Congress. Completely gone in these 3 states, and that's really not good. Remember, juxtapose that to 2018 when the Congress managed to form a government in Madhya Pradesh and held on to Rajasthan and won Chhattisgarh. A different picture coming in now in 2023. Southern story, of course, extremely different. Perhaps a reflection of the South-North divide. In Telangana, the Congress under the Revanth Reddy managed to oust the mighty K. Chandrasekhar Rao and the BRS government, which has been the only government since the state was formed in 2014. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, the tallest figure and perhaps the most powerful figure in Telangana, was undone in the Kamareddy seat by Revanth Reddy. That was a challenge battle, a prestige battle thrown by the Congress at Kamareddy constituency, where KCR asked 5-time MLA Gampa Govardhan to vacate the seat to contest there, and the Congress removed Shabir Ali, the traditional contestant, and put Revanth Reddy there, where Revanth Reddy is leading. So we'll keep a close track of all the developments that's down there. I believe I can go across to Anurag Verma, senior journalist. Anurag, in terms of the big picture, one factor is the North-South divide that comes out. The other, and I think perhaps for the opposition's point of view, a more important, prognosis or prediction one needs to make is what impact do you see on the INDIA alliance after these results?
Now, after seeing these results, I think NDA alliance might be in trouble. And because you accept it or not accept it, Rahul Gandhi will have to take the responsibility of this massive defeat. When India alliance, if we talk about India alliance, then how allies will depend or trust on Rahul Gandhi's leadership? This is the biggest question. And I'm sure what I can see, there are a couple of things what Congress has to and Rahul Gandhi has to realize at this point of time. First of all, Rahul Gandhi ji must have to understand and learn decent and politically accepted language in public space. Secondly, they also need a better faces in central leadership, because BJP is fighting all the elections, contesting all the elections through central leadership. We can see numerous central leadership, central ministers went to state assembly elections, which was very unlikely. And
so I just want to ask you this, Anurag, and I believe Mr. Bhaskar Ghosh of the BJP is also here with us on this panel. You know, how do you, because these assembly elections have been won by the BJP, you're saying that it's a reflection of what's to come in 2024. How do we make the correlation? Because assembly elections often tell a different story from 2024. Why make that correlation this time?
Look, everybody, all allies of India Alliance said that this is semi-final for 2024. And there are hardly 3, 4, 5, 6 months left for the 2024 elections. In this situation, we can accept that this is semi-final for next general elections. So, what I can see, this sentiment, BJP will continue with this sentiment, with this work on ground level to contest 2024 elections. This is my assumption.
I want to go across to Bhaskar Ghosh. Bhaskar, you know, how do you say, how do we juxtapose this with 2024? Often when, let's say the BJP didn't do well in Karnataka, it's often said that an assembly election is different from a parliamentary election. But now, do we take a cue from this for 2024, or do you think that that's going to be a different story?
No, you see, there is some correlation, there is some common, there is some common parameters. Because as we are mentioning, there is a double engine ka sarkar, double engine government. That means end of the day, be it a state election or the central election, the governance, the quality of governance, effectivity of the governance, policy of the governance is very important. Today, after this election in the 5 states, nobody can doubt that Mani Narendra Modi is the most trustable, the most honorable face in this country. So when this time he has taken the entire, he has taken the responsibility of spearheading the entire polling campaign in all 5 states, poll-bound states, except Mizoram. He didn't went to Mizoram so often. So his acceptance as a central government leader or the policy maker in the government, he is well established. Now the question is that if when the 2024 we will go for a Lok Sabha or the main central Lok Sabha elections, that time also they will understand that what Modi ji has given the guarantee in different
I'm sorry to interrupt you. As you're speaking, we are playing out live shots from the Rajasthan BJP headquarters. I just want to ask you this, sir, and it's been 2 steps forward, 1 step back as far as Karnataka was concerned, and I don't want to bring that example here. Do you see a generational shift in state leaderships of these 2 states happening, or do you believe that the BJP is going to try and stick to a tested formula right now, not take any chances until 2024?
You're asking me?
Yes.
Okay, so when 2024, it will be a different team working from the center, but they will work in tandem with the local leaders. So you cannot detach them in the whole integrated process of leadership, even in 2024. But of course, the main face will be respected Modi ji, but the supportive faces will be the leaders of respective states, where BJP has really recently owned 3 states. So there will be a perfect combination, followed by a policy and followed by some assurance and some promises and some guarantee, and that will obviously win the trust of 140 crore Indian population as a whole.
Okay, numbers never lie. Sometimes lies, sometimes don't lie. But these numbers on your screens are the final verdict that's come out today. Largely some things that will solidify by about 5:30. 65 to 40 for the Congress in Telangana. 54 to 33 for the BJP in Chhattisgarh, and 160 to 68 in Madhya Pradesh for the BJP, and 114 to 71 for the BJP again there in Rajasthan. So those numbers tell you that story. We'll keep continuing focus of all the developments. Obviously, the tug of war for chief ministership on in both the Congress as far as Telangana is concerned, and the BJP possibly in the three northern states. Ankit Tyagi will be up next to take you through all the developing news. For the moment, we'll take a very short break here on NDTV.
Now I'm retired, I can spend more time with my grandson.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes.
Many were dubbing as the semi-final ahead of the 2024 battle, and if this was a semi-final, the BJP has hit it out of the park. 4 election results declared today. The only sliver of hope for the Congress party is Telangana, all 3 Hindi heartland states, except Himachal Pradesh at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, which is ruled by the Congress party. There is a total domination of the Bharatiya Janata Party north of India in the Hindi heartland states, whether it's Madhya Pradesh, where 6 months back everybody was talking about, and you kept hearing the fatigue for Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the BJP possibly in for a surprise as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned. They are going to lose 20 years of anti-incumbency, so and so forth. And look at that hug of Sadhana Singh, that's the Chief Minister's wife in Bhopal. This will tell you the turnaround story as far as the Congress party is concerned, as the BJP is concerned. Not only have they been able to retain the state which they were in power, that is Madhya Pradesh, they have been able to wrest 2 states. Rajasthan, which has the roti palto rivaz as far as the state is concerned, but they have also been able to, surprisingly, in fact take away Chhattisgarh from the Congress party, which even till last night many did not give any, in fact, chance as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned. What does this mean, ladies and gentlemen, ahead of the 2024 elections? As I said, it's a total domination of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the Hindi heartland. Prime Minister Narendra Modi emerges as the Neta number 1, the big leader at this moment who has no parallel as far as his popularity is concerned. Specifically, if you're talking about the entire north of India and also, northwest and the western part of the country. The only hope that the Congress party, and we're talking about the southern Indian states, where in fact the Congress party is hoping that on those 130, 135 seats, they would be able to possibly put up much greater resistance. Meanwhile, apart from that, for the Congress party, they have not been able to find a counter narrative as far as the BJP is concerned. Modi magic is, of course, clear. And apart from that, like the Prime Minister kept saying, the hope, and it's very, very interesting. Everybody said that the Ladli Behna Yojana, the welfare schemes of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the welfareism of the Bharatiya Janata Party, along with the bharosa of Narendra Modi, Modi ki guarantee, that has worked for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. Why is it that the same welfareism push has not worked in the state of Rajasthan? Possibly many factors for the Congress party to go back and to the drawing board and think about. Was it the infighting? Because the larger narrative just till 6 months before the election was Sachin Pilot, Ashok Gehlot tiff. Could Mr. Gehlot, could the Congress party and their regional satraps, could they have kept their egos at bay and possibly gone ahead and been more accommodative of, let's say, somebody like a Sachin Pilot in Rajasthan, and maybe new election ideas as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned? Lot as far as the Congress goes to think about. This will have a huge impact, ladies and gentlemen, on the India bloc, which is hoping, which was building up some sort of a momentum. That momentum today comes to complete naught at this moment. And let me go across and take you, in fact, we'll keep talking about the inferences and what needs to be done, but the real magic and the fun of the election is on the ground. I'm being joined at this moment by my colleague Manish, who's joining us from Chhattisgarh, which has been a remarkable story at this moment. Vedant is also joining us at this moment. Manish, coming to you first. Till late last night, early morning as well, when the counting started, even the BJP leaders were hoping for a close contest. They were not seeing this kind of a result which we are seeing. It's a complete turnaround, and this turnaround will be at the cost of Bhupesh Baghel. He is, if I may call him, one of the biggest losers as far as the Congress party is concerned after these results.
No doubt about that. And in Chhattisgarh also, it is Modi ki guarantee which has really worked wonders for them on the ground, because whatever Modi promised three main things in the state of Chhattisgarh, which somewhere was they took the cue from the Congress victory in Karnataka. First thing was that he promised 12,000 rupees to women in one financial year. Of course, and they went door to door, they gave the guarantee, they even delivered all those forms, they got it signed, and Congress in the middle of the campaign realized somewhere that it is working real magic for them, and then they tried to top it up by promising 15,000. But somewhere this 12,000 which has come from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, somewhere the voters, whether it's a male or female, they really believed in his promise more than whatever Congress party leadership, especially Chief Minister was, Mr. Bhupesh Baghel was trying to offer them now. Secondly, when it came to paddy procurement, Congress was somewhere supremely overconfident that they had really paid a very good price to the farmers when it comes to paddy procurement. So somewhere BJP read that also, and they promised that they are going to give 3,100 rupees per quintal for the paddy procurement also, and they will also somewhere clear all the outstanding dues of 2 years bonus which was not sorted out till then, which was not credited to the farmers account. And then Congress party realized that it is also working on the ground, because once again it has been promised by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So they try to top it up, they try to offer it better the offer by promising 3,200 rupees per quintal for the paddy procurement to the farmers. But as we have we are saying in the case of Madhya Pradesh, but in the Chhattisgarh also, the rank and file of the BJP as well as in Congress, yes, somewhere they are all of the same view that it was the Prime Minister ki guarantee, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ki guarantee, which has really worked well for them. Yes. And that is why they are able to rest a state like Chhattisgarh, which was given by all the pollsters, most of the reporters. Of course, our colleague Anurag Dwari, somewhere whenever I used to talk to him, he used to say that Chhattisgarh is not a done deal. It is very tough for the Congress. Ankit.
You know, and you're right. Look at the macro picture, and we'll go, in more details. And just give me a moment. Let me also bring our viewers a flavor of the other victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Sweet victory for the BJP. This will possibly be the one that they will savor. The Chhattisgarh victory, complete turnaround. Nobody was giving them a chance, and the BJP, in fact, winning at this moment comprehensively, 54, in fact, is the Bharatiya Janata Party. Every time, and the terms that the BJP had in Chhattisgarh, they have been in the 50s. It was the last election, 2018, was an outlier where the Congress, in fact, decimated and won the election in a thumping fashion. But in Rajasthan, the tradition, Vedant, has trumped all the hopes as far as Mr. Gehlot's welfareism is concerned. And a lot of people are asking the question, and of course for the Bharatiya Janata Party right now, the big question would be, who is going to be the chief minister?
Well, of course, Ankit, that's a later question, but a couple of things that we can break at this hour. First of all, Mr. Gehlot will be going to the Raj Bhavan at about 5:30 to tender his resignation. That is something that sources very close to Mr. Gehlot have indicated to us. So he will be going to the Raj Bhavan at 5:30 to tender his resignation to concede a defeat. In fact, I come to you from outside the Congress's war room, where Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot is currently in. In fact, he's about to leave any moment now. It was about a 2-hour-long sort of introspection meeting that he had with the Congress observers, including, of course, Mr. Randhawa and Bhupinder Singh Hooda, who had come, from Delhi. So they are, of course, introspecting right now. And after that, a press conference is also expected. But it's certain that now Mr. Gehlot will concede defeat at about 5:30. He will go to Raj Bhavan and tender his resignation. Now, a couple of other important points here, Ankit, also, is that very close Gehlot aides and big Gehlot faces have lost this election. Now, whether it is Satish Punia, whether it is people like Pramod Jain, Divya Mardena, these are people who Gehlot fielded in a big way, and they have lost elections by, quite a margin. So that is, of course, something to look at as well. In fact, in Jaipur, where I come to you from, the BJP has made significant inroads. Only 2 seats have been lost by the BJP. In all the other seats, the BJP has won with a rather significant margin. Now, I was speaking to a couple of Congress, senior Congress leaders here, including Central Congress observers, and they said that, of course, they will come out with a joint statement later. But they say that, perhaps there could have been a pre-poll alliance as far as the tribal seats are concerned. That is something that, Congress leaders are conceding to, that, a pre-poll alliance and tribal seats could have been looked at, and also the caste arithmetic. Because remember, one thing that the news that's just coming in is that Jat strongman, Mr. Beniwal from RLP, he has lost. And, the BJP's Jat candidate has in fact won. So you look at how the BJP has gotten the caste arithmetic, the urban-rural arithmetic, as well as the tribal arithmetic right, which is why they've been able to sweep Rajasthan the way they have.
I think one of the underlining story, and that's election after election, is how the BJP as an election machinery functions, to the details, to the last dot, in fact. And their ability to bring out these kind of coalitions and to bring out their voters on the election day, that's something very important. While for the Congress, like in Madhya Pradesh, Kamal Nath kept saying Janta jitayegi, but eventually you have to also mobilize that Janta into converting them into votes. Another important factor, like Vedant was telling us, for the tribal, this is a story that cuts across states. Look at where the Congress gained the maximum as far as 2018 election in Chhattisgarh was concerned. Bastar, the tribal heartland of Chhattisgarh. Congress is being decimated there as well. In Rajasthan, in the tribal seats, Congress is being decimated. Go to Madhya Pradesh, in the tribal seats, the BJP has made big strides. So the tribal voter, the tribal outreach, and remember, on the day when the voting was in fact taking place in the state of Madhya Pradesh, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Jharkhand for the Birsa Munda, in fact, anniversary, was speaking, was addressing a rally. All those things are very, very important in election, the management of the election, and this is paying dividends as far as the BJP is concerned. Let me also go across to the other center now, Bhopal, where, of course, Bhopal makes it 3-on-3 with Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. Bhopal makes it 3-on-3 for the Bharatiya Janata Party. And interestingly, my colleague Himanshu is joining us. Himanshu, interestingly, the only chief minister who has been able to buck the anti-incumbency trend at this moment in the 4 states is Shivraj Singh Chauhan. No matter what, the whole theory about fatigue factor, mama se thak gaye hain, koi aur chahiye, all that has been thrown completely out of the park as far as Shivraj Singh Chauhan's massive victory is concerned in the state of Madhya Pradesh.
That's right, and he has proven himself as a grassroots leader. Remember, this for a very long time, during his tenure as Chief Minister, he has been repeatedly focusing on people-centric policies, and he has had a very, very aggressive political outreach during these elections as well. And here leaders admit, even Congress leaders admit, that he's perhaps one leader who has campaigned the most. He's one leader who perhaps went to most number of constituencies to seek vote for his party, and he's one leader who is rooted to the ground, and that's why the policies also, the Ladli Behna scheme, which is said to be the game changer in these elections, was one such reflection of his understanding of what actually people want and his outreach to the women voters. Remember, I was here on 17th November, Ankit, and the biggest change that I saw in terms of the nature of the voting that happened on 17th November was the aggressive participation of women voters. On that day, I had interviewed more than 100 women voters, and they were all very aspirational, aggressive about the fact that their voice also matters, and that reflected very well in the BJP's campaign. Both Prime Minister Modi and Shivraj Singh Chauhan, you remember, have had a very concerted strategy to reach out to the women voters. The outcome on the other side, I want to show you the Congress office here, which has been deserted for last 3 hours. And this is Digvijay Singh's car. He went inside when the counting had started. And for last 3-4 hours, we've been repeatedly trying to reach out to him, but he didn't come out. And this is Kamal Nath's cavalcade, and he's also expected to come out. And both these leaders have been closeted inside Kamal Nath's office, who is also the Madhya Pradesh Congress leader. And one poster I wanted to show you, Ankit, shows this story actually as far as Madhya Pradesh Congress is concerned. When we came here early in the morning, we saw these posters here. These posters were put up even before the counting had started, and it says, "Aa rahi hai Kamal Nath Sarkar." Congress was very, very confident about winning the Madhya Pradesh elections. Another poster here, it is still there. Kamal Nath ji ko Mukhyamantri banne ki hardik badhaiyan. They were so confident, the Congress leaders and workers here, that they had started congratulating Kamal Nath through these posters even before the counting had started. Now, after the counting, Congress office looks completely deserted here, and this is another story, a very important political story, because Congress is in a sense of disbelief. Congress is in a state of shock. I remember Vivek Tankha, who is the Rajya Sabha MP, close confidant of Kamal Nath, a senior Madhya Pradesh Congress leader, and in an interview to NDTV, Vivek Tankha has admitted that these results are disappointing, and he claimed that the kind of political support, the kind of political public reactions he had seen, Congress leaders had seen during the campaign, and the results that have come, they don't match up. There is a gap between what we perceived, what people wanted from Congress, and the manifesto, the promises they made, and the outcome in terms of what voters finally voted for. There is a gap. So he said that we have to sit back.
Between the BJP and the Congress party, it lies. The difference is this, that like what you said exactly, in fact, underlines the difference between the way the elections are fought and managed as far as the Congress and the BJP is concerned. Vivek Tankha is harping about what they perceived would be an election that they would win. The Bharatiya Janata Party went on to the nuts and bolts on the ground, made sure that they can, in fact, course correct every time they found that there is something which is not working for them. The Congress party went in this hope and perception that it was their turn this time to win the election of Madhya Pradesh. And this is going to be an extremely demoralizing defeat as far as the Congress party is concerned. And this close to the general elections 2024, it is going to be very, very difficult for the Congress party to trump back, in fact, in the Lok Sabha election. This is going to be a difficult road ahead. But let me very quickly also go across to the only sliver of hope as far as the Congress party is concerned. Telangana, the state which was ruled for 10 years since its formation by the BRS, KCR was seen as somebody who was hugely popular. People used to call him the father of Telangana. One man, and that man, at the posters of that man you just saw, Revant Reddy led Congress party has, scripted history as far as Telangana is concerned. This is going to give, at least to the Congress party, a lot of heart and a lot of hope as well, because south of Vindhyas, at least the Congress party can hope that in 2024 they would be able to, in fact, hold some sort of a ground. Remember, historically as well, every time the Congress party has found their going difficult, whether it was Indira Gandhi, post the emergency era, then in the 1980s, Medak, which now, in fact, erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, now in Telangana, that's where she fought her election from. So this is going to be another southern state that the Congress party has been able to win, and this will give them at least some sort of consolation. It possibly would have become the big headline if it was not for the margin of victory, the scope of the victory of the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, and of course the complete turnaround in Chhattisgarh. Telangana possibly was the big headline which could have emerged out of this election, overshadowed now by the 3-0 loss in the Hindi heartland for the Congress party. At this moment, where the numbers are stacked up, the Congress ahead in 65 seats, BRS in 40. Vineet Goenka, political analyst, is joining us with at this moment. We also have, ladies and gentlemen, Matthew, who is joining us. He's the spokesperson of the Congress party. Gentlemen, welcome. Mr. Goenka, smile on your face. The Bharatiya Janata Party doing quite well. Does this mean a complete domination as far as the Hindi heartland is concerned? Is it game, set and match to the BJP for 2024, at least in North and West India?
Ankit ji, Ram Ram to you and Ram Ram to all the viewers who are watching me right now. It's a clear message of two things: matchword versus abusive. I think the ranking against Hindi, Sanatan, ranking against Modi ji, went against the INDI. Whereas on one side there was delivery of schemes like the toilet scheme, the LED, the gas, and the DBT. On the other side, it was anti-Hindu, anti-Sanatan, and the caste. And probably people would like to see progress and the work which was done in Madhya Pradesh, both in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. I would like to follow that particular path. The victory also tells one more: maturity is needed in elections. It requires planning, it requires togetherness. The differences and the confusion within the INDI alliance costed them a lot. And 2024, it goes, I think probably BJP has to work harder because it has to prove better than this. So from today itself, I think Bharatiya Janata Party Karyakartas will be back on their job. They will visit home every possible voter and convince them so that they don't go home completely.
I'm sorry, I apologize to you and to our viewers as well. There is some problem in your audio line. What we'll do, we'll try and fix that. And we'll come back to you while you answer that. But Matthew, Telangana, congratulations, a big victory for the Congress party there. But Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, that is going to hurt the Congress party. It is a very demoralizing defeat, to say the least. Both the states were for the party. 6 months back, nobody was giving the BJP any chance as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned. In Madhya Pradesh, your leaders were absolutely sure that they are winning this election. This is going to hurt. And just close to 2024 election, does this mean that for the Congress party, the road is going to be very, very difficult? You are completely barring Himachal Pradesh being decimated of the Hindi heartland.
Ankit, thanks for the congratulations on Telangana. And Chhattisgarh, we still have around 6 to 7 rounds more to go. And the margins are kind of, quite borderline. So it's too early for us to kind of close Chhattisgarh. First of all, I would like to thank the entire Congress workers and cadre, which really worked hard in all these 5 states, including Mizoram, where I'm sitting. I'm here for the last 3 months. There are people like me who have been in all these 5 states, leaving their professions and working hard for the party. And I would like to take a small correction on your word, demoralizing. For ones, who believe in the Congress party, victory and losses are part of our political journey. We are not demoralized by the losses. We will definitely look objectively into why our messaging, because all our campaigns were very spirited campaigns, highly supported campaigns. The top leadership, the 81-year-old Mallikarjun Kharge, the Honorable Congress President, to the lowest level of the workers, the leaders, everyone worked together. The state and the central leadership worked together as a well-oiled machinery. Our campaign manifesto promises and our campaigns were not bad. However, there is some sort of an area where we have to objectively analyze where our messaging couldn't connect with the voters, and what was the feedback, how better we could connect with the feedback.
Sir, but may I humbly then ask you this? You are saying that it's not demoralizing. Look at the lessons that the Congress party possibly learned from Karnataka and what you possibly have been able to implement as far as Telangana is concerned. A new young leader as far as Revant Reddy is concerned. He has been part of other political parties, somebody who the Congress party gave a complete free hand. You've been able to use Mr. Sunil Kanugulos, his team and his feedback in Telangana much better. Same cannot be said. Your own leaders would admit and say Mr. Kamal Nath was not as accommodating as Mr. Kanugulo's team and the kind of feedback that he wanted to give as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned. In Rajasthan, you paid the price of the anti-incumbency against the local MLAs.
Ankit, can I ask you a couple of questions back? What is the age of our Prime Minister? If you're saying BJP is kind of doing something and what is the age of the local leaders of BJP? Kamal Nath is a very senior leader. Ashok Gehlot is a very senior leader. Didn't BJP had problems in Madhya Pradesh? Madhya Pradesh, they had 7
No, but the point is, sir, they have been able to manage those problems better than you, at least at this moment. Can I request you to stay on with me? Union Minister Jitendra Singh is joining us at this moment. Mr. Singh, thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV. Congratulations first. 3-1 is the score at this moment. Everybody was touting this as the semi-final for 2024. You've hit the ball out of the park in the semi-final, sir.
Thank you, Adev. Thank you for congratulations. And I think, to sum it up, I would rather say that this is a reiteration of the trustworthiness and the confidence the people of India have in Prime Minister Modi, and to put it in the popular jargon, trustworthiness of the Modi guarantee, and being implemented through the double engine arrangement. And I think, of course, the 3 states we had expected, but I would rather even like to start from the state where we are not forming a government, namely Telangana, which we were discussing right now. I think what Congress got there was by default, the negative vote against the ruling party. But as far as BJP is concerned, we have qualitatively enlarged our ideological base, our mass base. So I think that's very significant, because in a state where, without being modest, I must confess, we had certain contradictions. But despite the barriers of language, region, etc., and all the kinds of misgivings being spread about BJP, we have succeeded in making inroads. And I think, again, the single most important factor responsible has been Prime Minister Modi.
Okay.
The road shows, the rallies addressed by him attracted the similar crowds in the same number as was witnessed in Madhya Pradesh. So that has another aspect as well. I think it augurs well for the Indian polity, a new kind of culture coming in. We have for the first time a Prime Minister whose name acts as a binding cord across the country, north, south, east, west, northeast.
I
think from that point of view, we, as you said, 3:1. Yeah, 3:1. But just let me complete this sentence. Sure. I said, you rightly said 3:1 from the point of view of making government, but I would rather say that even that we are not forming government, it's a significant achievement, which I'm sure is going to be spelled out by the analysts as the editorials start appearing from tomorrow.
So do you believe, because we've seen in the last few elections, when it's Congress versus BJP head-to-head, the BJP more often than not comes on the top. It's easier for you, historically, if you see in the recent elections, to take on the Congress party than the regional satraps. Now the Congress party ruling Telangana for 2024, do you see this as possibly a much easier battle than it would have been against BRS?
I think BJP is gradually enlarging its base, even in a state like Telangana, and yes, you may have a point in real politics, in the sense that when we are confronting directly a regional party, then sometimes the regional parties have the advantage of raking up certain kind of a sentiment which would be exclusively pertaining to the region, which might not be fitting into the ideological framework that a national party and a nation-committed nationalistic party like BJP does. But that apart, I think Modi has tried to set in a new political culture based on development and based on welfare schemes. So that is, I think, something which is going to make a huge difference in the kind of work culture in politics that the future generations will also be, expected to follow. Like, for example, you have schemes like Ujjwala, you have Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. The benefit reaches to the one who needs it the most, regardless of caste, creed, region, language. And even regardless of the vote consideration. Nobody asks what party do you vote for, which are you going for. And secondly, those sections which were hitherto unaffected or not attended enough, like for example Vishwakarma, the traditional artisans who were earning their living through traditional arts and also keeping the civilization alive. They are as much there in equal numbers in a state like Telangana as elsewhere. So these are the sections which none of the earlier governments addressed to. So now I think, and with the new voter having come in large number, with 70% of the India's population below the age of 40, they see reason. So it's more of the benefit going equitably depending on who needs the most, reaching out to those who require us, instead of, getting carried away by the regional sentiment, which, as you rightly mentioned, could have been a constraint for a national party like BJP.
Let me ask you one by one about the 3 states that the party has won, and let me start with Chhattisgarh. Was this the sweetest surprise for the day? Because trust me, even in the morning, there are senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party who always thought that it is going to be close, but nobody was confident that the party is going to cross the halfway mark and will in fact trump the Congress party. The pollsters were not giving it to the BJP. Is this the sweetest victory as far as the BJP is concerned, and what worked it for the Bharatiya Janata Party?
So I agree. The tally may be higher than what we had expected, but victory would be there was quite definite. For example, I'll tell you how. We have a pattern of working in BJP. It's a cadre-driven party. So all of us are assigned responsibilities wherever the election and whatever the level of election, whether it's a local body election or assembly or part. So I was assigned Rajasthan, so I was based there all these months. But whenever we would exchange our views or inputs with our counterparts, those looking after Chhattisgarh, I vividly remember each time when I asked them, how are we doing, they would say with all the confidence that regardless of whatever is being put out, BJP is going to form the government. So those who were actually in touch with the ground and connected with the politicking happening over there locally were quite confident, because there's a huge amount of anti-incumbency, corruption charges, and I think above all, what has made difference both in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh is that people, the common man in heart of hearts, may not say so in many words, but realizes that there is actually benefit in having a double engine sarkar. Now, double engine is a phrase which sometimes is taken by a pinch of salt. Many people don't even like to appreciate it, but it does make sense, because many of the schemes like Ayushman Yojana, like PM Awas Yojana did not find translation on the ground in the same manner as they have found in the neighboring states like Madhya Pradesh, or in case of Rajasthan like Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh. So the common voter understands that he is depriving himself of the benefit of that. So I think that's what strikes the chord.
You spoke about Rajasthan, and you've been involved with the state of electioneering as far as the state of Rajasthan is concerned. One question that everybody at this moment who is celebrating the BJP's victory is, who is going to be the chief minister, sir, in the state of Rajasthan? Can you give our viewers some clue? There were so many leaders of your party which seem that were in the fray. Who do you, at this moment, is current favorite?
No, I'm sure anybody, in my place, sitting over here from BJP would be put this question, rightly so. I appreciate that. But the answer also has to be predictable, because we are a disciplined party. We have a pattern of working. It's not a dynasty-driven party. The decisions are not taken in the kitchen coterie or sitting on the dining table between mother and son or father and son. So we have a parliamentary board, that the consensus is evolved. Observers are appointed, they elicit the views of each and every legislator separately, collectively, and then finally a decision is made and the announcement is unanimously accepted by all. So I think the same pattern is going to be followed this time over as well.
The only state which has been able to buck the anti-incumbency trend that we have seen in these elections, because the government of Telangana lost, the government of Chhattisgarh seems to be losing, and also the government of Rajasthan. The only state that has bucked that trend is Madhya Pradesh. 166 at this moment, plays 62 of this, as far as the Congress party is concerned. Who will you credit this victory to? Is it the Ladli Behna, which has just, completely spun a magic for the Bharatiya Janata Party?
No, I think you have made a very important point. Why no anti-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh when the same is being witnessed in Chhattisgarh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Telangana? I think one important reason, of course, the schemes are there. We have the Ujjwala and we have PM Awas Yojana, so many schemes rolled out. But what I was saying in my earlier expression is that two reasons, I think. Many of these welfare schemes, which are hugely reaching the last mile, and the last man in the last queue, rolled out by Prime Minister Modi, did not find the similar kind of translation in the states which were not ruled by BJP. So A. Second, anti-incumbency also, because there was no anti-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh. But anti-incumbency because of corruption, anti-incumbency also because the people there now becoming increasingly aware, thanks to the social media and all the channels of communication, the huge technology available around us,
right,
could actually understand that they were being deprived of huge benefit which was available to the other states. So that's the reason there was no anti-incumbency, because the Modi schemes found a saturation translation in Madhya Pradesh and were not adversely affected by corruption charges or by pilferage of central funds, which was happening in states like Rajasthan. You could see the full-page advertisements in the newspapers depicting the chief minister, etc., which doesn't happen when you have a double-engine sarkar, because there is a huge amount of accountability. So lack of accountability, lack of translation of the central schemes initiated by Modi on the ground, and also anti-incumbency because of the corruption again, due to lack of
in conclusion,
so I think all these factors have been.
In conclusion, before I let you go, sir, when Karnataka happened, a lot of BJP leaders said, do not extrapolate anything for 2024 with what has happened in Karnataka. At this moment, would the BJP want to extrapolate a lot out of what has happened in these three states? Is it game, set and match for Narendra Modi? Is that what the Bharatiya Janata Party now believes in?
Yeah, see, the mood of the people is now quite obvious. But having said that, let me also put the record straight. I would not be pretentious. These questions are put to us or asked because the mind conditioning of the observers is influenced by the half a century of the Congress rule. But here in BJP, we follow a different pattern. This is a 24 into 7 into 365 party. And just note my words. Today, the results have come out. By tomorrow or day after, I'm sure the party headquarters is going to summon the meeting of the next state which is going to the elections whenever it happens. So we are continuously working. It's not that we get charged only during election. We start visiting temples during the election campaign. So we have a pattern which is always on the job. And election happens as in the course of our the ongoing activity, and it's taken that side. So notwithstanding the fact that Modi ji is a huge asset for us, and today's result has actually boosted the morale of each and every Karyakarta, so also every countryman. Our way of working and the kind of input that is put in by each of the Karyakarta will continue unrelented even in the days to come.
Sir, congratulations today for the victory of the Bharatiya Janata Party in 3 states in the complete Hindi heartland. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me very quickly also, we were talking about Telangana, cross to my colleague Uma, who's joining us, Uma Sudhir, the only sliver of hope as far as the Congress party is concerned, but they have, as I said, it could have been possibly the biggest headline of the day if there was not this remarkable turnaround for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Chhattisgarh and, of course, the margin of the victory in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Uma, let me ask you this straight. For the Congress supporters and specifically people outside the Congress headquarters, it was the chant Revanth for CM. Is that set as far as the Congress party is concerned, or could there be some last-minute surprise after this victory? All right, I've just been told there is so much activity there. My colleague Uma, the Congress is in fact, that's the only state where the crackers and the laddus all right, let me just bring you these shots as well. DK Shivkumar played an important role as far as Telangana is concerned in the campaigning. We were just showing you the shots of them celebrating, cutting a cake there. That's the only state the Congress party today would be celebrating, and at least for the Congress party, that gives them the silver lining that south of Vindhyas is still where possibly there is that recall factor, the popularity where the Congress can hope with their regional faces and the popularity of the Gandhi family, Rahul Gandhi possibly, south of India, that they can put up a strong fight in 2024. When it comes to the Hindi heartland, ladies and gentlemen, the big story is it's a total domination of the BJP. Those visuals, in fact, Revanth Reddy there along with DK Shivkumar and the senior leaders of the Congress party cutting the cake and of course, they have the bragging rights and the celebrations as far as Telangana is concerned. It was quite remarkable. 6 months back, it was not that everybody thought that the Congress party would be able to, in fact, script history. They have done so in the state of Telangana by winning it comprehensively. With that, those visuals, the only visuals where the Congress will be seen celebrating today. We are slipping into a very short break. Coming back, stay tuned. The coverage continues on NDTV.
More broadband switchers? Choose us. And this
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December. Come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time? Or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel banks on welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will drum home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins. As it is being said now in the state of Madhya Pradesh, with the BJP winning 165, its biggest victory ever in the last 20 years. Congress at 63, one of the most shameful defeats that the Congress has faced in recent times. Coming to the state of Rajasthan, convincing victory again, but
perhaps a number of 70 would give some kind of relief to the Congress party, although it was hoping that it will be a close call or a cliffhanger. That was not to be in the state of Rajasthan. Look at the numbers of Chhattisgarh. Who would have thought that a convincing chief minister who has, you know, none of the exit polls really gave any chance to the BJP in the state of Chhattisgarh, but they came from behind certainly and have managed to form the government. They are forming the government, but who will be the chief minister in all these states? That is something that we'll have to wait and see. But look at those visuals, and I will try and connect with the reporters in just a bit. Telangana, the overall numbers, that's the only relief for the Congress party, with 64 seats having won. Uma Sudhir is joining us live. Uma, so the man of the moment, Revant Reddy, is back in Hyderabad. He has managed to win and defeat the chief minister himself. So, you know, it will be fair to say that because the Congress made it a one-on-one battle in Kamareddy, they wanted to send that message that he is the man taking on the chief minister, so he is potential chief minister.
He's certainly the potential chief minister, and even the police chief of Telangana seems to think so, because even before that announcement, we saw the DGP Anjani Kumar and also the additional DGP Mr. Sanjay Jain going in and greeting Revant Reddy when it started appearing as though he is going to be the winner. While he is certainly the front runner and the favorite among the crowds as well, because wherever he goes, the big slogans of he is about to also address a press conference in a short while from now. DK Shivkumar is here and other leaders as well. But I must point out that while Revant Reddy as the Telangana Congress chief also is the front runner, there are others in contention as well, like Komat Reddy, Venkat Reddy, who has about 35 years experience in the Congress itself and claims that because he has won all the assembly constituencies in his district and has delivered with the highest majority or margin in his own constituency, he should be considered as well. He is said to be again, claims to be close to the Gandhi family as well. There's other contenders like Bhatti Vikramarka, Damodar Raj Narasimha, Uttam Kumar Reddy. There is also the face of the Reddy community, also the face of the SC community, who are all in contention to be chief minister here. I met Mr. Revant Reddy a short while ago. He doesn't want to talk too early. He does know that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are likely to go for him. What we understand is that the understanding is that he would be made the minister, and the others who are contenders in this, according to the caste equations as well and regional equations, will be accommodated in the cabinet. Perhaps we'll have one deputy chief minister or more.
I want to understand what exactly has been the result in Kamareddy, because there are reports suggesting that perhaps it is the BJP candidate which has defeated both the chief minister, that is KCR, and also and also potential chief minister in Revant Reddy. What exactly is the result in Kamareddy?
So, when I met Revant Reddy a short while ago and asked him about Kamareddy, what he said was that this is a huge disappointment for KCR, and he said this is a lifetime humiliation for KCR. That's how he put it. I said, are you likely to scrape through? Because at that stage, he was only at 2,500 ahead of the BJP candidate. Like you rightly mentioned, Venkatram Reddy is the BJP candidate, and he is considered, he is a local, and his chances were being favored in the town of Kamareddy as well as by the youth there. He said, why are you still having any doubts, Umaji? I am going to be the winner there. I have not been able to follow the last round to be able to know if Revant Reddy did emerge the winner. But the fact that he continued to have 2,500 or 2,000 as his lead every time after even the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th rounds, it does appear that he has managed to actually surprise everyone, because when people were talking about him perhaps being third, that he may turn out third in Kamareddy, but everyone here is in fact calling it the Revant magic that he managed to win.
A newsmaker joining us live from the BJP headquarters. INB Minister Anurag Thakur is joining us live. अनुराग जी, 3 स्टेट के चुनाव जो सबसे अहम है हिंदी बेल्ट में, छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, तीनों में आपकी जीत किस तरह से देख रहे हैं आप?
हमारे जी जीत खास है, जनता को मोदी जी पर विश्वास है। मोदी मैजिक चला है और जनता ने एक ही गारंटी पर विश्वास किया है, मोदी की गारंटी। और मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि जनता का दिल की गहराइयों से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार कि उन्होंने डबल इंजन सरकार बनाने के लिए जो मोहर लगाई है। हम डबल विकास और सुशासन इंश्योर करेंगे और ये मोदी की गारंटी ही है, जिसने अगर आप मध्य प्रदेश में देखेंगे तो वहाँ पर जीत इतनी बड़ी हुई है, ऐतिहासिक हुई है कि साथ वाले राज्यों को भी लगा कि पिछले 5 वर्षों में भाजपा की सरकार नहीं थी तो बहुत नुकसान हुआ। महिला अपराध और भ्रष्टाचार के मामले बहुत बड़े, पेपर लीक के मामले बड़े, जो वायदे किए थे वो झूठे हुए, तो कांग्रेस को जनता ने नकार दिया है। और छत्तीसगढ़ की बात करूं तो महादेव का श्राप कांग्रेस साफ, गौ माता का श्राप कांग्रेस साफ, गंगा जल की झूठी कसम खाई थी माँ गंगा का श्राप कांग्रेस साफ, और गरीब जनता के साथ जो भेदभाव और झूठ बोला जनता का श्राप कांग्रेस साफ।
लेकिन छत्तीसगढ़ में तो कोई भी एग्जिट पोल्स आपकी सरकार नहीं बना रहे थे, यहाँ पर तो 53 आ गया, और मध्य प्रदेश 165, इट इज द बिगेस्ट विक्ट्री ऑफ द बीजेपी एवर। मेरा सवाल ये है कि ये तो प्रो इनकम्बेंसी का भी प्रो इनकम्बेंसी, अनुराग जी, सवाल ये उठेगा कि क्या किया आपने सही मध्य प्रदेश में और छत्तीसगढ़ में?
मैं पहले छत्तीसगढ़ पे आना चाहता हूँ। छत्तीसगढ़ में कांग्रेस के लिए एटीएम बन गया था, भ्रष्टाचार का अड्डा, उग्राही का अड्डा, और पैसा कमाकर वो केंद्र के पार्टी तक पहुंचाने का काम। भ्रष्टाचार एक के बाद दूसरे, और जनता मान चुकी थी। जैसे महादेव ऐप घोटाला आया, आपको याद होगा उससे पहले मैंने भूपे ऐप लॉन्च किया था वहाँ पर, और मैंने कहा था भ्रष्टाचार करो भूपे करो, यानी कि भ्रष्टाचार करके भूपेश बघेल जी को पेमेंट करो, और ऐसा चिपका। और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने भी जाकर जब कहा कि इन्होंने तो महादेव को भी नहीं छोड़ा, तो लोगों को वापस एक बार वापस याद कराना कि शराब घोटाला, कोयला घोटाला, गोठान घोटाला, महादेव ऐप घोटाला, घोटाले पे घोटाला कांग्रेस के छत्तीसगढ़ का राज्य बन गया था। पेपर लीक एक नहीं अनेक, राजस्थान में 19 पेपर लीक हुए, तो छत्तीसगढ़ में तो पूरी कांग्रेस का ऐसा लगता था उन्हीं के लिए सरकार नौकरियां निकाल रही है। तो जनता का विश्वास उठ चुका था। जहां मध्य प्रदेश की बात है, आप देखिए जनता ने जो 1.5 साल देखा बीच में कांग्रेस का, उस समय कांग्रेस के नेता ही उनके छुट्टी पा गए थे, और कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने ही कहा था कि अब कमलनाथ जी की सरकार नहीं चाहिए, हमें कमल वाली सरकार चाहिए। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जब फिर अवसर मिला तो शानदार नेतृत्व वहाँ पर शिवराज जी ने दिया, सरकार शानदार चली, और डबल इंजन का लाभ लोगों ने देखा, तभी तो वापस तीनों राज्यों में डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाई।
अनुराग जी, आप भी ये तीनों स्टेट में कैंपेन कर रहे थे, पर्टिकुलरली यूथ वोटर्स या युवा वोटर के बीच में आप काफ़ी दिखे हैं। मेरा सवाल ये है कि फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स ने क्यों भाजपा का साथ दिया? वुमेन वोटर्स के बारे में तो अब कहा जाता है कि एक कास्ट न्यूट्रल कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी, एक जेंडर कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ खड़ी हो रही है।
देखिए, युवा अपना वर्तमान और भविष्य देखते हैं, और जब वो देखते हैं कि अगर दुनिया अपना भविष्य भारत के साथ देख रही है और भारत के नेतृत्व में विश्वास कर रही है, तो युवा तो बहुत समझदार है भारत का। मोदी सरकार की नीतियां जो युवाओं के हित में हैं। स्टार्टअप इंडिया देखिए, भारत कहीं नहीं था 2014 में, आज दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति बन गई है। आज हमारे जो बाकी मेक इन इंडिया प्रोग्राम हो या आत्मनिर्भर भारत हो, उसका ये फ़र्क देखने को मिलता है कि भारत 10वें से 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन गया। हम दुनिया के सबसे बड़े खाद्यान्न से लेकर दूध उत्पादन वाले देश बन गए। सेकंड लार्जेस्ट हम लोग स्टील से मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर बन गए, और थर्ड लार्जेस्ट ऑटोमोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर बन गए। एक के बाद दूसरी हमने कीर्तिमान स्थापित किए। यूपीआई भीम या डिजिटल पेमेंट्स की बात करूं, दुनिया में नंबर 1 भारत है, 46% पेमेंट दुनिया की भारत में होती है। तो युवा देखते हैं कि एक ईमानदार सरकार केंद्र में है, और राज्यों में भी जहां इनकी सरकारें वो ईमानदारी से काम कर रही हैं। तो युवा केवल चाहता है नीति ऐसी जहां पे उनको अवसर मिले। तो आज का युवा नौकरी लेने वाला नहीं, देने वाला बनना चाहता है, और युवाओं को एक अपनी भूमिका मोदी जी के साथ इस देश को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने में नजर आती है।
छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, तीनों राज्यों में अनुराग जी भाजपा किसी चेहरे के साथ नहीं गई, नरेंद्र मोदी के अंडर में कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप के साथ गई है। तो क्या ये माना जाए कि ये सब स्टेट में एक एक्नॉलेजमेंट भी था कि स्टेट लीडरशिप कमजोर है, इसलिए ब्रांड नरेंद्र मोदी ही क्लिक कर सकता है?
आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा, ये सही है। हम लोग नरेंद्र मोदी जी के चेहरे को लेकर ही गए और हमें विश्वास भी था कि जनता मोदी जी पर जो विश्वास करती है उसका लाभ भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इन चुनावी राज्यों में मिलेगा। और ये बम्पर जीत, ऐतिहासिक जीत, ये मोदी मैजिक के कारण है। जनता ने दिखा दिया है कि झूठी गारंटी नहीं चलेगी। घमंडिया गठबंधन का घमंड और अहंकार चूर चूर किया है। जिन्होंने पत्रकारों को भी विरोध किया, तिरस्कार किया, जनता ने उनको नकारने का काम किया है। जनता जानती है कि अगर आप जातिवाद के नाम पर बांटोगे तो जनता को सुशासन और विकास चाहिए, जातिवाद नहीं चाहिए। अब कांग्रेस क्षेत्रवाद पे चली है, वो कहती है उत्तर और दक्षिण करने का काम। मैं फिर कहना चाहता हूँ, राहुल गांधी जी ने वायनाड से कहा था कि उत्तर के लोगों को पता नहीं जो दक्षिण के लोगों को पता है। उन्होंने अपमान किया था उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों का, या उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी का भी जहाँ से वो कई बार सांसद चुनकर गए। अब जनता ये सब बड़ी बारीकी से देखती है।
लेकिन
जनता को क्षेत्र में नहीं बंटना, जाति धर्म में नहीं बंटना है।
लेकिन अनुराग जी, अगर मोदी मैजिक हिंदी बेल्ट में काम कर रहा है तो तेलंगाना में आप तीसरे नंबर पे क्यों हैं? चौथे नंबर पे भी हो सकता है।
मारिया जी, इसमें मैं आपको एक स्पष्ट करूं, हमारी पिछली बार 1 सीट थी, आज 9 सीट की बात आती है। 9 गुना ज़्यादा सीटों में और वोट बैंक में 7% से बढ़कर 15% होना, दुगने से ज़्यादा होना, ये बहुत बड़ी छलांग है। दूसरी बात मैं कहूँ, बाई इलेक्शन हुए, उसमें 2 बाई इलेक्शन भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीती, कांग्रेस तीसरे नंबर पे थी। ग्रेटर हैदराबाद म्यूनसिपल कमेटी के चुनाव हुए, हमारा वोट शेयर देखिए जी कहाँ पे, और उस समय हमारी सीटें रिकॉर्ड सीटें जीत कर आई। वातावरण जो प्रदेश में खड़ा किया बीआरएस के खिलाफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया। ये बात सही है कि सरकार हम नहीं बना पाए, लेकिन रिकॉर्ड हमने सीटें जीती हैं पिछली बार की तुलना में, और हमारा वोट शेयर भी दुगने से ज़्यादा हुआ है।
छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, अनुराग जी, तीनों राज्य आप 2018 में हारे थे, लेकिन 2019 में एक स्वीप था, मोदी वेव था जो दिखा था, और इस बार तीनों राज्य आप जीत रहे हैं, तो 2024 में क्या होगा?
जनता का आशीर्वाद फिर 2024 में मिलेगा। जनता जब जब मोदी जी को आशीर्वाद देती है, पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनती है और देश आगे बढ़ता है, गरीबों का कल्याण होता है। जनता ने देखा है कि 13.5 करोड़ गरीब गरीबी रेखा से बाहर पिछले 5 सालों में आए। अब उम्मीद है कि अगले 5 सालों में और बाहर आएंगे और गरीबों का कल्याण होगा। अगर 4 करोड़ पक्के मकान, 12 करोड़ शौचालय, 9.5 करोड़ बहनों को रसोई गैस का सिलेंडर, 13 करोड़ घरों को नल से जल, 60 करोड़ लोगों को 5 लाख का इलाज और 80 करोड़ से ज़्यादा गरीबों को मुफ्त में अनाज मिला है, तो जनता चाहती है कि आगे भी मिलता रहे। तो फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार ही 2024 में भी बनाएंगे।
आखिरी सवाल, फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार आप कह रहे हैं 2024 में। बीजेपी मशीनरी कभी थकती नहीं है। एक चुनाव खत्म होता है, दूसरी चुनाव की तैयारी होती है। अभी आप बीजेपी हेडक्वार्टर्स में हैं, तैयारी 2024 की शुरू हो चुकी है। मेरा सवाल है, प्रधानमंत्री थोड़ी देर में आने वाले हैं, तो किस तरह का स्वागत का इंतजाम किया गया है?
हम तो एक ही नारे के साथ चलते हैं, चरेवेती चरेवेती चरेवेती। न थकना है, न रुकना है, बस निरंतर चलते रहना है और लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति जो विकसित भारत 2047 तक बनाना है, उसमें हर भारतीय को योगदान देना है और हर भारतीय को उससे पहले भाजपा को जिताकर सत्ता में लाकर देश के कल्याण के लिए काम करने के लिए चुनना है।
आप ये भी मानते हैं कि पर्सनल अटैक्स जो हुआ है प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी के अगेंस्ट में, वो हमेशा बैकफायर करता है, और क्या ये रिजल्ट्स उसी का एक संकेत है?
हमारे अच्छी अगर आप देखें, जब जब कांग्रेस ने गुजरात से लेकर देश के चुनावों में मोदी जी पर अपशब्द कहे, अपमान किया है, कीचड़ उछाला है, जितना कीचड़ उछाला उतना ही कमल खिला है। जितने अपशब्द कहे मोदी जी उतने निखर कर बाहर आए हैं, क्योंकि मोदी जी को जवाब नहीं देना पड़ता, जनता वोट से जवाब देती है और मोदी जी के हित में देती है।
Anurag Thakur, really appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to NDTV and the minister there. Part of the celebrations that will begin at the BJP headquarters shortly. Yes, it's a day of big celebrations for the BJP. They have reasons to cheer. 3 states won, 3 states that they had lost in 2018, and won. What a victory. What a victory it has been for the party. Lots more news and updates on the other side. That's all from me. This remains our top focus here on NDTV.
This is the most wonderfully auntie. She's turning Clara and Henry.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses, which is, you know, chasing growth at the cost of strong processes? I mean, I'm trying to understand if there's a redeeming type of mistake or governance path.
So you can make mistakes of business judgment, right? Those are honest mistakes. But stuff where you have been taking money out of the company, taking kickbacks,
I mean, that's
on an integrity issue. So really, when you're talking governance lapses, the big ones are where there's an integrity issue. Right? If there's a process lapse here or a process lapse there, you know, you'll say, okay, fix it. Make sure it doesn't happen again.
Or just not scaling up checks and balances to match the, you know, the growth. I mean, that's also a type of governance lapse.
That is a governance lapse, but that is not an integrity lapse.
Right.
You've got to distinguish between integrity lapses and other lapses.
Hello, good evening and welcome to this continuous presentation of the big day. The day of the counting for the 4 today, 1 tomorrow, states which went to the polls, dubbed as the semi-final ahead of 2024. I am Ankit Tyagi, my colleague Vasudha Venugopal also in the studio with me. But Vasudha, what a day has this been for the Bharatiya Janata Party, from looking at, you know, maybe 1 state to a 2-2 at this moment, standing at 3-1, a total domination as far as the Hindi heartland is concerned.
Absolutely, and you know, Ankit, I think they got, the BJP did get some of the things really right in Madhya Pradesh, you know, with this whole Samuhik Netritva, that is collective leadership, and you had 12 leaders on every hoarding, and 7 MPs, ministers fighting, heavyweights fighting from regions like Mahakaushal, where they had lost earlier. So clearly, you know, some things, you know, out of the normal departure, and that I think really and I think that is going to set the tone for 2024, because the party is going to use some of these strategies for 2024 is what I think. And I think the most important thing is OPS, farm loan waiver, caste census. 3 big highlights of the Congress did not work.
They will have to go back to the drawing board, find some different narrative. But the fact remains that this election is also a testimony of how micro-management of the Bharatiya Janata Party, election after election, has trumped the way the Congress possibly still fighting the elections the old way, on the sentiment, on the flavor or a perception that they are going to win. It's their turn. Janta jita degi versus we will ensure that every vote is counted and it is mattered as far as the BJP's victories are concerned. The sweetest possibly Chhattisgarh, where nobody, even till late last night, was giving them any option. But of course, there will be big celebrations today in the national capital as well.
And like you said, that this is a day of reflections for the Congress and a day of celebration for the BJP. But clearly, Arvind, my colleague, is at the BJP office and he's going to track all the celebrations that are going to happen in the BJP. I was there in the morning and every BJP leader that I met said that humne aapko kaha tha, we told you about Chhattisgarh, and you know, a lot of us did not believe it then. But clearly, there was a lot of anger both in Chhattisgarh and also in Telangana. Of course, Congress has wrested power from BRS. Arvind is in the BJP office, BJP headquarters in Delhi. Arvind, what are the preparations like? I hear that the Prime Minister is going to be, coming there and he's going to be participating in the celebrations there. What is the mood like?
Well, so the BJP is preparing for celebrations here at its party headquarters in the national capital. So what we are expecting is that post 7 p.m. we can expect Prime Minister to come to party headquarters here to join the celebrations, where he is also expected to address the party workers who have gathered here close to 8 p.m. That's what we are hearing from leaders here. What we can also show you now is that senior BJP leader and also Union Minister Anurag Thakur here, several media personnel around Anurag Thakur trying to get his reaction or get his views about party's performance in the four state assembly elections. So BJP has clearly swept in the Hindi heartland. Of the 4 states that went for counting today, of 3 are from Hindi heartland: Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, and BJP has swept all these 3 states, and that's why what we could see is a jubilant party headquarters here in the national capital. So around 6 o'clock we can expect BJP National President JP Nadda to arrive here at the party headquarters, followed by Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and also Nitin Gadkari, another senior minister from BJP. He will also be here to participate in this grand celebration. So close to 7 or post 7 p.m. we can expect Prime Minister to come here, and at around 8 p.m. Prime Minister will be addressing the gathering here. Ankit?
You know, it's become sort of a tried and tested, a strategy as far as the BJP is concerned. Every time they win an election result comes in, the Prime Minister does come and speaks to the Karyakartas. But the fact remains that this one comes very close to the 2024 election. This was being dubbed as the big semi-final ahead of the 2024 election. Today, when the Prime Minister speaks, this will have renewed significance and a lot of vigor, because from here on, it will be him on the ticket when the BJP fights the election next.
Yeah, Ankit, that will be a very important kind of a speech of Prime Minister that the entire country will be looking forward to, where Prime Minister will be announcing the roadmap for the party for the 2024 general elections. So that's a much awaited speech that we are expecting close to 8 p.m. But what's important here is that BJP's dominance in the Hindi heartland. Though with the Congress poll plank of caste census, OPS, etc., people thought that Congress will put a fight against BJP, will try to regain some of the states, Hindi heartland states from BJP. But BJP has again clearly showed that they dominate the Hindi heartland, and that's what we witnessed in today's results also in Madhya Pradesh, in Rajasthan, in Chhattisgarh. BJP has clearly won with a clear margin in all the 3 states. So Chhattisgarh, people like what Vasudha was explaining also, Chhattisgarh, no one saw, even the pollsters, even they didn't see that it would be such a victory for BJP. But BJP clearly outplayed Congress, and BJP wrested power from Congress in Chhattisgarh. And again, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, clear dominance by BJP in both these states. So it's time for Congress, like what TMC, one of the alliance partner of Congress in the India Alliance, what TMC has said, that it's time for Congress to go back to drawing room and then to do a complete study. Where did they go wrong? So that's a huge task for Congress, but a solace for Congress from the southern state, where they have gained power, where they have won against BRS in Telangana.
So Arvind, one of the direct contrasts I was thinking about today was, in 2000. Okay. Revant Reddy, the front runner for this chief ministerial post in Telangana, is speaking. Let's listen in.
कांग्रेस सरकार बना देके यहाँ के जो शहीद हुए युवता, उनके विचारधारा को आगे ले जाने के लिए हमको संपूर्ण हम इंस्पिरेशन लिए, वो हम जो भी वादा किए जो शहीद होकर उन लोग जो देश के लिए क्या किए वो पूरा आगे हम लेकर जाएंगे। और केटीआर ने आज ट्विटर में वेलकम किया कांग्रेस पार्टी जीत को। मैं भी बीआरएस को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। ये स्पिरिट आगे सरकार चलाने में भी दिखाना है, क्योंकि 10 साल अब सरकार में बैठा हुआ है, अभी विपक्ष में बैठने वाले। विपक्ष के सुझाव हमेशा हम खातिर करते हैं, पॉलिसी हम बनाएंगे, सजेशंस विपक्ष की जिम्मेदारी है सजेशन देने का। तो इसीलिए असेंबली हम चलाएंगे, विपक्ष का सुझाव लेंगे, अच्छा सरकार बना के गरीब लोगों को मदद करने के लिए हमेशा कांग्रेस पार्टी कोशिश करने वाले। इसमें हम बीआरएस और कल्वकुंट्ला चंद्रशेखर राव, भारतीय जनता पार्टी मिस्टर किशन रेड्डी, एमआईएम अध्यक्ष असदुद्दीन ओवैसी and CPI, CPM and तेलंगाना जनसमिति प्रोफेसर कोदंडराम सबके मदद लेकर सुझाव लेकर एक अच्छी सरकार बना के देश में एक आदर्श सरकार बनाने के लिए हमेशा हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे। अच्छा काम के लिए हमेशा कांग्रेस पार्टी हाजिर रहेंगे। सोनिया जी, मल्लिकार्जुन जी नेतृत्व में एक अच्छा सरकार बना के तेलंगाना स्टेट को हम तरक्की करवा देंगे। చూడాలి, ఇంకా విశ్లేషిస్తాం, అందరితో మాట్లాడతాం। दिखाने का जरूरत नहीं है, लोग have given the mandate. It's a people's mandate. We need not to postmortem things. Everything goes well.
All right, Revant Reddy there, in fact, speaking, the man who's supposedly the front runner, maybe the chief minister, because as soon as the results started swinging in favor of the Congress party, they were the local police chief, the DGP, everybody already lining up at his house. So they also understand that the power has shifted from KCR to Revant Reddy, and an indication that possibly he's going to be the next chief minister. Interesting, the state of Telangana. If the Congress would have performed little better in the other three states, this would have been possibly the crown as far as the Congress's performance today is concerned,
Absolutely,
isn't it?
Ankit, and just a year ago, it just seemed like the Congress was going to, sort of like get divided, fragmented, because there were all these power centers from Uttam Reddy to Revant Reddy to Vikramakabatti, and then suddenly Revant Reddy does this yatra, and then you see all these crowds, and it is a resurgent Congress, at least in Telangana. Clearly, South of India is thinking on different lines. Of course, that is also up for grabs, and I think BJP is also going to focus on the South of India very vocally and vociferously. That's what we understand. But yes, D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, is speaking. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Who will be the Chief Minister?
There is no such proposal as on now. There is no threat to us, but we are very cautious. We are very cautious. There is no threat to us. We will not. Every movement has been looked into. As far as what other?
Who will be the Chief Minister? Is Revant Reddy your CM?
See, Revant Reddy is my party president. We have fought the election on the collective leadership. The party high command and the CLP and the party leadership will take a decision.
What is the next course of action?
Revant Reddy and CM both have been defeated by BJP candidate in Kamareddy.
It was a political strategy to contest and block there. We know the political angle. It is a political strategy which we have endorsed.
What is the next course of action, sir? What is the next course of action?
Next course of action is my CLP, my PCC president and my AICC general secretary will inform you. You speak to them. He will address the media. I don't want to disclose our plan. You just meet my ACC General Secretary and our PCC President. No threat, no threat.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
So that was DK Shivakumar, Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, talking about the movements in Telangana and also saying that a decision on the Chief Minister will be taken soon.
All right, so important, in fact, this development for the Congress. They will be taking heart. At least they have one state, and south of India, 135 seats in the Lok Sabha. The Congress would fancy a strong performance as far as they are concerned in 2024. But then, shift to North India, the Hindi heartland. The Congress has got a drubbing and it's a total domination. Barring Himachal Pradesh, at this moment, the Congress doesn't have any Hindi-speaking state under its belt. The important thing, ladies and gentlemen, here is Chhattisgarh, which nobody, and no pollster, most pundits were not giving the Bharatiya Janata Party a chance even till late last night. They said it will be, some said close, but the Congress has an edge, has turned around completely. And the only state which has bucked the trend of anti-incumbency in the current election in the 4 states that have, the result has come out today, is Madhya Pradesh. What a phenomenal victory has this been for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Rajasthan, which usually gives BJP a huge victory at this moment, comfortable 115. An interesting thing, my colleague Vedant is joining us at this moment. Vedant, whenever Ashok Gehlot has gone out of power, he has left the Congress party in complete tatters, whether it was 2013 or in fact before that also, when Ashok Gehlot went out of power, the Congress party came to their lowest. 21 was the last time. At 70 right now, but the Congress party and Ashok Gehlot riding on the welfareism plank could possibly be hoping that their performance would have been much closer. They were hoping for a much closer fight.
That's right, Ankit. In fact, when I had spoken to Ashok Gehlot on the campaign trail, he had said that his welfare schemes would bear fruit, particularly as far as the rural belt is concerned. In fact, as we speak, Ashok Gehlot is currently in a huddle. In fact, both the BJP and the Congress are in a huddle. Here at the PCC office in Jaipur, Ashok Gehlot is with Congress observers, with Bhupinder Singh Hooda and Mr. Randhawa, and they are discussing what went wrong, essentially. A press conference is expected at about 4, and he will be tendering his resignation, conceding defeat at about 5:30 p.m. at Raj Bhavan as well. So a couple of things that they, that sources close to Gehlot are telling us. One, of course, is division of votes. That is something that the Congress is looking at very closely right now. Those, rebels who were denied tickets and who went on to fight elections as independents, how did they cut the Congress's votes in crucial seats? That is something that is being discussed right now. And secondly, as I was telling you earlier as well, Ankit, when I spoke to some of the senior Congress leaders here, including the Congress observers, Mr. Virendra Rathod, who is also here, he said he made a very important point. He said that perhaps as far as the tribal seats are concerned, we could have had a pre-poll alliance. Because remember, as far as this election is concerned, neither the BJP nor the Congress came out with a pre-poll alliance. So that is something that he was conceding too, that perhaps as far as the tribal seats are concerned, there could have been a pre-poll alliance. The third aspect that the Congress is currently discussing is, how they could have handled the caste arithmetic better, because key Gehlot faces have lost the elections, including cabinet ministers here in Rajasthan as well. So the Congress has already gone into introspection mode. As far as the BJP is concerned, Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat has been here since morning, and Vasundhara Raje is also expected to come to the BJP headquarters here in Jaipur in just a short while from now. Celebrations have been going on. Now, of course, the story shifts to who actually will be the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Of course, we spoke to Diya Kumari earlier in the day and also Baba Balaknath, and both of them made the same point, that we have left it to the Parliamentary Board and ultimately it's a decision of the High Command. So it remains to be seen how that pans out, but as far as the situation right now is concerned, both the BJP and the Congress in a huddle.
So what is the Congress thinking about, the tribal seats? Because clearly there could have been some accommodation of, say, the BTP or the BAP, because tribal seats are where the BJP seems to have gained a lot. So is there any introspection, reflection on that count?
Exactly what I was telling you, Vasudha, just a short while back, that, a senior Congress observer said that there could have been a pre-poll alliance as far as the tribal seats are concerned, because as we've been reporting since morning, that, these others, as far as the BAP is concerned, or the Azad Samaj Party is concerned, or, even parties like the RLP, perhaps, they would have played a crucial role as far as government formation is concerned. So while that aspect has been ruled out now because of the BJP's clear majority, the Congress is certainly thinking about how they could have been accommodated better. But also the important aspect to look at here also is how, Hanuman Beniwal, Jat strongman, how he has lost to the BJP's Jat strongman as well. So the BJP has really gotten the caste arithmetic as well as the tribal arithmetic right as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
All right. In fact, Vedant, at this moment, at a very quiet, glum-looking Congress office, Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot accepting defeat there. He put up a fight, let me give you that. But, it was also the insistence of repeating his MLAs. I think a lot of his MLAs which were repeated, anti-incumbency against the local MLAs has also done the Congress in an art that the BJP has mastered. They have been able to, like we saw in, in Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, they've been able to change a lot of their people, and that has also negated a lot of anti-incumbency.
But Ankit, I think in the last 30 years, the state has not voted an incumbent back to government.
True.
So clearly there is a certain tradition that the state has. The Congress was fighting against all odds here, at least in Rajasthan.
Absolutely.
But some of their, maybe like, these health insurance, some of their schemes were really good, but probably they were just on paper because people don't seem to have...
And other reasons, like you said, the tribal factor has been all across in all states. If you look at Madhya Pradesh, if you look at Chhattisgarh, significantly in Chhattisgarh, the Bastar region, where the BJP in the last election got a drubbing, the Congress swept that region. The BJP has almost 7 to 8 seats more in its kitty than last time. Look at Madhya Pradesh, even in the tribal region, the BJP has been able to perform better. So that's micromanagement of the Bharatiya Janata Party has also worked. In the studio, we are being joined at this moment, ladies and gentlemen,
by Sumitra Goenka.
Sumitra Goenka, she's a political analyst. Mr. Anurag Verma, senior journalist, is also with us. I welcome both of you. Mr. Verma, what are the broad strokes that you are looking at after this victory? Usually, any side which gets defeated says don't extrapolate this to 2024 or general elections. Both will be very, very different. But with the BJP's domination in the Hindi heartland, what are we looking at as far as Narendra Modi is concerned and his chances in 2024?
As far as my observation is concerned, Modi factor has taken over everything. Be it caste-based census, Bharat Jodo Yatra, India Alliance, everything has been hijacked by Modi factor. And this is going to rule in next parliamentary election also. That is my observation. Although you may analyze this is the vote percentage, Congress vote percentage has not reduced or anything, but this is there. Modi factor is going to rule in 2024 elections.
Right. Ms. Goenka, when you talk about the female vote, so clearly in Madhya Pradesh, we did see a 2% increase in the voter turnout amongst women and, of course, in the overall turnout. So clearly, there's something that women want, but it's not just welfare alone, it's also delivery and implementation, because Kamal Nath was promising, 1,500 rupees a month, whereas Shivraj Singh Chauhan was giving 1,250 a month. So clearly, it's not just the amount, but basically this guarantee of implementation. What do you think, ma'am?
Yes, so Vasudha, I think women voters have played a very important role, not just if you look at the turnout, but also the percentage of votes which has gone to the BJP. I think there is a 4% increase in the votes which has gone to the BJP from the women voters. So this is a significant vote share, and the BJP has studied this quite earlier as well, and that is the reason why they have been targeting the women voters. But I would also say that BJP has a very positive mindset when it comes to women voters, and they have seriously implemented many of the schemes. Like if you start 9 years back, we saw that people had to walk kilometers across India to get, water, just a small bucket of water, you can say. But now there is a dashboard which talks about how many tap connections have gone. So basically these are the schemes, like the toilets, Ghar Ghar, you have given toilets.
No, you're right. I think
so
it's
these
also
things make a lot of
schemes
difference.
And then a very important factor, the trust factor, the bharosa factor of who can deliver those schemes. So that at this moment seems to be, favoring Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and what he kept saying, that it's Modi's guarantees that matter. We are being joined at this moment from the Congress office. Suleiman Mohammad Khan, spokesperson of the Congress party, is with us. Asif Bamla of the Bharatiya Janata Party also joining us. Gentlemen, welcome. Mr. Mohammad Khan, Suleiman Mohammad Khan, I want to start by asking you, sir, congratulations on Telangana, but the loss of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, this is, many are calling this a demoralizing, defeat as far as the Congress party is concerned, sir. Mr. Khan, if you can hear me, I just wanted to understand from you, it's a very clear divide that we see at this moment. In southern India, there is still that Congress, pro-Congress factor sentiments, but in the Hindi heartland, your welfare schemes in Rajasthan have not been able to save your government. Bhupesh Baghel, who many thought was a popular chief minister, has lost his seat. And in Madhya Pradesh, where the Congress, hopefully was seeing that a fatigue factor against Shivraj Singh Chauhan, 20 years, 18 and a half years of governance, you've not been able to encash that sentiment as well. Hindi heartland has rejected the Congress party's narration, sir.
First of all, I would like to say that we are very thankful to the voters of Telangana who have given us such a huge victory, which no one expected. We were saying that we are very hopeful, and people were very enthusiastic about Congress party, and same is reflected in the results. As far as Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh are concerned, we also thank voters of these three states who have voted for us in huge numbers, although we have lost all three states. But there is one factor, the win and lose, why we lost, what are the factors, all these things have to be analyzed. One thing I have analyzed in the meantime during the course of the day is you can also see that in Rajasthan, the vote percentage of Congress in the last election was 39.6%. It has just fallen by 0.03%. So the percentage of votes which have been polled to Congress party in 2018 is the same as it is almost. For BJP, there is a rise of 3.54%. That rise has come at the cost of BSP and others. So therefore, BJP has, gained more seats. But people have not left Congress. It's 39.6% as it was in Rajasthan last time. Same has happened in Madhya Pradesh. We have lost only 0.47% votes. We have 40.4% vote till this time.
Mr. Khan, many would say that this is cherry-picking the data for some consolation, sir. 18 and a half years, and if you could not, sir, at this moment, go ahead and try and translate that anti-incumbency into a victory, sir, then, of course, you will be clutching at straws to try and find reasons. The fact remains that two states where you were in power, you could not hold those states for just 5 years. Post 5 years, you were thrown out of power. The BJP has been able to hold on to the state that they were in, and that too after 18 and a half years of being in governance.
So what should I say then? What should I say?
I don't know, sir. I'm just asking you. Is there a time for the Congress party to rethink their strategy?
Sir, with due respect to you, I'm just telling you facts. This is a very important political fact. We have lost. We have, with utmost respect, we are accepting the verdict which has been given to us even in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan or Chhattisgarh. Right. I am telling you, the percentage of people who voted for us in 18 are the same. BJP has cut into the votes of others, independents and BSP, and therefore we lost. There may be shortcomings in our election strategy, therefore we lost. But to say that you are not, what do you want us to say then? We are analyzing our...
Yes, let me
listen to me. We'll analyze seat by seat, every state, one by one, but it needs time. Today you want me to answer everything. I have given you a fact.
Okay, Mr. Let
You
me
are
take this
enough to
question
do, you know,
Mr. Bhamla.
celebrations for BJP. I have no problem, but I have to tell something which is factually correct.
Yes, sir, we understand. Mr. Bhamla, you know, in 2018, around the same time, I remember when I was at the BJP office, all the senior spokespersons had left because it was gloom and doom for the party. And 6 months later, there were these Lok Sabha elections. And today, the entire situation is different and there's a lot of celebration. How do you see these elections and the results setting the tone for 2024 for your party?
See, all I would like to say is that Sangathan ki majbooti, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
All I would like to say is that Sangathan ki majbooti, Modi magic, Modi guarantee, and Sushashan ki niti has worked, you know. It's pro-incumbency and Vikas ki leher and Jan Kalyan all put together, you see. The Congress tried the soft Hinduata, they tried the Janganna also. And you see, any government who delivers has to get elected is what I feel. Of course, I would like to say that Chhattisgarh has been, has been a major silver lining for us. We were not very sure about it, but we're very fortunate about it because the exit polls also never showed us there anywhere. Last time around this time, of course, like you mentioned, we were not in that position. But in spite of that, the love that was given by the people of the country in the Lok Sabha election was such that we got an absolute majority. And this time in the semi-final itself, I mean, we don't call this semi-final because we are BJP is always on an electoral mode, and we're always ready for a go. I mean, this time too, we've already got 3 states, and I think we've done fairly well. But let me tell you this: you see, the people have answered the wrong nitis of the Congress, which they tried to put upon us, the insults that was thrown upon to the Honorable Prime Minister, the moral poverty that by calling the Honorable Prime Minister a Parvati, you see.
Mr. Bhamla, but would you concede? Mr. Bhamla, would you concede? Of course, it's a day of celebration for the Bharatiya Janata Party, but like the Congress Party, now finds, except Himachal Pradesh, a complete wipeout in the Hindi heartland or in the northern states for the Bharatiya Janata Party. With Prime Minister Narendra Modi popularity as well, they are finding it very difficult to gain a foothold as far as the southern India is concerned. The Congress has won Telangana, barring just a minority coalition as far as Puducherry is concerned. The BJP is nowhere south of India's.
You see, when it comes to Modi ji's election himself for the Lok Sabha, we have seen that the demographics change. In states like Chhattisgarh, where Congress was en masse, I think last time we had 9 seats, you know. I mean, that was immediately after the assembly election. So it's irrespective, you see, the way state elections happen, you see. The turnout later today is one aspect, but the growth momentum created by the Prime Minister during his second term, his positive narrative, you see, towards a developed India. You see, an India for the vision that he sees often for India for 2047. You see, let me tell you this: beyond regressive ideas of castes and consensus and a list of freebies, we don't see any political.
Sir, but you didn't answer my question. So
anybody.
are you telling me that the Prime Minister's vision for 2047 and India's growth is not being bought by people in South India? It's only restricted to North India?
No, wait for it. Wait for it. Give us a little time. We are not people. We are not a party. We are always in an election mode. If you see in the 3 states, the victory, it's not just like that. Our Panna Pramukhs were awake in the morning from 4 in the morning. Where were the workers? You see, they believe in optics. What happened to the India Alliance? They talked lots. They did a lot of photo optics. They were all against Modi ji. And today, what is the outcome? Today, Kamal Nath says, what is Akhilesh?
Yes.
Akhilesh. So these are the things.
Right.
You see, we don't believe in all of that. But in South also, things will come and things will change in this span that we have got. We are very confident
Mr. Khan,
about it.
one
and we work
of
towards
the
it.
dominant narratives
We will
of
work
your
towards
party's campaign was also the way infighting sort of played out between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot, and of course Mr. TS and Bhupesh Singh
And
Baghel, and
5
of course
years
in
they couldn't sort
Madhya
that.
Pradesh. So do you think that is something that the party could have handled better for better results?
I don't think that there were differences. It's all open in the public. But before elections, these differences were, ironed out. There was no problem. We have contested this election collectively, and I think we gave a very spirited campaign. Our election was actually the agenda was led by guarantees, and we tried to tell people that if you vote Congress, you'll get these welfare schemes. I tell you why our election was, the campaign and the election was looking so good. You can see by the vote percentage. Therefore, I am saying there's 40% people in each state have voted for us. The defeat start where the votes which were in the other parties or the BSP or the independent have been shifted to BJP. These are facts, and which have to be analyzed. I can say that we have lost. We have to sit again on the
Smriti
drawing
the
board.
WCD Minister is joining us, WCD Minister and also Minister for Minority Affairs. Ms. Irani, congratulations on the big victory of your party in 3 states. And I know that you have been campaigning extensively. What are your big takeaways from the results of this election? Because Mahila, Modi and of course Modi guarantee seem to have worked.
I think, Vasudha, today is a day of great jubilation and joy for all of us because, yes, the Modi magic, Modi guarantee worked. But on 4 issues, I'm extremely elated. One, Narendra Modi is known for fiscal prudence. Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline. Narendra Modi is known for reforming. And Narendra Modi is also known for his administrative acumen. Today is a support. This vote, this victory is in support of Modi's style of functioning as an administrator, as a politician. Secondly, we all know that before 2014, female voters were not a decisive political vote bank or a vote group. Today, yet again, Narendra Modi has proved that when you look after issues such as education, health, and ensure that economically and from a perspective of skill, women have enhanced opportunities, women do then continue to support you. Thirdly, when you look at the alliance and its attack on Modi, which was not only personal, which was not only debasing and degrading, it also had new legs when it came to the allegations that were made. Today, the vote, the victory in Modi's favor is again a decisive blow to the ill-gotten campaign of the Congress party and the alliance. Lastly, I think the agenda of division of our society on the basis of caste, a very dangerous and decisive agenda that was proposed by the Congress leadership today, also meets its fate with the Modi guarantee winning across the states. What Modi had said in the face of such a decisive, divisive political strategy by the Congress party was that let's look at the poorest of the poor, let's look at the youth, let's look at women, let's look at our farmers, and if we have to do something, let's do it for them first. And I'm grateful that voters have supported that vision of Modi, that appeal of Modi.
Right. Ms. Irani, do you think that this is, the Congress did talk a lot about caste census and, you saw the farm loan waiver being promised in every manifesto of theirs. And of course, there was also the OPS in Rajasthan. So these 3 factors, according to me, were the highlights of the Congress campaigns. Do you think all 3 of them have failed, when you see the results today?
I think today's victory is also a decisive death knell for the Gandhi siblings. Please recognize that the Congress party presented them and their leadership, if any, qualities as the factor that will help the Congress sail through. Do remember 72 hours ago in newsrooms across the country, there were many people who were about to blow the trumpet about Rahul Gandhi's leadership qualities, about the Priyanka Vadra magic. And I think today there's a deafening silence from those quarters as well.
Right.
Mr. Rani, the Congress also tried this welfare scheme. Mr. Mr. Gehlot tried very hard last 6 months. There were many schemes that were announced. Many promises were made by Mr. Kamal Nath as well.
What he tried.
Does this mean that there is also this whole acceptability of the most important thing in politics, the bharosa? The bharosa at this moment of the voters only lies with the Prime Minister. That's why the Congress has not been able to translate their promises into victory.
No, let me just give you a small example. In Rajasthan, Gehlot promised mobile phones to all women. Turns out it was select few women, and even the mobile phone blew up in the hands of women that he wanted to give it to. In Chhattisgarh, the farmers were not receiving monies that were to be accrued to them for bonus, and some parts monies for MSP procurement. In Madhya Pradesh, 15 months that the Congress had power, they did post-dated Kanyadan, wherein for the first time in my political and social life I found out that while the Bharatiya Janata Party had a term to serve in government, we used to do Kanyadan for the poorest of the poor girls, especially girls who are specially able, Divyang. The Congress party comes into power and says, post-dated check dete hain.
Right.
Now, the people of the state had tested the Congress. So it's not as if they did not have an opportunity to service their promises.
Right.
People know that the promises made were just paper promises. For instance, Rahul Gandhi went and said, 10 din mein sabhi kisanon ka karza maaf kar dunga. Did not happen.
Right.
Rahul Gandhi said, berozgari bhatta de dunga. Did not happen.
Ma'am, while the BJP has, I mean, it's a domination of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the Hindi heartland, barring Himachal Pradesh. Now, all the states rest with the Bharatiya Janata Party. The same cannot be said about, the south of Vindhyas. Why is it that the Bharatiya Janata Party has not been able to get that kind of a foothold in South India? Is that a worry for the BJP for 2024?
My request to you is not fall for the Congress propaganda now of the North and South divide. The Congress tried to divide us on the basis of caste and religion. Now they're trying geography as a new precipice for division.
Right.
But the fact remains that there is no government of the BJP like the Congress doesn't have.
Agreed.
So
but the
is that a
BJP
worry
is
for
also prevalent in
2024?
the West. The BJP is also prevalent in the
True.
East.
True.
The issue is, we're a party that was born in 1980. We're a party which just had 2 MPs. And today, 10 years of government with a decisive majority. Compare it to a party that has been in existence for over 7 decades.
Right.
And another difference. We are a party today, when you talk about Prime Minister Modi, when you talk about the BJP president, when you talk about Amit Shah, who are they? They began as normal BJP karyakartas at the booth. Look at the leadership of the Congress party. Who takes the decisions? The Gandhi family. They are a policy of dynastic politics.
Right.
So you're making a comparison between 2 political entities that have nothing in common.
Okay.
Right.
Secondly, when you look at today states such as Tamil Nadu, you have a new president like Annamalai who's taken a yatra to every district of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has had a political history of being divided between 2 political entities. You have today Telangana, which has seen and marked improvement since our last performance. We've had the vigor of Sanjay Bandi. We also have Kishan Reddy's experience, which has come handy. You have Karnataka BJP, which has a new president, a new opposition leader. So it's not as if the BJP, if you faced with a challenge, does not meet it with some solutions. The issue is, what is the difference? Today, the Gandhi Khandan, the leadership itself, has become a challenge for the Congress party.
Right.
We have no such challenge internally.
Right. Mr. Rani, there was one distinct feature of this election is this whole collective leadership against what seemed like powerful regional leaders of the Congress, but clearly the collective leadership of the BJP won. How do you see this aspect of the BJP? Do you see this?
It was not the Congress that was fighting us alone, Vasudha. Please understand that the Congress presented itself as a part of a cohesive group of the India Alliance.
Yes.
The Congress itself conceded, हम मोदी से अकेले नहीं लड़ सकते. I will attract your attention to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's interview. Very accepted. We can't fight Modi alone.
Right. That's right.
So when we say, ek akela sab pe bhari, it is true.
Yeah.
The whole opposition had to come together.
I think, you're the first one
Yes,
to
the
tweet
whole
that,
opposition had to come together. But what is the opposition's agenda?
Right.
Modi's agenda is very clear. I will build infrastructure.
Right.
I will make sure the poorest of the poor have food security. I will make sure that the poorest of the poor have health facilities. Have you ever seen a united opposition tell you anything of any measure?
Okay.
anything of positive construct that can contribute to the country. No.
Okay, Ms. Irani, if you allow us, our sister channel NDTV India would also like to have a word with you in Hindi.
Sure.
Thank you so much for joining us
Thank you.
at this moment. Congratulations, ma'am, on your party's fantastic victory in these elections. All right, we are slipping into a very short break at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming back, our continuous coverage on this big day of the Indian political scenario continues. We'll talk about the far-reaching impact after we come back after a short break. Stay tuned.
I like making sure I've got all the right tools for the job.
And now that I'm 50, that...
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time? Or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel banks on welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will drum home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. NDTV's continuous coverage of the big results, the semi-final results before the 2024 continues. Congress party, the sliver of hope, the silver lining, whatever you want to call it, is from Telangana. It's been a remarkable election and a turnaround for the Congress. Vasudha, we have been joined by a special guest.
Kumbam Anil Kumar Reddy, a winning candidate from the Congress, from the state of Telangana. Mr. Reddy, did you see this victory coming? Because clearly BRS was seen as invincible. You saw KCR as somebody who was all ready to even float the third front, and suddenly Congress becomes this resurgent party. So clearly, how do you see your party's victory and also your
Congratulations, sir, first of all.
Yeah, as you said, it was like that few months back. Probably even 4 months back, it was like that. Even 2 months back, we are not that sure. And in the last 2 months, I think we have gained like anything. See, when a party stands for people, people were looking at an alternate, and that alternate happened now. When the Congress all stood together, then it happened, and people rallied behind Congress, and that's how I think it happened. Otherwise, they wanted a change, and that change, they looked at the alternate party who can.
Who would you credit with, sir, for the success of your party? Is it Revanth Reddy? Is it the party unit? Is it Bharat Jodo Yatra, or a combination of many factors?
See, I can't say that. See, I am from Nalgonda district. I have some stalwarts from here. I can't take any names now. See, anyway, all the chief minister candidates are from our Nalgonda district. There are other leaders.
No, Vasudha, you're putting Mr. Reddy in a spot at this moment. He's a winning candidate, possibly hoping for cabinet. And will you ask these questions? He doesn't want to jeopardize his chances. But Mr. Reddy, congratulations. I want to ask you, does the momentum for the Congress party, because it seemed after the Hyderabad municipal elections that the Bharatiya Janata Party may emerge as possibly the main opposition party which was taking on the BRS. Was the Karnataka victory in Karnataka election that turning point for the Telangana, Congress party that it came together and was able to put up this kind of a spirited fight, sir, and resulting in victory.
Yeah, it is really surprising. A party wins in the neighboring state, and suddenly people get that boost, and it suddenly started happening. And simultaneously, our all leaders also joined together, and the High Command, AICC also. Also, I think they played a major role in putting the overall party together, and I think everyone started working, and it gained. It went on gaining from. It started gaining from one strength to other strength, and
right.
And
Mr. Reddy, everybody right now has only one question for Telangana: who is going to be the chief ministers? MLAs have to decide. You will play an important role. Who do you think is going to get the top job, sir?
So, see, I just told you, but I just told you I can't take any names because see, Revanth Reddy Garu is anyway there. He is at the helm of affairs, he being the PCC president, and we have other equivalent leaders from my district. This is Nalgonda district, and this is where equivalent strong leaders are there who are chief ministerial candidates. But anyway, I can't take any names. And as such, I think it is every leader, even Revanth Reddy said, and every other leader said, it is AICC which decides on the leader.
Right.
So who is going to head? And also there will be a CLP, and CLP probably even the AICC will take, High Command will take the opinion, and also the opinion and the High Command's opinion, all that will prevail. Right. And I think that will go like that. That is how they are going to decide. But one thing I have to say, I won from Bongir constituency, which is a historical win, because after 40 years we are winning from Bongir. Okay. So this is something really surprising. We are in the midst of a big victory rally, and it is really we are happy, and it happened, and it is so nice.
Right.
So all over state, we are emerging victorious. We are almost, I think we are at 65 seats. We are clearly heading for a victory, and we are forming Congress government here. And from my Bongir, I'm more happy because we are winning this seat after 40 years. I won with 26,000 and odd votes. So that is really nice for us, and I have to keep up my word to serve my constituency. And
that's a massive feat, Mr. Reddy. I wanted to ask you this one question, and you can reply to this very quickly. In 2018, we did see the Congress breaking. Of the 19 MLAs, 12 had left, and clearly this time it's not going to be that situation. You have many more numbers. So how strong are you organizationally, and how sure are you of keeping the entire flock together?
See, that was a time when KCR had a clear mandate, and also even that time it was wrong. People should not have switched over to the parties, but that happened after a few months. And this is a time people's morale is high. People are supporting Congress party, and such overall support. And if any there's no chance for such things.
Right.
And people are not going to spare that sort of leaders. It happened at a point of time when KCR was strong, he himself won 88, and probably these fellows were without work. And at a point of time, after forming government, only after a few months it happened. Even that could not have happened, that was wrong. Never we support.
All right, congratulations, sir, on your victory, and also for your party. You will be sitting as far as the ruling side of the assembly is concerned this time. Thank you for joining us. All the best. All right.
So there's another poll-bound state, Rajasthan, and I'm sure a lot of pollsters got this right. The BJP is, of course, leading in 116 seats, and the Congress is around 69. This is the state known for its revolving door tradition, and Ashok Gehlot has not been able to beat that, despite his Chiranjeevi Health Yojana and a whole set of welfare schemes. But the question in front of the BJP is very crucial. Who is going to be the chief minister? Remember that the BJP this time projected a collective leadership with a whole galaxy of state leaders sidelining its two-time Chief Minister Vasundhara Raje, but clearly things will have to be worked out now. It's a big state, a state that has voted for the Prime Minister in huge numbers 2 times, and very important for the BJP's Lok Sabha performance. I have Avinash Kalla joining me in the studio. Mr. Kalla, first of all, congratulations. You got this bang on. I remember you telling me, and the numbers are almost there. So tell us, What are the challenges in front of the BJP and what are your biggest takeaways from the election results?
Well, the biggest takeaway, Vasudha, is that looking at the number 69, it's an opportunity missed for the Congress party. You know, looking at these numbers, they would have been thinking that had we got our act right 6-8 months back, we would have won this election. Because look at it, I think we've been talking all this while that in the eastern Rajasthan, they are going to lose seats, and I think they've lost close to 22 or 23 seats. And they've also lost in Mewar. So these are the two major reasons. Even Marwar they are losing. So losing it big time, it is just a matter of few things here and there. Some victory margins have been less than 700 votes.
In Eastern Rajasthan, do you think the Prime Minister's pitch on Gujar politics,
more than the
Chief Minister, outgoing Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot right now in Jaipur speaking to the media. Listen it.
शुभकामनाएं हैं, अच्छे काम करके दिखाएं, ये हमारी भावना रहेगी उनके साथ में, पूरा सहयोग रहेगा उनके साथ में।
को हर घर तक नहीं पहुंचा पाए, मैसेज नहीं दे पाए।
ये लगता है कि जो स्कीमें शानदार थी हमारी, कानून में ऐतिहासिक बनाए, पूरे देश में चर्चा उसकी है। स्कीमें ऐसी बनाई जो पूरे देश में चर्चा हो रही है। पहली बार राजस्थान की चर्चा हिंदुस्तान के हर राज्य में होती है और गारंटी हमने दी वो शानदार थी। उसके बावजूद भी जो नतीजे आए हैं तो चौंकाने वाले हैं। परंतु क्योंकि छत्तीसगढ़ में भी जो उम्मीद थी उसके विपरीत नतीजे आए हैं, मध्य प्रदेश में उल्टे नतीजे आए हैं। इसलिए जब 3 राज्यों में ऐसे परिणाम आए हैं तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये एक सोच का विषय, एग्जामिन करने का विषय है कि क्या कारण रहे होंगे। थोड़ा इसमें अभी तो नतीजे आ रहे हैं, अभी तक तो थोड़ा रुकिएगा, धैर्य रखिएगा, इसके परिणाम पता करें क्या कारण रहे होंगे।
सर, दिग्गज आ रहे हैं, नए चेहरे चुनाव जीते, लगता नहीं टिकटें कुछ और काट दी, कुछ टिकटें और काट दी,
नए चेहरों को मौका दिया गया,
वो सारे जीत रहे हैं।
कांग्रेस पार्टी को सफलता।
अभी मेरी बात सुनो, जो ये जो प्रॉब्लम यहाँ थी, हम भी जानते हैं कि ये नए चेहरे लाने की बात थी कि नए उम्मीदवार आने चाहिए, पर ये मांग मध्य प्रदेश में थी नहीं, छत्तीसगढ़ में नहीं थी, तभी वहाँ भी चुनाव हारे हम लोग। तो ये कहना कि भाई नए चेहरे तो जीत जाते, वो गलत बात है। नंबर 2, नए चेहरे को हम सब लाइक करते हैं, पर जो सर्वे आए थे, जो भी आए थे, उसमें अगर किसी के खिलाफ में एंटी में थी तो नो ऑप्शन, इस प्रकार हालात बन गए थे। इसलिए वो भी जो फैसले हम करना चाहते थे वो नहीं हो पाए।
गहलोत सर इधर भी ले लीजिए, लेकिन जो एमएलए के खिलाफ एंटी इनकम्बेंसी मानते हैं आप, आपने एक बार दिखा था।
भाई मैंने कहा ना आपको, ये प्रॉब्लम मध्य प्रदेश में थोड़ी थी, ना एमपी में थी ना छत्तीसगढ़ में थी, चुनाव भी हमारे हैं।
सर मेरा एक
सर, अब अशोक गहलोत अपना रोल क्या देखते हैं? अशोक गहलोत अपना रोल क्या देखते हैं?
देखिए, मैं तो जनसेवक हूँ, मैंने कहा अंतिम सांस तक मैं प्रदेशवासियों की सेवा करूँ।
सर मेरा एक सवाल है,
चाहे भले मैं उसमें कोई पद पे रहूँ या नहीं रहूँ, मुझे तो सेवा का बचपन से शौक है और मैं उसी के अंतर्गत काम करता रहूँगा। आप लोगों के बीच में रहूँगा,
राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ दोनों
प्रदेशवासियों के बीच में रहूँगा, उनकी सेवा करूँगा।
सर, ये फैसला क्या लोकसभा चुनाव को लेकर के जो कांग्रेस की तैयारी है, इंडिया अलायंस की तमाम कवायद चल रही थी, उसके लिए भी एक झटका मानते हैं?
देखिए, इन बातों का फर्क तो पड़ता ही है, पर मैं समझता हूँ जैसे खड़गे साहब ने कहा है, क्योंकि चुनाव में खड़गे साहब ने, राहुल गांधी जी ने, प्रियंका जी ने कोई कमी नहीं रखी, सबने, हमारे नेतृत्व ने जम के कैंपेन किया यहाँ पर और हमारी स्कीम इतनी शानदार थी, हमें उम्मीद थी कि स्कीमों के आधार पर आगे जो वादे करें उनके आधार पर और कानून ऐसे ऐसे पास किए उसके आधार पर सरकार हमारी बनेगी, नहीं बन पाई। खड़गे साहब ने आज भी कहा है कि जो हुआ तो हुआ है, सबके सामने। हम इसको भी देखेंगे क्या कारण रहे होंगे, आगे पार्लियामेंट तैयारी करने की हमें शुरुआत करनी चाहिए। मेरा मानना कार्यकर्ताओं को मैं कहना चाहूँगा, चुनाव में हार और जीत होती रहती है, कई कारण बन जाते हैं, उसमें जो मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी और जितने नेता आए थे बाहर से, 5-7 मुख्यमंत्री आ गए, पूरा धावा बोला मेरे पर और सरकार पर। उनका टारगेट था क्योंकि सरकार गिरा नहीं पाए थे वो। मुझे उम्मीद थी कि जनता बदला लेगी उनसे कि आप लोग लोकतंत्र की हत्या कर रहे थे, सरकार गिराने का काम कर रहे थे, हॉस्टिंग कर रहे थे, जैसे आपने मध्य प्रदेश, कर्नाटक, महाराष्ट्र में करी। तो मैंने कहा जनता बदला लेगी। हो सकता है कि जनता वो बात समझ नहीं पाई होगी।
सर जो सचिन पायलट के
और इसलिए मैंने जो उम्मीद की थी कि जनता बदला लेगी इन लोगों से, जो लोग हत्यारे हैं। उल्टा हो गया, जो भाषा बोल के वो गए हैं वो भड़काने वाली भाषा थी, तनाव पैदा करने वाली भाषा थी, दंगे करवाने वाली भाषा थी। बार बार कन्हैया लाल का नाम लेना, बार बार जो 370 और 3 तलाक की बात करना, मतलब उनके कोई मुद्दा था ही नहीं। जो वो राजस्थान में हम क्या काम किए हमें उसकी आलोचना करते, वो उसकी कमियां बताते, खामियां बताते, हमें खुशी होती, बहस उस पर होती, होना वही चाहिए था। चुनाव विधानसभा के हैं, सभी लोग आए भड़का के गए। अब हो सकता है हिंदू और मुस्लिम और जो धर्म की बात ये लोग करते हैं वो भी एक कारण हो सकता है, क्योंकि जो ध्रुवीकरण हुआ है, लगता है कि मध्य प्रदेश में छत्तीसगढ़ जैसे राज्य में जहाँ की एक तरफा जीत थी, मध्य प्रदेश में जनता इलेक्शन लड़ रही थी बीजेपी के खिलाफ में, ये माहौल था आज से 4 महीने पहले, 3 महीने पहले। और राजस्थान के अंदर शानदार माहौल था। कल रात तक उम्मीद थी सरकार हमारी बनेगी, तब भी मैंने कहा परसों नहीं बनेगी तो हम विद ह्यूमिलिटी स्वीकार करेंगे मैंडेट को।
सर जो सचिन पायलट और आपके बीच में जो तनाव था उसका भी असर पड़ा।
देखो यार, जिंदगी का कोई भरोसा नहीं, पता नहीं कब फोटो पे हार चढ़ जाए और फैमिली का फ्यूचर, बच्चों की पढ़ाई।
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, "Why don't you look at it for investment?" And I said, "Yeah, why not?" And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me. And the first question I asked him, "Yeah, Deepinder, ये idea कहाँ से आया? Where did you get this idea from?" And he said, "Look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns." What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch. And consulting hours were long, so you ended up, maybe having 2 meals in the office, lunch and dinner. And office had a cafeteria which would not serve food, but you could get your own food and eat it. So to make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collated menu cards of all restaurants that deliver there.
Yeah.
And so, and Deepinder said, it is a huge pain every day, 1 p.m. I go to the cafeteria, I have to wait in a line to access the file because everybody's come at 1 o'clock. And then I get it for 3.5 minutes, then I got to decide very quickly, I ring up the restaurant, I place my order, and then I come back after 45 minutes when it's delivered, and then I pay and I eat. Huge pain. See, one Sunday I came into office and I scanned all those menu cards and put those pages up on my personal page on the office intranet, and 2 days later the IT infra guy came to me and said, "Why is all the internal traffic going to your page?" and that's when the penny dropped.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before.
This coverage on NDTV. The big semi-final, it was touted to be at this moment at least the semi-final going the Bharatiya Janata Party way in the Hindi heartland. A total domination of the BJP. The fascinating fact, ladies and gentlemen, all of the 4 election state, all 3, barring Madhya Pradesh, the incumbent government has lost. The BJP has been able to successfully defend and save a government which had anti-incumbency of 18.5 years. That, I believe, Congress party would be one of the most demoralizing defeat of this election. And then, of course, the turnaround, what happened in Chhattisgarh. Not many, even in the Bharatiya Janata Party, saw these numbers to be turning the way they have turned. Rajasthan, many thought it was a close election. Interesting fact, every time Ashok Gehlot has been dislodged from the government, the Congress party was left in tatters. It came down to as low as 21 in fact, 2023, 2013, I beg your pardon. This time, Mr. Gehlot, respectable 69 at this moment, but the fact remains that 3 governments from the Hindi heartland will be now the Bharatiya Janata Party takes you back to 2013, before the 2014 election when Prime Minister Narendra Modi won for the first time, where the BJP won all these states. We'll try and analyze, discuss the broad strokes, the big impact, not only for the BJP. Is it game, set, match for Prime Minister Narendra Modi for 2024? What of the India alliance with the Congress, which was possibly hoping will go at least with 2 or 3 victories for the India alliance before 2024? And what happens as far as the whole narration that south of India's the BJP, the Prime Minister, does not have the same magic as they have in the North India and West India? Before we do anything else, let me very quickly at this moment just walk across to this big screen that we have here and just give you a sense of the numbers. Where do things stack up? At this moment, at 5 p.m. This Sunday evening, the Super Sunday, Rajasthan, BJP was, the history was with the side of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Ashok Gehlot tried a lot in the last 6 months with his welfare scheme. At this moment, the Bharatiya Janata Party 116, 43 over their tally of 2018. Congress 69, down 31. BSP has still got 2, in fact, down 4. And fascinating, Rajasthan 12, others down 8 from the last election. So the Bharatiya Janata Party cruising at this moment at 116. Vote share 42% for the BJP, 40% for the Congress and 2% for the BSP. The difference of 2% there. The Congress, in fact, has added 1% to their vote share. But look at that. BJP able to, in fact, from the Congress party, adding 3% vote share. Largely, it is coming from the BSP and others. So for the Congress party, the only silver lining is that there are similar number of voters or a little more, those who have voted for them in 2018 and 2023. Let's go to Madhya Pradesh at this moment. We'll just turn around and we'll go to MP as well. That's the state where possibly Shivraj Singh Chauhan 6 months back and nobody was giving him a chance. Kamal Nath thought it's in his bag. And look what the result day brought for the Congress party and the BJP. BJP 164, it's a tsunami, a massive victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 55 over what they did last time in 2018. The Congress party, which possibly was hoping a huge victory here, 65, down 49. And as I said, this is going to be one of the most demoralizing defeat for the Congress party ahead of 2024. Others won, down 4 from 2018. Quickly turning to the vote share as far as the state of Madhya Pradesh is concerned. The vote share for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 49%. For the Congress, 41%. BSP plus and the others are about 4%. The BJP gaining a whopping 8% vote share. It's a huge swing. The Congress stays where they were, but others losing 3. The BSP losing 3. Others also, in fact, losing vote share. But that's a massive swing in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party, where 6 months back, nobody was giving them a chance as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned. The other state, Chhattisgarh, where the sense even till possibly early in the morning was that BJP not sure, close contest. Look what has happened. 56, well over the majority mark of 45 in Chhattisgarh, up 41. They were down to 15. That was an outlier election as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned in 2018. The Congress 34, down 34 at this moment. The others, BSP not, in fact, others out of the question as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned. BSP down 2, others down 5. So compared to 2018 election, BJP this time winning handsomely, and this is going to be the sweetest victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the 3 states that they have won of the 4. Telangana, Vote share of Chhattisgarh, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, 47% for the BJP, a difference of 4% between the BJP and the Congress, 43% for the Congress party, BSP managing 3%, a whopping 14% addition to Bharatiya Janata Party's vote share. And going into 2024, this is going to give the BJP and Prime Minister Narendra Modi a huge amount of confidence. Let's shift to the only sliver of hope for the Congress party, Telangana election. It has been quite a remarkable election, quite a turnaround as well. If the Congress would have managed a couple of one more state, this possibly would have been one of the big headlines. Congress has been able to defeat the regional satrap BRS out of the game at this moment. 64 for the Congress, up 45. 40 to the BRS, down 48. BJP has also increased their seats and vote share. They are up 7. AIMIM 7. They won 7 last time. They are retaining that. Others are down 4. The fact remains the Congress comfortably, in fact, at this moment over the majority. Mark 64, the Congress party, after the Hyderabad municipal election, not many would have seen this coming. Karnataka election victory at least turned the fillip for the Congress party in the state of Telangana. The vote share, 40% for the Congress party. It's a huge jump from what they had last time, 38 for the BRS and 14% for the Bharatiya Janata Party. They have also gained massively, plus 7% for the BJP, plus 9% for the Congress, and BRS losing 9% of the vote share. So at this moment, this is how the picture is stacked up on this Super Sunday. Kamal Nath, the leader of the Congress party in the state of Madhya Pradesh, speaking at this moment. Let's listen in.
आप सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत। प्रजातंत्र के इस मुकाबले में हम मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं का फैसला स्वीकार करते हैं। आज विरोधी दल के नाते और आगे भी जो हमारा कर्तव्य है, हम उस कर्तव्य पर डटे रहे। सबसे बड़ी चुनौती हमारे सामने नौजवानों की भविष्य की है, बेरोजगारी की है और कृषि क्षेत्र की है। कृषि क्षेत्र 70% हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था का हिस्सा है और कृषि क्षेत्र में मजबूती आए, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता होनी चाहिए। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बधाई देता हूँ और उम्मीद करता हूँ कि जिस प्रकार जनता ने उन्हें समर्थन दिया है, वो उस पर खड़े उतरेंगे और जनता को जो विश्वास उन्होंने जताया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर, वो विश्वास बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से वो निभाएंगे। आज हमारी दूसरी उम्मीद थी। मैंने हमेशा कहा था कि मैं मध्य प्रदेश की मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूँ, वो आज भी करता हूँ। मैंने पिछले 1 महीने से कह रहा हूँ, मैं मध्य प्रदेश की मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूँ। मेरे से जब आप पूछते थे कि कितनी सीटें आएंगी, मैं कहता था मैं मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर विश्वास करता हूँ। आज भी मैं विश्वास करता हूँ और मुझे ये उम्मीद है कि ये विश्वास जो मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर रखा है, उनके साथ विश्वासघात नहीं होगा। हम इस पर विचार करेंगे कि क्या हमने कमियां थी, क्यों हम मतदाता को अपनी बात नहीं समझा पाए। हर उम्मीदवार से चर्चा करके, वो हारा हुआ हो या जीता हुआ हो, हम उनसे चर्चा करेंगे अगले कुछ दिनों में और उस चर्चा के बाद हम इसका निष्कर्ष निकालेंगे।
जी, क्या चूक हो गई, बड़ी टक्कर थी आपकी?
ये सब तो
थैंक यू।
So that was Mr. Kamal Nath saying that he concedes defeat, and just look at that gap between the two parties. A vote share swing of 8% has converted into 99 seat advantage for the BJP. It's a state that they have not won with this number, Ankit, ever in the past. So it's very clear that that the BJP leadership did everything right, and the Congress got everything wrong.
You know,
what? Yes.
Maria, but let me ask you this. Is now Madhya Pradesh, the transformation of Madhya Pradesh into the second state like Gujarat for the BJP is complete? Is it now completely on the lines of Madhya Pradesh, where the opposition, there has to be an extraordinary election for the BJP to be dislodged?
Well, you know, Ankit, if we were to look at Madhya Pradesh as a case study, because it will become a case study of how to win elections. And then compare it to Gujarat. Gujarat has the two Gujaratis on the top, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. So there is that great sense of regional pride that Gujarati is, governing the country. In case of Madhya Pradesh, there is no Madhya Pradesh pride per se. But I think here it is about Prime Minister Modi who has become acceptable in a state of Gujarat. So completely different story. But just look at this Vidhan Sabha now, which has a different picture. Here is the BJP, which is returning with its biggest mandate ever, and this is coming at a time which is about the larger pro-incumbency which has worked for the BJP. Ma'am, I'm emphasizing on the fact that there is a woman voter, and this woman voter perhaps believes in Narendra Modi more than it believes in the Congress leadership.
Absolutely. I think this is what the BJP needed the most, because after Gujarat, there was no such decisive victory for the BJP. And while I said in the morning also, the women vote share, around 4% of the women vote share actually is more towards the BJP, and it makes a very significant impact on the election results. See, what BJP has done is it has delivered on the ground. In the last 9 years, it has been delivering, whether the central schemes or with respect to the state government schemes, and this is something which they have worked to deliver, and that is where it is creating an impact. There have been people from the Congress who have been giving promises, but I'm not sure how much impact it is having on the ground, because what they are doing is they are trying to compete. If somebody is giving 1,000 rupees, okay, we'll give 2,000 rupees. So this kind of buying of a woman vote share is not possible.
Just to add to one point, Ankit, if in all these states, Ankit, the Congress went with one theme of caste census. Is it a rejection of that, Anuragji?
Yes. This is a complete rejection of caste census, because it has no sense also. I don't know why Rahul Gandhi is making so much noise on caste census. And I would like to add one more thing. When Shivraj ji announced this Ladli Behna Yojana, Kamal Nath was the person who criticized this scheme initially by saying this will spoil our economy, state economy. But later, when he realized this is going to change fate of BJP, then he also announced this Nari Samman.
There's a difference. The scheme that the Congress, that's where the Congress also got it wrong. The Congress announced their 6 guarantees before Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan. And then Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan was able to supplement it. And the question also then becomes that there was delivery for the women. 1 rupee in your pocket with the promise of 3 rupees tomorrow is much better than somebody who is delivering at this moment than somebody who will. And the other big question, like we were talking about caste census, Mr. Kala, if I can get you in, because that seemed to be one of the things that the Congress possibly wanted, at least the Congress leadership wanted as a theme for all the state elections. Right. In Madhya Pradesh and also in Rajasthan. Tell me, apart from Rahul Gandhi, which other local leader was talking about this? So even the Congress party did not have a cohesive narrative to go into this election. If the party had decided they want to go with caste census, apart from Rahul Gandhi, not a single local leader, including Kamal Nath, was speaking and projecting it as their trump card.
You are absolutely right on this, Ankit. The Chief Minister just said this caste census word a couple of times, not more than that. So they were not at all in a mood to go and talk about it, and there was no cohesion. The issues about which Rahul Gandhi would talk in rallies were completely different and alienated from what the situation was on the ground. They made a hue and cry about ERCP project, but they were least bothered about it. It was just a speech to be given from a podium and tweets to be put out, nothing on the ground. So they missed out.
May I ask you a corresponding question now?
Yes.
Sachin Pilot waiting in the wings forever now for the Congress party in Rajasthan.
Yes.
Was hoping even in the dying months of this government, that, you know, and everybody was talking about why would he want to become the chief minister right now? The history is against the Congress party in this state. One man apart, it's not that Sachin Pilot has said that, but how does Sachin Pilot look at these results right now? Is this possibly the moment? What happens to Mr. Gehlot from here on? He's possibly lost our favor with the central leadership. He's lost the government in that state. He fought this election. Largely, it was a Gehlot-fought election. What happens for Mr. Gehlot from here on?
See, well, we saw Mr. Gehlot saying everything but taking the blame himself. He was saying we had good policies, everything. So he, with these number of 69, will not be in a mood day after when all the MLAs meet to call it a day. It's for the Congress High Command to take a call and say, okay, we pass it on to generation next.
You will take questions. I think let's listen to Arun Singh of the BJP. He is addressing the press in Rajasthan, and then I'll bring in Congress MP Manikam Tagore.
जवाब देने का काम किया। इन राज्यों के तमाम नेता जो इस बात का सपना देख रहे थे कि सनातन विरोध पे वो खामोश किया।
हम प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने 5 साल लगातार परिश्रम किया, ऐसे सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिनंदन करते हैं और राजस्थान की जनता का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी पे उन्होंने विश्वास व्यक्त किया। प्रधानमंत्री जी की जब राजस्थान में सभाएं हो रही थी, जिस प्रकार से राजस्थान में जन सैलाब प्रधानमंत्री जी को सुनने के लिए आ रहा था, अभिनंदन करने के लिए आ रहा था, तभी से स्पष्ट था कि राजस्थान में पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बनना तय है और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में अब यहाँ पे चौमुखा विकास होगा। राजस्थान तेज गति से आगे बढ़ेगा। पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी के उनके कुशल नेतृत्व, जो उन्होंने समय समय पे राजस्थान को कार्यकर्ताओं को मार्गदर्शन दिया, उनका भी हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। देश के गृह मंत्री आदरणीय अमित शाह जी ने समय समय पे राजस्थान की टीम को बुला करके बात करना, मार्गदर्शन देना, सभाएं करना, हम उनका आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। सभी केंद्रीय नेतृत्व का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं और सभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राजस्थान की टीम का अभिनंदन करते हैं। बहुत आज अच्छा दिन है, शुभ दिन है और आज जहां एक और मध्य प्रदेश में भी क्लीन स्वीप हुआ, छत्तीसगढ़ भी क्लीन स्वीप हुआ, इन सभी राज्यों
Maria, you know, one interesting thing at this, I'm sure, because most of the MLAs would be in their constituencies trying to collect their winning certificate. The question, I don't know whether you have the answer or Mr. Kala has the answer. Who's going to be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan for the BJP? Does this 116, Maria, does this affect a generational change in Rajasthan as well? Or is it a comfortable number that Vasundhara Raje can actually exert herself?
You know, Vasundhara Raje did crisscross the state of Rajasthan. She held over 50 rallies. And if you were to look at the last few days of campaigning, she was very much seen with Prime Minister Narendra Modi in those rallies. There was a lot of pleasantries that was exchanged between the two of them. There was a lot of camaraderie on display as well. So, you know, whether the BJP is preparing for a generational shift, I won't rule that out. But here is a party which has a completely different set of calculations than what we think.
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Kalla wants to come in.
See, Maria, I told you a couple of hours back also, and I stick my neck out to it, that under 120, BJP will not risk anyone else but Vasundhara Raje, because 2024 is an important seat. See, the numbers might look very good, but we in Rajasthan are not used to seeing these numbers.
Yeah.
We used to seeing 163-21 or 156-56. The kind of numbers that we are elated about in Madhya Pradesh are a normal fare in Rajasthan. That hasn't happened this time around. So to make sure that you win all 25, there would be many seats which are very narrow margin. So you need somebody who could bring everyone together, and that at the moment is only Vasundhara Raje.
Okay. We have our guest joining us, Javeer Shergill, National Spokesperson of the BJP, and Manikam Tagore, Member of Parliament of the Congress Party. Manikam, you know, I would say that there is a lot of introspection that the Congress has to do. Yes, you have won the state of Telangana, that's a congratulatory victory, but the larger question of Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, it's humiliating defeat.
Thank you. We thank the people of Telangana for putting the faith on us, and we humbly accept the results in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, and Madhya Pradesh. We need to look back, and we hope that we will be able to set our things in the right way for the parliament elections in 2024. We are very confident that we'll come back, and it's not a humiliating defeat as you called it. In Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, it is around 8 to 9 seats away from the halfway mark, and Rajasthan is not that much. Usually, we usually gets around 20-25 seats every time after a government period, but this time we performed well, but it is not up to the mark. We need to work on it, and we will be able to work on it, I suppose, and we will be able to build a better structure, better narrative to win in 2024.
Mr. Tagore, when you were speaking, Jayaveer Shergill, your former colleague, now national spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, was shaking his head vigorously. Jayaveer, welcome and congratulations for your party's victory in the total domination of the BJP, especially in the Hindi heartland. But tell me, if you allow me to ask you this, you've been in the Congress party, you're now with the BJP. What is so different in the election management of the BJP that many pollsters, that you've experienced, that many pollsters, those who are not giving the BJP a chance in Chhattisgarh, they've been able to turn it around and have won Madhya Pradesh handsomely?
Thank you, Ankit and Maria, for having me on your show. I will give that answer in just 1 second, but I'm going to say, being a Punjabi, and I have to say, it is balle balle for the Bharatiya Janata Party in these 3 states. The voters have chosen the politics of progress, prosperity, Vikas and Vishwas of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and rejected Congress's politics of appeasement and negativity. Let's not forget, Mr. Rahul Gandhi conducted a Bharat Jodo Yatra in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, which has clearly proven to be a voter todo yatra. The Bharat Jodo Yatra of Congress has proven to be a voter todo yatra, and the voters have broken away from them. And now let me come to your question. What is the difference? I was smiling and smirking when Mr. Manikam Tagore was speaking. The difference is this. Congress fights the elections on Twitter. Congress fights the election on the feedback of Darbaris and sycophants. Congress fights the election on the heads of the George Soros and the BBCs and hollow echo chambers. BJP fights the elections by putting their ear to the ground, reading the pulse of the people, ensuring delivery and implementation. The difference is that the Bharatiya Janata Party never gets lost in celebrations, neither takes any win for granted, but prepares, hunker downs, analyzes, assesses. When Mr. Manikam Tagore was speaking, it reminded me of my days. We will go back to the drawing room, we will learn, it is not humiliating, the margin is closed, the vote share is this. There is a very famous Hindi kahavat, आज तुम्हारे पैरों के नीचे जमीन नहीं और इस बात का फिर भी तुम्हें यकीन नहीं. The point is,
Manikam, while the point that has been made by Jayaveer, there is a lot of, valid argument that he can make against his political opponent in the Congress party. Is there a degree of complacency with which the Congress approached both Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh elections? कि ये तो हमारा जीता हुआ चुनाव है.
We know that people who actually defeat what people speak and others. We had been practiced with it, but we had won Telangana also, where BJP is not able to touch the single digit also, or double digit also. For these kind of things, we had known it, and those people who speak up about BJP's Sahavat and others, we know their positions and others. Let us leave about it. But very clear thing is that we take every election very seriously, and Congress is not a party which is guided by any kind of divisive force like RSS. Congress is a party which unites, and it has a democratic structure, and therefore we take time in settling things and others, and it takes Congress is a party which takes little time to settle, because there is a democratic way of doing it, and it's not a RSS way of doing it, that to have some kind of strong force in setting
Mr.
people
Tagore,
right.
David, I'm just coming to you. Let me ask just a corresponding question to you, Mr. Tagore. And I mean, don't want to, at this moment, of course, I understand when you lose an election, of course, the chips would be down. But the fact remains, sir, like you were saying, that things take time in the Congress party and it's a democratic setup, so on and so forth. But the fact is, since 2014, more than 55 elections, when you have gone head-to-head with the Bharatiya Janata Party, you've not been able to overcome that. The fact remains that out of these 4 states, only one state has been able to save its government. That is Madhya Pradesh, where the BJP has been in power for more than 18.5 years. You've not been able to convert that anti-incumbency. You've not been able to hold states more than 5 years. Is that a sense of worry, sir, where the BJP time and again has been able to come back to states where it has been in power in, but for the Congress party, you come to power, hold a state for 5 years, and then you are decimated like in Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh?
The problem with the present equilibrium is that you people come to conclusions so quickly about the democratic processes, and the Congress party just before 6 months has defeated BJP and your Modi in a very handsome way in Karnataka. Let us not forget that these kind of stories were when Mr. Modi was going there in Karnataka, people of Karnataka defeated them. Therefore, in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, there are some kind of missteps we have taken it, and we will get back that and we will correct it. We are in Chhattisgarh also, it is only 8-9 seats. We are down with the majority mark. How it went, what are the recent mistakes in the local level it has been committed, we will be working about it. But Mr. The BJP spokesperson was speaking about Bharat Jodo Yatra and others. Well, he will not be knowing it, but because newly converts always become more loyal to the master, therefore they will be speaking like this. The reality is that Bharat Jodo united people, gave hope to people, gave some kind of hope to people that
Manika, will you accept that your bargaining power within the India bloc has also gone down? You had put all the interactions, all the conversations on hold because you were hoping that of these 5 states, one of course the results will be coming tomorrow, you'll be able to win at least 3. But you won only 1. So, the India bloc will have reasons to say that the Congress really doesn't have that fire in the belly to lead the opposition anymore. You cannot be the fulcrum of opposition unity.
That may be Maria's view, but India Alliance has have a different view. India Alliance.
Akhilesh Yadav has said so. Nitish Kumar has said so. Mamata Banerjee has said so. Sharad Pawar has said so. So it's hardly Maria's view. It's your alliance partners' views.
But they all come to India Alliance meeting. We all sit together and discuss. Therefore, in this chat, it is Maria's view. I take it as Maria's view, but we fight these battles very clearly, and we fight RSS, and we fight those big corporates also. We will continue to fight this kind of thinking, but we are very clear that we will fight these battles, and people of India will one day be convinced. That's the view of us.
But okay, we'll talk more about just hoping that people will in fact get your message. Possibly it's time for a new narration as well, and the election machinery that we keep talking about. But Javeer, there is one question that I wanted to ask you, and please respond to it quickly. The fact remains that while the BJP is dominating the north of India, the west of India, we are seeing a complete domination as far as the Hindi heartland is concerned. The same issues that you keep saying, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's popularity, the local work, the machinery of the Bharatiya Janata Party, that seems to be failing as far as south of India is concerned. Is that the worry for the Bharatiya Janata Party going ahead in 2024? 130 seats, barring a junior partner in Puducherry, you are nowhere in south of India.
Ankit, just one intervention and I'll answer your reply to the left-handed compliment the member parliament from Congress gave me about a newly convert. I don't know whether his memory fades, the individual who's led them to victory in Telangana is also a convert from ABVP to Naidu to now to the Congress party. So, let's be a little bit, let's call a spade a spade. Number 2, as far as South, the difference again in the BJP is Congress is this. BJP, rather than getting lost in the celebration in the next 7 days, we will hunker down. What went wrong in Telangana? Though from one seat the tally has gone considerably high. Our BJP candidate has defeated the CM KCR Rao and Mr. Revant Reddy also. The South is most important in the political landscape of Bharatiya Janata Party. We have to make inroads, and I have no doubt that जो लोग कहते थे ये कैसे होगा, थोड़े वर्षों में कहेंगे ये कैसे हो गया. Let's not forget Tripura, Northeast, where BJP had 1.34% share, and today we are 43.4%. Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Chhattisgarh victory is a resounding testimony of the fact that BJP fights to win. And lastly, this one-day narrative is being peddled on your show. 7 states went to election in 2022. Congress lost 6. This election, 2023, for the sake of the member parliament on your show, I hope the pigs will fly one day, and his one day will come for the Congress's current. And lastly, larger message for 2024 has been given. The message is this: Ye dil mange more, Modi Sarkar wants more. That is the clear message which has been given.
Mr. Kalla, can I bring you in on this? Because 2013, the BJP won these states. 2014 was a comprehensive victory. 2018, the Congress won these states. BJP still managed a 2019 comprehensive victory. How do you see this now translating in 2024, specifically the state of Rajasthan, where both of us have been talking about now, the Congress has gone up to 70. The performance of the Congress party in terms of both vote share and seats is not as bad as it used to be. So, does the Congress take that as a silver lining, or is it game, set and match for the BJP as far as these states are concerned?
Ankit, I would say it's an edge BJP because Congress will have to learn fast and act fast. If they still go on with the old guard mode, I don't see any difference in 2024. Whereas if they pump in fresh blood, there might be something new that they might to do and at least win a couple of seats in the Rajasthan state, because 2 elections back to back, they are yet to open their account in Lok Sabha.
Because Mara, look at these 3 states, Madhya Pradesh, look at Chhattisgarh and also Rajasthan. If I'm not mistaken, all of them together would be about 65 Lok Sabha seats.
Yes.
BJP last time got about 62 of these Lok Sabha seats. But there's some breaking news coming in at this moment. In fact, the Election Commission has ordered suspension of the DGP of Telangana for the Model Code of Conduct violation. Let me bring in my colleague Uma Sudhir on this. Uma, is it because before the results were declared, the DGP was seen handing over the bouquet to Mr. Revant Reddy, who he thought is going to be the Chief Minister?
It is because the Model Code of Conduct is still in place, and during the Model Code of Conduct being in place, officers, in fact, are not expected to go and meet any political representatives. So even while the results were coming out, the DGP, not just the DGP, in fact, along with him, it's DGP Anjani Kumar, Additional DGP Law and Order Sanjay Jain, and Additional DGP CID Mahesh Bhagwat have reached the Congress President Revant Reddy's home, and they congratulated him. And that is something that is seen as a violation of the Model Code of Conduct, and that's the reason why the Election Commission, we understand, has suspended Mr. Anjani Kumar and has asked Mr. Sanjay Jain, who is Additional DGP, and also Additional DGP Law and Order, and also Mahesh Bhagwat, who is Additional DGP CID, to give an explanation by 8 p.m. today on why they did this and an explanation for how they violated the Model Code of Conduct.
Uma Sudhir, thank you for joining us. This also tells you, Maria, lesson to be learned. Before the chickens are completely hatched, there is no point putting your money somewhere. It can prove dangerous. The man thought that the power is shifting, went there to meet him, and now is facing suspension. But the point that I was making, and Maria, come in on that, and of course we can take it to our guest as well. The fact remains that in all these states, the BJP maximized it.
Yes.
In the Lok Sabha, in the last Lok Sabha, 62 if I'm not mistaken, out of 65. What else can the Bharatiya Janata Party do? So does the Congress take still hope from that there is still a fight left as far as Lok Sabha is concerned, while they are bolstering their chances as far as Southern India is concerned?
No, I would say that it gives fillip to the BJP's narrative now. And it certainly adds to, a great degree of setback to the Congress's campaign of caste census. You know, caste census was seen as this big wild card that India group has found, particularly after Nitish Kumar releasing it. But caste census is not an answer in several states. And if anything, BJP's victory in 3 states, in 2 of which nobody gave them a chance, and in Madhya Pradesh, they have, you know, Ankit, they have reached that mark of 50%, an ambitious number which the BJP usually wins in the Lok Sabha elections.
Absolutely.
They have managed to win in assembly elections.
It's remarkable.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
you can't
remarkable.
take
I mean,
anything
Anurag
away.
ji, I have, you know, we keep talking about assembly.
But I've been told that our colleague Arvind is joining us at this moment to explain to us what are the violation of the MCC as far as the DGP of Telangana is concerned. Arvind, go ahead. Right. As soon as I went to him, we have lost that line. With Arvind, the fact remains that 2 senior officers, the DGP has been suspended, the additional DGP has been asked to explain by 8 p.m. and this is in terms of the model code of violations. Arvind, go ahead, just explain to our viewers why has this strict action been taken against the DGP?
Ankit, ECA sources have told NDTV that they have taken a toughest decision today by placing the Telangana DGP Anjani Kumar under suspension for meeting Telangana Congress President Revanth Reddy at around 12:15 p.m. when the counting process was underway. So according to EC sources, this was a clear case of violation of Model Code of Conduct, and that's why the Election Commission of India has taken this toughest decision. This is the exact word that was used by the senior most officer in the Election Commission of India. They told us that they have taken this toughest decision to suspend the DGP of a state, that is the Telangana, for allegedly violating Model Code of Conduct by meeting a political party leader who is also a contesting candidate, even when the counting process was away. And that's where the Election Commission sources say, because as head of the force, the DGP could not have gone ahead and met a contesting candidate, because that would give a completely wrong picture. And if all the SPs, all the subordinate officers right under him, even if they had started deserting the counting centers, and even if they had started meeting the political leaders, that would have created a huge impact on the counting process. And that's where the Election Commission has taken this strong action against Telangana DGP Anjani Kumar for allegedly violating Model Code of Conduct by meeting a contesting candidate, and also Telangana Congress President Revanth Reddy, and also 2 other officers also met Revanth Reddy along with DGP, one ADG Law and Order, and also a CID chief. Both those officers, both those IPS officers have been asked to explain their conduct by 8 p.m. today. Both of them have to give in written why did they go and meet Revanth Reddy by 8 p.m. today. But the Election Commission has taken a strong action against DGP for going ahead and meeting one of the contesting candidates. So DGP has been suspended. 2 other senior officers have been issued notice, and both of them have been asked to respond by 8 p.m. today on their conduct in meeting Revanth Reddy, one of the contesting candidates, and also Telangana Congress President.
Right, Arvind, in fact, giving us that important information that very hard, in fact, decision has been taken by the EC suspension of the senior most officer as far as the state of Telangana is concerned. Thank you, Arvind, for joining us at this moment. But just building on what we were talking about earlier, in fact, what happens as far as this victory is concerned. Can I, in fact, at this moment, Mr. Anurag Verma, what is happening in south of India, should that be a worry for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Is there a different way for them now to approach before the 2024 elections? They maximize these states. 65 out of 62 seats were won by the BJP. How much more can you go up? They will need to have increments as far as southern India is concerned.
Yes, South India is a matter of concern for BJP. But if you look at this issue with a different perspective, BJP is basically, their whole agenda is somehow around Hindi and Hinduism. That card is not working in South India.
The Hindutva nationalism, and then we keep talking about
Hindutva Rashtravad. Actually, Rashtravad is not working in South India. That they have to work somehow smartly to make their presence there.
Is that something, Ms. Goenka, that the Congress party and specifically let's say, Rahul Gandhi, who doesn't find much resonance or voters backing him up as far as the Hindi heartland is concerned, and we have seen that state elections after elections, Rahul Gandhi at this moment doesn't have that ability that the voter does an incremental vote in the name of Rahul Gandhi, which Prime Minister Narendra Modi massively can in some states up to 14-15%. Does that mean that for the Congress party they should also re-strategize, put more focus in southern states where they possibly can win much better than they can in north?
See, if you look at couple of southern states, first let us take the example of Karnataka. Karnataka, even though the Congress has won, I wouldn't rule out BJP completely from Karnataka. Maybe in the next elections they may even come back. It's not like the Hindu vote bank is not appealing to BJP. Or secondly, if you look at Telangana, traditionally BJP was with the TDP in Telangana and it was a very big vote bank for the TDP. But now if you, I would like to just draw a parallel to how BJP has progressed in the northeastern states also. So it took time, it took efforts, it took 30-40 years of deep work inside northeast to get there. So I think BJP is doing its best. You may see in the coming years some progress being made in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Telangana also. I would like to point out one very important thing. BJP has got more seats than AIMIM. So that is something which is a very positive thing if you look at it. And regarding the 24 elections, I just want to make one point. 24 elections, even though today I think if BJP would have lost everything, 24 elections belongs to the BJP. It doesn't have any repercussions. Now only the thing is it will add to the seats, I think, or the vote share.
The BJP would be delighted to hear that, but every election is different and I'm sure the BJP would also want to take it like that. But BJP starts on the pole position. My colleague Maria has more analysis of what is happening. Maria, over to you.
What we have seen today is a massive BJP wave in Hindi heartland. Remember, 3 states they lost in 2018, 3 states they wrested back this time. First, the state of Chhattisgarh, where the chief minister had borrowed the BJP playbook of Hindutva and welfarism. Second, the state where the BJP was facing the anti-incumbency of 18 years and a visible fatigue factor, that is Madhya Pradesh. And third, a state where the incumbent chief minister had gone all out with his guarantees, that is Rajasthan. So what did the BJP do right to go against the popular narrative in these states? I'm going to begin with Chhattisgarh. Remember, voters have given a mandate which has appended the mandate of the pollsters. None of the pollsters gave a chance to the BJP in Chhattisgarh. It was a well-set government of Bhupesh Baghel, a popular chief minister. Nobody thought that BJP can really trump him. What worked? Prime Minister Modi, remember, had announced 24,000 crore for the welfare of tribals. Where did he do so and when? On tribal icon Birsa Munda Jayanti, the occasion chosen and the place chosen was Ranchi. It had its impact in Chhattisgarh and tribal belt of other states including Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. The BJP visibly came from behind to counter the welfare politics of Bhupesh Baghel, with Prime Minister himself saying that it is about his personal guarantees. What we saw also was collective leadership under brand Narendra Modi to counter what was visible dominance of state politics by one man, that is Bhupesh Baghel. Shifting focus now to Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh mandate for the BJP is now close to the ultimate ambition of Prime Minister Narendra Modi of securing 50% of votes polled. What they have usually done in Lok Sabha is now translating into assembly elections. In what was a break from the past, the BJP released the candidate list a month before the ECI, that is the Election Commission of India, announced the poll dates. It fielded 3 union ministers, 4 MPs and a party general secretary, sending a message of all hands on deck. And these MPs and ministers have clearly delivered for the BJP. The message again was collective leadership to counter any fatigue against a chief minister of 18 years. Now to Rajasthan. Despite all indications of a Gehlot fight back, the BJP roamed home with great ease. In the end, pushing aside all internal differences and dissent. Remember that image of Prime Minister Modi in Mathura? he was celebrating the 525th birth anniversary of Sant Mirabai, who was from Rajasthan. The message was for women voters in Rajasthan, communicated from Mathura. It ensured that despite not having announced the Chief Minister face, the party also ensured that Vasundhara was not seen as disgruntled. And she played an important role and an active role in electioneering, and that's why we are saying the party managed dissent and differences pretty well. And then the party also countered the temple run of Ashok Gehlot with Sanatan Dharma push in certain pockets. So that electrified the BJP campaign. Coming back to this question certainly of what worked in Rajasthan, if we were to look at the Mirabai celebrations in Mathura, Avinash.
BJP played all its cards very well, like you rightly pointed it out, be it the Mirabai celebration, or they came to Mangad Dham also, if you remember, the place where many tribals were martyred, and the Prime Minister said, we'll make a monument here. So every small such thing and occasion was counted, and the Prime Minister was present there. That added to the charm. And then the whole idea of collective leadership and not disgruntling anyone, getting everybody all. So the biggest thing that the BJP did well here was to accommodate everyone, you know, give everybody's aspiration a chance and say, okay, you are in the game, and they all came in handy and they won the election handsomely well here.
Avinash, but do you think that's the difference between how the Congress and the campaign in
Absolutely,
Rajasthan?
yes.
Because, you know, possibly the BJP and the central leadership also at the end, they were able to maneuver, put their ego aside. When they thought Vasundhara Raje is important, they were able to bring her right in the last few rallies of the Prime Minister, bring her on the, put on the center stage, which Ashok Gehlot could not do with Sachin Pilot. One more important thing I wanted to, a lot of people are discussing about, Gehlot also put out so much welfareism. Shivraj Singh Chauhan put out welfareism. Why is it that his worked and his did not? I think one important factor of all the schemes that Mr. Ashok Gehlot put out, there was no direct cash benefit scheme that went in anybody's pocket. Money going in your pocket trumps everything. Yes, Chiranjeevi scheme was great, but people thought, jab main bimar hoonga, tab fayda hoga. Cylinder jab khatam hoga, tab milega. But what Shivraj Singh Chauhan started putting money in their pocket, was that a big difference in the welfare schemes?
See, I'll tell you one more thing, Ankit. You know, well, let's talk about welfareism. It was a litmus test for a welfare state in Rajasthan. But the Rajasthanis have one thing which I've always said, that they look at, and it goes with what you're saying, what we have got from this government is done, what is it that the new one will give? So we look at two Bahi Khatas, you know, the Rajasthanis look at their Bahi Khatas very well. They said, whatever we have got from this government would continue, because none of the people-friendly schemes have ever been stopped. They've just been renamed and going ahead. So that was clear, and so the Congress whole idea that you lose out on this or that didn't work. Secondly, you talked about Sachin Pilot.
Yeah.
You know, I'll tell you one more thing. There was a divided house in the BJP. There were 10 to 12 people out, but they always did their optics.
Sir, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you here. BJP President JP Nadda, the man who would be, as Javeer was saying, doing balle balle today, the president of the BJP has arrived at the party headquarters. This Maria has also, I mean, it has a significance. The way the BJP, and it has now become a routine as far as the BJP is concerned.
And the new party office.
The new party, that's what I'm saying.
Office.
They win the election.
And then it will be a protocol. What will happen is, here is the BJP president who has just arrived. He'll be followed by the arrival of the Home Minister Amit Shah, and then the Prime Minister arrives. So, and the Prime Minister will be welcomed by BJP President. The message is that Prime Minister in BJP office is a BJP Karyakarta, and that the BJP President is supreme in the party headquarters. So I think in terms of imagery, this is the party which has managed it extremely well. You know, you may say whatever, but Ankit, let's not forget that there is this triangle that's working.
Yeah.
And all these three leaders, be it Mr. Nadda, Home Minister Amit Shah and Prime Minister, they have different roles.
Absolutely.
Mr. Nadda, with his with his amicable temperament, actually has ensured that the organization functions in a different way.
Right.
Home Minister Amit Shah is the nuts and bolts man, and of course the overarching image of the Prime Minister. So every leader has a role to play. And he'll also say that all these victories are coming under his leadership as the party president.
Record will be, the history will say that it was the BJP president, JP Nadda, one victory after another. Eventually, that's what the records will say. But as I said, when things are working, when there is a team which is winning, You see all these nuts and bolts working perfectly. Yes, there is a lot of work that goes behind it, and that work behind making sure that you cross that finishing line is something that Congress possibly can now take a leaf out of BJP's book. I have to slip into a very short break. It will be very hectic after the break when the celebration started at the BJP office. So our commercial, commitments at this moment. Coming back, stay tuned. NDTV has a 360-degree view of this election season. Stay tuned.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time? Or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel Banks on Welfare is keen to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so.
Party Zindabad! Bharatiya Janata Party Zindabad! Bharat Mata Ki! Bharat Mata Ki! JP Nadda Zindabad! JP Nadda Zindabad!
Leaving for Delhi. Amrita Dhawan ji there getting ready to go to Delhi. And so Amrita ji, what would you like to say about the Congress's in performance in Rajasthan?
देखिए, राजस्थान के इस सभी परिणामों का स्वागत भी करते हैं और एक्सेप्ट भी करते हैं. पब्लिक का जो निर्णय है वो सर माथे पर है. क्या कमियां रही उसका विश्लेषण होगा.
So now it's going to be, they're going to be looking at what went wrong really, the BJP and the Congress, and here you can see that even Congress leaders are also leaving, are also leaving for Delhi. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat there, about to leave for Delhi. He's in the car getting ready to go to Delhi. There'll be charter flight accompanied by Mr. Arun Singh. So a little 2 minutes if we can just have with you. गजेंद्र जी, बहुत बहुत बधाई. बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक जीत रही है और आपने पूरी तरह से बीजेपी की, आपने सीपी जोशी ने और अरुण सिंह ने पूरी तरह से बीजेपी की कमान संभाली थी. यू वर द बैकरूम बॉयज.
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी ज्येष्ठ कार्यकर्ताओं ने मिलकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी की इस प्रचंड बहुमत से विजयश्री जो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उनके चेहरे पर जो चुनाव लड़ करके हमने हासिल किए, उनके द्वारा धरातल पर किए गए कामों के आधार पर, उनके द्वारा सामान्य मानवीय के जीवन में लाए गए परिवर्तन के आधार पर जो जनता ने मतदान किया है, ये जीत माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के देवतुल्य कार्यकर्ताओं को हम सब लोग समर्पित करते हैं।
पर आपको क्या लगता है, क्या खास रहा आपके कैंपेन में जो आपने अलग किया?
देखिए, इस
गारंटी फॉर गारंटी था,
चुनाव में गारंटी और ये सब चीज़ें जो है ये नीजक रिएक्शन से आई थी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पहले ही दिन से इस वर्तमान की कांग्रेस सरकार के विफलता को लेकर के और माननीय मोदी जी की सरकार की योजनाओं को धरातल पर उतारने में जिस तरह से कोताही गहलोत साहब की सरकार ने की थी, उसको लेकर के लड़ रही थी। और जनता ने उसको शुरुआत से ही एंडोर्स भी किया था। जनता ने उसको जो है उस पर मोहर भी लगाई थी। 1 साल पहले जब हमने जनाक्रोश यात्राएं की थी, तब भी इस बात का भरोसा और विश्वास हो गया था कि राजस्थान की जनता ने कांग्रेस की वर्तमान सरकार को उखाड़ फेंकने का मानस बना लिया है।
गजेंद्र जी, यू मैनेज टू डू अ वेरी कोहेसिव लीडरशिप।
देखिए, आप खुद देख सकते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को न केवल राजस्थान में अपितु मध्य प्रदेश में, छत्तीसगढ़ में, सभी जगह नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, क्योंकि तीनों ही प्रांतों में हम नरेंद्र मोदी जी के चेहरे पर चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री मिली है। और ये इस बात का द्योतक है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी का तिलिस्म, उनका जादू अभी भी चल रहा है। लोग उनमें अपने लिए किसी न किसी तरह से एक हमसाये की तरह उनको देखते हैं। युवा लोग उनको अपने मेंटर की तरह देखते हैं, महिलाएं उन्हें अपने भाई की तरह देखती हैं जो गरीब के कल्याण के लिए काम करते हैं। देश का सामान्य मानवीय उनको उनके जीवन को सुधारने की गारंटी देने वाले व्यक्ति की तरह समझते हैं। देश के सैनिक उनको अपने सहयोगी और सखा की तरह समझते हैं। इसलिए देश का हर एक तबका उनसे जिस तरह का जुड़ाव रखता है, ये उसी के चलते हम जो है ये 3 राज्यों में प्रचंड बहुमत से जीत पाए हैं।
आप कहीं ना कहीं सीएम कौन बनेगा, सीएम कौन रहेगा?
कांग्रेस क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, मैंने शुरू से कहा था कि जब सरकार आखिरी 6 महीने में इस तरह की योजनाओं को लाने का प्रयास करती है, तब वो विफल होती है, क्योंकि वो ये जानते हुए ये योजनाएं लेकर के आती हैं कि उनकी धरातल खिसक चुकी है, उनकी जमीन समाप्त हो गई है और एक बार फिर वही सिद्ध हुआ है।
Who will be CM is the big question, गजेंद्र।
ये तो अभी समय बताएगा। थैंक यू।
सो गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत, एक खास मुलाकात NDTV से जाते जाते उन्होंने कहा कि हु विल बी सीएम के लिए $1 बिलियन क्वेश्चन, उन्होंने कहा कि समय बताएगा। लेकिन गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी गए हैं दिल्ली और हम देख रहे हैं कि अरुण सिंह जी भी उनके साथ गए हैं। तो यहाँ यानी कि जो बीजेपी के सब रणनीतिकार हैं, अब जो है वो दिल्ली रहेंगे और आगे की चर्चा वहाँ पर होगी। व्हाट इज़ द नेक्स्ट प्लान? सो नाउ द बीजेपी हैज़ वेरी क्लियरली done Operation Desert Storm in Rajasthan. They had a huge challenge from the Congress, from Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and his social welfare schemes. But somewhere, like you heard Gajendra Singh Shekhawat saying, a guarantee for guarantee. And of course, the fact that, the BJP did come up with an experiment and they went ahead. उन्होंने Prime Minister नरेंद्र मोदी के चेहरे पे चुनाव लड़ा और वो जीत गई। इसका मतलब कहीं न कहीं जो लीडरशिप है बीजेपी की, जो रीजनल लीडरशिप है, उसमें भी कहीं ना कहीं फेरबदल या उठापटक हम देख सकते हैं। So some expect some kind of leadership change. Also the fact that this experiment of the BJP, despite challenges, has succeeded. जयपुर से हर्षा कुमारी सिंह, NDTV।
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time, or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel banks on welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will drum home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today, because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. All the action continuing to unfold. In fact, all the action's only unfolding now. So far, it was just the numbers that were unfolding. All the political action on who's going to be Chief Minister, holding of the MLAs together, all happening from Jaipur to Hyderabad. All this action. I believe we can go across live to Uma Sudhir, who's there outside the Taj Krishna, where the Congress's MLAs, at least the ones who have won so far, are there. Uma, the DGP of Telangana has been suspended for model code of violation, we believe, because he went and met Kishan Reddy. The Congress MLAs are out there. Early in the morning, we discussed a number of about 70, 72, but it now seems to be settling around 64, 65. Is there a sense of anxiety in the Congress, given the kind of horse trading we've seen in other states?
Yeah, first the news on the DGP, Mr. Anjani Kumar, then Sanjay Jain, who is the additional DGP Law and Order, and additional DGP CID, Mr. Mahesh Bhagwat. All three of them went to the residence of Revant Reddy this morning around noon and handed over a bouquet and greeted him. And that was seen as a violation of the Model Code of Conduct by the Election Commission, who are quoting the fact that the officials are not meant to meet with politicians when the Model Code of Conduct is in place, and that's the reason why Mr. Anjani Kumar has been suspended, and the other two officers, Mr. Bhagwat and Mr. Jain, Sanjay Jain, have been asked to give their explanation before 8 p.m. today. The other interesting and important developments is what we understand from our sources, highly placed sources in the Congress, is that the word from the president of the party was that if the number falls short of 65, they should be shipped to Bengaluru. And if they are between 65 and 70, they can be kept in a hotel, in a place, in a 5-star hotel in Hyderabad. As of now, what I understand from the mood that I've seen at the Congress office, I've met with Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, I've met with Mr. Revant Reddy and several other senior leaders as well. They seem very confident that things are not really going wrong for them. And they also are looking at the BRS camp, with Mr. K.T. Ramarao having tweeted out saying that while we are not sad at the result, we are disappointed because we did not expect this. This does not appear like a party which is now going to try and poach from the Congress. Anyhow, the Congress does not want to take any chances, so all the MLAs were asked to come to Taj Krishna. We have now arrived at Taj Krishna, but we are being told that the MLAs are going to be shifted to another resort, which actually belongs to the relative of Ponguleti Srinivas Reddy, who happens to be a very strong man from Khammam, should I say, and someone who took care of many candidates. In fact, he is quite money bag, and he took care of many candidates. So someone actually referred to him as the D.K. Shivkumar of the Congress here in Telangana. So that apart, one other development. What we also understand is that at least 2 ministers from the BRS government who have in fact won this election have already spoken to the Congress, and we are being told that as many as 15 people from the BRS, other than these two, have actually got in touch with the Congress and could be looking to move to the Congress. So like you mentioned, if they are going to stop at a 64, 65, that's not a very comfortable number for the Congress, but it does not appear as of now, at least the senior leaders don't think this is a time when either the BRS or KCR is going to try and poach the Congress MLAs, and this may not be a time for the Congress MLAs to move either. So in that sense, they are feeling more confident, and they are saying that they in fact may get people from the BRS into their camp. They're talking to about 15 at least, including 2 ministers, like I mentioned, who have won the election. The other big issue now, of course, will be who is going to be Chief Minister of Telangana. In that, we see Revant Reddy as a very clear front runner, not only because the DGP and other top officers went to meet him. Of course, they can say that they met him because he's the leader of the Congress party here, but very obviously the way he carried this campaign very much on his shoulders, very frontal in his attack on the Chief Minister, and it very much appeared as though it's...
Yes, we also see a lot of heavyweights from the BJP trailing.
Yes,
the BJP had fielded a lot of MPs, but I see from Itala Rajendra to Mr. Dharmapuri trailing, and that, while the party has improved its performance, this seems to be quite a setback for the party.
I would certainly think so, because the BJP had put in all its MPs also to contest in this particular election, except Kishan Reddy. You had the other MPs contesting. So you have a Dharmapuri Arvind, who in fact contests from Korutla. He had defeated KCR's daughter Kavita. He is losing. Karimnagar, even Bandi Sanjay, as far as I was told, I have not seen the figures myself, but I was told that he is losing as well. So you have Itala Rajendra, in fact, losing both his seats. He was someone who won a bipole, very high powered, high voltage, high focus bipole, in which KCR, had tried to defeat Itala Rajendra, but all forces had come together. He's losing from both his constituencies. Also Dubak, where Raghunandan had won the bipole. He's also losing his bipole. But very quickly, just I'll talk.
I will have to interrupt you,
just
Uma.
Quickly on the 3 other chief ministerial candidates.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so one is of course Revant Reddy, front runner, because he ran the campaign. The second part of it, and also he took on Chief Minister KCR on the bidding of the leadership in Delhi, we are told, and that's one reason why he is directly being seen as the person who will be Chief Minister. Second is Uttam Kumar Reddy.
I'm sorry, Uma, I'll have to cut you short there because we have with us J.B. Mathur, member of the Rajya Sabha, spokesperson of the Congress party as well. Just stay with us if you can, Uma. I'm really sorry to cut you short there. J.B., what is the takeaway today as far as the Congress is concerned? It seems to be a blow in the Hindi heartland. There is smiles in Telangana, but is 65 a number that the Congress feels completely comfortable with?
Well, we concede that it's not a bright day for Congress. We were expecting definitely a much brighter picture for this these state elections. But Telangana, of course, it's a big victory and definitely a game changer in Telangana politics. But as far as Congress party is concerned, this is part of politics. I mean, sometimes we face setbacks, sometimes we face defeat, but we continue with our ideology, what we believe in. And our Congress President, Mallikarjun Kharge ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, they all have, while accepting with humbleness that we concede defeat, but as much as we accept that, we continue to fight. We will definitely, this is a warning signal for us to check where we went wrong, what went wrong, how the organizational aspect and the political aspect, the campaigning aspect, everything has been checked into, and we will definitely be more prepared for the 2024 elections.
Right. Thank you, J.B. We also have an esteemed panel of guests with us. Mr. Avinash Kalla, political analyst from Jaipur, Mr. Pulla Rao, and Dr. Sandeep Shastri. We also have Anuja Kapoor, BJP spokesperson, and Abhilash Khandekar, former senior journalist, joining us from Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Kalla, there is a lot of interest about Rajasthan, and you were bang on about the numbers. But tell us, what is the way forward? Like, clearly there are fault lines within the BJP, there are camps. Of course, the party has put out an emphatic win, but clearly the challenges start right now as to who the chief minister would be.
Vasudha, I think BJP has been a very pragmatic party. All through this campaign, they've accommodated everybody. You know, they've got everybody's aspirations together. And now, I think going forward, the big challenge is who will lead them in 2024. And I see the former Chief Minister as a front runner because she is an experienced hand. The BJP wants to win 25 seats again. And there is somebody like her who could deliver it. So I think she has a bright chance. But the number of seats that they've got is comfortable enough. So would there be a generational change is something that many are asking. But in my opinion, I think that will have to wait for some time. After 2024 election and the victory, there might be something. But right now, the momentum and the victory, the set formula that the BJP have, I don't think they would like to disturb that.
Right. Anuja Kapoor from the BJP. Ma'am, I mean, of course, there's Modi magic, there is Mahila factor, and of course, the Modi guarantees that your party is crediting with. But clearly, did you anticipate, you know, over 160 seats in Madhya Pradesh, and also Chhattisgarh has come as quite a bit of a surprise. Why do you think this happened?
I think it's a surprise for the media maybe and for the opposition party. But for Bajpa, it was not a surprise. We knew about it because we are the people who have been doing work on the ground level. And that is where we have started doing it, not on the election day. The number which you see now, it is coming from a way past time. And we have been doing this for a pretty long time. We knew where do we have to stand, what we have to do. And this whole was a mission with a vision. And we walked the talk. Modi ji has done it and he has given...
I'm sorry to interrupt you again. We keep doing this on election day because we've got newsmakers speaking. I believe K.T. Ramarao is speaking now in Hyderabad, son of K. Chandrasekhar Rao, the Chief Minister and the IT Minister of Karnataka, the outgoing IT Minister of Karnataka. He's won his seat. Let's just listen in to what he said. He's already conceded defeat earlier.
But इस बार हमें जो रिजल्ट चाहिए था वो नहीं मिला, पर कोई बात नहीं, हम हमारा काम जारी रखेंगे. हमारे जो लीडर हैं केसीआर सर, उनके लीडरशिप में we will continue to strive for the greater good, for the benefit of the people of Telangana, and we will assure all cooperation to the new government. We compliment and congratulate Congress Party on winning the mandate of the people. We wish them the very best in fulfilling all the promises that they have made to the people. Of course, we will play the role of a constructive opposition, which is what has been conferred upon to us by the people of Telangana, and we will play a very constructive role. I promise you that, because this is a state for which we fought hard. This is a state for which our Honorable Chief Minister and our party president has in fact risked his life. So we will do everything in our capacity to help the newly incumbent government to ensure that a proper transition happens. And as part of the democratic process, our Chief Minister has already sent his resignation to the Honorable Governor, and I think the due process will follow hereafter. And I thank the entire media members as well for your cooperation, for your support during elections and even before that. Thank you. चिंतन करेंगे, बैठक करेंगे, जैसा आपने कहा, बाद में बताएंगे. अभी क्या बताएंगे आप? अभी तो हाँ, क्या बता रहे हैं?
सबसे बड़ा रीजन क्या रहा हार का?
दो चार दिन तो रुक जाइए, क्या जल्दी है?
ఆదిలాబాద్ కావచ్చు, నిజామాబాద్ కావచ్చు, వరంగల్ కావచ్చు, ఇలాంటి జిల్లాల్లో కూడా అందులో రూరల్ ఏరియా ఉంది. తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమంలో
అదే మాకు కూడా కొంత ఆశ్చర్యంగా ఏముందంటే, ఇది ఒక వేవ్ అయితేనేమో మొత్తం రాష్ట్రం అంతటా ఒకలాగా ఉండేది. అట్లా లేదు. హైదరాబాద్, గ్రేటర్ హైదరాబాద్ ఇదంతా చూస్తేనేమో ఇక్కడ ఏకపక్షమైన తీర్పిచ్చారు.
Lost a school at the moment. K.T. Ramarao, quite a cool customer there, and in terms of leadership or whatever else, the road ahead for the BRS may be a difficult one. But I think we need to shift focus from Telangana, where the results are clear, to the other states where the results are perhaps clearer. Vasudha, maybe start with Madhya Pradesh.
Dr. Shastri, when I look at Madhya Pradesh results of the BJP, there are many things that the BJP did for the first time, starting 5 yatras in the state and having this whole set of 12 leaders, in every hoarding, and more importantly, fielding heavyweights from Mahakaushal and Malwa Nimar and all these areas where the party did not do well in 2018. Clearly, many things that the party did seemed like a course correction, lessons from Karnataka. But what do you think were the best takeaways from the BJP's campaign in Madhya Pradesh? Clearly 163 seats and leads is not it's a remarkable feat. So what do you think the BJP did right?
As you mentioned, it's a multi-pronged strategy, long-term strategy they have taken. And as I said in your show in the morning, I think there are 3 M's which are central to their victory: Modi, Mamaji and Mahila.
And somebody added T. They said tribal vote.
Tribal vote.
Yes.
So I think a triple M and T is what has led to this victory.
But Dr. Shastri, even SC/ST votes, if you look at it, but what I understand is 88 seats Madhya Pradesh BJP has won for the last 5 years. Clearly 2018 was an exception then because there was a close fight, but otherwise Mamaji has found
as you're saying, you see, all the strategies that the BJP adopted in its campaign are linked to this fact of the fear of a fatigue factor.
Yes.
Having been in power for 2 decades, say 1.5 years in the middle, they were aware that they have to take steps to offset that factor, and all the points you raised were essentially steps to offset that factor. And then, of course, in the last mile, the campaign of the Chief Minister, I think, played an important role. He was back in the campaign with the 3rd and 4th round of ticket distribution. And that campaign which he participated in went across the state. The image of being the uncle next door is something, I think, which worked to their advantage quite strongly.
Quickly, some data points here, and if we can pick those up on the screens, those key data takeaways that we have made from our data analysis, Vasudha. The BJP has been poor in rural areas since 2014, but this time it's improved dramatically in rural areas. Yes. The Congress, as far as the Congress is concerned, this is the best performance in terms of vote share. It actually increases its vote share but loses seats. Best strike rate of sitting MLAs for the Congress was in Rajasthan, where sitting MLAs got re-elected. Obviously, the numbers reflect that as well, right? It was the incumbent government there. So the Congress versus BJP, and I think this is extremely interesting. In those key takeaways, the Congress versus BJP, at least according to the preliminary data analysis, has squeezed out the smaller parties. Yes. It's become a Congress versus BJP battle. So it's the BJP which is sort of eating away the smaller party vote shares.
Absolutely.
So I think largely that's also true of Telangana, right? BJP eating away the BRS's vote share.
Absolutely. BJP in the last few years has become more inclusive. They take in people. They look to attract people with some talent, with some vote base, with some specific qualities all over the country. And Telangana is one of them. They are not hesitant to take in outsiders, people from other parties. They give them a good space, and especially the tribal vote. Yeah. They, you mentioned the tribal vote. All over the country, BJP has captured the imagination of tribals because they give them space. Yes. Other parties have established leaders, and they can't accommodate them. For example, in Telangana, BJP has gone out of the way. Banjaras and others, they get positions, they get respect.
Yeah, quickly mentioning, Vasudha, just to point out that in Kamareddy, where it's Revant Reddy versus KCR, it's the homegrown Venkatramana Reddy, and I wish Uma Sudhir was still with us, the homegrown Venkatramana Reddy who's leading now. That's famous. Both Revant Reddy and KCR, at least at the last, this one that I saw, I didn't see a clear...
Why he won. Yes. Everybody knew that KCR will win from Gajwel. Everyone knew this Revant Reddy will win from Kodangal. Why sacrifice this guy? That was one of the arguments.
Mr. Khandekar, I would like to pose this question that Mr. Pullarao was talking about. When you talk about the imagination of tribal votes, this race for tribal votes, BJP has been talking about Rani Durgavati, or for that matter, Birsa Munda. So there is this sense of cultural nationalism, raising the spirit of cultural nationalism, and also hailing regional icons. Do you think that aspect really helped the BJP in Madhya Pradesh? Because clearly, it looks like a sweep. This comfortable victory for the BJP makes it seem like 2018, when we saw a close fight, was just an exception, and the default voting pattern of people of the state seems to be Bharatiya Janata Party.
It's quite right, because BJP has not left any class or any social grouping untouched in the last 3-4 years. And if you remember the first private railway station which Modi inaugurated, it was named after Rani Kamlapati. She was a Gond Rani of Bhopal, about whom even I did not know much. And there was a Kamla Park area in Madhya Pradesh. So from Birsa Munda to Tantia Bhil to Rani Kamlapati, they have been focusing on tribals simultaneously, while the BJP, which is otherwise known as a traders party, they have actually taken over all the classes. So OBC was also their focus, tribal was also focus. And I would like to remind here that while today BJP is winning 162 seats, but this same BJP under Uma Bharti, the OBC leader, had won 173 seats in 2003 for the first time when BJP came back to power. So today's 165 has already been surpassed by BJP itself. The BJP has not gone to that level. But that was the time when Digvijay Singh 10-year-old government was dubbed as anti-people, or maybe bad in governance and roti kapda makan, all these issues were being raised against Digvijay Singh. So today when we come back to the same question, the BJP has definitely tended to the tribal votes. Right. It has also looked after the SC/ST votes. It has also looked after the OBCs, and it has really touched upon all the classes while providing, while creating a women's vote bank, very solid vote bank in Madhya Pradesh. Right, so that vote bank did not really exist before in elsewhere other states. But through Ladli Behna, they have been able to consolidate all the women under the BJP.
That's an important point,
plan.
Sir, which we've been discussing all morning. I'm afraid we'll have to take a very short break now, because I believe there's a lot of action that's lined up at the BJP headquarters as well. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, we'll keep this conversation going.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 final. The high-stakes battles in the 5 states.
Can Gehlot stop the Rajasthan revolving door this time? Or will the Modi magic trump Gehlot ka jadoo?
Is this the toughest political battle for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2 decades in MP? Will Kamal Nath turn the electoral tables this time decisively?
This time, the BRS is facing a tough fight from the Congress, and the BJP's high-pitched campaign is making this a triangular contest in India's youngest state.
Baghel banks on welfare scheme to retain Raipur for Congress. Which way Chhattisgarh will swing?
There is a tough triangular fight between the MNF, ZPM and the Congress in Mizoram. The big question is, who will romp home?
The fastest results, data crunching, accurate analysis and newsmakers. The battle for states. 6 a.m. onwards, all day, on December 3rd on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 50.
Home Minister Amit Shah has already arrived, and BJP President JP Nadda has also arrived. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be there anytime soon, and this is part of his tradition every time the party wins, to talk to party workers, thank them, and also mobilize them for the big battle of the Lok Sabha 2024. But clearly a lot of action happening in poll-bound states. Anuja Kapoor, BJP spokesperson, I wanted to ask you, ma'am, every time I speak to a BJP leader these days, they say that they talk about a prayog. You know, this was, you know, be it Rajasthan or be it Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh, collective leadership and the new things that you tried out is being seen as a strategy for 2024. But in Rajasthan specifically, are you looking at a generational shift? Because this is also an opportunity to do that.
I would just say that it is not only about the things what brought us here. It is you know that we have been working on the ground for so long, and people always used to understand the freebies. Now when Modi guarantee card came up, the youth came up forward, the women came up forward. So when there was a walk to talk, so then there is something which made the people understand that the guarantee card of the freebies would not work, because they have seen Congress, they've seen how Modi ji has done a surgical strike for corruption, and how the PFI was banned, how the women of India was being dignified the minute Modi ji came on board, and how the farmers, the MSP level was also been there, and the COVID-19 was a major shift which has brought into the cognizance of a common man. When we say that it is Antyodaya, it has been seen in our policies, it has been seen in our schemes, and that is where people believe.
Yes.
We can see images from the BJP office of the Home Minister walking by. I think there's only one question between today and tomorrow. Who's going to be Chief Minister where? And do you have any answers on that, ma'am? Do we expect some answers by tonight on who's going to be Chief Minister in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh?
See, as I said, this is a cadre-based party. We never, we were together because CM and Deputy CM, Modi ji, Amit Shah ji, and JP Nadda ji, we all were there, and Panna Pramukh were there, Panch Parmeshwar were there. So you see that the MLAs and MPs, we all were together. Who will be the CM is depending upon how the leadership thinks about it.
I know it will be decided later. Mr. Abhilash, you wanted to make a quick point?
Say that Shivraj Singh, who has emerged a taller leader, actually he is the tallest chief minister in BJP ranks. I think he will continue because he has worked very hard, and after Modi, he was the face, if not officially, among the public, he was the face, and I think he will be sworn in as chief minister. If,
what about Rajasthan, sir? Mr. Kalla, what do you
want
think?
to just put out this graphic that we made of chief minister contenders, Vasudha, in Telangana, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. In Rajasthan, the people who've been put up in our graphics are Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, one possibility, Kirori Lal Meena, the other possibility, BJP Rajya Sabha MP, CP Joshi is one possibility that's been put up, Diya Kumari, BJP Lok Sabha MP is one possibility that's been put up, Baba Balaknath, BJP Lok Sabha MP. I don't see Vasundhara Raje's name in this, but that may not be a fair one.
Mr. Kalla, it's seen as a state where Jats are really powerful, but you've not had a Jat chief minister.
Yes, that is one very valid point, that there is no Jat chief minister. But Veera, I'll just say one thing, all these names are really good, but looking at the Rajasthan results, what we are looking, Congress at 70, more than any push that the BJP would have given, it's just the revolving door policy. That has helped them long, and more than us, the BJP top leadership knows that the victory is not that big. So to make sure that they are home and safe on 25 seats, I think they will not take any new or brave or new radical prayog, as we have been saying. The prayog would be go with the tried and tested, and no momentum should be derailed. And of all the leaders that you have said, none of them has any pan-Rajasthan presence. Mr. Balaknath has been popped up a lot, but in his own seat. But in his own rally, he said, "Hamari Purva Mukhyamantri or Bhavi Mukhyamantri." He addressed Vasundhara Raje as the next chief minister in his own public rally.
Right.
And as far as Mr. Shekhawat is concerned, the mandate is not that high. I think on the polling day itself, we were talking here, and I told Maria that for that to happen, they need to have at least 140 seats, that the cushion is so heavy that they could push anyone in. The cushion, let me tell you, is 115, not too heavy.
Okay.
So you're saying that the chief minister will be made keeping 2024 Lok Sabha in mind?
I think so. You need somebody who is experienced and who can sail it through, who can keep the momentum going.
Dr. Shastri, what do you think, sir?
Till it's announced, we can discuss.
No, I think again, given the suspense that always surrounds a chief minister's choice, in one of the three states, I think we are going to have a surprise element. It may not be Madhya Pradesh because of the role that was just now mentioned that we have seen of Shivraj Singh Chauhan playing. Again, in Chhattisgarh, would you bring back Raman Singh? Would you bring back Vasundhara? Now, this will be an interesting question because BJP sees itself as a party of change.
Right.
And if you're a party of change, are you going to remain with people who lost you the last election? Would you make them the chief minister? I don't know. I'm not too sure that would happen.
The same question goes for the Congress as well, sir.
Same, sir.
Already I must tell you, I mean, that's the only state that I am, I've involved myself as a reporter in, Vasudha. I've already been getting messages from several Congress leaders listing out their biodata saying, sir, he's a chief ministerial candidate, he's a chief ministerial candidate. What do you think? But it has to be Revant Reddy.
It will be a surprise. I agree with Professor, because what's the point of bringing people who had lost the last election?
But here you have Revant Reddy very clearly.
No, Revant Reddy is for the Congress. No, Revant Reddy is all set. Because, one question or one answer we have not got so far, the caste composition of the Congress MLAs. How many Reddys have been elected in 119 out of the tribals and scheduled castes, if you remember?
Vasudha,
enormous
Vasudha, I
figure.
would like to chip in here.
Yes, sir.
Just to recall and remind that when Shivraj Singh lost in 2018, after Jyotiraditya came, he left Congress and joined BJP. It was the old defeated Chief Minister Shivraj Singh on whose head the mantle fell.
Right.
So you never know what BJP does. And when Shivraj Singh was made the Chief Minister for the first time in 2005, he did not have the Pan Madhya Pradesh presence, or he was not really a tall leader. So BJP can always bring surprises.
Vasudha, I think we have Uma as well bringing it some quick breaking news. I believe KCR and Revant Reddy have both lost Kamareddy, and I think Venkatramana Reddy, Uma, our friend Venkatramana Reddy seems to have won. He said very clearly, I am the home man. These are all people from outside. You all think that they are going to win. You don't know me. I will win this seat. That's what he told me in the interview when we met him at Kamareddy.
It's actually nice of you that you actually went and, spoke to him.
We met all three of them in that thing. Uma.
Yes, indeed. See, Venkatramana Reddy was very clearly popular among the youth there, and also, many of the people in Kamareddy town, at least, he was stronger, and that is something that Revant Reddy also conceded when I met him earlier this afternoon. Just a day before the campaign ended, when I met KG Ramarao and asked him about KCR's chances in Kamareddy, he said, it's to be presumed that KCR would win, and there is no question of his not winning the Kamareddy seat. And this afternoon, when Revant Reddy seemed to be leading by about 2,000 to 2,500 votes, I asked him, this is a humiliation for KCR if he is defeated by you in Kamareddy. He said it's a lifetime humiliation, not just a humiliation. I said, but are you really going to win, because your margin is only about 2,000, 2,500? He said, why do you have this doubt, Umaji? And now it appears like Venkatramana Reddy is in fact the winner. He is the local person, and I remember something very interesting that happened there, because one youth, in fact, he showed me SMSs, and he said, ever since the TSPSC leak thing happened, we have decided that we will change this government, and that's why the youth power voted against the KCR government, and that's why he said that, that the government has been voted out in that sense. In this case, of course, Venkatramana Reddy making it, and people in a sense should be thankful, because if it had been either KCR or Revant Reddy, they would have probably had a bipole, and that would have been just expenditure on the exchequer.
Uma, I don't have the exact data right now. I'm sorry, Vasudha, but I just want to point this out. I think this is just symbolic, one result. We leave that aside because Kamareddy is around the area which is area of influence of the BRS. But even if you go down to Adilabad and Karimnagar, Uma, maybe tomorrow when we see the vote shares, we may find that the BJP's rise in vote share has been largely at the BRS's expense in some of those northern districts, which are considered the traditional TDP strongholds, which are the BRS strongholds. What's the sense that you're picking up very quickly before we move forward?
Okay, one important thing that we must point out, like Vasudha was saying earlier, is that all key leaders, many key leaders of the BJP have lost this particular election. But in the seats that they have picked up, couple of them, I think the Hindutva the kind of a campaign or plank of the BJP has worked in those areas. But in the others, like you mentioned, it is the anti-incumbency that has worked, and so that doesn't reflect that they are taking away from the BRS. It's rather that they would be taking away from the Congress. That's the sense that I got from talking to one of those people who is an insider in the BJP and watching the results very closely. When I asked him to analyze what happened, he said it's actually straight anti-incumbency in some seats, and some other seats he spoke about the Hindutva plank, because of which it seemed to have worked. In which case, yes, It was also about the shift of the Muslim vote from the, how it helped the BRS, it shifted to the Congress and therefore they lost, etc. That is a different calculation that comes about, but the consolidation that happened for the BJP happened for those reasons.
Right.
That's
My
right.
colleague Maria Shakil, thank you, Uma. My colleague Maria Shakil joins us from the newsroom. Maria, this is quite bizarre because both, KCR and Revanth Reddy losing from Kamareddy reminds me of Mamata Banerjee losing from Nandigram in 2021. But clearly, so many political undertones there.
These are their second seats.
Okay.
These are their second seat. KCR, of course, has Gajwel, and Kodangal is where Revanth Reddy is. They've won both their main primary seats.
Yes.
The seats where they wanted to go and fight each other out, the BJP has won.
Yes.
Maria. We can't hear Maria.
Okay,
we can't hear Maria.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Maria.
Yes. So I'm saying he certainly will be seen as the giant slayer now. A BJP
double giant
candidate,
slayer, Maria. Double giant slayer.
Yes, a BJP leader who polls 34.64% votes, wins with 66,652. That is the total votes that he has polled. And K. Chandrasekhar Rao is number 2, and Revanth Reddy, the two potential chief minister and an outgoing chief minister and an incoming chief minister, they have been reduced to 2 and second and the third position. So who is he? Venkata Ramana Reddy is the man of the moment in many ways. He is among the 8 candidates that have been won by seats that has been won by the BJP. So he is a BJP leader who has polled 34.64% votes, and the vote gap between the second and the winner here is around 7,000 votes. But certainly this will be seen as a big upset.
That's right.
And a big message that is coming in from this election in the state of Telangana will also be somebody called Venkata Ramana Reddy of the BJP, who has defeated both KCR and also Revanth Reddy.
Maria, this is very interesting, Vasudha. Yes. When I must tell you that we met Gampa Govardhan, who is the sitting MLA of Kamareddy. He's a senior leader. He quits, he moves out of his seat to give his seat to KCR. Shabbir Ali, the sitting candidate from Kamareddy, moves to Nizamabad. He lost to Gampa Govardhan last election by 3,000 votes. He moves, gives the seat to Revanth Reddy. When we met Venkatramana Reddy, he said, see, sir, so far we have only helped win, others win. This time we will win. People laughed around him, but he's made sure that he's defeated. That's what happens.
I think that's the story of Telangana. Jebi, Mathur, I wanted to ask you, clearly there is a sense that the Congress may not, at least for now, have an answer to Narendra Modi in the Hindi heartland of sorts, because clearly it is getting difficult for you. South India is definitely a different game. But do you think that these election results are going to impact how India Alliance works and also the kind of power and negotiation that Congress hopes to have?
State election and national election, we are on different platforms. It's a different game. So if let me ask you back the same question. Let us look at 2018 assembly elections. What happened in 2018 elections? 2018 elections, Hindi heartland was swept by Congress, but what happened in 2019? So let us look at state elections and national election differently. The ideas, the campaign, the issues are all different in both state election and national election. So we would like to repeatedly say that in as much as we concede defeat in the Hindi heartland, but that's only a chapter. That's not the end of the book. It's only a chapter, which is a very dark chapter, but we are very hopeful with the India Alliance and with the burning issues that's there in the country. Definitely 2024 is going to be a different game, and we are very positive about it. So otherwise you can also look at 2018, we swept, and what happened in 2019. So this is not something like, okay, we lost the Hindi heartland and that's the end of it. That's not the end of it. We concede defeat for this assembly elections in Hindi heartland, but this one positive side I wish to say is that this will give us to look into the where we went wrong and correct ourselves and take more important steps to ensure wherever we went wrong, we'll correct it organizationally and in terms of campaign. But 2024, you will definitely see a different picture in Hindi heartland. We are not conceding defeat for
that's an important
2024,
point. So, Dr.
certainly
Shastri,
not.
when we talk about this need for introspection and reflection, clearly caste census, OPS, or for that matter, even some of the other issues that Congress raised, farm loan waiver, doesn't seem to be having that kind of impact that Congress hoped for. Because the heartland states seem to be rejecting these parties. So, do you think
if you look at the Hindi heartland, the issues which the Congress has tried to raise as part of the assembly election campaign does not seem to have cut ice with the voter. Now, it's not that the issues are not important, but maybe the way the Congress has packaged it in this election has not worked. Maybe the way its opponent, the BJP, has countered the alternative that they are putting forward has worked more effectively.
Right.
So I think the Congress has to seriously sit back and strategize as to why is it in a direct context with the BJP in the north, they are not able to break through and defeat the BJP in that contest, because this is not happening just one time, but it's happening time and again.
Why do you think so, Vasudha? Before you ask the rest of them, since you cover the BJP very closely, what is it why is it this divide that's there? This north-south thing.
Yes.
Plus, what do you think strategically is the BJP's...
I think this time the election, the results, the success has been this Chunav Prabandhan, pool management. BJP has been extremely careful, extremely meticulous in deciding, the corrections that need to be made. Karnataka was quite a jolt for them. And the way they corrected all their actions, the way they announced their party tickets, the way they fielded heavyweights from all those areas where they had lost earlier, and also sent biggest leaders from Amit Shah to Ashwini Vaishnav to Bhupendra Yadav, and they camped in these states for a very long time. So clearly, I think that is something that was missing in the Congress campaign.
So you're saying that after the Karnataka lesson, I think the lesson that's been learned is that even if you want to move forward, make sure the optics are right, don't just move forward like that.
Absolutely true. Look at the optics. There have been a lot of talks that the BJP is a divided house in the state of Rajasthan. But all throughout the 5 years, their leaders were seen together, smiling, posing together. They were all on the stage. Whereas to get Mr. Sachin Pilot and Mr. Ashok Gehlot together for a picture, you needed a KC Venugopal or a Mallikarjun Kharge or a Rahul Gandhi to come in.
Right.
Until unless these heavyweights came in, these two guys did not come together. And look at it, the 70 margin, Eastern Rajasthan, the stronghold of Sachin Pilot, where he got the votes. The Congress, I think, is deficit by 24. So add that to it, you are 94 seats.
Okay.
So I think the Gujar community, you think the Prime Minister raking that issue of Sachin Pilot and
absolutely yes. And look at the way the Prime Minister brought it out. He recalled late Mr. Rajesh Pilot and said he and Sachin Pilot have been both marginalized.
Yeah.
That was just to make sure that whatever, if there is a sentiment of the Gujar saying that, okay, Pilot has got back into the fold, make sure that he punches that.
And Mr. Pullarao, during our conversations on Telangana, as far as the BJP is concerned, you put one last word, which is, it will be impactful. I don't know if it will be consequential. Today, what would you say?
It was impactful. You see, he has raised the profile of the party. He has gained goodwill. He has gained political capital. It was not immediately useful, but it is there. He has become a familiar face. He has been talking a little bit in Telugu.
This BRS-BJP alliance, the accusation that the Congress said that the BRS is a B team of the BJP. In some way, there was a minority consolidation at some level in favor of the Congress. But do you see the BRS and BJP working together in Telangana as we head to the 2024 parliament?
See, that's the very important question. Till the election, they were working together in Delhi. KCR and KCR's party and Congress party in parliament everywhere.
Right.
Now, if the Congress is going to face a meeting on December 6th, shows real political sense, they may reach out to the BRS. Will they reach out? Or will they not reach out?
Okay.
That is the question. It's up to the Congress party to reach out, not for BRS to approach.
A small point. If you see after 2014, the BJP in state assembly elections has always done well when they are the one defeating the ruling party. And in a sense, in all these three states, the last election was lost by the BJP, including Madhya Pradesh. So in a sense, coming back after a defeat is something the BJP is great at.
Vasudha, why I'm asking that question is post-Karnataka, you had a BJP-JDS alliance. Is it possible? I don't know, because given the social demographic of Telangana, it may not be possible. But
We can ask that to the BJP spokesperson there. Anuja, do you think, at least with regard to the South, the BJP may have to depend on allies, or do you think the Modi magic is going to work across the country when it comes to 2024?
I think the things have been very evident in 2019 also. Modi ji has been elected with again a thumping majority. So 2024 will be an easy catch. Telangana, if somebody says that we lost, I'm sorry, we never lost anywhere in any state. Always our vote share has been increasing, and we have seen that the seats have been coming up. So we now from 1 to 9, we are again the same party which once in some time past we were having only 2 votes. Now we are a party of 400 votes, and we have an opposition on the other side. So I think we are the people who, if have made mistakes, we learn from our mistakes and we bring the whole people together, and we fight the election in consolidation with the public. So when the schemes and the policies are being brought up, they are being brought up in the connect, keeping the public in mind. And when we say Pradhan Sevak, our Prime Minister is a Pradhan Sevak, it is just not been said because he says because he's been doing it for them, and it is doing it for his country first.
In terms of vote shares as well, the BJP has improved in Telangana. Point taken, but let's focus on Rajasthan at the moment. I believe we can play out pictures of Ashok Gehlot tendering his resignation. Vasudha, Ashok Gehlot is also a personality until this morning to have reckoned with for any political party. What's next? I think we should focus on what's next as far as the Congress is in Rajasthan, right? I mean, do we see a change of guard? Do we see the... because a few Congress leaders...
And Mr. Kalla, Ashok Gehlot also had this chance to become the Congress president before Mr. Khadge, and he chose to be the chief minister. The state was very important to him. This whole fight with, Sachin Pilot did play out for many months. Now we are speaking about Vasundhara Raje, but tell us, what does this mean for Ashok Gehlot?
Well, it means a lot for Mr. Gehlot, and you said that the Congress... missed out. I would say Mr. Gehlot missed out on being the Congress president, because that would have been a completely different situation. It would have helped the party as a lot. But with 70 MLAs and a lot of his people in that fray, he would now still want to be around in Rajasthan, because with the central leadership, the equation is not what it used to be earlier. After the September 25th revolt, there is not the same camaraderie that they both have. So Mr. Gehlot would now want to stay around in the state. It would be interesting to see, can the Congress government, can the Congress party get a young leader of opposition day after when all the MLAs meet? Right. That is going to be the big question, that can they now, at least in opposition, get the young ones or the young guard get a chance and lead it now onwards? That remains to be seen.
Right. Abhilash Khandekar, there is this very interesting aspect of both Vasundhara Raje and Shivraj Singh Chauhan. When you think about both of them, in some ways both of them were sidelined and the party was looking for a different set of leaders. But clearly Shivraj Singh Chauhan behaved very differently. All 5 years he spent telling people of his state that he's very critical for the party, and to the party he kept telling them that he's very, very critical for the state. So explain to me, what is the future of Shivraj Singh Chauhan going to be now?
So, Vasundhara is also from Madhya Pradesh. She fought an election from Bhind in 1984. She lost, and she comes from the Gwalior royal family. And Shivraj Singh also is an MP wala. So, but there is no comparison between the two personalities, in the sense Shivraj is quite grounded person. And if today we see 162, 163 seats for BJP and Modi's guarantee everything, there is also one factor that Shivraj Singh, despite being a long-serving chief minister, has actually no iota of arrogance touching him. So he is quite a popular person, and he has survived many BJP chiefs, from Rajnath Singh to Gadkari to Venkaiah Naidu and to Amit Shah and Nadda and all that. So he knows how to play his cards well. Contrastingly, Vasundhara had strained relationship with the BJP High Command, but Shivraj Singh, after his loss, the BJP's loss in 2018, He was made the national vice president and made in charge of the membership drive. He took it very sportingly and went away to various states in Northeast and all other places. So the point I am trying to make is that Shivraj Singh is a very wily politician and he knows what the BJP High Command wants, and he actually does exactly what they want. And when it appeared that he was being sidelined, you remember that he asked his own voters, should I fight the elections or not? So that was also his move in a way to show that he is still flexing his muscles, but he was not ready to fight with the High Command. So I think he still has a chance of becoming the chief minister because the BJP tried to sideline him and entire campaign revolved around Modi because people knew that there was an anti-incumbency factor.
Maybe take that question to JB as well. What next in terms of the fact that I think it's become clear that there is a south-north divide. Things are working in the south, but in the Hindi heartland, the Congress is not able to counter the BJP or, as observers put it, the Narendra Modi charisma. What's next for the Congress? Because you have, 6 months left for the Lok Sabha elections. What, in terms of strategic thinking, can the party change? Is it enough time to bring in a new guard or a leadership change in states like Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh?
It's not something about that we have to bring a change of guard overnight. Our party will definitely look into what went wrong, and only after that we will be able to devise what careful strategy should be made. But whatever it is, I repeat that you cannot compare a World Cup cricket with a World Cup football. A win in World Cup football does not mean a win in World Cup cricket. The rules are different, the game is different. So the assembly elections is different from national elections, and this is we have reached a point where we have to give serious thinking to making strategies pan-India, and I wouldn't want to differentiate between South-North divide or anything like that, but definitely we'll have to bring in strategies to connect with people, to bring the issues, what matters to the country will have to be taken to the ground. The reality, the price rise is a reality, unemployment is a reality, the corruption is reality, but how we connect it to the people matters. So I think we have to redraw our campaign strategies to make sure there are no loopholes to ensure victory in 2024. And
I just have a question. Please.
A big role.
Yes.
Also.
One small question. You know, in the last 2 years, there have been so many changes in the Congress. Many seniors have left or retired. Is there a deficit of advice? Is there a deficit of, people giving advice? The old seniors have all gone. Ahmed Patel, Anthony, Ghulam Nabi Azad, Sibal. Is there some deficit there that, most of them now are from the south? I'm not mentioning names, say the General Secretary, Congress President, others. Is there some deficit? Do you feel that lack?
It's a very interesting question.
We won Himachal Pradesh, we won Karnataka, we won Telangana. So we admit that we lost the Hindi heartland, Hindi belt. But that doesn't mean that leadership, otherwise we should have lost everywhere. And also, what BJP has always been trying to portray is a Congress Mukt Bharat. And we have given a fight. It's not the case that we have miserably failed. When we compare to the previous elections of where there's anti-incumbency, we were less in number in most of the states when compared to what we have now. But that is no solace. But what I'm trying to convey is, when the game is different, let's face it differently. But this is a warning signal for us to be more serious thinking to be given in strategic planning on how we convey what we want to convey to the people. Because if we look at UPA 1 and 2, where we went wrong in UPA 2 was that whatever good things we did, we were not able to convey to the people. So that is where the campaign strategy matters. But As far as we are concerned, 2024, the burning issues of the country continues. And what is now tomorrow Parliament session is beginning. We will raise it there, definitely the issues that matters, and we will definitely, I am telling you with confidence that 2024 is a different ball game and not the assembly election.
Very quick question, Vasudha, and I think, how do you see this change or affect the dynamics of Congress's equations with allies as far as the INDIA alliance is concerned? And I think, just very quickly, do you see this affecting that dynamics in terms of the power equation between the Congress and the other allies? Because the Congress has been the glue trying to put this together. How do you see this playing out, and what do you see the...
Ms. Mate?
Is it to me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, India Alliance, if you look at now for example, I mean your channel or other channels are all showing the Hindi heartland being the saffronized. But if you look at the pan-India now also, India Alliance have a great role. The impact of India Alliance will definitely, the coming together of so many parties and issues on one hand, and also the coming together of all the parties jointly for a mission which we have in common is to bring down a government which we believe is definitely corrupt and definitely against the people, and definitely. So that alliance will definitely, along with a careful strategy on campaigning and taking these issues, the people will make the days brighter for 2024. And I am again saying this is only one chapter. Many chapters, many pages are left for the book.
Dr. Shastri, you know, we have not touched upon Chhattisgarh at all, and that was the most interesting and surprising aspect for me. Mr. Baghel did a lot of things to counter Hindutva, to counter BJP's welfare. Clearly, where do you think he went wrong?
No, it's clear that you do have a vote shift in terms of possibly the tribal vote, something we have been discussing since morning.
And the Sahu community is what I understand.
Especially in that community, there is the shift to tribal vote. Secondly, I think the projections which the Congress was doing about its achievements in the state and the projections by Mr. Baghel do not seem to resonate at the ground if you look at how voters have expressed their view. So I think in some ways, while all of us talk about welfare...
No, we're playing live pictures as you're speaking of the BJP headquarters where I think Mr. Rajnath Singh and Home Minister Amit Shah have already taken the stage. We expect the Prime Minister to reach there any minute now. You already see the cavalcade coming in. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
As I said, while we have been talking about welfare and welfare schemes, at the end of the day, how those welfare schemes work on the ground is what Chhattisgarh demonstrates. You may have provided a lot of welfare schemes, but what happened on the ground and how do the voters perceive that, I think, is seen in the result that you find today projected in Chhattisgarh.
So that's the cavalcade, that's the convoy of the Prime Minister coming in. This has been a tradition for him to address party Karyakarta every time the party wins, and he will start speaking soon. Remember, mobilizing the party cadre has been an important part of the BJP's work strategy, especially this time in Madhya Pradesh where the party was battling an 18-year-old anti-incumbency. Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed 14 rallies in Madhya Pradesh in the last 1.5 months, and senior leaders Bhupendra Yadav, Amit Shah and Ashwini Vaishnav are also camping in the state. Same goes for Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. The Prime Minister addressed about 12 and 15 rallies in Rajasthan. Clearly a lot of effort there that the Prime Minister put in to ensure that voters get the message that he was trying to give. BJP, government and of course the Prime Minister work in tandem, and today he is going to most likely talk to workers and mobilize them and also thank them for the party's victories.
This would be, as we wait for the Prime Minister to come up, I mean, you know, every time there's been a bad result, like for instance in Karnataka, we say that an assembly election is different from a parliamentary election. Now this time it's been a good result for the BJP. So do we see this as an indication for a parliamentary election, or is that going to be very different?
No, I think it is certainly going to be a validation for the BJP, and it's a boost for their 2024 prospects. There is no denying the fact. And it also gives, you know, every time there has been a charge that the Prime Minister is unable to win you seats beyond Gujarat or a state beyond Gujarat, with this and no face in any of the states, the Prime Minister proves it that he can deliver you states in the Hindi heartland in assembly elections. Right. So the charge that was always against him, that he's not able to deliver you states on his own, this one around, he proves them wrong and he says, I can deliver the states
And it
even
doesn't
after
stop
10 years.
working, you know,
I just want to ask one question to you as well as the rest of them. In Madhya Pradesh, there was a time when anti-incumbency was very strong. What was that one defining moment in this election campaign where things turned? There you see the Prime Minister walking up. As we wait for him to speak, what do you think was the defining moment in that election? Where was something...
I think the Congress peaked a little too early. You know, that peak came way too early, and that gave BJP and Shivraj Singh Chauhan all the time to course correct themselves and the schemes.
How does this peaking early happen? I mean, you know, because a lot of these psephologists and others talk about this, and one of the things that's been given credit to that campaign manager Sunil Kanugulu in Telangana and Karnataka is the fact that he ensures that the peak is at the right time. What has
happened in Madhya Pradesh is the campaign started very early. And I think the Congress let out all its strategies too early, which gave time to the BJP to counter those strategies and come up with an alternative strategy, which the people seem to believe is a better strategy than what the Congress offered.
Right.
And that's what here means speaking too early.
Aside from giving things, the personality of the giver also is very important. KCR gave so many things. Gehlot gave so many things. And the most things were given by Baghel. And yet it failed, you know.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Shivraj Chauhan had a better personality.
There you have it, the victory march of the Prime Minister there.
It's a big day.
I have a different point to make, Vasudha.
Yeah.
Yeah, quickly make the point, sir.
I was saying that when the anti-incumbency was strongly felt by the BJP High Command, they tried to dissuade the people, I mean the voters and the leaders, and they confused the voters in such a manner that they fielded 7 heavyweights, and all of them almost barring one, but that is Kulaste, everyone has won. And they, in a very intelligent move, they tried to cut the anti-incumbency perception in Madhya Pradesh that showed that if BJP wins, they will not make Shivraj Singh Chauhan Chief Minister, and they have got many others like Kailash Vijayvargiya, like Prahlad Patel, like Narendra Singh Tomar. So that was one move. And the second one is about the Ladli Behna, 1250 rupees per month for 3 months, 4 months to large number of women. So these
Prime
are
Minister
two
is going to
things.
speak now, so we'll have to wait. I must point out that Avinash, you and the Prime Minister seem to be wearing the same colour today.
Good lords.
You colour schemed with the Prime Minister.
Wish I was. You know, we Jodhpuris have a knack of it. Once Ashok Gehlot and Prime Minister wore the same kind of colour. So today I take the charge.
So on the stage, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, and of course Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived and he's going to speak soon. And JP Nadda, the BJP President.
Okay, sorry. So we now, so you've got Chhattisgarh, which is very clear. We are still working. I think tomorrow we'll focus on who's going to be Chief Minister, and I think that's the next decision he has to make. Who's going to be Chief Minister where? Obviously for the Congress as well. Any word you're picking up on when the CLP or the BJP legislative parties are going to meet, where they're going to meet? Because as Uma was pointing out, there is something going on at Taj Krishna. The process is that every MLA will go back to his constituency, his or her constituency, to pick up their from the returning officer the certificate.
So what I understand is today is a day of celebration. We'll get to know all of that tomorrow. Okay. It's been a day of emphatic victory. But Mr. Kala, tell me something. How do you see, you know, this one thing that you talked about is very interesting. You know, when Bihar 2015 happened, we felt that the Modi factor did not work in Bihar because the Mahagathbandhan won. And then, of course, even recently, Himachal happened where the Congress won. But clearly, Modi magic seems to be working in states irrespective of anything that Congress promises. What is it? What is it that...
See, I'll tell you, you know, I'm saying that the BJP will take the credit that the Prime Minister led. And for Rajasthan, yes, I've always maintained that they would want a faceless election in Rajasthan because we are a pendulum state. More reasons of BJP coming is because of the pendulum state, and as I mentioned, and Mr. Shastri also pointed it out, they gave out their schemes way too early.
Right.
That gave the BJP a chance to match them scheme by scheme, and then they unleashed Hindutva.
Right.
So Hindutva was the core which was adding on to every scheme that the Congress matched.
But there's also another point, and I don't know if this works, and I've noticed this, and this actually was told to me by Jayalalitha in Tamil Nadu. And she had said that, look, when you give, we've got the BJP president speaking there. What she said is that when you have, when there is, a leader should not tom-tom about what you have given. I think there were lessons that they all learned.
And also, you know, you might like to think, was there too much interference from Delhi in the Congress issue? Was there too much interference? You know, giving ideas, pushing people in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and, you know, they couldn't, and they left everything to Baghel. There was a lot of dissidents there.
Let's cut in a bit to Mr. Nadda's speech there.
सभाओं के नतीजे आए हैं तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक बहुत बड़ी जीत हासिल की है, बहुत बड़ी जीत हासिल की है। ऐसे खुशगवार समय में मैं अपनी ओर से और आप सब लोगों की ओर से और लाखों करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो डिजिटल के माध्यम से और टेलीविजन के माध्यम से जुड़े हैं, उन सब की ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का इस कार्यक्रम में आने पर हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं और स्वागत करता हूं। जब हम प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करते हैं तो दिल से उनको हम धन्यवाद भी देते हैं, और हम धन्यवाद इसलिए देते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब भी कोई चुनाव लड़ती है, चाहे वो प्रदेश का चुनाव हो, चाहे वो देश का चुनाव हो, चाहे काल कोई भी अनुकूल हो या प्रतिकूल हो, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा सबसे आगे बढ़ करके नेतृत्व को संभाला है और हमेशा उस चैलेंज को पूरा किया है। He has always led the campaign from the front, और उन्होंने अथक प्रयास, अथक मेहनत और संगठन और चुनाव के राजनीति और रणनीति की छोटी छोटी बारीकियों से लेकर उससे निकलने वाले नतीजे तक का खुद ध्यान रखते हुए चुनाव को इस मुकाम तक पहुंचाया है, और एक नहीं अनेकों चुनाव को पहुंचाया है। ऐसे हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी हैं। मित्रों, ये जो संदेश इस चुनाव के नतीजों ने दिया है, वो स्पष्ट बताता है कि देश ने समझ लिया है कि अगर कोई गांव को मजबूती दे सकता है तो वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी दे सकते हैं। चुनाव के नतीजों ने स्पष्ट संदेश दे दिया है कि अगर कोई गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, आदिवासी भाई, अनुसूचित जाति का भाई, इनको कोई सम्मान के साथ मुख्य धारा में ला सकता है तो वो और कोई नहीं, भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हैं। और इसीलिए चाहे महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण हो, चाहे किसान को सम्मान देने की बात हो, चाहे युवाओं की आकांक्षाओं और आशाओं को आगे बढ़ाने का उनके सपनों को साकार
Mr. Pullarao stays with us, but we have a new set of guests, including Amitabh Tiwari. Let me start with you. Defining moment in these elections, we were just discussing, there was a time when one felt, as far as Madhya Pradesh was concerned, that things were going the Congress way. And somebody just pointed out maybe Congress peaked a little early in that election. What do you think was the defining change? Because if there was a wave of this nature and a sweep that was there of this nature, it should have been picked up earlier by everyone. What was it that people missed, A, and B, was there a decisive turning moment? I'll come to you next, but first.
No, see, when you go in a war, you have to first do a SWOT analysis. So BJP did a SWOT analysis and it found out that it is lagging behind and trailing. So it took measures to how to win this election. Number one, announce candidates early on seats which you lost last time. Even before the dates were announced, the party announced candidates in August, number one. Number two, there was a fatigue factor with respect to Shivraj Singh Chauhan's leadership, and it was real. Even amongst a section of BJP voters, there was a feeling that we need change. So the next step was that let's not announce Shivraj as the CM face. And the third factor was, of course, the overarching Modi factor, which led to the compensation or neutralizing the anti-incumbency against the local MLAs. So Congress party's promises were punctured in the sense, Congress party announced 1500 rupees for the women in April. In June, 1250 rupees were announced and started disbursing as well. And after that, the Congress party did not take any measures as a countermeasure. See, it's a game of chess. You have, आपने एक चाल चली, उन्होंने एक चाल चल दी, आपने को दोबारा कोई चाल नहीं चला. Congress party has won all elections which they have defeated BJP under combined leadership model, including Telangana. But in Madhya Pradesh, they have announced a presidential candidate.
Why was it? Why was the reason? What?
Reason was probably because he had the resources and he was funding the election, so he got the leadership.
Right.
That's probably the only reason, and they don't have any other leader because Scindia already had moved to the BJP camp.
Rajat, when we look at Chhattisgarh, that was quite surprising for me because Bhupesh Baghel, you know, he countered BJP's Hindutva, he countered BJP's welfare. Clearly, there is something that he did not get right. What was it?
See, Vasudha, I think if you were to analyze Chhattisgarh, you cannot do that without talking about 80% population, which is a farming population. We've talked about how Dhan MSP procurement wasn't up to the mark, especially in the last couple of years. But forget Dhan, it was Dalhan for which MSPs were just not implemented in the entire state. A lot of farmers were increasingly getting dependent on rice alone. And that became, you know, that was, BJP saw very early signs of, rice and farmers dependent on rice quite early on in the election. In fact, they went out and promised far better sort of rate for MSP procurement for greater number of even areas.
As opposed to the Congress.
Exactly. So these small things. So BJP played a very plain vanilla campaign.
Right.
In fact, it was one state which was a which was like stuck in a fait accompli scenario, wherein BJP thought that it doesn't have the leadership to be able to pose challenge to him, whereas Congress was too overconfident. So much so that Bhupesh Baghel was a warrior for Congress party, roaming around in all other states and trying to be the championing ideologue of the Congress party, but just didn't understand what's going on in his own state. He just didn't have the ears to the ground.
Let me be counterintuitive and ask, what could the Congress have done differently?
Yes.
I mean, is there something that the Congress could have done differently in Madhya Pradesh? What the one thing that
two, three things. There were clear sentiments around PSC exam fraud in the state. You know, the rumblings did not start just in this year. It has been going on for the past
specifically of
Chhattisgarh, very specific micro issues. They did not see the writing on the wall. Perhaps they were just too overconfident.
It just became such
They were just too overconfident. That there is just, because the sheer amount of demolition that they had done for the BJP, that the entire leadership was purged by the Congress in the previous election. So they were confident that who is going to pose a challenge to me? I am this almighty Bhupesh Baghel, who not just in my own home state, but I'm parading myself in the rest of the
Similar
state.
to what KCR felt in
everybody, whosoever has been arrogant has bitten the dust this time.
One more thing is there. I think Rajat has made very valid points regarding farming.
Yes.
I mean, it was Baghel believed that he was the champion of the farmer. That's number one.
Number two, revise his promises.
So see, that's not. But
later,
even when he got one more point, even when he got the whiff of defeat.
Yes.
2 days before the final polling, he said, every woman I'll give 15,000 rupees. So these are like, you're trying to bait voters. Voters have understood. By that time, the slippage and avalanche had happened.
BJP also promised the Matri
all of that happened retrospective. What I'm saying is that Bhupesh Baghel was seeing his avalanche happening before him, just was not accepting it.
As opposition parties, you need to promise only.
Yeah.
The government has to deliver.
Right.
And some of the things which Rajat has mentioned have not been delivered. But one more thing is very important. Congress won 26 out of 29 ST reserved seats, but they did not give the ST community the due representation in cabinet and in power. You installed the OBC chief minister and you made a Thakur the deputy chief
And
minister.
then there
What
was
about
polarization within tribals as well, Christians and the Hindu tribals. So that further split Congress's game plan into Chhattisgarh.
I
There were
think
multiple
we should
reasons.
also put up graphics as we wait for the Prime Minister to speak about, we had these graphics made for each of the state in terms of the key factors, the swings that happen, the vote shares, and it's all very interesting in terms of that. Mr. Pullarao, just weigh into this conversation in terms of what the big takeaways are, what would be the defining feature for you in these elections, and let's not stick to Telangana.
Basically, with respect to Telangana, they had a good advantage from the beginning. KCR was demolished by the BJP largely. For 4.5 years, the BJP demolished KCR. Congress was not that much of an opposition. It had sunk, it was demoralized. After Karnataka election, then they felt more confident, resource-wise, other things, they started building up. And people say the BJP went back.
Is it part of the strategy, or was it because you see what the argument that was made, even whether it was with JDS, again you had personal attacks, you had vicious campaign, you had Yogi Adityanath campaigning in Mandya, the BJP invested heavily in Mandya. Here BRS also, it was a personal, in fact I may tend to argue that the BJP was more aggressive on KCR as well as the Congress. Congress was equally aggressive on KCR. But the BJP's aggression, one felt that BRS is the pole. This would split the anti-BRS vote. Was it part of a calculated strategy, or is it a strategy that misfired?
I think the moment in Telangana where KCR lost his edge was a liquor scam.
Oh, okay.
Delhi liquor scam had a very big impact in the minds of people.
Corruption mixed with family.
Corruption and
mixed with
arrogance.
arrogance.
Liquor scam.
Because look at, even after anecdote, after resigning, he didn't have the courtesy to go and submit his resignation personally to the governor. He sent his OSD to submit the resignation. This is his farmhouse politics, because he did not step out of his farmhouse for these 5 years. No, he sent his OSD, he just sent it. And Rama Rao, KTR is actually, tweeting that yes, he has sent his resignation.
No, he's not
so
held
this
a
is
press
this is the
conference.
style, this is where, he did not used to go and receive the Prime Minister.
MLAs have become inaccessible. They have started following
This is the root cause of where KCR was finished.
And BJP, I think, strategically feels comfortable of tackling Congress than regional parties. So BJP went in there and said that no matter Congress wins, no problem, we have to demolish KCR and a regional party.
I don't think so, because they were almost at the verge of defeating KCR
What is the
themselves.
mistake that the BJP made? Because this seems like a lost opportunity for the BJP.
I think this is one state where they would be repenting.
We are coming across to the Prime Minister's speech there.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज की विजय ऐतिहासिक है, अभूतपूर्व है। आज सबका साथ, सबका विकास की भावना जीती है। आज विकसित भारत के आह्वान की जीत हुई है। आज आत्मनिर्भर भारत के संकल्प की जीत हुई है। आज वंचितों को वरीयता के विचार की जीत हुई है। आज भारत के विकास के लिए राज्यों का विकास, इस सोच की जीत हुई है। आज ईमानदारी, पारदर्शिता और सुशासन की जीत हुई है। मैं इस मंच से सभी मतदाताओं को आदरपूर्वक नमन करता हूं। मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़ के लोगों ने भाजपा पर भरपूर स्नेह दिखाया है। तेलंगाना में भी बीजेपी के प्रति समर्थन लगातार बढ़ रहा है। ये हम सभी का सौभाग्य है जब अपने परिवारजनों से इतना प्यार मिलता है, विश्वास मिलता है, तो मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से अनुभव करता हूं कि मेरी जिम्मेदारी और अधिक बढ़ जाती है। आज भी मेरे मन में यही भाव है। मैं अपनी माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के सामने, मैं अपने युवा साथियों के सामने, मैं अपने किसान भाई बहनों के सामने, मैं अपने गरीब परिवारों के सामने उन्होंने जो निर्णय, जो बढ़ चढ़ करके समर्थन दिया है, इसके लिए मैं उनके सामने नतमस्तक हूं। इस चुनाव में देश को जातियों में बांटने की बहुत कोशिशें हुई, लेकिन मैं लगातार कह रहा था कि मेरे लिए देश में 4 जातियां ही सबसे बड़ी जातियां हैं। और जब मैं इन 4 जातियों की बात करता हूं, हमारी नारी शक्ति, हमारी युवा शक्ति, हमारे किसान और हमारे गरीब परिवार, इन 4 जातियों को सशक्त करने से ही देश सशक्त होने वाला है। आज बड़ी संख्या में हमारे ओबीसी साथी इसी वर्ग से आते हैं। आज बड़ी संख्या में हमारे आदिवासी साथी इसी वर्ग में आते हैं। और इन चुनावों में इन चारों जातियों ने भाजपा की योजनाओं और भाजपा के रोड मैप को लेकर बहुत उत्साह दिखाया है। आज हर गरीब कह रहा है वो खुद जीता है। आज हर वंचित के मन में भावना है कि चुनाव वह खुद जीता है। आज हर किसान यही कहता है, ये चुनाव हर किसान जीता है। आज हर आदिवासी भाई बहन ये सोचकर खुश है कि उसने जिसे वोट दिया वो विजय उसकी अपनी है। आज हर फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर बड़े गर्व के साथ कह रहा है कि मेरा पहला वोट मेरे विजय का कारण बना है। इसी जीत में हर महिला अपनी जीत देख रही है। इसी जीत में बेहतर भविष्य का सपना देखने वाला हर युवा
अपनी जीत देख रहा है। हर वो नागरिक इसे अपनी सफलता समझ रहा है जो 2047 में भारत को एक विकसित राष्ट्र देखना चाहता है। साथियों, मैं आज विशेष रूप से देश की नारी शक्ति का अभिनंदन करूंगा। रैलियों में मैं अक्सर कहता था कि इन चुनावों में नारी शक्ति ये ठान कर निकली है कि भाजपा का परचम लहराएगी। और जब देश की नारी शक्ति किसी का सुरक्षा कवच बन जाए तो कैसी भी ताकत उसे नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा सकती। आज नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम ने देश की माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के मन में नया विश्वास जगाया है। आज देश की हर महिला में ये भरोसा जगा है कि भाजपा सरकार में उनकी सक्रिय भागीदारी को नई बुलंदी मिलने वाली है। आज हर बहन बेटी को साफ साफ लगता है कि बीजेपी ही नारी गरिमा, नारी सम्मान, नारी सुरक्षा की सबसे बड़ी गारंटी है। उन्होंने देखा है कि बीते 10 वर्षों में भाजपा ने उन तक टॉयलेट, बिजली, गैस, नल से जल, बैंक में खाते, ऐसी बुनियादी सुविधाएं पहुंचाने के लिए कितनी ईमानदारी से काम किया है। आज वो देख रही है कि कैसे बीजेपी घर परिवार में, समाज में उनकी आर्थिक भागीदारी बढ़ाने के लिए उन्हें रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के नए अवसर देने के लिए निरंतर काम कर रही है। नारी शक्ति का विकास बीजेपी के विकास मॉडल का एक महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ भी है। और इसलिए इन चुनावों में महिलाओं ने, बहनों, बेटियों ने एक प्रकार से भाजपा के विजय की पूरी जिम्मेवारी अपने हाथ में उठा ली थी और भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया है। मैं आज पूरी विनम्रता से देश की हर बहन बेटी को यही कहूंगा कि आपसे जो वायदा बीजेपी ने किए हैं वो 100% पूरे किए जाएंगे। और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। और मोदी की गारंटी यानी गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। साथियों, चुनाव नतीजों ने एक और बात स्पष्ट की है। देश का युवा सिर्फ और सिर्फ विकास चाहता है। जहां भी सरकारों ने युवाओं के खिलाफ काम किया है, वो सरकारें सत्ता से बाहर हुई है। चाहे राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो या तेलंगाना हो, ये सारी सरकारें पेपर लीक और भर्ती घोटालों के आरोपों में गिरी हुई थी। परिणाम ये हुआ कि इन तीनों ही राज्यों में सत्ता में बैठे दल अब सरकार से बाहर है। आज देश के युवा में ये भरोसा लगातार बढ़ रहा है कि बीजेपी ही उसकी आकांक्षाएं समझती है, उसके लिए काम करती है। देश का युवा ये जानता है कि बीजेपी की सरकार युवा हितैषी होती है, युवाओं के लिए नए अवसर बनाने वाली होती है। साथियों, आज देश का आदिवासी समाज भी अब खुलकर अपनी बात रख रहा है। ये वो आदिवासी समाज है जो कांग्रेस की नीतियों की वजह से 7 दशक तक पीछे रहा, जिसे अवसर नहीं दिए गए। इनकी जनसंख्या आज 10 करोड़ के आसपास है। हमने गुजरात के चुनाव परिणामों में भी ये देखा है, जिस कांग्रेस ने आदिवासी समाज को कभी पूछा तक नहीं, उस आदिवासी समाज ने कांग्रेस का सफाया कर दिया। यही भावना आज हमने एमपी, छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान में भी देखी है। इन राज्यों की आदिवासी अंचल की सीटों पर कांग्रेस का सुपड़ा साफ हो गया है। आदिवासी समाज आज विकास के लिए आकांक्षी है और उन्हें भरोसा है कि इस आकांक्षा को सिर्फ और सिर्फ भाजपा सरकार ही पूरा कर सकती है। मेरे परिवारजनों, मैं आज हर राज्य के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं की भी सराहना करूंगा, भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करूंगा। भाजपा और कमल के प्रति आपकी निष्ठा, आपका समर्पण अतुलनीय है। डबल इंजन सरकार का मैसेज आपने पूरी ईमानदारी से जन जन तक पहुंचाया। इसी का परिणाम आज हमें मिल रहा है। हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नड्डा जी जिस प्रकार अपनी नीति रणनीति को अमल में लाए, ये विजय उसका भी परिणाम है। और चुनाव के दरमियान उनके परिवार में एक दुखद घटना घटी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी नड्डा जी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में दिन रात डटे रहे। साथियों, राजनीति के इतने वर्षों में मैं हमेशा भविष्यवाणियों से दूर रहा। मैं कभी वादे और बड़ी बड़ी घोषणाएं नहीं करता हूं, इतने साल हो गए, कभी नहीं करता हूं। लेकिन इस बार चुनाव में मैंने अपना ये नियम भी तोड़ा था। मैंने राजस्थान में मावजी महाराज को प्रणाम करते हुए उन्हीं की धरती पर ये भविष्यवाणी की थी कि राजस्थान में कांग्रेस सरकार लौट करके नहीं आएगी। मैं भविष्यवेत्ता नहीं हूं, लेकिन मेरा राजस्थान के लोगों पर भरोसा था, वहां की जनता पर भरोसा था। और आज हम नतीजे देख रहे हैं। मध्य प्रदेश ने भी हमें फिर दिखाया है कि भाजपा के सेवा भाव का कोई विकल्प नहीं है। 2 दशक से वहां भाजपा की सरकार है और इतने वर्षों के बाद भी भाजपा पर भरोसा लगातार मजबूती हो रहा है। छत्तीसगढ़ के परिवारजनों को तो जब मैं वहां चुनाव सभाओं में गया तो मैं खुद ही पहली सभा में, छत्तीसगढ़ के चुनाव की पहली सभा में मैंने खुद कहा था कि मैं आपसे कुछ मांगने नहीं आया हूं, मैं तो आपको 3 दिसंबर के बाद सरकार बनेगी तो शपथ समारोह में निमंत्रण देने के लिए आया। छत्तीसगढ़ के परिणाम से साफ है कि हर परिजन ने उस बात को स्वीकार किया है। मैं तेलंगाना की जनता और तेलंगाना के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं का विशेष आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हर चुनाव में तेलंगाना में भाजपा का ग्राफ लगातार बढ़ रहा है। मैं तेलंगाना के लोगों को ये विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि बीजेपी आपकी सेवा में कोई कोर कसर बाकी नहीं छोड़ेगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तेलंगाना अभिवृद्धि कोसम एल्लापूडू पनी चिंतूने उटुंदी। తెలంగాణతో మాకు చాలా మంచి అనుబంధం ఉంది। मेरे परिवारजनों, इस चुनाव परिणाम की गुंज सिर्फ एमपी, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ तक सीमित नहीं रहेगी। इन परिणामों की गुंज दूर तक जाएगी। पूरी दुनिया में इन चुनाव परिणामों की गुंज सुनाई देगी। ये चुनाव परिणाम भारत के विकास पर भरोसा, दुनिया के भरोसे को और मजबूती देगा। ये चुनाव परिणाम दुनिया भर के निवेशकों को भी नया विश्वास देगा। भरोसा ये कि आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत का जो संकल्प हमने लिया है, उसे जनता जनार्दन का लगातार आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है। आज दुनिया देख रही है कि भारत का लोकतंत्र और भारत का वोटर दोनों कितने परिपक्व हैं, कितने मैच्योर हैं। आज दुनिया देख रही है कि भारत की जनता पूर्ण बहुमत के लिए, स्थिर सरकार के लिए सोच समझ करके वोट कर रही है। साथियों, भाजपा ने सेवा और सुशासन की राजनीति का नया मॉडल देश के सामने प्रस्तुत किया है। हमारी नीति और निर्णयों के मूल में सिर्फ और सिर्फ देश है, देशवासी है, भारत माता की जय, यही हमारा मंत्र है। इसलिए भाजपा सरकारें सिर्फ नीतियां नहीं बनाती, बल्कि हर हकदार, हर लाभार्थी तक वो पहुंचे, ये भी सुनिश्चित करती है। भाजपा परफॉर्मेंस और डिलीवरी की राजनीति देश के सामने हकीकत बन करके लेकर के आई है। भारत का मतदाता जानता है कि स्वार्थ क्या है, जनहित और राष्ट्रहित क्या है। दूध का और पानी का भेद देश जानता है। जैसे तैसे जीतने के लिए हवाई बातें करना और लोभ लालच की घोषणाएं करना, ये मतदाता पसंद नहीं करता। मतदाता को उसका जीवन बेहतर करने के लिए एक स्पष्ट रोडमैप चाहिए, एक विश्वसनीयता चाहिए, एक भरोसा चाहिए। भारत का वोटर ये जानता है कि जब भारत आगे बढ़ता है तो राज्य आगे बढ़ता है, हर परिवार का जीवन बेहतर होता है। इसलिए वो बीजेपी को चुन रहा है, लगातार चुन रहा है। और कुछ लोग तो कह रहे हैं कि आज की इस हैट्रिक ने 24 की हैट्रिक की गारंटी दे दी है। साथियों, आज के जनादेश ने ये भी साबित किया है कि भ्रष्टाचार, तुष्टीकरण और परिवारवाद को लेकर देश के भीतर, देश के हर नागरिक के दिल में जीरो टॉलरेंस बन रही है। आज देश को लगता है कि इन तीन बुराइयों को खत्म करने में अगर कोई प्रभावी है तो वो भाजपा ही है। भाजपा की केंद्र सरकार ने देश में भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध जो अभियान छेड़ रखा है, उसको भारी जन समर्थन मिल रहा है। ये उन दलों, उन नेताओं को वोटर की साफ साफ चेतावनी है जो भ्रष्टाचारियों के साथ खड़े होने में जरा भी शर्म अनुभव नहीं करते। उन लोगों को देश की जनता ने आज साफ साफ संदेश दे दिया है। और ऐसे लोग जो भांति भांति के तर्कों से भ्रष्टाचारियों को कवच देते हैं, कवर अप करने की कोशिश करते हैं, ऐसे लोग जो भ्रष्टाचार पर कड़ा प्रहार करने वाली जांच एजेंसियों को बदनाम करने में दिन रात जुटे हुए हैं, वे समझ लें ये चुनाव नतीजे भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई का भी जन समर्थन है। ये चुनाव नतीजे कांग्रेस और उसके घमंडिया गठबंधन के लिए भी बहुत बड़ा सबक है। सबक ये है कि सिर्फ कुछ परिवारवादियों के मंच पर एक साथ आ जाने से फोटो कितनी अच्छी निकल जाए, देश का भरोसा नहीं जीता जाता। देश की जनता का दिल जीतने के लिए राष्ट्र सेवा का जज्बा होना चाहिए और घमंडिया गठबंधन में रत्ती भर भी वो नजर नहीं आता है। गाली गलौज, निराशा, नेगेटिविटी, ये घमंडिया गठबंधन को मीडिया की हेडलाइन जरूर दे सकती है, लेकिन जनता के दिल में स्थान नहीं दिला सकती। साथियों, आज के ये नतीजे उन ताकतों को भी चेतावनी है जो प्रगति और जन कल्याण की राजनीति के खिलाफ खड़े रहते हैं। जब भी विकास होता है, कांग्रेस और उसके साथी विरोध करते हैं। जब हम वंदे भारत ट्रेन लॉन्च करते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी उसकी मजाक उड़ाते हैं। जब हम आयुष्मान भारत लॉन्च करते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी इसमें रोड़ा अटकाते हैं। जब हम गरीबों के लिए घर बनाते हैं तब कांग्रेस और उसके साथी रुकावटें डालते हैं। जब हम गरीबों तक नल से जल पहुंचाते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी इसमें भ्रष्टाचार का रास्ता बनाने में लग जाते हैं। जब हम ग्रामीण विकास के लिए फंड भेजते हैं तो कांग्रेस और उसके साथी इसे गरीबों को तक पहुंचने में रुकावट डालने की कोशिश करते हैं। ऐसी सभी पार्टियों को आज गरीबों ने चेतावनी दी है, सुधर जाइए, सुधर जाइए, वरना जनता आपको चुन चुन करके साफ कर देगी। आज ऐसी पार्टियों के लिए सबक है कि केंद्र सरकार की गरीब कल्याण की योजनाओं और उनके लिए भेजे जा रहे फंड के बीच में आने की कोशिश मत करो। ये जनता का आदेश है, वरना जो बीच में आएगा उसे जनता हटा देगी। लोकतंत्र के हित में मेरी कांग्रेस और उसके साथियों को नम्रतापूर्वक सलाह है, कृपा करके ऐसी राजनीति न करें जो देश विरोधी ताकतों को बल दे, जो देश को बांटना चाहते हैं ऐसे लोगों को मजबूती दे, जो देश को कमजोर करने वाले विचारों को गति दे। साथियों, आज भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का हर पहिया पूरी गति से घूम रहा है। कुछ लोग कह रहे थे कि विश्व में मंदी का असर भारत पर पड़ेगा, लेकिन भारत ने हर आकलन से कहीं बेहतर प्रदर्शन किया। आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से विकसित होती आर्थिक ताकत है। आज भारत का आत्मविश्वास, भारत के लोगों का आत्मविश्वास अभूतपूर्व स्तर पर है। आज भारत में, आज देश में रिकॉर्ड जीएसटी कलेक्शन हो रहा है, कृषि उत्पादन के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, भारत के शेयर मार्केट पर भरोसा चरम पर है। आज भारत के निर्यात के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, यूपीआई ट्रांजैक्शन के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, त्योहारों में खरीद के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं, गाड़ियों की सेल के नए रिकॉर्ड बन रहे हैं। आज भारत में सीमेंट प्रोडक्शन बढ़ रहा है, कोयला प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा है, आज भारत में स्टील उत्पादन बढ़ा है, बिजली उत्पादन बढ़ा है। दुनिया भर की कंपनियां भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए आतुर है। हवाई यात्रा करने वालों की संख्या उच्चतम स्तर पर है। होम लोन में भी, उस सेक्टर में भी बहुत अधिक वृद्धि देखी जा रही है। साथियों, आज भारत का फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पूरी तरह से ट्रांसफॉर्म हो रहा है। आप देखिए, चारों तरफ एक्सप्रेसवे का, इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर का जाल बिछ रहा है। भारतीय रेल आज अपने ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के सबसे बड़े दौर से गुजर रही है। आज देश में नए रेलवे स्टेशन बन रहे हैं, आधुनिक ट्रेनें आ रही हैं। गति नहीं है, संकल्प नए है। और मैं देशवासियों को कहना चाहता हूं, हर देशवासी को कहना चाहता हूं, और मैं मेरे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड के आधार पर कहना चाहता हूं, बड़ी ईमानदारी से कहना चाहता हूं, बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से कहना चाहता हूं, आपके सपने मेरे देशवासियों, आपके सपने वो मेरा संकल्प है। आपके सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए जो मेरा संकल्प है, वो मेरी साधना भी है, मेरी तपस्या भी है। साथियों, भारत का डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दुनिया में श्रेष्ठता की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। भारत आज दुनिया में 5G नेटवर्क के मामले में अग्रणी देश में पहुंच चुका है। आज भारत में गांव-गांव तक ऑप्टिकल फाइबर पहुंच रहा है। आज देश के सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर भी अभूतपूर्व गति से काम हो रहा है। हर गरीब को मुफ्त राशन वाली योजना अगले 5 साल के लिए बढ़ा दी गई है। भाजपा सरकार में 4 करोड़ गरीब परिवारों के पक्के घर बन चुके हैं। हम हर गरीब परिवार को पक्की छत देने के संकल्प की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं। घर घर नल से जल, ये अभियान तेज गति से चल रहा है। आज देश में रिकॉर्ड गति से नए अस्पताल बन रहे हैं, मेडिकल कॉलेज बन रहे हैं, कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटीज की संख्या बढ़ रही है। साथियों, आज भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, भारत का नागरिक आगे बढ़ रहा है। भारत के लोग इस मोमेंटम को बनाए रखना चाहते हैं। अब इससे पीछे नहीं हटना है, और पीछे हटना ये मोदी को तो कभी स्वीकार नहीं हो सकता है। भारत के लोग स्टेबिलिटी चाहते हैं, स्थायित्व चाहते हैं। भारत के लोग विकसित भारत की यात्रा को गति देना चाहते हैं। मैं देश के प्रत्येक युवा को आह्वान करता हूं, वो विकसित भारत का एम्बेसडर बने, वो विकसित भारत के संकल्पों का नेतृत्व करे। मैं भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं से भी कहूंगा, प्रत्येक भाजपा कार्यकर्ता नमो ऐप पर जाएं और कम से कम 10 लोगों को विकसित भारत का एम्बेसडर बनाएं। हमें आज एक ऐसी पीढ़ी तैयार करनी है जिसका सपना हो विकसित भारत, जिसका संकल्प हो विकसित भारत, जिसकी साधना हो विकसित भारत, जिसका समर्पण हो विकसित भारत। साथियों, विकसित भारत के निर्माण के लिए ये बहुत जरूरी है कि कोई भी नागरिक पीछे नहीं छूटे। इन चुनावों में मैंने लगातार कहा है कि हर लाभार्थी तक पहुंचकर भाजपा सरकार उसे सरकारी योजनाओं का लाभ देगी। इसके लिए केंद्र सरकार ने 14 नवंबर यानी जनजातीय गौरव दिवस यानी भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की जयंती से विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा शुरू की है। योजनाओं से वंचित लोगों को जोड़ने के लिए सरकार खुद लोगों के दरवाजे पर दस्तक दे रही है। जिन क्षेत्रों में यात्रा पहुंच रही है, वहां लोग खुशियां मना रहे हैं कि मोदी की गारंटी वाली गाड़ी हमारे गांव आ रही है। मैं आज विजय के इस समारोह से हर बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता को सलाह दूंगा, आग्रह करूंगा